Chapter 461. Wave 1 fell down, and came to the depths of the divine domain where the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu was located. He maintained a wisp of divine soul, and originally planned to continue to float towards the position of the Dantian. Unexpectedly, the elemental master was still at this position, using the power of the kingdom of God to try to break through and reach the corpse. However, all his power was repelled by the thick layer of death floating on the corpse. His all-out attack could not break through except for causing space vibration. So, for so many years, these masters have not even touched the fur of the great emperor? No wonder the city of the dead spirits he went to was still so well preserved. Many items made of ordinary materials turned into ashes after he entered. When he thought that he could enter easily, just like entering his own home, Wave 1 inexplicably felt a lot of superiority. But soon, he hesitated again. The Lord of Light and the Lord of Flesh and Blood were still struggling with the Emperor's head, and the Lord of Elements had reached the Dantian and had been attacking him relentlessly until now. The time he could stay here was limited, and he couldn't wait for them to get tired and leave. It seemed that he couldn't go to the Dantian this time. Wave 1 was very sorry, and his eyes swept back and forth over this huge body. He looked around for several times, and finally decided to enter from the bottom of his feet. There was nothing he could do about it. Other places were too close to the three lords, and he was not sure that he would not be sensed by them. In addition, if he accidentally made a noise somewhere like last time, the sufficient distance would also make it easier for him to hide. Wei Huan made a decision and glanced at the direction of the three lords before leaving. The Lord of Light and the Lord of Flesh and Blood were still in the head part, and I couldn't see their true forms. I could only vaguely see their huge kingdom of God, which was still the nine-headed dragon and the white light ball like last time. The Lord of Elements was closer, but I could only see a group of 5-colored streams of light, floating invisibly. However, Wei Huan could vaguely see that the shape formed by the clouds and mist was somewhat similar to human form. Could it be that the Lord of Elements was also human? Wei Huan thought so, and denied the idea first. Just because I saw traces of humans on the dead spirits, I couldn't think that humans were the chosen race. In fact, I haven't fully proved the relationship between the dead spirits and humans. This time, my purpose of coming here was to investigate this matter. As for trying to seize the power of the Emperor and eat more from the mouths of the masters, Wei Huan didn't think much about it, and did what he could do at the moment. Wei Huan carefully avoided the possibility of being noticed by the masters, and it took a long time before he arrived at the feet of the great Emperor Taichu. This body is really too big as a universe. Just imagine that a city that can accommodate millions of people can be built on a single hair. How huge is this body? The part below the waist of the great Emperor Taichu is covered with red and gold scales, arranged neatly. Even though he has fallen for so many years, these scales still exude vitality, as if the owner of the body is just sleeping and has not fallen. Going down along the thigh, it is found that this pair of legs is different from that of humans. There is an extra joint, which looks like the legs of hooves, but his feet are not the hooves of cattle and horses that have only a little combat power, but claws with 5 fingers. The claws were hard and ferocious, like those of a dragon, and had long, sharp and dangerous nails. It was on these feet that Wei Huan discovered that there were actually wounds on them. The wound was located on the left foot, similar to the position of the ring finger. Some scales fell off the base of the toe, revealing a layer of bloody flesh. The blood was sealed by the flesh and could not flow out, so that layer of flesh was particularly red, and it seemed that because it was the place where the injury occurred, a large amount of energy visible to the naked eye flowed there. This feeling was like white blood cells protecting the human body, full of a sense of danger. Wei Huan naturally did not dare to go in that direction, so he had to give up landing from the foot and chose another intact leg to land on the calf. The 2 feet were too close, and even on the other foot, it might be affected. Wei Huan fell, and the process of breaking through the protective layer was much easier than he had imagined. The part that the master could not enter desperately, he was just gently entangled by those breaths when he fell, and then fell lightly. During this process, he even felt that the air around him seemed to be alive, gently sending him to the ground, and circling for a while before reluctantly leaving. Wei Huan had no entity at the moment, but this ray of consciousness would subconsciously condense into a human form. If you take a quick look, the black eyes and white skin, coupled with the black lips, are almost exactly the same as the dead spirits. It's like an old photo that has lost its color, leaving only black and white. Of course, the defense mechanism of this world will not judge whether he is suitable based on his appearance alone. The real reason why he entered so smoothly is probably because the power of death in his body is the same as the breath of the dead spirits, so he is allowed to enter and exit. I believe that even if the undead race may have some relationship with humans, if it is just a pure human race, it will be rejected when it comes here. In addition to their similar appearance, the human race and the undead race have completely different auras. Wei Huan landed on the part of the calf of the great Emperor Taichu. This place is different from before. The lines on the scarlet scales have turned into mountains and gullies like a red world. Here Wei Huan also felt the breath of the abyss. The power of the abyss and the power of death are intertwined, giving this scale world a sense of wildness. At a glance, there are endless bare red mountains. Perhaps it was originally like this, or perhaps it was because the great Emperor Taichu fell. The red earth looked like scales from a distance. Standing here and looking again, it was the volcanic sulfur, red magma, and no grass that the abyss life loved the most. It can be seen how majestic the existence of the great Emperor is. A scale is a world of the abyss. How many scales are there here? How many scales means how many worlds there are. There are countless huge creatures living on his body. If the undead race is added, it is simply. Wei Huan suddenly got stuck when he thought of this. It is simply a moving plague virus. The undead race and the abyss race are both very invasive races. Although the races accepted and allowed by them will be treated very friendly, even Mafati expressed awe for the eastern divine realm controlled by the great Emperor Taichu. He dared not act rashly in that world and must abide by the order. But it is not the case with the outside world. If there is no strong fist, how can there be prosperity and strength? Only rely on farming to develop industry and agriculture? Then it can only become someone else's granary. So when the great Emperor Taichu was at his most powerful, he could fight 3 at once, relying on the terrifying numbers and combat power of the undead and abyss tribes, and then the little power provided by those who serve the gods. It is clear when you think about it this way, there are these huge tribes on the body of the great Emperor Taichu. In fact, these tribes themselves are also the abilities of the great Emperor Taichu. Just like the army of the undead for Wei Huan, others probably can't imagine how perverted and disgusting he must be to raise hundreds of billions of undead in the Sea of Souls. Isn't it possible that a foul smell is oozing out of the cracks in his bones? The power of death and the power of the abyss are the names of the great Emperor Taichu, the great Emperor of death and abyss of Taichu. So Wei Huan doesn't know if the great Emperor Taichu has a smell. Anyway, he feels quite comfortable. As for whether Wei Huan himself has a smell, he doesn't know. Mu Zhong didn't say it anyway, and other people didn't react, so just assume that there is no smell. Thinking of this, Wei Huan no longer thought about the fact that the great Emperor Taichu had so many living beings on his body. The place where he landed was very desolate. It was inevitable that no abyss clan survived. There was not even a plant or a drop of water. Wei Huan quickly flew through this world and found that there was no trace of abyss clan survival in this world. It seemed that not every scale had creatures. Wei Huan flew to the next scale and found that there was a huge gully between the scales, like the distance of the universe, and ordinary creatures could not cross it at all. He easily reached the next scale and continued to search, but found nothing. He searched for 5 more scales in this way, and finally found traces of civilization on the 6th scale. It was a city with obvious traces of man-made things, taking a purely wild path. The thick and bold fences were inserted into the ground, forming a pentagram shape, enclosing a large living area inside. The outer circle was full of hideous thorns, and some things that looked strong and primitive. When Wei Huan saw this pentagram style, he immediately thought of the Abyss clan that challenged the world. Especially in the ancestral land of the Abyss clan, in that valley, there was this pentagram pattern. It is said that the Abyss clan is the native inhabitant of the world of the 9th level of the world that challenged the world. It is a tribe that has existed since the beginning. No matter how glorious other tribes are, no matter how they fight, the Abyss clan can occupy 4 points of the world and is powerful. When Wei Huan flattened the 9th level world, he was the last one to deal with the Abyss clan. At that time, the Abyss clan had already fought with the Beast God clan. They used the magic array arranged under the Beast God clan to sacrifice blood to the Beast God clan in one city after another, and summon Mafati. After that, Wei Huan went to the altars hidden under the city, and found that the patterns inside were all pentagrams. He landed on the ground and observed carefully. Even the details were exactly the same. He remembered some unfamiliar characters very clearly. They were the characters of the Abyss clan, which were also the same. This discovery made Wei Huan silent for a long time. He carefully confirmed it several times, and finally came to a conclusion. It seems that those Abyss clan who challenged the world are the descendants of the Abyss clan, who originally lived on the scales of the great Emperor Taichu. Thinking of this, the fact that he obtained the ancient god body cultivation method was full of strangeness. The ordinary Abyss clan had ordinary strength, but the 5 Abyss clan ancestors cultivated the ancient god body cultivation method. These 5 Abyss clan ancestors stayed in seclusion in their ancestral land, studying the ancient god body cultivation method from generation to generation, and then passed it on to them in an extremely natural way. This is the ancient god body cultivation method, a method that can strengthen a tribe and even change the fate of a tribe. But those ancient god demons did not promote it in their own tribe, and in the end, it was humans who really obtained the ancient god body cultivation method. Even the large number of ancient god crystals hidden underground finally fell into the hands of humans. What does this feel like? It is definitely not that they are lucky, but that someone has calculated everything and sealed the ancient god body cultivation method in the bodies of the Abyss clan in order to be taken away by the human race one day. In this, looking back now, there are too many traces of deliberate arrangements. The ancient god body cultivation method is given to human gods who practice the law of death, or the law of the abyss through the 5 ancient god demons hidden in the ancestral land of the demon clan, using their own practice. Is the core condition for triggering this secret inheritance. It is very complicated, and the direction is too clear. Therefore, in the millions of years after the Life Master transformed into the Tao and evolved to challenge the world, this ancient divine body cultivation method, as the greatest treasure to challenge the world, was only recently obtained by Wei Huan and his team. From the dead spirits, it is associated with human civilization. From the abyss, it is associated with the ancient divine body cultivation method. The Life Master is playing a big game. The real purpose of disguising himself with ambition is not to obtain the power of the Emperor. What he did was obviously to preserve the last spark under the noses of the 2 emperors, and to sacrifice himself for the revival of the prosperity created by the Taichu Emperor. If you think about it carefully, you will find that the challenge world is not a cage that destroys humans, but a hotbed for the growth of the human race. Truly excellent and valuable human races will not be destroyed. For example, the Wuxing clan, even if they accidentally become a remnant, but with their strength, I believe that no other race except the human race can defeat them. If the Comer is a human race, they can be freed and become a great help to the human race. A clan with a population of only 130,000 has 4 domain masters and 3 half-step gods. The challenge world is amazing in cultivating civilization. In comparison, the ancient god insect is just a little brother. Thinking of this, Wei Huan was full of admiration for the Master of Life. I hope that when the competition for the Emperor's position comes to an end, the new Emperor will be able to reawaken the Master of Life. Although he is a god of the life system, which is opposite to the death system, he was able to give up everything to achieve this after the death of the great Emperor Taichu. It is obvious that the word loyalty is not just talk, but is carried out to the extreme. Of course, everything so far is the guess made by Wei Huan after evaluating the clues. As for whether the guess is right or not, it is not difficult. In fact, he only needs to verify whether the dead spirits are human beings. Wei Huan did not expect that his goal of coming in this time has been completed so quickly. The remaining few are to continue to collect some clues. At present, the more important thing is to practice the law of reincarnation. However, this is the territory of the Abyss clan. Although there is also the law of the source of death, it is far less pure than the last time he went to the Dantian. Wei Huan decided to go up to see if he could find a suitable place to practice without attracting the attention of the Elemental Lord. He flew up along the scales. As long as he reached the waist, he would find the territory of the undead. However, the Elemental Lord was there. After he saw the colorful rays of light from the Elemental Lord from a distance, he went around behind the great Emperor Taichu. If the front was blocked, he would go behind. After all, he had never seen the back of the great Emperor Taichu. Wei Huan flew from one side of the thigh to the back. He looked back and found that the colorful rays of light seemed to be getting closer to him. He stopped and observed for a few seconds, and his pupils shrank. That's right, it was flying towards him quickly. Wei Huan didn't have time to think too much at this moment. He turned around and flew deep into the gap between the scales without hesitation. Regardless of whether the Elemental Overlord discovered him or not, he bet that even if the Elemental Overlord discovered him, he would be helpless. He could not break through the protective energy on the surface of the great Emperor's body, but he could easily enter and exit, and even go deeper. The scales seemed to be separated by a world wall. The death energy and the abyss energy would intertwine and collide at the edge of the scales, causing a storm that mortals could not cross. Of course, this storm was far less than the attack of the law of disorder in the god's domain, so it was no obstacle to Wei Huan. It was just that Wei Huan's flight to the depths was not smooth. The depths gave him a feeling that was not particularly good, as if he was being stared at by a pair of huge eyes, which made him feel creepy. Or should he not go down? Wei Huan hesitated for a moment, and then he saw the elemental overlord condensed in the void outside. The human-shaped body condensed by colorful streams of light, the eyes, that looked extremely seductive with uncertain colors, were staring at him. Wei Huan didn't know how he had exposed his existence, but the means of the master level were so terrible. After the movement that attracted him last time, it didn't seem strange that he could find him in the first place this time. The element master seemed to be very surprised by his existence, and the confusion on his face could be seen from the condensed light and shadow figure. Wei Huan said nothing and turned to fly deeper. The retreat was cut off by the element master, so he could only continue to fly forward. This movement seemed to anger the element master in an instant, and a powerful force bombarded from behind. The force fell on the surface of the Taichu Emperor's body, and was blocked by a powerful force, but even so, the residual power of the shock still hit Wei Huan fiercely. Wei Huan was now just a wisp of consciousness. How could he withstand a blow from the master level, even a wisp of residual power? He was hit by the residual power, and was about to dissipate, so his body was forced to fly into the depths at a very fast speed. In front of him, a dazzling red light suddenly rose, and it came to Wei Huan in an instant from a very far distance, and then slapped the residual power back. Is this the remaining defensive consciousness of the body? This light reminded Wei Huan of the wound he saw on the ring finger of the left foot of this corpse, which seemed to be entangled with this kind of power. Just when Wei Huan thought he would be torn to pieces, he never dreamed that this red light would roll up him without any aggression, and then just like when he came, it was thousands of miles away in an instant, and he didn't know where it was. Wei Huan's eyes were black, and he only knew that he had been rolled up, with only a dazzling red in front of him. Occasionally, the red light would flicker, or change in brightness. Wei Huan didn't know what was happening, but fortunately, he didn't seem to be hurt. After gradually calming down, he sat cross-legged, and didn't dare to practice, just waiting quietly. Wei Huan was not in a hurry, he was just a wisp of consciousness trapped here. Once the time of enlightenment passed, his consciousness would dissipate, and he would wake up in his body. The experience during this period was enough for him to digest. Until now, he was deeply shocked by the relationship between the Abyss clan and the Abyss clan of the 9th level world. Occasionally, he would think about how the elemental overlord discovered him, and what he didn't do well. Later, because these things could not be verified by just thinking, Wei Huan gradually stopped thinking, but began to practice unconsciously. Here, his perception of the law of death was countless times faster than outside, as if he would have new perceptions of the law of death every moment. Not only the law of the samsara system, which has not yet entered the Tao, but also the law of the dirty land, which he had already achieved the godhood, has also gained new insights. The lower-level law of Dewey has been completely perfected, and his middle-level law of Huangquan has also completely reached the great perfection. Now, only the spiritual purity law of the law of samsara, the law of karma compensation, and the law of rebirth are left, and he can become the main god. Among them, the spiritual purity law has entered the Tao, and it will be perfected by itself in a short time. The cultivation of the law of karma compensation and the law of rebirth during this period has also surpassed the limit of domain level. Not only has it successfully entered the door, but the two lower-level laws are also steadily improving under the contrast with each other, and it is about to enter the Tao. Wei Huan was awakened from his practice that day, feeling that he was only a little short of the realm of entering the Tao, and the next second he was surprised by the scene in front of him. I don't know when, the red light that enveloped him disappeared, and the feeling of traveling like a passage was gone. He sat in a space with a hazy white light, and he didn't know how long he stayed here. This space contained the ancient god energy that he was familiar with, but it was purer than the ancient god energy in the Wanfa forbidden area where they were. All along the way, he felt the power of the law, and this was the first time he felt the energy of the ancient god. I heard that the great Emperor Taichu and the original emperor were both ancient gods, the strongest who existed when this world was opened up. They must have the purest ancient god energy in their bodies. I don't know where the red light sent Zanshin. This place is obviously different from other places, and it is a part that he has not yet reached. Wei Huan felt that there was a hidden danger here. He didn't dare to practice anymore. He stood up and observed for a while before finding a direction and flying out. This is a white universe, which feels very similar to the divine realm. It is very empty, but there is an unknown force surging. Although he seems to be free to choose the direction, he knows very well that he has been tracing the direction of the energy flow and exploring the source of this energy. After some time, the energy that seems to be there, and not there has become more intense. He can't tell what it is. He always feels that it is a kind of power that attracts him very much, just like a bee seeing a flower, a hungry wolf seeing meat, attracting him to the end of the source. Wei Huan flew farther in a daze, and one day he suddenly felt that this breath was very familiar. While flying, he thought for a long time, until a vague light appeared in front of him. Wei Huan suddenly reacted. This feeling, this breath, isn't it reincarnation? Has he found a way out of this world? Or, Chapter 462. That's right, his consciousness has been in reincarnation all the time, and through enlightenment, he came to the space where the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu was. Could it be that he was experiencing some kind of reincarnation, and now he has come to the end of this road, and is about to leave here? It's a bit regrettable. This time, there are still many speculations that have not been finally confirmed. He has always wanted to enter the territory of the dead spirits again, but he has no chance. Next time, it will probably take decades to accumulate enough faith to come here. In addition, it is also a pity that he did not break through to the main god level in one fell swoop. This is a holy place for cultivation. The speed of cultivation is many times faster than that of the outside world. However, because of his search for the truth, he affected his cultivation and wasted a rare opportunity. Looking at the reincarnation getting closer and closer, under the familiar light, Wei Huan has relaxed himself and is ready to leave. But at this moment, the reincarnation actually shook violently, and sent out a force to overturn Wei Huan. Wei Huan fell several times, and just as he stood up again, he heard a strange language ringing directly in his mind. Are you a human? And you practice the law of death? Wei Huan instantly became nervous. Who? The vicissitudes of life said, relax, you will know. How could Wei Huan relax? But he tried to adapt and explore, and gradually he really found clues. He saw that under the light of the reincarnation, several vague figures appeared. Just as he stared to see more clearly, the same burst of power as before surged out from the reincarnation again. He was thrown out several times again. Human race, it's the death system again, what a pity, too weak. The voice sounded in his ears again. But then, another gentle female voice said, you should pay attention, he is just a trace of consciousness. A trace of consciousness? The vicissitudes of life voice was full of dissatisfaction, then it is even more useless. The gentle female voice said, no, a trace of consciousness can come here, do you know what this means? This time, the vicissitudes of life voice did not speak for a long time. At this time, the gentle female voice said, young human god, I will protect you with my divine power, you come to us. A divine power did appear in front of Wei Huan, and at this time a stream of energy happened to rush over, and the divine power turned into a faint golden light to block the energy, and Wei Huan was not blown away by the energy again. However, even so, he did not go just because someone called him. People who grew up in troubled times only trust their companions and comrades the most, and are full of doubts about most people and things in the world. Here, in the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu, two strange gods, who suddenly appeared, no matter how friendly they acted, it would not work. Wei Huan's silence was exchanged for the silence of the gentle female voice, and the mocking smile of the vicissitudes of life male voice. The gentle female voice sighed, forget it, after all, you are the descendants of your race, I can't say more. However, probably because of this interruption, the doubts and anger in the vicissitudes of life male voice faded a lot, and when he spoke again, he said, you look like this, you are not a titan or an elf, nor do you look like the Godcrafter tribe. Then when did a human like you appear in the challenge world? Wei Huan heard his tone, and suddenly thought of a great existence. He asked instead of answering, what about you? Who are you? I'm asking you, kid. Of course, I came from the challenge world and can answer your questions, but we have no trust. How can I answer all your questions? You asked me, and you don't want to get the answer. I can probably guess who you are, but if we continue to doubt like this, I won't have much time left here. Yes, you have only a wisp of consciousness, and it seems that your main body is not very strong? How come you are here? How did you get here? Aren't the entrances and exits blocked by those dogs? Senior, I am the god of human death. After saying this, it was quiet for a while. After a while, the vicissitudes of life male voice said, humans are not rare, but the death system should not exist. Since the fall of the emperor, the authority of the death and abyss laws has been divided up for the most part, and there are not many left outside. Either someone gave up the authority in his hand, or it has been too long, so long that new death and abyss laws have been born again between heaven and earth. After talking to himself, the vicissitudes of life male voice came, human, no matter what opportunity brings you here, since you and I meet, it means that the cause and effect between you and me has been established. Listen carefully, my name is Titan, the god of power and civilization and war. Titan, Wei Huan's expression did not change, he just muttered to himself, because he had guessed the identity of this group of gods long before. Not only is he opposed to the gods such as the Lord of Light, but he also exists in this ancient god space. In addition, this person is full of concern about the fact that he is a human. It is obvious that he cares about things related to himself. He seems to have the upper hand in the conversation, but in fact, the information has been obviously lagged behind. Under these conditions, there is only one person for Wei Huan to choose. The ancestor of mankind who has been missing for 1,000,000 years, the ancient Titan god. After saying these words, the vicissitudes of life male voice, or rather the Titan god, did not wait for Wei Huan's surprise, and was obviously a little disappointed. Muttering to himself, "Has the outside world forgotten me? Alas, who would have thought that when we first came in, we would be trapped here for 1,000,000 years, and could not get out, and everyone is so weak. If we come again in less than 100 years, those dogs will really outlast us." The gentle female voice said, "Wealth and honor are sought in danger. We know that everything related to the Emperor's power is accompanied by risks. Since we have chosen to come here, such a result is not unforeseen. At least we did not perish on the spot, which is a blessing in disguise. That's right, don't complain all the time. It's not good to be discouraged." A deep male voice that Wei Huan had never heard of said this. Titan angrily said, "When did I say anything discouraging? It's you, a dog, who says discouraging words every day. It was you who proposed to come here to take risks. Aren't you the most thoughtful? Now you have been trapped here for many years. Why don't you find a way to leave?" The deep male voice said, "If I hadn't discovered that using the ancient divine power here can form a layer of air shield on the surface of the earth, so that those mad dogs can't chase in, you would have died thousands of times." After saying that, the deep male voice paused and said, "This ray of consciousness of the human death god can actually penetrate here, which is quite interesting. Let me study it." After saying that, a huge golden claw suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed Wei Huan. The protective shield arranged by the gentle female voice outside Wei Huan flickered. The claw couldn't grab Wei Huan directly, so it grabbed Wei Huan in the palm of its hand like a ball and grabbed him. In the blink of an eye, he was caught in the cycle of reincarnation. During this period, Wei Huan had no chance to break free and was sucked straight into the depths. When the light of reincarnation faded, the first thing he saw was a huge black dragon face. This dragon was different from the dragon that represented auspiciousness in the legend of Yin country. Its whole face looked sharp and monkey-cheeked, and it had a kind of snake-like viciousness and cunningness. The scales on its body were dark green, and some tentacles, like silk threads, grew out of the scales. When its long dragon body moved, the tentacles swayed, and the flowing posture slightly reduced its evil feeling. Wei Huan was caught in his hand and looked down at him, feeling very uncomfortable. At this time, a huge arm swung over to take Wei Huan away, but this black dragon was faster, and the tip of its tail moved slightly, and it was far away like lightning. Wei Huan's perspective was forced to change, and he saw the Titan who was left there in anger after failing to hit the target. It was a blue god, much bigger than the descendants of Titans like Titan, and looked very strong, with a simple face, no hair on his head, and a blue beard on his face. On the other side, there was a female god with a human body and a snake tail. The scales on her tail emitted colorful light, making her whole body linger in a sacred ring. Her face was beautiful, and her golden eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. There was an inexplicable bewitching feeling. The moment Wei Huan looked into those eyes, he felt as if he had relaxed, and naturally he had more trust and goodwill towards the female god. Titan, Swirenshi and Zhushi. These three ancient gods were the ancient gods with extraordinary strength and reached the dominant level. They were also the gods that many tribes, including the beast god tribe, would worship in the past. But just 1,000,000 years ago, there was no news about them. In the records of the Titans, it was believed that the two ancient gods, Swirenshi and Zhushi, had fallen. As for the Titans, because the Titans had a secret method to confirm that the Titans were still alive, but were missing, the Titans, including Wei Huan, were actually searching for the Titans. Wei Huan never dreamed that the Titans were trapped in the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu, and were related to the three gods of law. Wei Huan couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes, and the three ancient gods actually looked at Wei Huan with interest. The three gods even started chatting in front of Wei Huan. Zhushi said, "This is clearly the undead race. How can it be human?" Swerin said, "The light of the soul belongs to humans, and the undead race has all perished." Titan said, "The human race is my descendant, but he is not a human or a craftsman, so I think he is the short-lived human race." Swerin was puzzled. What is the short-lived human race? Titan said, My bloodline can create civilization, even as strong as the Titans. There are also the elves who are favored by heaven, and the craftsman race has the ability to turn decay into gods. The human race has extraordinary abilities, but not everything goes smoothly in the process of creating civilization. There are always some groups that are too weak, and even their lifespans are as short as mayflies, born in the morning and dead in the evening. Candlesnake smiled. After so many years, the civilization you carefully created has never come here, but the short-lived humans you discarded like old shoes are standing in front of us. Your vision, old thing, is still as bad as before. Titan was angry. How did I discard it like old shoes? In my eyes, civilization is not noble or humble, and mayflies can also have a wonderful and fulfilling life. But the world of challenge is as cruel as a demon. Only civilizations with long life and strong power can reach the 9th level world. I didn't think of it for a while, which is normal. Always find some excuses. After Jushi finished speaking, his snake eyes turned suddenly and looked straight at Wave 1 again. You said, "Can you leave here? Tell me, how to leave?" The obvious last question pierced the hearts of Titan and Swirenchi. Just now they looked like they wanted to argue clearly, but now they looked at him expectantly. Wave 1 was not intimidated by these three ancient gods, who existed in the legends of the human race, and were as powerful as the master. He just said lightly, "It's better to destroy this wisp of consciousness." Jushi's face wrinkled together, looking up and down at Wave 1, and wanted to say something. Swirenchi said first, "I am the god of spirit and destiny." He is telling the truth. I saw it from the beginning. This wisp of consciousness is his wisdom to realize the Tao. It is probably because of fate that he came here. The way he can leave is not for us. Jushi looked very unhappy, and his voice was a little out of control. How long will I be locked up in this broken place? It's been 1,000,000 years. Damn it! If we continue like this, we will die here sooner or later. The snake tail of Swerin shone with brilliant colorful light, and his eyes also emitted colorful light. As the sound and rhyme flowed, his voice became ethereal. The thread of fate has been pried open, the turning point of the times has arrived, and cause and effect point to this moment. The voice of Suerin's prophecy was like the sound of the great way of Sanskrit. This was the first time Wave 1 came into contact with the god of fate. He had the most mysterious aura that people could not understand. Probably because Wave 1 was staring at Swirenchi. When his prophecy ended and the light in his eyes faded, Wave 1 discovered that he was about to look in the direction of Titan with an incomprehensible gaze. Then, this expression disappeared in the blink of an eye, and those beautiful eyes were filled with holiness and emptiness until he woke up. He looked at Wave 1 this time and said, "The direction of the prophecy is already very clear. He is the turning point of everything." The candle snake swayed its body, circled around Wave 1 and said, "He? What can a wisp of consciousness that will disperse at the touch do?" Swerin said, "Since fate has already given a response, we only need to wait for the day when fate comes." Fate? The candle snake sneered. "If we only rely on fate, we would have fallen billions of years ago, and how could we have everything today? How can you not know that this is your fate? Oh, fate is never trustworthy. My fate is determined by me, not by God. Fate is unpredictable. Why do you always make the most sense? In the final analysis, it is just a powerful deduction ability." After saying this, the candle snake's eyes fell on the scales on Suerin's body. Every scale on your body is a super intelligent brain, recording all the information from ancient times to the present, calculating and deducing. You can fool others with fate, but you can't fool me. Swerin just shook his head and chuckled at this, and did not refute. They have been imprisoned in this world for millions of years, and their mentality has quietly changed. I don't know. But one thing is certain, the perfect seal has cracked because of Wave 1's entry, and either they escaped or they died. The gears of fate are turning, making a decaying and unknown sound. The look in Jusha's eyes when he looked at Wave 1 was a little abnormal. Wave 1 could feel the madness and jealousy, as well as some kind of crazy eagerness to try. Or did he want to seize his own consciousness, and then find a way to get out? Fortunately, before he really made a move, the Titan ancient god took him and the protective shield in his hand, and said like holding an oil lamp, "Since it is the key, it cannot fall into the hands of a madman like you. Let me ask him, what is going on outside now?" Wave 1 looked at the Titan ancient god at this moment, and felt much more pleasing to the eye. There was no such crazy thing in his eyes. Thinking of the recent changes in the human race, Wave 1 really had to tell the Titan ancient god that the human race had walked out of the predicament under his leadership, and unified the world in the 9th level, and built a second base in the divine domain. After all, he was the creator god of the human race, so Wave 1 couldn't help but feel a little close to him. In addition, many years ago, When they went to the divine furnace to accidentally save their teacher, they once crossed the long river of time and communicated with the Titan ancient god in the past. They even relied on his power to turn the tide at a critical moment, and defeated the projection of the Lord of Light. But before Wei Huan could say these words, the face of the Titan ancient god suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked at a place, then complained, "Here we go again." Sui Renqi and Zhu Shi were not surprised at all. On the contrary, because of this sudden change, the faces of the three gods showed a fighting spirit that would never compromise. "Do you know what we have been doing all these years?" Titan ancient god said to Wei Huan. The candle snake passing by said lightly, "What can a little god understand what we are doing?" Sui Renqi just looked at Wei Huan deeply, smiled and walked away. The ancient Titan god did not say anything next, but just held Wei Huan in his palm and ran forward 100 miles in a step. After a few jumps, he didn't know where he was. At this moment, the energy that overturned Wei Huan came from the front with 1,000 times the power before. But even if it was just a little aftermath, the energy that could completely dissipate Wei Huan's consciousness was just a breeze in the eyes of the ancient Titan god. Soon, he was taken to the deepest part of the reincarnation. In fact, at this moment, he had seen a lot of differences. Although this reincarnation has the same breath as the reincarnation in the challenge world, there is no soul in it, and the way the energy moves is also different. In the reincarnation in the challenge world, the energy is sucked in, while the energy here is poured out. Wei Huan carefully observed the energy that was constantly gushing out, and it actually silently matched the rhythm of the energy absorption of the world's reincarnation challenge. Although the two sides were not in the same space, they obviously maintained some subtle connection. Yes, if it weren't for reincarnation, he wouldn't have the ability to actively enter this space. This place is located deep in the divine domain and is blocked by the masters. However, he ignored the space and restrictions and came directly to the corpse. It must be because of the wonderful connection between the two reincarnations. At this moment, Wei Huan was already guessing that if these three ancient gods wanted to leave, they might have to pin their hopes on this reincarnation. At this moment, he seemed to be carried by the Titan ancient god and jumped into the water. The space rippled continuously, and a beautiful white koi swam past his eyes. At first, Wei Huan did not realize what the white koi represented until he heard the candle snake yell nervously, "It's coming again! Stop it!" As soon as the voice fell, the three ancient gods exerted their divine power at the same time, weaving a large net to cover the water surface. The white koi seemed to be panicked and jumped to the water surface. Splash! It was stopped by the big net, and only water splashed. The white koi fell back into the water, spun a circle, and jumped up again, but was covered by the big net again, and could not leave the water. Time and time again, persevering, but never succeeding. Wei Huan looked at it for a while, gradually calmed down, and looked intently, and found two abnormal places of the white koi. Its forehead and lips were rotten, like the marks left by constant collisions with the net. Another thing is that it has a law power that does not belong here. If you feel it carefully, it is indeed the power of the law of light, and the law of flesh and blood. Thinking of something, Wei Huan said in surprise, "The Lord of Light and the Lord of Flesh and Blood are outside." The Titan god said, "It is those three bastards, who have always been obsessed with the power of reincarnation. If we hadn't suppressed reincarnation here, I'm afraid that this power would have been taken away by them long ago. Some time ago, we were not strong enough and almost let them succeed. Later, I don't know what happened, but the Lord of Elements left, which made us feel relieved." After listening, Wei Huan was thoughtful. Doesn't this coincide with what he has seen and learned during this period? Swear and looked at Wei Huan meaningfully. "It seems that you know something?" "What does he know?" Zhu Shi said impatiently, just as the white koi jumped to the surface of the water again and hit the net, which made Zhu Shi pause, and then a little angry. "How long will it take to stop them like this? It's better to just let them do it. I'm tired of this kind of life." The Titan ancient god scolded, "Stupid. If we let them succeed, we will only fall faster. Do you think they will let us go?" "How do you know they won't?" Zhu Shi retorted. Swear inside, "Don't give up. Giving up will only make things worse. It is our persistence that has brought us this turning point today." "He? What can he do?" Zhu Shi looked at Wei Huan with a manic look, and he was on the verge of collapse. Wei Huan didn't know what he could do, but he knew one thing. When he realized that the white koi was samsara, he felt that something was planted, and his body seemed to be undergoing some wonderful changes. His consciousness was forced into a state of cultivation, and his cultivation efficiency reached 10,000 times, and his thoughts were no longer bottlenecked. Then some kind of power descended, and the familiar pulling feeling was obviously leaving. Damn! Where did he go? He vaguely heard the angry voice of the candle snake. When he came to his senses again, he was actually back in his body. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the back shell of the point beast, and 100 miles ahead was Samsara. This is the Samsara that challenges the world. It is full of souls, and a strong swallowing force. When Wei Huan didn't know enough about the power of Samsara, he just stared at it for a while, and felt a painful feeling that his soul was about to be pulled out of his body. But at this moment, Wei Huan no longer had that feeling. His eyes opened and closed, and the aggregate in front of him, which seemed to be inlaid with countless souls, suddenly twisted and deformed, and turned into a black koi. But unlike the white koi, this black koi did not look good. It floated in the void motionlessly, dying, and its energy was obviously decaying. Chapter 463. Wei Huan retracted his gaze, and tapped his forehead. A black light flashed, and a black koi that was almost the same, but much smaller, appeared in his hand. And it was very flexible, full of vitality, and looked very healthy. This is part of reincarnation. Just now, because he saw the true appearance of reincarnation clearly, especially after confirming the two reincarnations with each other, his thoughts instantly became clear, and the lower law of rebirth under the law of reincarnation was directly completed. Even the lower law of karma repayment was successfully entered. In other words, Wei Huan's becoming a master god is just around the corner. Now, in order to speed up the speed of becoming a master god, Wei Huan knew very well that he only needed to condense a white koi in the ancient god world and build a complete reincarnation channel from the spirit platform to the Dantian. The law of reincarnation can be officially cultivated. Now, he didn't condense the white koi directly because this place was not suitable for the ancient gods to practice. He needed to return to Qiyuan Star and take the last step. Wei Huan stood up and left without hesitation. But when he turned his head, he thought of the three ancient gods, who were still in the depths of the divine domain, fighting against the masters. However, he really couldn't participate in a war of that level, and now he had no power of faith, so it was impossible for him to go there in a state of enlightenment. He could only wait for the next opportunity. If he could cultivate the reincarnation Pisces, he might be able to see through the wonders of the reincarnation of the Emperor's power, and it would be more likely to save them. Wei Huan made up his mind, so he didn't hesitate and turned around and flew out. This time he entered the reincarnation core from Blue Star, and naturally, he would leave from Blue Star when he returned. Standing in front of the barrier, Wei Huan went to the research room in the palace of the ancient god world, and found the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who was doing research inside. Teacher. Seeing him, Wei Huan greeted him respectfully. Seeing him appear, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light looked him up and down and said, "Yes, it seems that you have gained a lot from this retreat. You are going to achieve the godhood of the Lord God. Yes, there is only one last step left. It will take several years at the latest, and only 1 year at the fastest. Practice is a matter of accumulation, so there is no need to be so anxious. This time you should relax and condense the godhood when you return, otherwise it will be disadvantageous to yourself." Wei Huan did not quite understand what this sentence meant, but he just agreed to it for the time being. But he had already made up his mind to retreat immediately when he returned, and he would never come out of retreat until he became the Lord God. At this time, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light had opened the world barrier. Wei Huan drilled out of the barrier, and returned to Blue Star. His consciousness spread like a tide, covering the entire Blue Star in a blink of an eye. He had just taken a casual look, but he was stunned, and then his face became ugly. The Blue Star calendar showed that 108 years had passed since he last entered the core world. For more than 100 years, he even doubted his eyes. Until he saw that all the Blue Star calendar showed that it was challenge year 406 at this moment, and the level of technology on Blue Star was also very different from when he first came in. The scenes in science fiction stories are now almost all reflected in reality. It is as easy for Blue Star people to go to planets in outer space as to go abroad. Immigrating to other planets and expanding human civilization seemed to be a cognition engraved in their bones. The human race on Blue Star was extremely prosperous. However, Wei Huan could hardly see the familiar old people on Blue Star. More than 400 years had passed since the advent of the challenge world. Some people who were not talented enough in cultivation had reached the upper limit of their lifespan, and could only die with regret. Those with outstanding talents either followed Wei Huan to Qiyuan Star, where they were now at the age of making great efforts to start a career, or stayed in the challenge world, and were entrusted with important tasks. However, the descendants of the old comrades lived well, and many of them followed the old path of their fathers, and joined the Human Alliance army to achieve a career. Even those who stayed on Blue Star were shining in their respective fields, and lived a peaceful and prosperous life. Wei Huan was anxious to go back to see Mu Zhong and others, and he could not delay for a moment, so after seeing that there was nothing special, he left Blue Star in a flash. After entering the challenge world, he went up from the first level highway and reached the 9th level world in a few flashes. Without waiting for the full dispersal of his consciousness, he went to the Sky Temple first. The next second, a familiar breath came over, and Wei Huan's heart softened. He was already standing in the Sky Temple. He saw Mu Zhong flying over in a hurry. Wei Huan! Mu Zhong threw himself into Wei Huan's arms and hugged him tightly, without making any sound for a long time. Wei Huan felt guilty. I was in seclusion in the core of the world, and I didn't know how much time had passed, so... It's okay, I know you're safe. Mu Zhong comforted Wei Huan in return. I went to find you many years ago, and the teacher came out to see me and told me about your situation. It's good to know that you're safe. You don't know the years of cultivation. You and I are gods and have endless years to enjoy. It's normal to cultivate for 100 years. Don't worry, I didn't waste these 100 years. After I settled Qiyu and Star, I came to challenge the world in the past 20 years. I knew that you would want to see me after your seclusion, so I stayed here. You see, we met again today at the first opportunity. Wei Huan's anxiety, after learning that 100 years had passed, was soothed by Mu Zhong's words. What Wei Huan didn't want to see the most was Mu Zhong and everyone else's worry and anxiety, or even giving up everything to look for him everywhere. Fortunately, Mu Zhong didn't do that. Mu Zhong had worried about him and looked for him, but he calmed down after getting the news and quietly waited for his return. He was cared for, but it didn't become a burden. After the two calmed down, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong went to the platform that led to the Divine Realm. Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand and slowly told him about his experiences during this period, especially the part about the possible relationship between the human race and the great Emperor Taichu, which he talked about in great detail. It seems that the Life Master is not what we thought at the beginning. He did not backstab the great Emperor Taichu. Instead, he was entrusted with the task of taking care of the orphans in times of crisis. He bore the pressure of the two great emperors and transformed the undead into humans in half a reincarnation. I had thought before why the teachers could not distinguish the difference between humans and undead. It was not until I saw the Zerg and the two-headed hidden demon together that I realized that the way I distinguished them was not only from their appearance, but more from their breath. The breath of the human race was very different from the original after reincarnation. Even the cultivation talent was deliberately hidden, so that the originally gifted undead became humans in different directions. Or they were born strong but had no comprehension, or they were good at forging, or they were like us. Although they were short-lived and had to go through tens of thousands of years to barely develop to the point where they could cope with the challenge of the world, they were indeed gifted in cultivation compared to other humans. Wei Huan was immersed in the analysis and did not notice that Mu Zhong was holding his hand, and he did not know when he was holding it too hard. Then, when Wei Huan was not paying attention, Mu Zhong loosened his hand, and his slender fingers were like soft fingers, wrapped around Wei Huan's fingers, and the tip of his thumb was still rubbing slowly on the bone knot. Wei Huan continued, if the relationship between the dead and humans is partly based on speculation, then the existence of the abyss is like evidence, clearly pointing to the fact that everything we humans are experiencing now is from the arrangement millions of years ago. As the natives of the 9th level world, the abyss has existed for so many years, neither expanding nor destroying. For so many years, they have been guarding an ancient god's skills, just to pass it on to the humans of the abyss system one day. Wei Huan said with a slightly strange expression, the Master of Life cultivates humans by challenging the world. Is he trying to revive the dead? Or is he trying to preserve the last bit of blood for the Emperor? Mu Zhong is now. Tian was unusually silent until this moment, and then he spoke. Since it is cultivation, I am afraid you want to revive the undead race. From what you said, I know that you have the permission of the great Emperor Taichu to be close to him. Perhaps we need to find a way to get your body to the great Emperor Taichu, so that we can get further truth. Wei Huan nodded, and then he remembered, I can reach the Lord God in the near future. Mu Zhong was sincerely happy. Although this 100 years of seclusion is long, it is worth it. It is so difficult to cultivate the laws. Countless gods are stuck in the realm gate and can't pass it, let alone enter the Tao. In these 100 years, you have mastered all the laws of the reincarnation system in one fell swoop, and your cultivation speed is tens of millions times faster than other gods. But you? Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, who was still a lower-level god, and was a little confused. Mu Zhong was stunned for a moment, with a little panic in his eyes, and then said, I have 3 middle-level laws, each of which has entered 2 lower-level laws. If we go by the speed of cultivation, I will not be much slower than you in becoming a master god. Your cultivation. Wei Huan hesitated. It's not strange. No one stipulates that you must practice in a certain order to succeed, Mu Zhong said. Wei Huan saw the distance in Mu Zhong's eyes. Even if this matter was strange, he couldn't talk about it anymore. At most, he would go to find out the truth behind Mu Zhong's back. Mu Zhong then said, "Let's go back now. Will you complete the last method?" Wei Huan shook his head. "Although it is urgent, I am not in a good mood now. It is not suitable for seclusion." "Why?" "After 100 years of separation, I miss you." Mu Zhong's eyes bent down like a crescent moon. He grabbed Wei Huan's hand and put his cheek against it. He looked at Wei Huan deeply and said, "I miss you too." For a period of time, Wei Huan accompanied Mu Zhong to play in the challenge world, especially returning to Blue Star, going from Blue Star to outer space, and going to the new interstellar colony of Blue Star humans to watch the excitement. Only the Blue Galaxy is real outside Blue Star. If we explore further, there is a high probability of contacting other civilized planets, and forming a new cosmic civilization. In Wei Huan's eyes, the challenge world now has fewer and fewer secrets. If he wants, he can find the Titan civilization, the Elf civilization, and the Kanglan continent civilization in the countless planets, continents and ruins. But it is not necessary. This universe can be given to humans to develop, and resources can be harvested from it to establish interstellar civilization. As for them, if they want to go to a certain world, it is very simple. The celestial demon has dug a channel for each civilization, and humans can go to different challenge worlds to obtain resources long ago. Going through the promotion channel of the challenge world is faster and more accurate. As for Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, this time, they explored the star civilization with Blue Star. They bought tickets, as ordinary people, passed through the interstellar port, and took spaceships to different planets. During this period, a small accident occurred. When their interstellar spaceship was about to arrive at the destination planet, they encountered interstellar pirates. The spaceship completely gave up resistance, opened the door, and let the interstellar pirates into the cabin. After boarding the ship and looting the passengers, they left. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong paid the toll like others, and then successfully landed on the destination planet. But just an hour later, 3 demigods suddenly appeared in the office of the chief executive of the planet and arrested him for treason. The chief officer of the planet was only a level 9 challenger, not even a domain master, but he was captured by 3 demigod masters at the same time. This news spread like a storm. Then, smart people made an accurate guess that it must be a god in the sky who came back. It's always the same process and result. The huge body of Blue Star will develop various lesions as time goes by. Then these diseases will be ruthlessly cut off because of the return of the gods, and Blue Star will be sick for a long time until the next cycle. Afterwards, those who were well informed used this to find out part of the truth. The time god of the 9th level world, Lord Mu Zhong, was not in the Sky Temple. It seemed that this person was the one who came this time. Then the threshold of the Mu family was trampled on. People who wanted to see Mu Zhong came, but they were all stopped by the Mu family. The current head of the family even announced that the main family would not go out of the door to see outsiders from today, and the children of the side branches could not take bribes. Any information related to gods, and the family would be expelled from the family tree once it was discovered. The Mu family has always done well in this regard. Although the Mu family is already the largest behemoth in the human alliance, there have been very few negative comments about the Mu family. Occasionally, some disdainful descendants will be severely punished after the family finds out. In comparison, the Wei family is very ordinary. If the Mu family had not always protected the reputation of the Wei family and interfered in all aspects, the Wei family's greedy appetite would dare to poke a hole in the sky once it was raised. Wei Jinhong's genes were really not very good. Even though this would affect Wei Huan's reputation, Wei Huan really looked down on the descendants of Wei Shui, and there was a restless atmosphere in his bones. However, the couple of the Wei family who went to Qiyuan Star with Wei Huan's tacit approval did develop on Qiyuan Star, and they were very good. Mu Zhong also specifically mentioned that among their youngest generation of children, there was a cultivation genius. The last time they met, he had already half-stepped into the Tao, and now he might have become a demigod. The demigod level is the highest level that the family living in the kingdom of God can reach in this life. Most demigods follow the laws of gods. After all, the kingdom of God they live in was created by that god, and the laws of this system in the kingdom of God are the most concentrated. It's like a road has been paved to the demigod. As long as you have enough talent and work hard, you can reach it. But when you reach the demigod, the road is broken. It's just because of the rules of heaven. One law only allows one godhead to be condensed at the same time to achieve a god. As long as the gods are immortal, demigods will always be demigods. However, the demigods of Chi-Yu and Star are stronger than the demigods of other kingdoms of gods. Because they practice the ancient god body, so with the divine pattern equipment, a demigod walking in the god domain can reach the level of good strength among the lower gods. Even as their ancient god body becomes stronger and stronger, it is not impossible that one day they will touch the ceiling of the middle god. Therefore, the little genius of the Wei family is mentioned here specifically because she has shown extremely high talent in both the law and the ancient god body. After achieving demigod, her growth path has not been interrupted, but she continues to grow through the ancient god body. That kid is now the captain of the God Realm team. Not long ago, she successfully completed the exploration of a ruin of a kingdom of God and brought back a large amount of supplies. In addition, when they were exploring the ruins of the kingdom of God, they found a lower-level god who was responsible for stalking our Chi-Yu and Star. After paying a certain price, the team successfully killed the lower-level god. She is the first warrior on our Chi-Yu and Star who is not a god to kill a god. This is already amazing, and her last name is Wei. When Mu Zhong said this, he looked at Wei Huan with admiration, as if he was saying with his big black and white eyes that your family genes are really good. Unfortunately, this saying of good genes was destroyed when he arrived on Blue Star. When the news of Mu Zhong's return to Blue Star came out, the Mu family immediately closed the door to visitors. But the Wei family jumped out and took the opportunity to make money, spreading all kinds of true and false news about the gods. Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, "Let them fend for themselves. If they really do something illegal, deal with them as they should." Mu Zhong sighed, "Okay. There is always a limit to the protection of ancestors, not to mention that what kind of relationship can be considered between Wei Huan and the descendants of Wei Shuai. It's just that Wei Huan later went too high, and when he looked down at mortals, he had more pity, so he didn't care about the past. Such a weak relationship, but he didn't know how to cherish it, didn't think about who the glory and wealth so far came from, stood on his position, and maintained absolute consistency with Wei Huan's interests, but only thought about selfish profit, and even framed the gods for some petty gains. Now that he has offended the gods, his good days are over." However, Mu Zhong also said, "The only ones who are ignorant are the descendants of Wei Shuai. The descendants of the Wei family, who are now developing in Yin country, are not bad. They have tried every means to find your mother's clan, and work together with your mother's clan to develop. Although they have not made great achievements, they are not wrong." Speaking of his mother, Wei Huan's eyes also became warm. In the few memories left in his childhood, most of them are his mother's meticulous company, which contains all the love and care. His mother fell in the challenge world, and her body and soul were taken away by the challenge world. He is about to achieve the position of the main god. I wonder if he can find his mother back. Wei Huan came to his senses, and the three demigods had come to report. They were ordered to capture the chief governor, who colluded with interstellar pirates and collected tolls from passing star ships and uprooted his family. During this period, thousands of officials from immigrant planets have been imprisoned. After completing all the tasks, they immediately came to the gods to report. I thought that this order came from the god of time, and everyone had completed it meticulously. I didn't expect that when they were summoned, even the supreme leader of mankind was there. For a moment, the three of them regretted that they should be more careful and recall carefully, fearing that they had not done something well. But Wei Huan didn't care about this matter very much. It was just that this matter happened to hit him, so he intervened. But in fact, when he achieved enough and saw a big enough world, he found that everything in the world has its own laws, which is a kind of natural evolution. Wei Huan's only bottom line is the eternal prosperity of mankind. Therefore, no matter how sharp the internal contradictions are, they are only internal contradictions. The fall of the old dynasty must be accompanied by the establishment of a new and better dynasty. Only by reincarnation over and over again can the real endless life be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Wei Huan's thoughts were clear, and he had a new understanding of the law of reincarnation. After the three demigods left, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. "I just realized that we should go back. Before that, is there anything else you want to do?" Mu Zhong said, "You have accompanied me to play aimlessly for 2 years. There are too many days like this, and I find it boring. It just so happens that everyone sent messages a while ago and missed you very much. Let's go back together." "Okay." After deeply feeling the changes in Blue Star today, Wei Huan left the challenge world and returned to Chi-Yu and Star. The development of Chi-Yu and Star is not inferior to that of Blue Star. In fact, Because it is in the god's domain and is a later built city, many expectations were made at the beginning of planning, making the development of Chiyuan Star ahead of Blue Star. Many of Blue Star's current high-tech products come from the reverse output of Chiyuan Star. In terms of military strength and personal force, Chiyuan Star is far superior to Blue Star. There are 9 demigods on Blue Star, and 29 demigods on Chiyuan Star. All of these 29 demigods have joined the god's domain team and participated in the human exploration of the god's domain, digging out rare materials in the god's kingdom one after another. Not long ago, a lower-level god was successfully killed with the power of demigods alone. Wei Huan seemed to see the figure of the dead in the human beings of Chiyuan Star. Human beings are breaking away from the arrangement of challenging the world, taking a powerful path, and becoming a new and powerful force in the god's domain. In addition, there are 6 permanent gods on Chiyuan Star. The strongest one is the ancient god Bug. Although he is not good at fighting and his greatest interest every day is blowing bubbles to create civilization, his existence itself can shock some weak gods. Then, there are 3 middle-level gods. They are Su Qingqiang, who achieved the middle-level law of withering, Dou Lin, who achieved the middle-level law of space folding, and Tian Yao, who achieved the middle-level law of skeleton. In addition, there are Mu Zhong and Hao Tian, 2 lower-level gods. It is worth mentioning here that Fong William became a god. After Wei Huan killed the Lord of Flesh and Blood and took away 4 lower-level laws of the flesh and blood system, Fong William awakened from one of the godheads and stepped into the ranks of gods. It was a coincidence. Fong William became a god with the law of tendons and skin, which cultivated the copper skin and iron bones, and was resistant to beatings. It happened that when Wei Huan slaughtered the kingdom of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, he killed all the relatives who could inherit the law of tendons and skin, so Fong William achieved the godhood smoothly. After Fong William became a god, he came to Chiyuan Star, and lived for less than 10 years, and then decided to stay in the challenge world. However, Wei Huan did not see him in the challenge world this time, because Su Qingqiang took him to the Chaos Source Gap to kill evil beasts. Nujio also went with him. Nujio did not become a law god, but her ancient god body actually achieved the world and reached the realm of minor success. It can be said that she became a god in the flesh and became an ancient god through self-cultivation. Chapter 464. The potential of the Wuxing people really shows that after experiencing the challenge of the world decomposition, they have gained the most talent for ancient god body cultivation, and have the first leader on Chiyuan Star to become a god in the flesh. This also gives a new hope to all the demigods, who cannot become law gods, and have slow progress in ancient god body cultivation. Moreover, the ancient god body becoming a god is definitely the scene that Wei Huan wants to see the most. The number of law gods is limited, and various grades are set, just like the heaven is doing hunger marketing. The feeling that even if you give up everything, you can't get the godhood will make people painful and even desperate. But the ancient gods will not. The ancient gods cultivate their own realm, which is the birth of a new universe. The power of this world is not consumed in the battle, so they cannot be controlled by the heaven. In this way, as long as you have the ability, you can become an ancient god, and there is no limit to the number. Think about it. Tens of thousands of years later, humans will have dozens of law gods, but there may be hundreds of ancient gods. Which forces in this world dare to provoke them? It must be those extremely vicious and domineering light master interest groups. If you want to touch them, you have to think twice. In fact, their strength is not to be underestimated now. The light masters and others said that they were determined to seize the power of death, and all went to the core, but in fact, they did not even show up when the main gods under their command fell. How could they not have time? Wei Huan saw with his own eyes that there were only 3 masters beside the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu, and no other gods were seen. They could leave at any time. And the flesh and blood gods under the name of the Lord of Flesh and Blood were also pretending to be deaf and dumb, no longer chasing Chiyuan Star, and at most sent out god scouts to explore their movements, but they were killed in the end. With Wei Huan and the efforts of mankind, the human race is now a hard nut that even the master does not want to crack. Even though there is still some emptiness inside, it is only a matter of time before it becomes powerful in all aspects. Wei Huan met all the important people one by one when he came back this time. It must be said that 100 years is indeed a long time, and the most obvious thing is that everyone is grown old. Mr. Mu is now nearly 300 years old, and is about to die. He has really retired from his job, and is already making his own coffin. Mu Diheo also has gray hair, and wrinkles on his face. 100 years of diligent governance of Chiyuan Star has made him older than his peers, with the same cultivation. Captain Shui, Brother Chui, Big Foot, etc. have reached the level of demigods. Although their lifespans are long, the vicissitudes in their eyes cannot be hidden, and there are some fine lines at the corners of their eyes. Finally, after a round of inspection, except for the few who knew to take risks in the Chaos Source Gap, there is only one person left. Where is Mafati? Wave 1 asked. Moody Hayos said, 31 years ago, he came back for a while, and got injured. He kept talking about revenge every day. 28 years ago, after his injury was completely healed, he left and has not returned since. Wave 1 nodded when he heard this. He had no hope for this guy from the beginning. He didn't think he could stay in one place and not cause trouble. But it's better to let him go out and cause trouble than to keep him around and cause trouble. I don't know what kind of existence can beat him so hard that he has to come back to recuperate. You know, he was suppressed by the Master of Life for 1,000,000 years. After being released, he just had a big meal and recovered his spirit. What kind of existence can beat back Mafati, who is not invaded by all methods and has thick skin and flesh? And he took 3 years to recuperate? Wave 1 Soul C contains Mafati's oath of heaven. If Mafati does something that is not good for him, he will be able to sense it. Apart from this, he has no other functions, and he cannot detect where Mafati is at the moment. If he finds it, that's it. Wave 1 came back this time to achieve the Lord God, so after finishing all the things and making sure that he really has no worries, he found a day to retreat again. 3 years later, Su Qingqiang walked out of the Chaos Source Gap with a look of unsatisfied. Fong William and Nu Jiao followed him. Except for him, the other two of the three looked tired. Fighting against evil beasts in the Chaos Source Gap for 5 consecutive years. Not everyone enjoys the process of fighting like Su Qingqiang. For Nu Jiao and Fong William, going to the Chaos Source Gap is to hone their fighting skills and to collect soul power to contribute a little to their group. Soul power plays a big role. All gods, demigods and domain masters of mankind will issue a certain amount of it on time every year for cultivation and self-improvement. These cultivation resources are obtained by gods sacrificing their cultivation time. At least before this time, Fong William and Nujio thought so, and thought that going to the Chaos Source Gap was a very hard thing, so they had to contribute their own strength to reduce the burden of other gods. But in fact, it was not the case at all. They were indeed hard, but once Su Qingqiang entered the demon state, he liked killing, and liked the feeling of tearing the enemy into pieces with his hands. He was simply addicted to war, and the Chaos Source Gap was the place that could satisfy his crazy desires the most. Not only did he get happiness himself, but he also gained resources by the way. In short, although the 3 people who came back were full of things again, their mental outlook was completely different. The other 2 just wanted to have a good rest for a while, and they didn't want to go to the Chaos Source Gap again for the next 100 years. However, Fong William remembered something and said, in the Chaos Source Gap, the frequency of the dark gods appearing is getting higher and higher, and they are also full of vigilance against us. I have been wondering whether we should take the initiative to contact them. Su Qingqiang waved his hand and said, the highest combat power of them is a master level. We don't even have someone who can shock the situation now. Going to negotiate will only be at a disadvantage. Just stay vigilant. Speaking of combat power deterrence, the 3 people thought of Wei Huan at the same time. After a short silence, Fong William said, Marshal Wei has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Su Qingqiang nodded. This was indeed unexpected. Wei Huan's long-term seclusion made them all feel a strong sense of urgency. It was under this situation that Su Qingqiang broke through the last law restriction and became a middle-level god. Now among their group, he is the strongest in combat power. He can feel the huge pressure when he faces threats from all sides. With Wei Huan around, he just needs to be a little brother and keep his combat effectiveness in the first echelon. Only after Wei Huan was gone did he realize how difficult it was without a big boss to support him. Did he not want to investigate the reason why the dark gods appeared frequently recently? He just knew that if they rashly contacted the dark gods, they would not be able to achieve a balanced relationship with him and Do Lin alone. Once there were any twists and turns, they would be passive. Before Wei Huan came out of retreat, everything had to be safe. At this time, Nu Jiao said, although it is a bit difficult now, I am looking forward to the changes after Marshal Wei comes out of retreat. After 100 years of retreat, his strength will definitely be terrifying. Some people are nice to hear and can hit the point. The 2 men's dead-end brains are instantly untied and nodded. Yes, with the boss's talent, this 100 years of retreat will definitely make amazing progress. Maybe he can become a master god in one fell swoop. That's not it, it must be a master god. 100 years of retreat. Although they said so, the 2 people talking knew that the possibility was very small. That is the Master God level, a senior executive level in a God system, which requires mastering all the laws under the system. 5 fingers have different lengths, not to mention the practice of laws. There will always be some laws of the 3 major systems, and 9 minor systems, that are difficult to understand. To become a Master God in 400 years, what kind of talent is this? Who dares to think about it? Even though Su Qingqiang is already a middle-level God, he knows that he will probably need to polish and comprehend the remaining 2 talents in units of thousands of years. To become a Master God in 3,000 years is already a good talent for him. But the 2 of them know better that Wei Huan is a man who is good at creating miracles. He has created so many impossibilities along the way, so there should be no absolutes in him. There is always a small corner in their hearts that expects Wei Huan to shock them with practical actions again. The 3 chatted casually, and had come to the edge of the forbidden area of all laws. Now there is another kingdom of God of Fong William. Fong William is a flesh and blood type. The kingdom of God is very good at creating a battlefield of flesh and blood with thousands of troops. It is another good place for human trials. The technology of Qiyuan Star has developed rapidly in the past 100 years. It has become very common to practice in the kingdom of God. Almost all universities have open courses in the kingdom of God. Many people will stay in the kingdom of God, while some will go to the kingdom of God 3 or 5 times every semester, or practice in it, or plant and cultivate plants and animals, or simply study faith, and go to the kingdom of God to pray and provide faith value for the gods. The highly developed technology has led to complex starry sky orbits outside the Wunfa forbidden zone. The humans of Qiyuan Star can take rail cars to different kingdoms of God in a short time. It is worth mentioning that one of the stations of the rail car is called Creation Ancient God Station. After obtaining the permission of the Ancient God Worm, all scientific research and learning teams can land on the back shell of the Ancient God Worm to study and learn the creation power of the Ancient God at close range. In short, Qiyuan Star is now highly developed. Even outside the Wunfa forbidden zone, there is a scene of heavy traffic. Everyone who appears in the divine consciousness of the gods is vigorous and full of energy. This scene gave the 3 gods, who just returned, a strong sense of accomplishment. Think about how humans, who were almost extinct, stood up again and developed rapidly into a powerful race, and achieved achievements that they had never thought of until today. As long as I think that I have contributed to this, I feel that everything is worth it. Su Qingqiang lit a cigarette for himself. When he exhaled the first puff of smoke, Qi Jialu appeared behind him in a black dress, holding his shoulders from behind and smiling lightly. Looking at Qi Jialu again, her aura now has a more dangerous sense of a demon, and her strength has reached the demigod level. She has lived in Su Qingqiang's ancient god world for many years, ruling over tens of billions of abyss tribes. She is called the Queen of Demons. While ruling the abyss tribe, she also accompanies Su Qingqiang in his adventures. These years have been very fulfilling. I'm going to stay on Qiyuan Star for a while when I come back this time. Do you want to join me? Su Qingqiang asked Qi Jialu. Qi Jialu nodded and was about to speak, but suddenly her whole body froze, and then her body trembled uncontrollably, and bloodshot eyes quickly emerged. Su Qingqiang also felt a terrible power coming from inside the Wunfa forbidden zone, which was the power of the Lord God. Is there another Lord God coming to cause trouble? Or is it the remnant of the flesh and blood Lord God? Su Qingqiang hurriedly used blood energy to condense, and set up a protective shield to protect Qi Jialu. Are you okay? Fortunately, this power came and went quickly. Before the protective shield was completely condensed, the terrible breath faded again. But fading doesn't mean it's gone. It's just that the aggressiveness is not as strong, like a long sword being sealed in its sheath, but the threat is still there. Especially for low-level gods, the deterrent power of the main god level is as strong as a rabbit being watched by a pair of tiger eyes. The 3 people were suppressed for a few seconds, and then they suddenly bounced up, like an arrow shot out, heading against the current in the direction of the pressure without hesitation. The main god is here, and he wants to attack Kai Wingxing. Even if he knows that he is not the opponent, he must rush forward with the determination to die at this moment. They have never achieved gods for themselves, but to protect their compatriots and human civilization. It is this goal that has driven them to this day. This is their way, their unshakable belief. It only took a few breaths to teleport from the forbidden area to Qiyuan Star, but the 3 of them felt like they had experienced a lifetime. At that moment, they even thought about how their families and clans would grieve after their death. But the moment they walked out of the Silence Passage and arrived at Qiyuan Star, all the grief and determination of the 3 of them came to an abrupt end. Everything was normal on Qiyuan Star. Although the pressure of the main god level did affect mortals at that moment, it only made people feel great fear. They couldn't help but stop what they were doing and explore around, that's all. There were no enemies, no wars, everything was normal, very peaceful. Then Su Qingqiang's consciousness first locked onto the temple of the god of death on the origin star. The terrible pressure came from there. After careful sensing, it was the power of the gods of the death system. Could it be? Su Qingqiang flashed and appeared in front of the temple. Just in time to see Mu Zhong and Do Lin rushing over, as well as many demigods who were farther away and could only fly here. Su Qingqiang was already very sure of his guess at this time, and when he saw Mu Zhong coming back, his eyes lit up. "Boss, have you achieved the Lord God?" Mu Zhong smiled and nodded. "After 3 years of seclusion, I have indeed achieved the Lord God's godhood today." Good, good, good. Su Qingqiang said a series of good things, smiling with curved eyebrows, and his backbone returned. For a long time afterwards, everyone waited at the door for Wei Huan to come out. Although it was not clear how long it would take to consolidate after achieving the Lord God's godhood before taking action, everyone did not want to miss the opportunity to see Wei Huan as soon as possible. This is the Lord God, a level of mastery of all law systems, an achievement that often takes thousands of years to achieve. Moreover, the appearance of a Lord God in the human race has laid the foundation for the vigorous development of the human race in the next million years. Not only can the Lord God deter others, but more importantly, the Lord God is Wei Huan. Wei Huan, a man who has been called disaster since the day he became a god, and has been hunted down by the gods in the divine domain all the time, and has even been ambushed by the Lord God of flesh and blood several times, but he still fought his way out. He built the Qiyuan star in the divine domain, and killed the Lord of flesh and blood. In the period of the middle god, he had invincible strength below the master. Now that he has become a Lord God, he is not afraid of the appearance of the master level. Even if he cannot kill the master will not be able to control him. He may even suffer a big loss in the hands of Wei Huan if he is prepared. For a tribe, the most needed is the deterrent power of the strong. The stronger Wei Huan is, the more confident human civilization will develop, instead of being in a panic all day long, not daring to ask for this or rob that, for fear that one day he will encounter a disaster of genocide. But in this world, there are only so many resources. If you don't take them, others will. As time goes by, people will be even more afraid to fight for them. Wei Huan is the supporter of the human race, and they have the greatest confidence to fight for them. Originally, they only dared to take the ruins of the gods, but in the future, they may be able to directly plunder the kingdom of the gods. What? Don't care about peace? Destroy the order of the gods like locusts? Pah, this world is a huge world of challenges. Competition between civilizations always exists. If we only develop and do not invade externally, will those resources be kept as war reparations? Everyone waited for 10 days and 10 nights with excitement. Finally, there was movement in the temple, and the power of the main god slowly spread. This time, not only did it lose its deterrent power, but all the mortals wrapped by it felt a comfortable and warm breath. But for the gods, the pressure of the Lord God still existed, and their extremely respectful feelings towards Wei Huan in their hearts were aggravated. Wei Huan then slowly walked out of the temple. His divinity was even stronger, and his dark eyes swept over the people waiting outside the temple, and everyone bowed and saluted. Wei Huan opened and closed his eyes, completely restraining the divinity that flowed out unintentionally, and everyone's tense breath was relieved. "When did you come back?" Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang, with a smile on his face, as if he was seeing a close friend again. Su Qingqiang said, "I came out of the Chaos Source Gap, and happened to see you advance to the Lord God. Boss, congratulations on your achievement of the Lord God Godhead. The backbone of our human race has straightened a little bit." Wei Huan smiled and said, "I also want to congratulate you on your advancement to the middle-level god. I heard that you can now kill the soul of a third-level evil beast. A strong general has no weak soldiers. Boss, you are so powerful, I can't be too weak, right? I can barely kill the soul of a third-level evil beast." Wei Huan smiled, and looked at Fang William and Nujio, congratulating them on their respective achievements. They were also very happy. After a brief greeting with 3 companions he had never met, Wei Huan said to everyone, "Come in, becoming a Lord God is something worth celebrating. I will launch a month-long blessing event, which will be held simultaneously on Qiyuan Star and the 9th-level world, and the whole world will celebrate together. The blessing of 2 worlds at the same time shows that the Lord God level power has covered the challenge world billions of miles away. From now on, both worlds will be protected under the wings of the Lord God and enjoy equal treatment." When the God-pleasing people who belonged to the leaders of the human race appeared on the streets and sprinkled the blessings of the gods on everyone, There was no need for any publicity. The power from the gods explained everything. This sweet and powerful power, I feel that in just a short time, the progress of cultivation has been greatly improved. Isn't this the blessing of the middle-level gods? Our leaders have become stronger. Is this the main god? Really? We are a main god-level civilization? I heard that this blessing lasts for a month, and the whole people have a 7-day holiday. It's so happy. I have a holiday, and can improve my cultivation. The leader is mighty. We have become a main god-level civilization. The future interstellar map must be bigger. I must cheer up. This is the best era. As long as we work hard enough, we will have the best future. Congratulations to the leader for becoming the main god. Congratulations to the human race for becoming the main god civilization. The reason for celebrating becoming the main god with great fanfare is that the main god level and the god level are indeed two completely different levels. Just like no matter how well you do in the company, you are awarded the title of model worker, technical backbone, and you are given salary and benefits every year, but in essence, it is because the leader wants to spur you to do better, so he may use more value than you should to make you continue to work like a slave. After becoming the main god, he suddenly became the real powerful manager of the company. Not only did he have an official position, but he also naturally suppressed the model workers, technical backbones, and excellent employees. The key is that at this level, he can participate in the company's shares, get an annual salary, and a large amount of dividends at the end of the year. From the working class to the management class, the change in mentality is enough to describe Wei Huan's feeling at the moment. Looking back at the god stage, his use of the law is like holding a few ever-changing ropes in his hands. The more laws he mastered, the more and longer the ropes became. But a rope is a rope. Its thickness and length are determined from the beginning. Even if he continues to practice, it can only grow an inch thicker. No matter how ever-changing it is, in fact, the combination and use methods are always limited. It was not until now that he became the main god that he realized how much the god level was restricted by the way of heaven. The rope he held in his hand turned into a stream of water. The power of the law is endless. It can be gathered to attack, and it can also be scattered and changed. The key is that this stream of water can also become thicker with practice, allowing him to have the power of pouring the sky when he exerts the power of the law. Of course, Wei Huan is so strong now, not only relying on the power of the law, but also the core ability that really allows him to mediate with high-level gods, or the ancient god body practice method. In terms of combat power alone, the law god is far inferior to the ancient god body, including the speed of cultivation. Wei Huan's ancient god body is also ahead. However, the law god also has an advantage that the ancient god body does not have, that is, its amplification of divine consciousness, allowing Wei Huan to cover the challenge world with divine consciousness when he is on Qiyuan Star, and the area covered can reach 1/5 of the 4 directions heaven. Wherever the divine consciousness reaches, natural disasters can be brought down. With eyes closed or open, you can know the slightest movement billions of miles away, and with eyes open, all the death forces in the world gather in front of you. As the only death god in the world, all the death laws are like finally finding a home, and actively welcome Wei Huan. Wei Huan's dirty world is changing every day, becoming larger, more undead are born, and the number of undead with true spirits is also increasing rapidly. Especially when Wei Huan took the last step in the practice of the law of reincarnation, a white koi condensed in his dantian, which is where the ancient god world is located. It reflected the black koi on the spiritual platform between his eyebrows, and actually constructed a reincarnation channel. Chapter 465. The blackfish swam around in the dirty world erratically, absorbing the death energy of the dirty world. This death energy passed through the reincarnation channel and turned into the energy of the ancient gods, which continuously nourished the ancient world and added a lot of true spirit energy to the ancient world. These true spirits are the spiritual breath of flowers, plants, trees, birds and beasts, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and are the basis for the birth of original high-intelligence life. What are the benefits of giving birth to high-intelligence life in the ancient world? Wei Huan is not sure yet. After all, he cultivated reincarnation and became the main god in a short time. There is no intelligent life in the ancient world, and even what type of intelligent life can be born is unknown. Only after this step of change can there be the next step, and the next step is the most important. After all, there is also a white koi in the ancient world that is swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, absorbing the power of the ancient gods in the free world, and injecting this new power into the dirty world through the reincarnation channel. Every day, the land of the dirty world will become thicker, and the edge will grow an inch. A large number of undead crawl out of the dirty world, born with the strength of the 9th level, and 1/3 of the undead have true spirits. Undead with true spirits have the ability to think for themselves, can cultivate and grow on their own, and can also break through the god level. More importantly, these undead with true spirits can provide faith value for Wei Huan. Now that Wei Huan knows the use of faith value, he is very happy that the faith value increases crazily every day, and this is just the beginning. As more and more true spirits appear in his 2 worlds, the faith value will increase countless times. In this way, the time for him to go to the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu again and rescue the Titan ancient god, Swirenchi, and Zhuxi is not far away. Now Wei Huan has glimpsed the true meaning of the great Emperor Taichu's reincarnation through his reincarnation channel, and he is very confident that he can successfully rescue people. In addition, with the help of this reincarnation channel, with his current strength that has reached the level of the main god, he can try to snatch some good things from the hands of the masters, and even want to see what the so-called power of the emperor is. Before, Wei Huan was limited by the level of gods. Those below the main god were not qualified to control the power of the emperor, so he never thought about what those powers that made the masters crazy and even the emperors fell would look like. I already have the qualification to get the moon first, so I don't believe that under such superior conditions, I can't get something, and even if he can't get it, he will find a way to prevent the 3 masters from getting it. Any behavior that can make the enemy stronger is wrong. As long as we can get a hold of their neck, sooner or later we will be able to catch up with them, surpass them, or even kill them. Although Wei Huan announced a celebration for the whole world, and the blessing of the gods lasted for a full month, he did not relax. Having just become the main god, his godhood is not stable enough, and there is still a lot of room for growth in the 3 major laws. These cannot be rushed. It is the work of dripping water through stone. Only by consolidating more carefully can we achieve greater success in the future. In addition, in the paradise of the ancient god world, the teacher called him into the laboratory, pointed out the loopholes in his ancient god body cultivation method, and learned the optimized version. The original ancient god body cultivation method only reaches 100% achievement in the ancient god world. Now Wei Huan's ancient god body is about to reach 90%, which means that his cultivation of the ancient god body is about to end, and his achievement can only reach the ceiling of the main god level. Fortunately, the teacher is a research madman, and is very good at compiling various exercises. A god who can study the One Fa Dao Hua will not find it too difficult to study the ancient god body. In the past 200 years of colleagues, although the teacher occasionally did some other research, his main energy was still focused on the cultivation of the ancient god body. After pointing out the shortcomings of the current ancient god body, and proposing a feasible cultivation plan, Wei Huan thanked him gratefully. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, I am not helping you for free, but you were not strong enough at that time, so I could not say what you want. Teacher, just tell me, I will definitely do it if I can do it. If not, I will definitely complete it for you when I am strong enough. After knowing that the teacher had a request, Wei Huan was relieved. A request that he could complete at the level of a master god should not be too difficult. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. Okay, do you know what kind of ancient god Swerin is? The ancient god of Huangshan Hutu, he has the power to control the heaven and earth, and every scale on his body is like a super intelligent brain, and he is also the god of fate. That's right, but it's not just that. In fact, you have guessed that Swerin actually has another identity in the legend of your blue star. Creating humans? Creating civilization is not uncommon. Ancient god insects can create civilization, and civilization will also be born in your dirty world. The real strength of Swerin is that he can reshape the body of a god, and help me return to the throne of God. Resurrecting the teacher is what I should do. Since I know Swerin can save the teacher, I will definitely save him. No, this is just the first step. Wei Huan pondered and said, the second step is to kill the Lord of Light. He will get the Lord's godhood in one day. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. There is no rush to return to the position of Lord. My remnant soul is fragile, and can only live in your ancient god world. If I can leave here and act alone, I can do more research. For me, the Lord is just like this, and research can make me happy. Teacher, don't worry, I will do this slowly, and I will satisfy you. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light was silent for a long time after hearing this, and finally looked at Wei Huan deeply and sighed. Thank you, you are indeed different. Who? Wei Huan thought about it. The current Lord of Light. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light didn't want to talk anymore. He shook his head, and just waved his hand. Let's go. Wei Huan was curious, but he had no choice but to leave. He had already received a lot of information from Mafati about the stories of the 2 successive Lords of Light, and he could guess what his teacher was upset about. A fatal crisis of trust and betrayal, the loser left behind a trace of repentant soul, and the winner became the Lord of a million years. And the current Lord of Light had a very unusual style of doing things. Even the five-element Lord elements followed his lead. If it weren't for the Titan ancient god, Swirenchi, and Zhuxi who stopped him, he might have taken over the authority of the great emperor of Taichu, and become a new great emperor. It is not surprising that the teacher, a research nerd, would lose to an ambitious person. But sooner or later, he will defeat the current Lord of Light, and avenge the teacher. After leaving the teacher's laboratory, Wave 1 did not return his consciousness to his body, but continued to stay in the ancient god world and practice the ancient god cultivation method instructed by the teacher. It was an endless vast ocean, with turbulent sea water and huge waves. A figure floated majestically above the sea. Wave 1 had been practicing the ancient god cultivation method modified by the teacher for a week. He had already transformed the ancient god world to 90%, but it dropped back to 88%. But this progress drop is not a bad thing, but it is consolidating his ancient god world, making it more condensed and broader, laying a good foundation for the next step of transformation. Moreover, Wei Huan mastered the Yinzi divine pattern at 60%, the Weizi divine pattern at 70%, and the Swanzi divine pattern at 80%. And 90% have not yet mastered it, but have begun to condense all the divine patterns into one, and have taken the step towards the final transformation. None of them fell as his progress in the ancient god world slowed down. It can be seen that the new method developed by the teacher is to consolidate his foundation again. The importance of the foundation is beyond doubt. Wei Huan was immersed in cultivation. In a blink of an eye, another month passed, and the time of the god's blessing was over. The excitement of the human race had not yet dissipated, and Wei Huan walked out of the temple again at this time. The cultivation has come to an end temporarily. In his personal opinion, now is the time to truly celebrate his achievement of the godhood of the main god. Wei Huan held a small buffet in the temple. Anyone who was free could come and drink and chat with him to celebrate this advancement. Every day, there was endless good wine, endless delicious food, and the laughter of old friends. Unconsciously, the distance after 100 years of separation was made up in this way. Occasionally, when talking about business, Su Qingqiang said, "Be careful of the dark gods in the chaos source gap. The last time we saw the traces of the dark gods, he was already quite close to the entrance of our source gap." Mu Zhong guessed, "Do they want to come out?" Su Qingqiang shook his head, "I don't know. Those dark gods seem to have brain problems. They are either violent and irritable, or in a trance. I tried to contact them, but we had a fight before we could talk. If we couldn't provoke new enemies at the moment, we would kill him no matter what." Mu Zhong just analyzed, "We have received some news about the dark gods in recent years. It can be confirmed that every time we destroy a large evil beast nest may have a dark god. This size should be a nest of level 4 evil beasts or above. It seems that there is some connection between them that we don't know yet. Are the high-level evil beasts raised by them?" "No." Mu Zhong shook his head, paused, and then said, "Teacher said that the source of chaos has existed since the beginning of the existence of the god realm, and the evil beasts have always existed, not just recently." Su Qingqiang said, "That means they have found a way to control the evil beasts, or are they doing something with the high-level evil beasts? Just like we can improve our strength by killing evil beasts, they did not appear in the high-level evil beast nest for no reason." Mu Zhong nodded, agreeing with Su Qingqiang's words. Then he sighed and said, "Over 100 years, the crack in and out of the chaos source gap should have healed itself, but we went in and out too frequently, causing the crack to not only not shrink, but to become larger. If those dark gods really find the entrance and exit, I'm afraid it will be in trouble." After saying this, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. "I ask you to check this matter. The depths of the chaos source gap are so deep that weak gods cannot enter. Go and take a look, be careful of the abyss." Wei Huan nodded, "I just had this plan." After he became the Lord God, his ancient god body also improved a lot, and he needed to replenish a lot of soul power. Before going to the place where the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu is again, he needs to improve himself as much as possible. If his guess is right, according to his method, he should be able to go through the reincarnation channel of the great emperor and directly reach the place where the corpse is. Before that, he must become stronger, at least to be able to withstand the attack of the Lord directly, so as not to fall directly. The ancient god body is his biggest confidence in fighting against the dominant existence. The decision to go to the chaos source gap again was made, but it was not executed immediately. Wei Huan still stayed in his temple to entertain guests from all directions and celebrate his achievement as the main god. In addition to restoring the relationship with old friends and old subordinates, this was also to make up for the part he missed as a leader in the human race during his 100 years away. Now he doesn't know the geniuses of the younger generation, and he doesn't know to what extent human technology has developed. How is the development of the divine domain? Most importantly, he wants to hear the thoughts of these young people, and want to know their ideals and ambitions. These are all slow and meticulous work, and you need to spend enough time with each person and be sincere before you can get a true answer. Of course, these conversations are handled by Mu Zhong, and he only needs to listen and ask a few questions on topics of interest. In fact, it was Mu Zhong who proposed such a troublesome thing. After Wei Huan consolidated his cultivation and came out of seclusion, he originally planned to meet his old brothers and relatives and friends, but Mu Zhong asked him to take time to see the changes of the new human. Mu Zhong said, "You are an idol of young people. Many young people grew up listening to your stories, and vowed to be like you since they were very young. They have many new ideas and a lot of sharpness that we, the older generation, have lost." Wei Huan asked, "Are there any hidden dangers now?" Mu Zhong said, "For the entire era of gods, our human race is still a very young group. It is a time of vigorous growth. Everything is good. I just think we must understand young people and give them more opportunities. They were born and raised in a prosperous era. What they think is different from us. Therefore, for a long time to come, many outstanding young people from Chiyuan Star or the 9th level world appeared in the temple every day. In fact, just put the young people from the short-lived species, who have lived for only 100 years together with those young people from the Craftsman God clan or the long-lived clan, who have lived for 300 to 500 years, or even thousands of years, and listen to their words and their views, you will find the huge cognitive gap that time brings to different people. Have you discovered? The immortal species, because of their long years and rich experience, are actually very suitable for business management and city defense construction. However, our tribe, the Kanglan tribe, and the Wuxing tribe are full of strong curiosity about exploring the civilization of the divine domain, and have a desire to attack. They even want to directly plunder the living gods and kingdoms. The former can allow a tribe to develop stably, and the latter, although risky, has great advantages in expanding territory and innovation. It's like it's innate, wanting to shine all the light in a limited life. After all, we know from the day we were born that we only have less than 100 years of life. Only by working hard can we continue to break through and achieve immortality. Wei Huan can indeed feel the huge gap between the young people on both sides. He didn't say who is better or worse, but this polarized future is indeed worrying. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "It's hard to manage a company, not to mention managing a civilization. We don't need to think too far ahead. It's good to know that there are such differences. In fact, I have another purpose for letting you meet these young people, just to let you see if there are any you want to cultivate specially. You also saw the child of your Wei family today. She is a very outstanding girl. When she saw you, it was like seeing stars with shining eyes. To be honest, it's not easy to be a child of the Wei family or the Mu family. If you don't do well enough, you will say that you have disgraced your ancestors. If you do well, you will say that you are specially taken care of because of your surname Wei. A girl can make it to this point, and even kill a living god, doing unprecedented feats. Such a child is worth keeping by your side, and cultivating well." Wei Huan just shook his head. "You and I still have a big enemy, and we are in a period of rapid cultivation. It may take a long time for us to leave or cultivate at a certain time." After speaking, Wei Huan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If you think her talent is buried, or if you want to go further and need a god as a teacher, it doesn't necessarily have to be you or me. Do Lin Haodian, Captain Fong and Nujio can all teach her. Without Brother Chong." Mu Zhong's thoughts suddenly deviated a bit. Wei Huan was amused. Brother Chong just wants to fight. Besides, there is an Abyss clan in his ancient god world. Just developing the clan is enough for him to be busy. Speaking of the Abyss clan, as the descendants of the great Emperor Taichu, I always feel that they still have secrets. Mu Zhong's thoughts continued to be deviated. If there is really a secret, Su Qingqian will say that after so many years, either there is no secret, or the conditions have not been met. Wei Huan was not in a hurry. He had too many things to do at the moment, and could not take care of the Abyss clan at all. After the two finished chatting, Wei Huan said, "We have met the young people and the old friends. Now that we have nothing to do, we should go to the Chaos Source Gap." Mu Zhong nodded. "Okay, I know I can't keep you. You want to keep me?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows and then smiled. "Then I will stay for a few more days." Mu Zhong blushed slightly. "I didn't say that as you thought. I just think you have been running around, and you have to leave again without a few years of rest. I think you are too tired. I don't think about anything, don't open your eyes. The important thing is that if you want me to stay, I will stay for a few more years. Is 3 years enough? Facing Wei Huan's teasing eyes, Mu Zhong gently pushed Wei Huan's back with the power of the gods. You make me sound like Bao Si. Of course you are not Bao Si. Mu Zhong was about to laugh, but Wei Huan said, but you are important in my heart. Mu Zhong heard this, relaxed and leaned on Wei Huan, looked at the night sky of Qiyu and Star together and said, 100 years is really a long time. I am afraid that you will be that long this time. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong tightly in silence, rubbed his forehead gently with his cheek, and kissed his eyebrows. I'm sorry. Mu Zhong is not a clingy person. As a leader, who can support a civilization of hundreds of billions of people, it is impossible for him to be ignorant of the importance and stop his partner from doing business like ordinary people. It's just that 100 years of separation is indeed too long. After the reunion, Mu Zhong just talked about the experience of 100 years of separation lightly, but in fact, what he experienced was 1,000 times more torment and even danger in those words. He once tried to break into the core area of the challenge world alone. If he hadn't awakened some memories at the critical moment, he might not even be able to alarm his teacher, and he fell silently. Now, when he thinks of separation, he will think too much, so he needs time to overcome it. You don't have to overcome it. Wei Huan kissed Mu Zhong's red and sweaty face that day and said, I'd better take you with me. I take you wherever I go until you get tired of it. Mu Zhong bit his lower lip and hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded decisively. Okay, it takes time to heal the heart disease, and I don't want to delay the business, so let's go together. This was actually the best choice for the two of them from the beginning, but neither of them chose it at the first time. Wei Huan was worried that doing so would restrict Mu Zhong's freedom. Since Mu Zhong became a god, he has not sent Mu Zhong to the ancient god world. Wei Huan always remembers Mu Zhong's words, I want to stand by your side. As for Mu Zhong, it was naturally for similar reasons. He didn't want to appear too clingy, didn't want to go back on his words, and always wanted to make himself rational and capable in the eyes of his lover, just like the folk legend, a role model for hundreds of millions of families. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. No matter what others say, the most important thing is that the two of them have a mutual understanding. So when Mu Zhong was so tired that he fell asleep that day, Wei Huan took him into the paradise of the ancient god world. The time was sealed in that small villa. When he walked in with Mu Zhong in his arms, the second hand started ticking. Wei Huan put Mu Zhong on the bed on the second floor. Mu Zhong opened his eyes and saw a familiar scene. Are we going to leave? Yes. Wei Huan nodded. I won't go directly to the abyss. Before going to the abyss, I need to absorb a lot of soul power. You can come out when you wake up. Okay. Wei Huan stayed with Mu Zhong for a while before the divine consciousness clone dissipated. His consciousness woke up in the main body, grabbed the divine robe and covered himself, stepped out of the Qiyu star in one step, and then reached the outside of the Wanfa restricted area in another step. He looked at the crack of the chaos source crack not far ahead, and summoned the dot beast. However, the dot beast maintained a fist-sized body, floating on his shoulder, and opened a protective shield. Afterwards, the portal opened behind him, and a flying ant with a pair of claws 3 times larger than its head, and a body as black as jade flew out of the portal. As soon as it appeared, the air around it became scorching hot, reaching the dominance level of pressure. Even if it tried its best to suppress it, all the humans around Qiyu and Star could sense it, and even the ancient god insects woke up from their sleep and looked over. This flying ant with a body of 50 meters was the chaos-level Zerg created by Wei Huan 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, Wei Huan was in the core of the challenge world, and because it was always the divine consciousness that was in action, this flying ant had not been summoned for 100 years. As soon as it was summoned, it happily bit its claws, and its wings made a harsh friction sound of sizzling. It flew around Wei Huan for a circle, then restrained its excitement, came in front of Wei Huan, and lowered its head. Chapter 466. Wei Huan stepped on its head, pointed at the crack of the chaos source crack and said, Flying ant there. Caw caw caw. The flying ant responded with extreme excitement and joy, without moving its wings, but suddenly, like a flash of lightning, it flew into the chaos source crack. In an instant, it was 100 miles. Flying ant is the name Wei Huan gave to this chaos-level Zerg. It seems that there is no intention, but this name is most in line with its appearance. As the first chaos-level Zerg owned by Wei Huan, its attributes are very balanced. It can resist, fight, and move. Although it is not particularly outstanding in some aspects, Because of the chaos level, even such a mediocre attribute panel is terrifyingly strong. For example, its current movement speed is 10 times that of the point beast, allowing Wei Huan to cross the god's domain in a short time even without the silent channel. At this moment, the flying ant took him to the depths of the chaos source crack, and no evil beasts could be seen along the way. Su Qingqiang used this place as a training point. He preferred to practice through fighting rather than sitting somewhere and thinking hard. So he killed all the evil beasts near the entrance. However, the chaos source gap is the inner world of the god's domain. Energy conservation is the law. There are as many evil beasts in the chaos source gap as there are creatures in the god's domain. Therefore, even if Su Qingqiang kills like this, it won't take long for a large number of evil beasts to appear out of thin air. Flying ants are fast, and Wei Huan met the first evil beast not long after. A first-level evil beast, its nest is less than a kilometer behind him, and the lowest level nest has only 4 first-level evil beasts. Wei Huan flew over without hesitation and did not stop. He was too lazy to deal with evil beasts of this level. Even if he used the army of undead to plow the land, he felt it was a waste of time. The effect of the first-level soul power on his cultivation is already negligible, and even the second level is useless. His ancient god body world is already extremely huge. In these years of cultivation, he has also paid great attention to the foundation and repeatedly compacted his profound foundation. Now that the teacher has corrected the ancient god body world, he has compressed the ancient god world that he thought had no room for compression. This has led to his ancient god body world being extremely thick and deep. Under the same circumstances, he has 10,000 times more ancient god body cells than Mu Zhong, so he needs a larger number of soul power to nourish each ancient god body cell. The flying ant is very fast, and when it flies fast, it will also make a harsh chirping sound. This is a sound that is aggressive to the spirit, but Wei Huan, as its owner, does not feel it. The only thing is that it is a bit noisy. It can't stand the speed. Sparks and lightning all the way. Mu Zhong hasn't woken up yet. Wei Huan has already gone deep into the chaos source gap and saw the first nest of the third-level evil beast. It means that they have reached a certain depth, and there will be stronger evil beasts further down. This is it. Wei Huan ordered the flying ants to stop, floating in the air, looking at the third-level evil beast's nest from afar. The portal behind him seemed to split the world in two, completely cutting the entire space. Too big. After reaching the main god level, the size of the portal is the range of his divine sense. The divine sense distance of billions of miles is only the radius. If the portal is fully expanded, it will almost cover half of one of the 4 directions of heaven. Such a huge summoning distance allows Wei Huan to sit at home and go to war with many kingdoms of God, and even directly on Qiyuan Star, but challenge the world to arrange the army of the undead. But the same new problem was also exposed. The battle line was too large, and the number of the undead army was not enough. Once the natural disaster could not form an absolute number of crushing in a certain area, the expected results could not be achieved. Every day when Wei Huan passed through the reincarnation channel, his dirty world would grow, and the number of undead summoned by him would increase. But it was still far from enough. In order to make the number of summoned armies reach the crushing effect within his summoning distance, Wei Huan suspected that he might need thousands or tens of thousands of years to reach the expected number. Now, he still spread the undead army around him within a circle of 100 miles, forming a sphere around himself. All the evil beasts that entered the attack range on his way were attacked indiscriminately by him. Moreover, he now had water drops and flying ants, and he did not even need to execute the last blow himself. He only needed to replenish the troops for the army's conquest, and also cover the divine sense to explore some possible nests of high-level evil beasts, or some unexpected situations. Even the deployment of troops, with the Zerg Queen around, was not his turn to worry about. As a natural commander of the army, the Zerg Queen did a better job than Wei Huan. The battlefields where Wei Huan existed had always been so simple, with troops stationed in peacetime and hands-off in wartime. Especially as his strength increased, there were fewer and fewer situations where he needed to take action in battle. Most of the time, he won by lying down. After flying slowly down for a while, the crypt beasts flew back with their tentacles, carrying large and small soul powers. The soul power emitted a faint white fluorescence, and the white shells of the crypt beasts and their soft bone tentacles, when they floated in an elegant line, actually illuminated this dark and depressing space, as if it were a dream world. Mu Zhong just woke up at this time. Wei Huan called him out, and the two of them just snuggled together and watched the scene in front of them. Mu Zhong was lazy. He had always focused on the cultivation of the god of laws, and the ancient god body only stagnated after mastering a repeated divine pattern. It cannot be said that he did not have the talent for the cultivation of the ancient god body, but it was more like he was limited by the body of a lower-level god, and could not accommodate more ancient god energy. Wei Huan handed him the soul power suitable for him, but he just waved his hand and said no, with a lazy look on his face after a long sleep. Mu Zhong in this look was only seen by Wei Huan in the entire universe. Wei Huan did not care about things, and Mu Zhong was the supreme leader on the stage, and his every move would be magnified. When he stood there, he had to be upright, and his words and deeds had to be standardized. Even the arc of the smile at the corner of his mouth, the angle between the chin and the neck, and the degree of the back opening had extremely demanding requirements. In fact, he was used to it. When Wei Huan was still in college, or in Wei Huan's previous life, the Mu Zhong he saw was such a person who lived like a model. Until later, he saw his embarrassment of broken legs, his frustration of failure, his tired and unconscious appearance, and this lazy Mu Zhong who seemed to have no bones and a bit of a slutty attitude. Only he had seen it. So when Mu Zhong said, "I can't use these soul powers, you can use them," Wei Huan didn't say much. When Mu Zhong said, "My 3 major laws are stuck on the last small law, and I can't even comprehend the domain. I'm afraid it will take thousands of years to get through this stage," Wei Huan did not ask any more questions. Mu Zhong's secrets were increasing. But Wei Huan did not care, because he could feel how deep Mu Zhong's love for him was. Wei Huan even thought that if Mu Zhong really went back to the past and changed their future, it must not be to save himself with a broken leg, but because he wanted to be with him, and they had to be together. He reached out and took Mu Zhong's hand, interlacing his fingers with his until they were interlocked. With this kind of grip, they only needed each of them to use a little strength to hold it very tightly, very tightly. Wei Huan could not use the low-level soul power, and seeing that they looked very beautiful when attached to the burrow beast, he used some methods to preserve them. In this way, they could see all these hazy starlights, which seemed to be irregularly arranged from far and near, but were carefully made to illuminate this dark world, and the two of them snuggled with each other in the faint light. When they came to their senses, they had unknowingly gone deep into the chaos source gap. When the first level 5 evil beast's lair appeared within Wei Huan's consciousness range, Mu Zhong already seemed a little uncomfortable. "The chaos power here is thick, and my body can no longer resist it." Wei Huan nodded, took Mu Zhong into his inner world, and at the same time condensed a spiritual clone in the ancient god world to accompany Mu Zhong. "Not necessary." Mu Zhong smiled. Wei Huan said, "I want to accompany you." "How confident are you about the level 5 evil beast?" 100% sure." "So confident?" "The main god level is not cultivated in vain, and there are also chaos level flying ants, which can deal with this situation." "Okay, then you stay with me." Mu Zhong took Wei Huan's hand and said, "It's a pity that I can't see such a wonderful battle. In your world, my consciousness can only exist in this world." Wei Huan smiled and said, "My eyes are your eyes." After saying this, Wei Huan's body actually passed through the space and directly reached the front line of the battlefield. In the sky, the picture displayed on the sky curtain was the picture that Wei Huan saw with his own eyes. The fierce battle, the ferocious level 5 evil beasts, and tens of thousands of low-level evil beasts colliding head-on, with the army of undead, the bloody battlefield with splattered blood and broken limbs, were clearly displayed in front of Mu Zhong. "Mu Zhong, eh?" After a few seconds of silence, Mu Zhong said, "After saying such romantic words, you let me see this?" Wei Huan thought about it. Did he say no? Didn't we kill evil beasts together before? There were bloodier ones than this, and it was not uncommon for blood to splash directly on the face. But, when you are in love, you can be a little pretentious. While talking and laughing, the nest of the level 5 evil beast was reduced to ashes. In fact, after destroying the nest of the level 5 evil beast so easily, Wei Huan himself was a little surprised. According to the teacher, there are only 5 levels of evil beasts, and there is no level 6. The soul of a level 5 evil beast cannot be destroyed without the master level, but if the master really comes here, the level 5 evil beast is nothing. In the source of chaos, the truly terrifying thing is chaos and abyss. It is located at the deepest part of the chaos rift, which is the ultimate darkness and absolute coldness, filled with all the polluted forces in the world, and even the master level cannot stay there for too long. Wei Huan didn't feel uncomfortable yet, but he knew that no god could stay for a long time in such an environment. But the dark gods moved into the abyss a million years ago, and have never appeared since then. So far, the dark gods that have appeared are mentally abnormal. Is it because they are polluted by the abyss? But knowing that the abyss is extremely dangerous to gods, why do they still go there? What is there? It is said that the dark gods go to the abyss because of the guidance of the god of destiny. After all the dark gods were transferred to the Chaos Source Gap. When the Hongming Emperor and the Chaos Emperor cleansed the god's domain, the dark gods survived. Even if they are crazy, they are still alive. Or did the dark god not think that if he stayed in the abyss for too long, he would lose his mind and become a walking corpse, and he was unknowingly doomed? Or is there anything more important than going crazy? After destroying this level 5 nest, Wei Huan did not leave. He was quietly waiting for the appearance of the dark god. On the way, he destroyed many high-level evil beast nests, but unfortunately the dark god did not appear. What was destroyed now was the level 5 nest. If the dark beast nest was related to the dark god's plan, then the dark god would definitely come. It didn't take long to wait, and a floating figure really appeared at the original location of the level 5 evil beast nest. After seeing it, Mu Zhong in Wei Huan's body grabbed Wei Huan's hand and said, "Here it comes." Wei Huan's body was hidden in the Point Beast protection shield, and at the same time ordered the Supreme Saint level leaders headed by Data to surround this dark god from all sides and press it towards the center little by little. The dark god that appeared this time actually had a human form of 70% or 80%, with an upright body, 2 legs and 4 arms, and messy hair on his head wrapped in ragged black clothes. From the beginning, it was just floating casually, and then it became more and more flamboyant, which showed that his anger was at its peak. At this moment, the Shuroma Black Dragon took the lead in launching an attack, striking the dark god like a lightning bolt. As soon as the dark god raised his hand, a beast transformed from black mist blocked the black dragon and collided with it fiercely. Boom! The black mist was split by the lightning transformed by the black dragon in the next second, and fell directly into the belly of the dark god without losing its momentum. The dark star god was directly knocked away, and almost lost half his life. It is obvious that the lower level gods are no match for the holy level undead, even if the combat power of the undead is naturally lower than that of the same level. But now Wei Huan is already at the main god level, and the comprehensive crushing of strength also allows the black dragon to easily suppress this lower level god. The lower level god flew to the ground, looked at the aggressive black dragon, and turned to run. But before he could fly 2 steps, he ran into Brother Diao's Anus and Big Bear, who attacked together. Changing the direction, there were Big Head and Sister Crow, all of whom were holy level undead leaders. During this escape, the encirclement shrank to the point where he could no longer escape. But this was far from enough. The underground beasts that were invisible behind the undead leader appeared, and green spider webs appeared on their backs, rustling and wrapping this dark god layer by layer to ensure that he would never break free. Even though he had completely gained the upper hand, Wei Huan did not let his guard down. Water Drop, Kaishan, John E, John Air, and John San were all summoned. What made this dark god despair the most was the appearance of flying ants. The breath of the chaos level Zerg was pressing down from above. It was impossible for a lower level god to escape. Wei Huan then drove the point beast to fly towards the dark god, and at the same time summoned the thought beast to possess himself. When he got in front of the dark god, the void rippled. Wei Huan, who was standing in the protective shield, looked down at the dark god with a surging magic flame. It was indeed a god who looked 70% like a human, and his facial features were similar to those of humans, except that he had scales on his body and a pig nose. From the pair of eyes that looked like humans, it can be seen that his overall condition was not good. There was no white in his eyes, but they should be dark eyes, with a hazy white light, and his eyes were out of focus and blurred. For the appearance of Wei Huan, he was neither sad nor angry. Even if he was caught like this, he did not struggle and let himself be manipulated like a puppet. Wei Huan stared into those eyes, then said, "The power of chaos has eroded his brain." Mu Zhong replied, "Yes, he has completely lost his self-awareness. What should we do now? Kill him? Or?" Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought, "Let him go, follow him to find the nest of the dark gods. Maybe we can solve the mystery in our hearts." Then, Wei Huan shook his head and said, "But not now. There must be a dominant existence in the nest of the dark gods, and it is not suitable for us to directly collide with them now. Now I still have a lot of room for improvement, so why not keep him first? We continue to practice here, and slowly press deeper. Okay, make full preparations to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I will accompany you." Now that the decision has been made, this captured dark god, although he can't be used for a while, can't just let him go. Wei Huan continued to trap him with a net, and arranged more than 10 super god level undead to guard him, enough for him to fly even if he had wings. Then, with these more than 10 super god level undead behind them, they continued to go deeper, this time to plow the land and kill the evil beasts. The undead army that was specially recalled was dispatched again, and the scene that covered the sky like locusts, even the dark god, who was already trapped in the cage, was surprised and his eyes suddenly cleared. What Wei Huan showed was not just a matter of quantity. The individual strength of each undead and Zerg was also very powerful. This far exceeded the combat power that a main god should have. But this is normal. When Wei Huan did not reach the main god level, he was invincible under the master. The core of his cultivation is not the law, but the ancient god body. That is to say, when he was still a middle-level god, his ancient god body had already reached the main god level, so his law system combat power was also very strong. Now that his law system has reached the main god level, the ancient god body is also steadily impacting the master level. If it weren't for the teacher's modified skills, which repeatedly consolidated the foundation of his ancient god body, maybe he would have to try to break through the master level of the ancient god body. That is to make the ancient god body perfect. The original ancient god body could not become a master, and could only reach the main god level at most. The teacher's timely improvement of the ancient god body gave Wei Huan the strength of the ancient god body to challenge the master, and the part of his law god was also extremely powerful. The fighting power he showed now has reached the ceiling that the Lord God of Law can reach. But this is obviously not Wei Huan's full strength. The dark god was shocked by Wei Huan's strength and looked a little scared, but he gradually became stunned as he watched, as if he had lost his soul. He let Wei Huan treat him like an animal, and was pulled away. Here, Wei Huan handed over the command of the war to the Zerg Queen, then greeted Mu Zhong, and then sat cross-legged on the back shell of the point beast, and tapped the soul power of the 5th level evil beast into his forehead. It is worthy of the soul power of the 5th level evil beast. Even Wei Huan felt choked when he absorbed such a level of soul power for the first time. The 5th level soul power entered the dirty world and scattered into an invisible energy, nourishing the dirty world. At the same time, this energy sank all the way from the dirty world to the ancient god world without passing through the reincarnation channel. The ancient god cells that filled the ancient god world seemed to be fed with a large mouthful of nutrients, and they became visibly plump. The ancient god cells that absorbed nutrients seemed to have become an independent world without knowing it, and some tiny elemental particles began to appear in them, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, life and death, like floating dust. At this time, with the injection of the 5th level soul power, a strong force appeared in the ancient god cells and stirred them. These elemental particles turned into a tornado with the new ancient god body cultivation method, and actually released a stronger force. When Wei Huan opened his eyes, some other law auras appeared on his body. This has never happened before. After all, he has been practicing the laws of death all the way, and has never involved other laws. This change shows that he is progressing in the direction of domination, and the direction of the ancient divine body cultivation method improved by the teacher is also correct. Take the comparison between the kingdom of the Lord of Flesh and Blood and the kingdom of the Lord of Life, which are two worlds with a world of difference. Although the kingdom of the Lord God can accommodate all the laws of the system, it can only accommodate these laws. The kingdom of the domination level can feel and practice the laws of other systems, and create more clans with other possibilities in its own kingdom, so that the clans will not be limited by the godhood, and give birth to god-level clans. The difference is very obvious, especially for Wei Huan, who pays great attention to the development of the race. Mastering more elemental energy and becoming a domination level means that the human race will give birth to a variety of gods in the future, and the torch will be passed down and will never be destroyed. This is the future of the human race that he hopes to see. Feeling the weak elements of other laws and the energy released by the whirlwinds, Wei Huan's eyes showed a satisfied look. As long as there is more soul power, the evolution of his ancient god body can be accelerated. Even with just this strand of level 5 soul power, he felt that his physical strength seemed to be 0.1% stronger. In addition, the ancient god body became stronger, and the dirty world was growing. This feeling of rapid strength improvement was simply fascinating. Wei Huan, who opened his eyes again, calmed his excited heart, and then spread his consciousness to sweep over, and soon saw a new level 5 evil beast nest. Before he closed his eyes, considering that the level 5 evil beast was still difficult to kill, Wei Huan asked the queen to avoid fighting the level 5 evil beast nest first, and wait until his own training was finished. Now, he felt the taste of rapid strength improvement again, and attacked the level 5 evil beast nest without hesitation. The level 5 evil beast nest has hundreds of millions of level 1, 2, and 3 evil beasts, plus hundreds of level 4 evil beasts, and a level 5 evil beast king. Thanks to Wei Huan's strong strength and the fact that he is a summoning god he is best at, and likes battlefields with this number of people. Come on, the more the better. Anyway, the soul power that he can't use can be of great use to others. These are all resources for cultivation. Chapter 467. Send the undead out as cannon fodder. They can be resurrected after death, so don't feel bad. The main role of the Zerg is to support and finish off the enemy at critical moments. In the many times of cooperation with the undead army, the Zerg gradually learned the good habit of using the undead to block the enemy's attacks. It takes a lot of resources and time to cultivate a Zerg after it dies. Wei Huan would rather die 10,000 undead than one Zerg. As a result, the Queen has cultivated a large number of long-range Zerg with superb attack in order to cooperate with the undead army in the cultivation of Zerg over the years. Not to mention millions of long-range Zerg attacking at the same time, even thousands of long-range Zerg aiming at a level 4 evil beast at the same time. The feeling of being attacked and riddled with holes is also very uncomfortable. The battle line was advancing rapidly. Hundreds of millions of evil beasts could not stop the iron hoof of the undead army. The army, with flying ants as spearheads, crushed the enemy all the way and killed the useless level 4 evil beasts that came to fight to the death along the way, until the level 5 evil beasts had to fly out of their nests. Roar! Roar! It turned out to be 2 level 5 evil beasts. Moreover, these 2 level 5 evil beasts looked very similar. They both had huge beetle-like back shells, but had 6 strong and powerful long legs, a head that looked like a lion, and 3 tails like scorpions. They were all khaki in color, looked very fierce and hard, and waved 3 scorpion tails and rushed straight to the flying ants. With 2 to 1, the flying ants had no power to fight back for a while and kept retreating. Obviously, even if they were all level 5 evil beasts, there was a gap in strength. Besides, after their numbers increase, even if they join forces, the flying ants cannot easily crush them even if they are at the chaos level. Of course, the flying ants also have comrades, and a lot of them. The 5 original primary Zergs, plus all the saint-level undead, quickly surrounded and beat up the 2 evil beasts. Wei Huan wanted to see where the combat limit of his undead army was, so he did not take action. Under the order of the Zerg Queen, a large number of long-range Zergs came to the front of the battlefield and bombarded the bodies of the level 5 evil beasts. In addition, there were invisible face huggers carrying netherfire bombs, which appeared and disappeared to bombard the weak defense parts of the level 5 evil beasts. This battle lasted for half an hour, and the 2 level 5 evil beasts finally showed signs of fatigue. After a moment of distraction, the flying ants killed one of the evil beasts, and the water droplet made up for the last drop of blood. A level 5 soul power was successfully obtained. After killing a level 5 evil beast, the remaining level 5 evil beast was easier to deal with. After a few minutes, this evil beast also fell down. Wei Huan received 2 soul powers of level 5 evil beasts, and 129 soul powers of level 4 evil beasts, but he was not in a hurry to absorb them. He collected these soul powers and arranged the positions of the undead army. Then he looked at the ruins of the evil beast's nest and waited silently. But in the expected time, the dark god did not appear. Wei Huan thought of something and turned to look at the dark god he had captured, but found that he seemed to be suddenly stimulated and struggled wildly. The scales on his body rubbed against the spider web and cracked, and black blood even flowed from his nose. But he was not strong enough, and he could not break free even if he struggled hard, and finally only hurt himself. After a while, about 3 minutes, his breath suddenly became a little weaker. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan observed this and wondered, the dark energy on his body has faded a little. Could these evil beast nests be related to his divine power? Mu Zhong was in the ancient god world in Wei Huan's body, and could not sense the changes in the breath of the dark gods until Wei Huan said this. Then he said, the dark gods belong to the name of Chaos Emperor. Chaos Emperor and Hongming Emperor violated the way of heaven and attacked and killed Taichu Emperor. They were suppressed by the way of heaven in an inaccessible area. If Chaos Emperor is related to this Chaos Source Gap, I am afraid there is really some relationship between him and the Chaos Source Gap. Then the reason why the Dark Gods came to the Chaos Source Gap can be guessed. Wei Huan was confused, frowning. You mean all this is related to Chaos Emperor? The secrets related to the Emperor are not something he can explore now, not to mention that Chaos Emperor has a grudge against Taichu Emperor, and he will definitely be able to detect the relationship between the human race and the undead race. When the Emperor takes action, he will not be able to escape even if he wants to. Interesting. At this moment, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light floated out, not caring at all that he had eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, and continued directly, First of all, the Chaos Emperor and the Chaos Source Gap are not of the same origin. Although this world is dark, it has its own order and power model. It is more like a barrier set up by the heavenly Tao to protect the core area of this world. The Lord level dare not stay in the abyss for long, and cannot explore deeper. As for how far the Emperor level can explore, I don't know. But before this, although the Chaos Emperor and the Chaos Source Gap, the Dark God and the Chaos Emperor, and the Dark God and the Chaos Source Gap are all related in all aspects, because the fundamental purpose of the Chaos Source Gap is to block the prying of the gods, people cannot connect them together. Until today, I have personally seen the relationship between the Dark Gods and the Evil Beast's lair. I think some answers have come out. Mu Zhong nodded and concluded, if the inference is correct, perhaps the Chaos Emperor is trying to control the evil beasts in the Chaos Source Gap through the Dark Gods. Or vice versa, changing himself by binding with the evil beast's lair. But no matter what they do, their ultimate goal is easy to guess. The Chaos Emperor wants to escape. Wei Huan followed their thoughts, and came up with a similar answer. After all, no prisoner does not want to be free. So under this premise, the Chaos Emperor controls the evil beasts through the Dark Gods, and all speculations can be traced. Then do we continue? Wei Huan asked the teacher, and Mu Zhong also looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, waiting for his answer. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light smiled when facing this difficult problem. In this case, I only ask you two questions. When is a person at his weakest? If he breaks free from the cage, will he let you and the human race go? Yes, only these two reasons are needed to let Wei Huan understand that time is running out. If he misses this opportunity, and really lets the Chaos Emperor break free, no matter how prosperous the world is now, it will be nothing but an illusion. When the Emperor takes action, it only takes a moment for the civilization that humans have built up after hundreds of years to be wiped out. Let's not talk about stopping it first. At least we have to find out the truth first. Mu Zhong said, it's not certain yet whether this Dark God is related to the high-level evil beast's nest. Why not continue? Okay. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded, and also supported verification before making a decision. It was not difficult to verify the truth. Wei Huan did not even bother to absorb the newly acquired energy, and found another level 5 evil beast's nest to attack. This time, after careful observation, he saw with his own eyes that the Dark God's madness broke out with the destruction of the level 5 evil beast's nest, not because he was afraid of the death of the level 5 evil beast. 3 minutes after the nest was destroyed, he calmed down again. It was just that the continuous loss of 3 evil beast nests made his breath weaker, and his divine power weaker. And Wei Huan found that the hazy white light covering his eyes seemed to be much lighter. Wei Huan informed Mu Zhong and his teacher of this discovery. The teacher said, you mean that destroying the beast's lair will restore the Dark God's consciousness? It's possible. But whether it is true or not, we will know as we continue. Wei Huan said, I want to absorb these soul powers first. Since it may be a tough battle against the Chaos Emperor, it is not too much to be more cautious. Always ensure that you are in the best condition, and seize every opportunity to improve yourself, so that you can deal with it even if an accident occurs. The two of them naturally supported this very much. When Wei Huan absorbed the soul power, they reviewed the speculation in the ancient god world. The more they reviewed, the more they found that there was indeed a big secret involved. Finally, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light looked at Mu Zhong deeply, and said, he may not be able to cope with this situation. It has far exceeded expectations. You, teacher. Mu Zhong interrupted the remnant soul of the Lord of Light with a smile and said, we will support each other in life and death. Even if the Emperor attacks, he will not be alone. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light sighed, okay, I have to think of a way to deal with the current situation. Wei Huan absorbed all the 3 level 5 soul powers, and 854 level 4 soul powers in his hand. Such a huge amount of energy fell into his body, like a bottomless pit. The vortex in his ancient god body cells only expanded a little and rotated faster. But the improvement of Wei Huan's physical strength reached a terrifying 3%. You know, Wei Huan's ancient god body is about to be completed, and his physical body can achieve the master level. How strong the law attack of the master level is, how strong the law attack his physical body can withstand. His physical body is so strong that he can crush the stars with his hands and step on the universe with his feet. Such a terrible physical strength can be improved by another 3%. How scary is this growth? And he is far from the end. After absorbing the last ray of energy and feeling his own strength becoming stronger at this moment, Wei Huan opened his eyes with unsatisfied feeling. It feels good to become stronger, but it's a pity that the energy is exhausted. Where is the teacher? Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong in the ancient god world. Mu Zhong said he was going to think of a countermeasure. Before he left, he said that he could improve himself with the energy. Chaos Emperor's affairs did not need to be rushed. It was more important for him to become stronger. Okay. Wei Huan nodded, summoned the army of undead, and went deeper. There were many level 4 evil beast nests along the way. Level 5 was not very common, but as long as it appeared in Wei Huan's attack range, he would kill it all. Especially level 5 nests. Even if they were far away, they would not be let go as long as they appeared. In order to speed up the battle, Wei Huan would go into battle after 2 or more level 5 evil beasts appeared in the level 5 nest. His Shuazi Shenrun was simply a weapon for sneak attacks in such a battlefield. When the evil beast wasn't paying attention, he threw out the corruption scythe with 109 layers, and the next second it appeared on the neck of the evil beast and spun around, killing the evil beast instantly, destroying its soul. As a main god, he could easily deal with the 5th level evil beast. Unknowingly, he had harvested 20 soul powers of the 5th level evil beast, and the soul power of the 4th level beast even reached tens of thousands. Before Wei Huan practiced again, he took a look at the state of the dark god. This dark god was dying, and his body flickered, as if it would collapse at any time. In fact, Wei Huan didn't want him to die, and was worried that his death would alarm more dark gods. But he couldn't stop hunting the evil beast because of this. Rather than disturbing the dark gods, he thought that the most important thing at the moment was to improve himself. Just investigating without the strength to deal with it would only put himself in a more dangerous situation. Without the strength equal to the secret, he would die. However, considering the need to conceal the possible noise caused by the death of the dark god, Wei Huan took the dark god into his ancient god world. His ancient god world has not yet been fully developed, so it is still difficult to suppress a god. However, the power of this dark god has been dissipated by more than half. As long as he continues to pay attention, there will be no big problem. Wei Huan just threw the dark god into the ancient god world, and the remnant soul of the Lord of Light appeared beside the dark god. Wei Huan remembered it, and condensed his spiritual consciousness and asked, "Teacher, do you have any way to prevent him from falling?" The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "It's a bit troublesome, but it's not difficult for me. I know you don't want to disturb the dark god. It's just right that I've been thinking about countermeasures during this period of time, and I also thought of this point, which allowed me to find a way to deal with this matter." Wei Huan let out a long sigh and said with emotion, "Teacher is really amazing. Any problem can be solved in your hands." It was rare for Wei Huan to praise him. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light was very pleased. He couldn't suppress his smile and waved his hand. "I'm just not good at fighting and management. If I say I can't solve problems and study skills, then no god in this world can do it." After a pause, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light did not dare to add arrogantly, "The exceptions of the great emperor level, they are already on another level." Wei Huan heard this and said, "Teacher has such ability. If he hadn't fallen that year, he might really be able to get the great emperor again." Who knew that after saying this, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light couldn't laugh anymore. He waved his hand. "If you don't have anything to do, just do your own thing. I take care of this guy." After saying this, he paused and reminded, "In the future, let your family's one say the compliments." Wei Huan, After handing over the dark god to the teacher, Wei Huan was completely liberated. Since there is no need to worry about the dark god dying back to report, then we can continue to kill monsters and level up. After destroying 4 level 4 evil beast nests in succession, Wei Huan finally encountered a level 5 evil beast nest. Probably because he went deeper into the source of chaos, 3 level 5 evil beasts appeared in the level 5 evil beast nest this time. They roared fiercely, and bared their teeth and claws as soon as they appeared. However, they did not last for more than a second under Wei Huan's sickle of corruption. Wei Huan's current strength is far superior to that of level 5 evil beasts. If it were not for the absolute suppression of numbers, in his eyes, there is no difference between 7 or 8 level 5 evil beasts, and 1 or 2 level 5 evil beasts. After easily collecting 3 level 5 soul powers, Wei Huan was planning to go to the next beast's lair immediately. Unexpectedly, he flew a short distance away. At the same time when the beast's lair was destroyed by the army of undead, a dark god appeared above the lair. This time, the dark god was a snake-shaped god with a huge body, a bit like a candle snake, with dragon horns on his head, and a sharp-nosed monkey-faced head, but there was a pair of wings on the snake. Wei Huan was surprised for a second, and then without hesitation, when the snake went crazy, he used the same method as before to wrap him into a ball and dragged him behind him. Mu Zhong reminded, "Wei Huan, look at his eyes." Wei Huan had already seen it, and said, These are also eyes that have lost their rationality after being invaded by chaos. Teacher just said that the eyes of the dark god have returned to normal, but unfortunately the godhead has been eroded, and now it has been attacked again, so it is probably difficult for him to truly wake up. The godhead has been attacked? Wei Huan repeated that if the godhead was eroded, he knew that the power of chaos was the culprit. Mu Zhong explained, "It seems that the power of these evil beast nests is directly bound to their godhead. Every time the nest is destroyed, their godhead will be attacked. Moreover, the teacher has found that it is not only the 5th level nests that are bound to their godhead, but also the 4th level nests, but the difference between the 4th and 5th levels is very large. Then the teacher found out that their godhead is bound to the evil beast nests. What exactly do they want to do? The teacher suspects that it is because the evil beast nests are rooted in the source gap of chaos. The Chaos Emperor wants to control the dark gods, and then control the nests, and concentrate his strength to open a gap in the source gap of chaos and escape. Why haven't you succeeded in so many years? That's not clear. Maybe something is missing?" Wei Huan nodded, but he didn't know that the teacher who was obsessed with the study of dark gods had never talked to Mu Zhong about this. But Mu Zhong's speculation was almost correct. His cognition and vision have exceeded that of a civilization leader who came out of a small planet. Wei Huan got the answer and didn't dare to stay any longer. His spiritual clone dissipated in the ancient god world. The external environment was complicated, and he needed to concentrate on it. And Mu Zhong, after Wei Huan's spiritual clone dissipated, he pressed his eyebrows, and the divine aura on his body fluctuated. After a while, the aura stabilized and maintained at the level that a lower-level god should have. Here, Wei Huan continued to destroy the evil beast's nest, and absorbed and refined a wave when the number was enough. As he destroyed more beast nests, the captured dark gods would be dying. At this time, Wei Huan would throw them into the ancient god world and hand them over to the teacher. The teacher would use means to ensure that they would not perish and remain in this state and continue to sleep. After capturing a dark god, another dark god appeared. Before he knew it, Wei Huan had captured 5 dark gods. There were 2 in human form, 2 in beast form, and 1 in elemental form. Although his body was erratic, he could easily suppress it in front of the main god-level Wei Huan. At the same time, Wei Huan's personal strength had almost exceeded 50% of his strength when he came in without knowing it. But his ancient god body cells still did not change much. The vortex just became bigger and rotated faster. In addition, the aura of other laws on Wei Huan's body became stronger. Wei Huan was addicted to the process of becoming stronger, and could not extricate himself. On this day, the voice of the Zerg Queen suddenly rang in his mind. "Master, I will cultivate new chaos-level Zerg, please bless me." Wei Huan stopped his actions, and condensed his spiritual consciousness in the dirty world. The Zerg Queen flapped her huge and beautiful butterfly wings, flew out of the insect nest, came to Wei Huan, and saluted respectfully. Wei Huan frowned. It may not be appropriate to cultivate chaos-level Zerg at this time. If you fail, you will be seriously injured and fall into sleep again. I need you for the battle now. The Zerg Queen said, "Now that you are at the main god level, the bloodline of the children I can cultivate has also risen. Although it cannot be 100% at present, there is a 90% probability of success." Wei Huan looked surprised. "So high? Please bless me, master." The Zerg Queen pleaded again. Wei Huan was indeed tempted. With 1 more chaos-level Zerg, his combat power would almost double, and he would not be afraid of encountering more level 5 evil beasts in the future. But a 90% success rate means there is still a 10% chance of failure. Under the current circumstances, he did not want to take even this 10% risk. Wei Huan could only ask, can the remaining 10% be improved? If the master can give more blessings, maybe it can be improved by another 10% or 20%, but not more. Wei Huan frowned and hesitated. The Zerg Queen looked at Wei Huan hesitantly. As the mother of the Zerg, she had an instinctive desire to reproduce powerful offspring. Wei Huan was not moved by the pitiful look of the Zerg Queen, but dispersed his consciousness clone and went to the ancient god world. He found the teacher and told him about this matter, wanting to see if he could help him. The teacher said, "You shouldn't ask me about this, you should ask the person next to you." Mu Zhong? Wei Huan was a little surprised, thinking of something. Is it using the power of time? This level will not affect his body. Don't underestimate him, and don't even think about the god of time. In the matter of changing the ending, only the god of time can do it in the world. Wei Huan heard some deep meaning in this sentence, but before he could think about it, the teacher chased him away. "Go, I'm studying at a critical moment now. Don't disturb me if it's nothing important." Wei Huan had no choice but to leave. the dissipated consciousness clone came to the paradise, and when he saw the man who put down the teacup and stood up to greet him when he saw him appear, the broken string in Wei Huan's head suddenly connected. In terms of changing the fate of mankind, what could be more subversive than rebirth? I'm not being self-deprecating, but the fact that mankind is what it is today is closely related to me and my rebirth, step by step, until I took Blue Star out to challenge the world. The fate of the entire human race has changed dramatically. So, does my rebirth have anything to do with Mu Zhong? It's not just about getting married to change the future, but it's earlier and more advanced, sending a dead soul to a critical node to change the outcome of everything? Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong with a strange look, and he seemed to see another vague figure from this person. Who is it? Who is the one who really controls everything? Chapter 468. What's wrong? Mu Zhong saw the change in Wei Huan's eyes, and walked over a little slower, asking him in confusion. Wei Huan blinked, temporarily suppressed all doubts, and just talked about the purpose of coming here. Mu Zhong was surprised. Yes, why didn't I think of it, or I still need the teacher to remind me to think of it. In fact, this is not difficult. I happen to have a perfect regional flow rate of the 4 seasons law. I only need to set up a time barrier in a small range and repeat the process. Even if the probability is only 1 point, it will definitely succeed. Wei Huan was a little worried. The change of time will be accompanied by punishment. Can you repeat it many times? Mu Zhong smiled and said, of course not, I'm only talking about theory, but it's no problem to do it 2 or 3 times. Didn't you say that there is a 90% probability of success? Maybe I don't need to change the time. It will succeed once. You came to me just to be safe. Wei Huan nodded, but he knew in his heart that Mu Zhong was lying. Mu Zhong is not a person who likes to brag. He casually said that changing the local space can be performed thousands of times, increasing the probability of 1% to 100%. At that time, his tone was relaxed and firm. He was definitely not joking, which meant that he was capable of doing it. Wei Huan felt that he was getting closer to the truth little by little. He had clearly seen it, and it was even within reach. He believed that if he asked about these doubts, Mu Zhong would definitely give him the answer he wanted. But it seemed unnecessary. After all, what good would it be to poke a hole in the window paper? Now is not the time to dig deep. They have more important things to do. The world of filth is extremely polluted. I will try my best to ensure that you are not affected. But if you feel uncomfortable, tell me. Don't force yourself. We can try a few more times. Wei Huan reminded Mu Zhong before taking him away. Mu Zhong nodded, and then he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a strong force of death that was about to suffocate him came towards him like a big wave in the sea. This is the purest force of death, a world of laws of a main god level. Because it has been nurtured in the sea of consciousness, it is more pure than the kingdom of God constructed purely by the power of laws, and it is so pure that outside gods cannot enter. In addition, Mu Zhong is only a lower-level god. After coming here, he even lost his self-awareness in an instant. His mind was blank, and his whole body could not move. Wei Huan drove away the force of death surrounding Mu Zhong, and surrounded his body with a circle of protective shield. The force of death faded a little, and Mu Zhong barely came back to his senses. Mu Zhong's face was pale, silver divine patterns appeared unconsciously on his face, and his lips were lightly silver as he said, "It seems that I still overestimated myself. In such an environment, even with your permission, I can only do very little to cast the law of time. At most once, if it fails, I need to recuperate for a while before continuing. Can you cast it again? It's already very good." Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong's face, and thought he couldn't cast it even once. However, compared to whether he could cast it successfully, Wei Huan asked more worriedly, "Is it forced?" Mu Zhong shook his head. "One time is no problem, don't worry, I promised you that I won't force it. As long as you can do it once, even if the time interval is a little longer, try a few more times, you will definitely succeed. We have a lot of time, and the last thing we need to worry about is trying a few more times, so there is no need to force ourselves." Wei Huan thought about it, and confirmed that what Mu Zhong said was right, and he really didn't force himself. It's already very good to do it once every period of time. If it doesn't succeed, we can go back to the beginning. As long as we preserve the resources, it's not a failure, and we will succeed sooner or later. Okay, I take you to the insect nest. Wei Huan said, stretched out his hand to his waist, and brought him to the insect nest. More than 100 years have passed, and this insect nest is actually larger, but Wei Huan was immersed in cultivation at that time, and did not notice it. Now he sees that even the part exposed above the ground is a few points larger than he remembered, not to mention the part buried deep underground. The Zerg has occupied this most core and richest area, next to the statue. In addition to the original work every day, the most important task is to pray to the statue. After all, the Zerg is different from the undead. Every Zerg has a true spirit after birth, and their prayers to the statue are effective. On the contrary, the undead revived by Wei Huan, although the overall number is not inferior to the Zerg, cannot provide Wei Huan with a fixed faith value for various reasons. They flew to the insect nest, and the queen came out to greet them, respectfully saying, "Master, Lord Mu." Although the Zerg queen was somewhat confused about Mu Zheng's appearance here, she did not say much, presumably for a reason. Until Wei Huan explained why Mu Zheng came here, the Zerg queen widened her eyes in surprise, and then her face was full of surprise. With Lord Mu's help, this child will surely be born safely, thank Lord Mu. Mu Zheng nodded, and was very calm about this beautiful and sexy female life that still lived in his lover's soul, and was even very happy about its arrival. In Wei Huan's combat value, the Zerg occupies a huge proportion. If it weren't for the Zerg, they might not be able to reach this depth in 100 years. Improving the strength of the Zerg nest and the Zerg queen is to improve Wei Huan's strength, and even improve the strength of the entire human race. Mu Zheng thought very thoroughly about this point. Even if it is really sexy, and makes people not know where to put their eyes, Mu Zheng still has only trust in it. You're welcome. It was Wei Huan who woke me up, and let me know that I can help in this way. If I could react earlier, you wouldn't be hurt before. Please don't say that. It is my duty to help the master solve problems. Breeding strong children is my Zerg instinct. Whether it succeeds or not is my destiny, but now you have taken action to protect me. I thank you very much. The man and the insect were polite to each other, fully showing their respect for each other, and then began to move to the next step. Mu Zheng evaluated the current environment, and said that he could only control the flow of time for a maximum of half an hour. Time is limited. We must start from the most critical part to ensure that we can intervene and adjust at any time during the period of reaching the end. Mu Zheng reminded. The Zerg queen nodded. Half an hour is enough. I can sense whether it is successful or not in advance. We don't need to see the end directly. Instead, the beginning is more important. Mu Zheng said, "Okay, next I will set the time zone here. When you say start, the entire timeline is free for us. You can change it back and forth at any time to further ensure the success rate. I will use this half hour carefully and strive for success." The Zerg queen flew to a breeding cabin, knelt in front of the cabin, and gently stroked the wrinkled dark black leather. Under her comfort, the ups and downs of the breeding cabin gradually became much more relaxed. Then she turned her head and looked at Mu Zheng. Now. Mu Zheng raised his hands to his eyes, and his palms seemed to be holding something. Wei Huan knew that it was the time hourglass that only Mu Zheng could see. He twisted the two ends of the time hourglass slowly, and said at the same time, "It's okay." There was no change. But Wei Huan and the Zerg queen knew that they had entered a new time branch under the control of the god of time. He had half an hour of control time here. After success, they and the newly bred chaos worms would be sent back to the main timeline by the great power of the god of time. If it fails, this time branch will disappear, and they will return directly to this moment. Without further ado, the Zerg queen delivered the precious nutrients that had been prepared long ago into the breeding chamber. Wei Huan gathered all the faith power accumulated so far in his palm. The Zerg queen took the faith power in her hand, but did not use it directly. Instead, she refined it again, and then carefully sent it into the breeding chamber. Next, for a long time, it was extremely quiet waiting. Wei Huan was worried about Mu Zheng's condition, so he stood close to him, his eyes always on him. Mu Zheng shook his head after noticing it, and said, "It's not time to exert force yet. I need your help when adjusting the timeline. I will tell you." "Okay." But Wei Huan's eyes did not move away, just occasionally looking at the changes in the queen and the breeding chamber. The power of faith was injected into the body of the insect being cultivated, and the resources provided by the queen for the chaos worm were undergoing unknown changes. After waiting for a long time in silence, almost suffocating, the queen finally turned her head and looked over with joy. "Master, I can feel it's done." This sentence made Wei Huan breathe a long sigh of relief and smile on his face. It was not because he was about to get another chaos worm, but because Mu Zheng did not need to take the risk of modifying time. After all, he was only a lower-level god, but he had to take the risk of changing the future of the main god-level gods and the chaos-level insect race. Even if Mu Zheng did not say it, Wei Huan knew how great the impact involved was, and the backlash would be very strong. Fortunately, this risk disappeared because of the one-time success. The time hourglass held by Mu Zhong in the void emitted a silver-white light that dissipated in his palm, and his hand, which he had been holding loosely, also loosened. Turning around, Mu Zhong smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. Since you said you can withstand the backlash for half an hour, there must be no problem. After all, I am also a god. Gods understand and apply the laws differently from mortals. I can avoid risks and even travel through timelines most of the time without paying any price." Wei Huan didn't say anything, but took Mu Zhong's hand and took him to the side of the breeding chamber. Inside, a chaos-level insect was about to wake up. Its terrifying aura had already been transmitted, and it seemed to be a little stronger than the flying ants. However, this breeding chamber was a little too small. Among the insects that were 40 to 50 meters tall, the life in this breeding chamber seemed to be only 5 or 6 meters tall. "What type of insects are being bred here?" Mu Zhong asked curiously. Wei Huan knew this, of course. Now that the insect breeding was successful at one time, he had a rare joking thought. "What do you think?" Mu Zhong said, "At present, there is a lack of powerful long-range chaos insects. It just so happens that the queen has gained a lot of experience in breeding long-range insects recently. I think this should be long-range, to fill the gap in the Zerg army." "You guessed correctly," the Zerg queen said. "As you said, the Zerg army lacks a leader in the long range. An excellent long-range leader can not only launch terrible long-range attacks by himself, but also integrate long-range attacks and conduct concentrated attacks. When it exerts its full strength, it can kill the overlord in seconds." Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, then shook his head and smiled. "You mean as a turret mage, enough time to read the bar, and the opponent is as immovable as a wooden stake?" "Yes." The Zerg queen nodded frankly. "This is just the limit output. After all, facing the threat of certain death, the gods will predict and dodge, and the probability of success using limit output is very low. However, if the master wants to attack the kingdom of God in the future, this child, and the long-range Zerg led by it will become the most feared troops of the enemy." "Indeed?" Mu Zhong nodded. "God's kingdom war, siege war, 2 armies against each other. A strong long range can make the battle much simpler. Your choice is right. We do lack a strong long range. These are all the master's orders. I just follow orders." The Zerg queen smiled and collected the credit and fame. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan also looked at him. The two did not talk, but their entangled eyes explained everything. They had supported each other all the way through fire and blood, and their understanding of war was far beyond that of ordinary people, and they had the ability to take the overall situation into consideration. The birth of this long-range chaos worm, even if they did not talk specifically, had already revealed a signal. The situation of the entire war will change from the defense-oriented to offense and defense. In the near future, they will set off a war that will sweep across the divine domain. To attack the kingdom of the gods, they need powerful long-range weapons. Puff! Hua la la! At this moment, the breath in the breeding cabin suddenly grew up for the last section and stabilized at the level of chaos. Then, a surging sound began to come from under the wrinkled cortex. This was the sound of this chaos worm waking up and turning over. The Zerg queen lovingly came to the breeding chamber, gently stroking the wrinkled skin, shaking the tentacles on her forehead, communicating with the chaos worm inside with her mental power. Her every move and eyes were full of gentle love. As a mother, she deeply loves each of her children. The gurgling sound in the breeding chamber slowed down and finally returned to calm. The Zerg queen turned her head and looked at Wei Huan. "Master, it will take a little time, not too long, and you can leave here to fight for your master." Wei Huan nodded, and then took Mu Zhong away. The dirty world continued to pollute Mu Zhong, and it was not suitable for him to stay here for a long time. In a blink of an eye, Mu Zhong returned to the ancient god world. Standing on the balcony, he took a deep breath, dissipated the power of death attached to his body, and the silver divine pattern on his face disappeared. Then he said, "Don't worry about me, go and do your work. If you need to cultivate chaos bugs next time, just come to me. After this time, I can be sure that I can do it." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. In other words, he couldn't guarantee that he could do it before. Thinking of this, Wei Huan's face darkened. Mu Zhong, Only then did he realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. He sneered and pushed Wei Huan. Okay, go and do your work. You said you didn't act tough." Wei Huan was unmoved. Okay, I was wrong." Mu Zhong stepped on his feet, kissed Wei Huan on the cheek, and coaxed him. "Isn't it because you are here that I dare to act tough? When I don't want to, I just need to ask, and you will definitely protect me, right? That's why I dare to say that." What can Wei Huan do? His wife said so he could only bear it. After settling Mu Zhong, Wei Huan's consciousness returned to his body again. The soul power at his hand had accumulated enough for one practice, with 50 level 5 soul powers and more than 25,000 level 4 soul powers. The deeper he went, the fewer level 4 evil beasts there were. Level 5 evil beasts appeared in each nest in groups of 3 or 5, and occasionally there would be 6 or 7. Going deeper, in the legendary terrifying abyss, perhaps there would only be level 5 evil beasts. With Wei Huan's strength, it was easy to face the current number of level 5 evil beasts, but if thousands of level 5 evil beasts rushed over, he would probably have to flee in embarrassment. At this time, adding a chaos-level insect could be said to be a timely help. Otherwise, if he wants to go deep into the abyss to explore the truth, he may not be able to survive in it for a long time. But this is far from enough at the moment. His current situation can only be said to be better than before, but it is far from the level of being able to enter and exit the abyss freely. The key is to improve his own strength. These soul powers in his hands will be the key experience points for him to improve his strength. If he can complete the step of compressing the cells of the ancient god body through this absorption, he will not be far from the great success of the ancient god body. By then, his physical strength will reach the master level. Although it is only physical strength, and it is still a very weak master level, it is the standard to move freely in the abyss. Fortunately, this set of ancient god body cultivation method is to improve oneself by nourishing the ancient god cells. It is also very simple to nourish the ancient god cells, which is to absorb various rare heaven and earth energies. His soul is already at the level of the main god of the law, and his ancient god body can accommodate a larger amount of energy. Even if he cannot break through in one fell swoop, he may be infinitely close to that level. Wei Huan was distracted while thinking, while sending soul power into his forehead. With the influx of a large amount of soul power, his dirty world and ancient god world were changing. Gradually, he focused on cultivation, but the outside world's conquest of evil beasts was not over yet. The Zerg Queen successfully bred the second chaos worm this time, and her physical condition remained at its peak, so after Wei Huan went into seclusion, she took full command of the war. Unknowingly, all the 4th level evil beast nests within the summoning distance of Wei Huan were cleared. After completing this area, the Zerg Queen saw that Wei Huan had not woken up yet, so she moved her eyes to the nearest 5th level nest. It has already explored this level 5 nest, and there are only 2 level 5 evil beasts in it. The undead army and the Zerg army can easily kill them together. However, in order to prevent any eventuality, the war against the level 5 nest has always been presided over by Wei Huan himself. The Zerg Queen hesitated this time, and once again evaluated the probability of winning or losing the war against this nest, and finally made a decision. It deployed the Zerg army and the undead army, but defended and did not attack. Behind the melee troops, nearly 100 million Zergs appeared, and there were 100 million Demon Monarchs, ordering them to accumulate strength and be ready to attack at any time. Finally, a Zerg that looked 70% similar to the Zerg Queen also had a pair of butterfly wings, human form, but had tentacles on its head, and big eyes flew out of the summoning gate. Its aura was very terrifying, and the Zergs wherever it went would be intimidated by its momentum and make a gesture of submission. It passed through the Zerg army. The butterfly wings behind it fluttered slowly, dropping black scales. The Zerg aura stained with scales was strangely connected to it, as if it had become a part of its body. The scales were still spreading, covering a wider and wider range. It didn't take too long before hundreds of millions of long-range Zerg were wrapped in these scales, and their auras were connected to this chaos bug. The aura of this chaos bug became more and more unfathomable and extremely terrifying. If Wei Huan opened his eyes at this time, and used his spiritual sense to cover this area, he would find that the black scales had turned into a huge butterfly with wings spread hundreds of miles. The giant butterfly absorbed the power from all the long-range Zergs, and finally concentrated it on the head of the butterfly, which was the body of the chaos bug. Then the originally white body of the chaos bug turned black, and black light came out from its eyes, mouth, nostrils, and even from every pore. It opened its mouth and roared silently, and at the same time, its body arched backwards, like a bow that was really pulled to the full. Ah! The tension reached its extreme, and rebounded violently. Buzz! A black beam of light that would scare Wei Huan came out of its body. This beam of light was not thick, with a diameter of only about 5 meters, but wherever it passed, even the chaotic space was cut apart. Space and time lost their meaning under this blow, as if it had penetrated all longitudes and latitudes, and would eventually only condense into one place. Invisible fireworks exploded in the depths of the chaos source gap. The light beam from the sky had already reached the top of the level 5 nest the moment it was noticed. This beam of black light avoided all defense measures, and pierced straight through the black nest like a spear. In fact, the size of this beam of black light was like a 100-story building being pierced by an embroidery needle for the level 5 nest. Nothing should have happened. But as the front end of the beam pierced through, a vortex formed on the path it passed. The vortex expanded instantly, like a terrifying propeller, stirring the nest to pieces. Roar! The 2 level 5 evil beasts in the nest had no time to dodge, and were directly hit by the attack, killing one on the spot. The other one was able to break through the nest and escape because of a slightly deviated angle and a slightly farther distance. But even if it saved its life, it was extremely miserable, and half of its life was gone. But the Zerg Queen would not leave it half alive. When it escaped the first wave of attacks, it was greeted by an overwhelming attack from the summoned army. The powerful flying ant was the first to fly over, and its 4 long and powerful legs nailed it to the spot, and a pair of front feet hugged its head and twisted it hard. Crack! The battle that was originally going to take a while was directly suppressed. The half-dead level 5 evil beast was no match for the chaos flying ant, and was directly beheaded. Chapter 469. The water drop that had been hiding behind the Zerg swarm for a long time stopped its action. The horrible damage of the 2 chaos-level Zergs directly killed the soul of the level 5 evil beast and harvested 2 trophies of level 5 soul power. Moreover, the tactics of using long-range bombardment of the nest to directly cripple the evil beast and then launch a large-scale attack also accelerated the speed of the war, and it took only 10 minutes to destroy the nest. This is a level 5 nest. The gods below the Overlord originally had no ability to destroy the powerful force, but now it has become extremely easy because of the appearance of the second Chaos level Zerg. Therefore, when Wave 1 absorbed all the soul power in his hand, he opened his eyes, and saw the huge amount of energy offered by the Zerg Queen with both hands. There were a total of 12 level 5 soul powers, and more than 4,000 level 4 soul powers, which directly completed 1/3 of Wei Huan's next retreat goal. Then Wei Huan saw the chaos bug that looked very similar to the Zerg Queen, also with a female body and a pair of butterfly wings. Wei Huan was satisfied with the chaos bug's strength at first, but became confused the next second. He looked at the Zerg Queen, and the two quickly completed a conversation with their consciousness. It turned out that this chaos bug with female characteristics was not the Queen's successor, which meant that it was male. Wei Huan's eyes swept over the overly full chest, and he was speechless for a while. The Zerg Queen obviously knew what Wei Huan was thinking, and a very bewitching laugh sounded in Wei Huan's ears. Master, for us Zerg, the only gender difference is pheromone. Appearance is not important, and charming pheromone is the greatest charm. Unfortunately, the master can't smell me. This is the difference between the tribes. Wei Huan didn't even smell any pheromones. Sometimes he even felt that some bugs had a stinky smell. But they are all his own soldiers. Just bear with it, and don't let them get close. So pheromones are still the most fragrant on his wife. Since it has become easy for the undead army to destroy even the 5th level nest, Wei Huan has no reason to participate in the battle himself. He will continue to hand over the command of the battle to the Zerg Queen, and the consciousness clone will recondense in the ancient god world. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong, "What do you think of the new chaos bug?" Mu Zhong nodded. "It makes up for our lack of long range. I remember that when we were still challenging the world, Jock ability was very important to us, but after coming to the god's domain, I don't know why I ignored this part." Wei Huan said, "Because we have to live." Wei Huan is a summoner, and summoners are always vulnerable. Even though his own defense is comparable to Mafati, he subconsciously prioritizes close combat to ensure that the battlefield will not spread to his side. Until recently, when his close combat organization has temporarily reached its limit, he began to consider cultivating long range. In this kind of Legion battle, the reasonable configuration of arms is actually very important. With long range, it is obvious that the war has become simpler. In this way, for a long time, Wei Huan accompanied Mu Zhong in the ancient god world, and his main body would sit cross-legged on the back shell of the point beast, maintaining a stealth state and slowly sinking deeper. Unconsciously, the area they reached had fewer and fewer level 4 evil beasts. In a nest of level 5 evil beasts, there may be 20 to 30 level 5 evil beasts, and these evil beasts are obviously much smarter. They patrol in groups of 3 or 5, and begin to cooperate in the battle with the army of undead. That day, Fei Yi was surrounded and killed by a team of 2 level 5 evil beasts in the battle, and was seriously injured and barely escaped. Wei Huan knew that the good days were over, and he could no longer stay in the ancient god world. He was not lazy. or he was still inseparable from Mu Zhong in an environment like this. Wave 1 just wanted to test the limit of his ability to not take action. At present, this seems to be his limit. Moreover, since the last time a dark god appeared and was not caught by him and ran away, these evil beasts seem to have suddenly grown brains and began to learn to ambush and counterattack. So, was it the work of that dark god? Wei Huan had captured all 9 lower-level dark gods without knowing it. Except for one god who suddenly died, he still had 8 dark gods sleeping in his hands. Wei Huan suspected that the one behind the scenes was a middle-level god, or even a dark god. Presumably, no matter how polluted this chaotic world is, the middle-level god or the main god can still maintain a little bit of rationality. Otherwise, who made the arrangement so far? If this matter is really related to the Chaos Emperor, it is impossible for the Chaos Emperor to turn the tide with a group of madmen. There must be some means to fight against the pollution here. Wei Huan killed all the way down and captured all the out-of-control lower-level gods, but unfortunately one of them died in the end. The death of this god will give birth to a new god in the kingdom of God. Even if there is no tip-off, the Dark Master and the main god must have noticed that the enemy appeared in the Chaos Source Gap. Now, a rational god will be sent to investigate his background and to kill him here, not allowing him to move forward. This also shows that he is getting closer to the secret little by little. But it is almost time for him to take action. He has recently absorbed a lot of soul power, and the physical strength of his ancient god body has almost doubled when he came in, but the vortex in the ancient god cells is obviously far from being full. He should also move his body, and get more soul power as soon as possible to feed those greedy ancient god cells. Wei Huan is looking forward to the end of compression. How strong will his body be after the ancient god body is fully developed? Perhaps it is not much different from the real ancient god, right? What Wei Huan envied most was Mafati's physical defense. That strength was that he was not hurt even if he was hit by the main god level, and the scratched skin healed before the battle was over. It is not even afraid of the attack of the master level, and dares to steal meat from the kingdom of the flesh and blood master. With his restless temper of picking cats and fighting dogs, he has not been killed for so many years, which can only mean that he is thick-skinned and really resistant to beatings. Wei Huan has never seen other more powerful ancient gods, and his requirements for the strength of his body are only to the level of Mafati. Now it seems that he has reached 50% to 60% of the level, and when the ancient god body is fully developed, he should be able to achieve the expected goal. Wei Huan opened his eyes, and the undead army had begun a new round of attack on the nest of the level 5 evil beast. Fei Yi was injured and had to be replaced to recuperate. Kaishan and Da Xiong were forced to stand in the front, and at the same time face the siege of more than 30 level 5 evil beasts, which was still very stressful. The key is that these evil beasts will cooperate with each other to block their retreat, and not give them a chance to rest and retreat. Master. The Zur Queen blamed herself a little. The flying ant is injured and cannot return to the battlefield for the time being. We must find a way to retreat in this battle. No need. Master, are you going to take action yourself? Yes. Great, with you taking action, our war will definitely win without suspense. Wei Huan ignored the Zur Queen's flattery. In this moment, Kaishan and Da Xiong were surrounded, and their retreat was cut off. In order to protect Kaishan, Da Xiong stood in front and was about to die. Wei Huan raised his hand, and a black ball of light appeared in his hand, flying into the sky and smashing fireworks. Millions of black fireworks fell on the undead army. The power from the Huangquan system's law of salvation gave each undead army a double attribute suitable for itself. The dying Da Xiong's defense and blood bar doubled instantly, and he woke up with a start. He roared with fighting spirit and faced the enemy again. The isolated Crow's sister, Black Dragon, and Big Head suddenly grew stronger and easily overturned the level 5 evil beasts in front of them, rushed into the heavy encirclement, and joined Kaishan Big Bear. But the reversal of the battle was far more than that. I saw that Big Head had already faced a level 5 evil beast, but he didn't expect that the level 5 evil beast's neck flashed with black light, and his whole body collapsed to the ground, and his soul collapsed directly. The black light flickered on the field, harvesting the necks of the level 5 evil beasts in a mysterious way. In just a few breaths, several level 5 evil beasts that surrounded Kaishan and wanted to kill him were killed one after another. Wei Huan's move was the key to truly changing the situation. With his current ancient divine body strength, the overlapping divine runes could already be stacked to 200 layers, but that was not necessary, as only 100 layers were enough to kill a level 5 evil beast. It only took a moment to stack 100 layers, and then the shining divine rune left his hand and appeared directly on the neck of the evil beast, killing it one by one, very easily. If there was any problem with his move, it was that he could only kill one at a time. And even if it could be fired smoothly, it still took an average of more than 3 seconds from condensing the corruption scythe to completing the stacking and throwing the sickle out. This was a flaw that could not be changed. Wei Huan did not think that there was anything wrong with him killing a level 5 evil beast in 3 seconds. After all, his strength had reached this level. But he wanted to be one step faster, so he had to think of other ways. Should he use the newly realized Yin Divine Rune? This Divine Rune has extremely high damage, and now Wei Huan can use it to stack the Shan Divine Rune to about 300 times. But this Divine Rune is a melee Divine Rune, which needs to be used close to the enemy, and it has a long CD after being used once, which is suitable for a fatal blow when fighting against stronger enemies. As the name suggests, the Weizi Divine Rune is a protected Divine Rune, which is not used at the moment. Finally, the Swansea Divine Rune is left when the ancient god body reaches 80%. This is a kind of ability similar to carrying a super brain with you, which will allow Wei Huan to slow down all the enemy's actions during use, and use faster speed and more accurate attacks than the enemy to win the battle. It can also allow him to digitize all the attributes of both sides in the Legion battle, so that he can make more accurate and correct judgments and achieve victory in the war. So it is obvious that the former is a bit useless for Wei Huan, who does not fight in close combat easily. Then what is helpful at the moment is the datization ability at the back. In a real battle, it is not that Wei Huan can win a complete victory by throwing flying knives non-stop like cutting vegetables, but to reasonably use every detail, including the movement of a small undead cannon fodder, to achieve the ultimate goal of the war. Using the calculation divine mark is a bit brain-consuming. Wei Huan does not like too strenuous battles. He does not fight when there is a crushing situation. How tortured is it to like 50-50? Unfortunately, now is not the time to retain the ability, because it will be difficult to win the next battle without his participation. If he does not want to fail, he must show some real skills. With the opening of the calculation divine mark, Wei Huan's eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and there were a lot of data in the light that passed quickly, turning into a group of clear data in front of Wei Huan's eyes. Kaishan's defense value is 330,000, and his HP is 60,000/500,000. He is also bleeding, his back shell is damaged, 2 of his 6 legs are broken, and the horn on his head is also damaged. On top of his head, there is a big danger character. But if 2 of his 6 legs are broken, can't he still use 4 legs? Can't he still use that thick tail? When using the calculation divine mark, Wei Huan was even a little cold and cruel because he entered the super brain state. Wei Huan ordered Kaishan to swing his tail and stretch out his left hind leg. A wonderful thing happened. A beast that was knocked away unexpectedly fell on its spinning tail, was whipped sideways, and stumbled and fell on the leg that Kaishan stretched out. Kaishan has bone spurs on his legs, although because of his bulky body, the bone spurs on his legs are equivalent to decorations. But today, under Wei Huan's inexplicable command, the bone spur never dreamed that it would puff into the butt of a beast. The beast was swept by the tail, and the scraping did no damage, but only slightly destroyed its balance. But it was precisely this slight loss of balance that caused its butt to hit the bone spur standing there. In an instant, unspeakable pain went straight from the spine to the top of the head. The crazy brain of the beast even calmed down at that moment, looking at Kaishan with an incredible face, and looking into Kaishan's black eyes. But being poked in the butt by a bone spur would never kill a level 5 beast. The real butcher knife came from Sister Ye, who was commanded to fly to an empty space where there was obviously no enemy. A black flame hit the beast's stiff body head-on. The beast felt a sharp pain and looked down to see a huge hole on its chest, with the edge still being burned by the black flame. The seriously injured level 5 beast almost lost its fighting power. Before he died, Wei Huan's sickle had appeared twice and harvested the lives of 2 beasts. In other words, Wei Huan successfully used the calculation divine pattern to add an effective attack in the 3-second interval. Although he failed to kill the level 5 beast, he disintegrated its fighting power, and the purpose of the war had been achieved. Then, Wei Huan's golden eyes looked at the other level 5 beasts, and the data flow in his eyes was running wildly. The level 5 beasts he targeted would often lose their fighting power or die directly due to some minor mistakes. The battle ended very quickly. It took only 1 minute from the time Wei Huan attacked to the death of all 30 level 5 evil beasts. When the war was completely settled, the Zerg Queen looked at Wei Huan with admiration. This is incredible. The golden light in Wei Huan's eyes faded, and the slight dizziness and vague headache that followed made him frown. Mu Chong should learn the calculation divine mark. This divine mark is not very suitable for him. He always likes to crush with numbers and absolute combat power. If the battlefield does not allow it, he doesn't mind improving himself and moving forward. At that moment, Wei Huan made a decision. The enemy is in the dark, and he is in the light. At present, his strength cannot reach absolute crushing. Instead of taking risks, it is better to slow down first. He can become stronger. After all, he still has a lot of room for growth. Wei Huan no longer went deeper, but roamed horizontally to sweep. This level was just his comfort zone, where he could easily suppress even without the calculation divine mark. Wei Huan was not in a hurry to go deeper, but the dark god hiding behind him gradually lost his balance. On this day, Wei Huan was leading his army of undead to fight, and his enemy was a group of 41 level 5 evil beasts. These evil beasts actually left their nests and hid in the alien space. All of them went out to ambush, intending to strangle several leaders in Wei Huan's hands in one fell swoop. The battle started suddenly, and was very fierce from the beginning. Facing this level of ambush, conventional fighting methods are no longer effective. Wei Huan must take action and use the arithmetic divine pattern to calculate all aspects to ensure that his leaders will not fall. The golden light illuminated Wei Huan's eyes. He had a blank expression, like a real god, and his every move was full of destructive power. The surging black flames burned his clothes, like a demon god. At this time, the golden light in Wei Huan's eyes flickered, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face continued to sacrifice the corrupted scythe in his hand as usual. The next second, another level 5 evil beast wailed and fell to the ground. Its head and body separated and rolled to the side. Then its whole body turned into a ball of green smoke and dissipated, leaving a little soul power. Just when Wei Huan succeeded in this attack, and the next attack was not brewing, there was a ripple in the void behind him, and a beast's claw suddenly broke through the air and grabbed the back of Wei Huan's head. "Be careful," Mu Zhong said hurriedly. But the beast's claw didn't even scratch the beast's protective shield. The attack that had been charged for a long time was like a human hand grabbing an iron ball, nails flew, and bones broke. At the same time, a painful howl sounded, accompanied by a dark god in the form of a tiger, falling out of the void. His body was wrapped with the tentacles of the dot beast, and it turned out that the dot beast had taken him out. At this moment, if you look closely at the dot beast, in addition to its own power, there is also a layer of faint golden light flowing on its body surface, and those lights flow and turn into square characters similar to the ancient Yin country. The characters are square and turn at right angles, like a circle, but once they are connected into a string, they are like the Great Wall, stretching endlessly, and finally conveying a message of Wei. Wei character divine pattern was used by Wei Huan on the dot beast a long time ago. This greatly improved the already strong defense of the dot beast. How could a mere middle-level god break its defense? Mu Zhong's heart dropped again, and then followed Wei Huan's eyes to continue observing this dark middle-level god, who suddenly appeared. This is a creature that looks like a black panther, but with a single horn on its head and a tail like a horse's tail. It is about 20 meters long, and its appearance is more in line with human aesthetics and is not ugly. Moreover, the white mist in his 4 eyes is much lighter than that of the lower-level gods they caught. After being caught by the tentacles of the point beast, not only did he not show any signs of madness, but he also calmly wanted to break free and try to escape. But since he has been caught, how can he make a decision? The point beast is like a spider that has woven a web. The prey has been stuck in the web. It calmly tightens its tentacles to wrap the prey tightly, and then injects venom into the prey's body. Toxins are the ability evolved by the point beast when it reaches the legendary hero level. Don't think that the toxins in the mortal body are useless. As Wei Huan becomes a god, the toxins of the point beast that has reached the saint level will naturally evolve and become more poisonous and dangerous. These toxins are slowly injected into the body of this intermediate dark god from the tips of the hooks growing from its tentacles. The toxins dissolve the body of the god, and this dark god has to shift most of his attention to the fight against the toxins, and the strength of his struggle is obviously weaker. Wei Huan temporarily shifted his attention away from the dark god, and looked at the evil beasts that took the initiative to attack. Sure enough, there was no strategy to speak of, and they bit randomly like mad dogs. Facing mad dogs is simple, just beat them to death with sticks, and then there is business. Wei Huan killed more than 10 chaos evil beasts, and seeing that the situation of the war has stabilized, he handed over the remaining battle command to the Zerg Queen, and he turned to look at the dark god who was now in a coma. A mere middle-level god, hiding in the dark and playing some dirty tricks, can also cause him some trouble. This directly exposes himself and tries to sneak attack him. It is indeed not clear in the mind. Sneak attack on a main god? Don't say that Wei Huan is practicing both physical and magic. The law god is already at the main god level. Let's say that his ancient god body is about to be completed. Even if he stands here and is killed by a middle-level god, he can't be killed. Now that he has been captured, some animal poison almost dissolved his body and poisoned him to death. If Wei Huan hadn't kept him for use, he would not be just unconscious at this moment. Wei Huan took him into the ancient god world, called the teacher and Mu Zhong over, and said, "Mid-level god." Then he looked at everyone and said, "The dark gods have already arranged against us. This is the first middle-level god. The next one may be the main god, or even the master. What do you think?" Mu Zhong said, "This middle-level god is conscious, right?" "A little, but not much," Wei Huan replied. Mu Zhong said, "It is obvious that they can be controlled like lower-level gods, making them lose their minds, and just use them as tools to maintain the evil beast's nest, but they still choose to retain part of the consciousness of the middle-level gods. Is this intentional? Or is it not intentional?" Wei Huan said, "It is also possible that their strength is high enough, so the impact of chaos is limited. This possibility is not ruled out, but everyone knows how strong the power of chaos is. These dark gods have fallen here for millions of years, and are deeply bound to the evil beast's nest. It is normal for them to lose their minds. If they don't lose their minds, it seems more like they did it deliberately." Wei Huan nodded. "Okay, according to your inference, what do you want to say?" Chapter 470. Mu Zhong said, "I was just thinking, since they chose to retain part of the consciousness of the intermediate gods, it means that what they want to do can only be done by gods who retain consciousness. Then, it is very simple to not directly conflict with the Chaos Emperor, but to stop his actions. We only need to go against them and pollute the intermediate gods. In addition, almost all the lower-level gods are in our hands. In fact, we have already completed half of this matter." Wei Huan followed Mu Zhong's thoughts and thought, and it was indeed the case. If they want to stop the Chaos Emperor's conspiracy, they don't need to confront the Taichu Emperor head-on, or even fight against the domination level. They just need to take all the lower-level gods, who are still alive, and run away. Without manpower, the Chaos Emperor will not succeed in anything he wants to do. Just doing this is nothing but passive resistance, which is an extremely passive action. Where can we go with these dark gods? Once the Dark Master takes action, I can deal with it, but Qiyu and Star cannot. We can't spread the war to human civilization." Wei Huan only agreed with part of Mu Zhong's words. He still had the same idea as at the beginning. Take your life while you are sick. This is an opportunity to prevent the return of the Chaos Emperor. It must not be solved with a passive method. At this time, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "I understand your thoughts." Mu Zhong's words gave me an idea. Wei Huan frowned slightly, and was about to emphasize his point of view when he heard the teacher say, "Since they chose to retain the sanity of the high-level gods, it is obviously because they have to do so. We might as well do the opposite, and completely pollute this mid-level god to try what kind of impact will be caused in this situation." This idea is quite interesting. As expected of a research geek, the teacher is always the one who wants to try more experiments. This time, Wei Huan's idea is the same as the teacher's. Let's see what impact the irrational intermediate god will have on this conspiracy from the Emperor. Wei Huan sent the fourth-level soul power into the sea of consciousness of this intermediate god. For the gods with ancient god bodies, the soul power is like a tonic, but in the eyes of the god of law, it is a deadly poison. But what's interesting is that when he injected the fourth-level soul power into the sea of consciousness of this intermediate dark god, he did not immediately have a poisoning reaction. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "Do you remember that I asked you for some soul power? It is used to inject into the soul sea of these polluted dark gods. Living in the source gap of chaos for many years has indeed made them polluted and immune to chaos. I believe that the mid-level gods have a stronger tolerance. However, no matter how strong their tolerance is, there will be a limit. If those lower-level gods would not have perished if they continued to study, the final result would have been known long ago." Okay. Wei Huan understood what the remnant soul of the Lord of Light wanted to see. He decisively took out all the level 5 soul power in his hand, and stuffed them into the heads of these mid-level dark gods one by one. 1, 2, 3. This mid-level god in the form of a black panther gradually began to suffer. His body twitched, and the power of the god flowed out of this body like steam. The hair began to shrivel, and the skin seemed to be burst from the inside, tearing the skin apart. The great pain finally made him wake up from the coma of the poison, and he just wanted to resist madly. But Wei Huan did not give him any chance. All the power of the ancient god world was dispatched to suppress this middle-level god. At the same time, Wei Huan continued to feed the precious 5th level soul power into his soul C one by one, like feeding candy beans. The 12th, the 13th. Finally, at the 13th, this middle level god, which had been distorted beyond recognition, was swollen like a huge balloon by the chaotic energy and seemed to be about to explode. Be careful, Mu Zhong reminded. Wei Huan was indeed much more careful. After imprisoning this space and separating Mu Zhong and his teacher into countless spaces, although they seemed to be still in the same place, they were no longer in the same space as Wei Huan. The teacher also reminded, his current aura has far exceeded the level of a mid-level god, and even far exceeded the main god level. Wei Huan nodded, and fed the 14th, 15th, until the 19th level 5 soul power into the body of this dark god. His aura was actually close to Wei Huan's level. You must know that Wei Huan is not an ordinary main god. His ancient god body is about to be completed. Once successful, it will be a master level. If he continues to feed like this, once his strength is stronger than Wei Huan, this world may not be able to suppress him easily. Just as Wei Huan hesitated and fed the 20th level 5 soul power into his soul C, an extremely painful expression suddenly appeared on his face, and at the same time a shrill wail overflowed from his mouth that could not open. The next second, boom! Sure enough, the whole thing exploded. The power of chaos and the power of the gods burst out together, and the space that imprisoned him was shaky. Wei Huan hurriedly reinforced several layers of space, and finally removed the impact of the explosion. Wei Huan and the other two looked at the thick black fog in the huge cube. After a few seconds of silence, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light asked anxiously, "Is he dead?" Mu Zhong said, "Wei Huan, let us go back first, so that we can't feel anything." Wei Huan raised his hand, and the first space unfolded. Mu Zhong and the remnant soul of the Lord of Light returned to his side again, and the erratic aura on his body disappeared. Mu Zhong came over and asked again, "What did you see?" The remnant soul of the Lord of Light also stood on the other side of Wei Huan, looking at the huge black cube. "What's inside? Shouldn't he be alive? Dead? It's different from what I thought." Wei Huan turned his head and looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light. "What do you think?" The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "Use the energy of the evil beast's nest to improve the body's tolerance to the power of chaos, and finally create a higher level evil beast beyond the 5th level evil beast." Mu Zhong looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light with his eyes wide open. This was something he had never expected. It's terrifying to think about it. This is completely possible, is it? After saying that, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan again. Wei Huan nodded solemnly under the gaze of the two. In the black cube space, the mid-level god who had been blown to death was resurrected again because of that little bit of immortal will, and a new body was condensed again. It just recondensed into the Black Panther's body, and could barely show that it was originally a beast. In fact, like most of the other evil beasts, it was extremely deformed, with swollen muscles and lumps of flesh. The originally dark hair on his body was gone, leaving only a layer of black skin, with scarlet texture exposed from under the torn skin. His appearance was exactly the same as that of the evil beast, but what made Wei Huan frown was that his aura was stronger than that of the 5th level evil beast. And the most important thing was that when he was resurrected and opened his 4 eyes again, his scarlet eyes seemed bloodthirsty and frantic, but Wei Huan saw calmness and wisdom in those eyes. The 4 eyes looked at Wei Huan quietly through thick ink and space. Then, the eyeballs began to look around, as if looking for a direction to escape. This reaction was definitely not the IQ of a natural evil beast, nor would it be the reaction of a god polluted by chaos. A god who was polluted but began to tolerate the power of chaos. There was also a 5th level evil beast that should have been naturally generated by the source gap of chaos, and could not be killed by a power lower than the dominant level. Just like this, a strange coincidence, under Wei Huan's nose, such a special evil beast appeared. A beast that may have reached the 6th level. At this time, the black ink in the cube dissipated, revealing the ferocious beast inside. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "It's bad. A 6th level evil beast, ordinary power of the Lord should not be able to kill it. We have created an unkillable evil beast." Perhaps the words of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light were heard by the evil beast. Its scarlet eyes swept over and looked at Wei Huan and others, and a touch of cruel pleasure appeared in its eyes. Wei Huan said, "No, he is not my opponent." This sentence seemed to have severely provoked the evil beast. He suddenly jumped up and slapped the cube. The whole space shook, and directly smashed 2 layers of space. He seemed to be very excited about the fact that he had become stronger. After a moment of hesitation, he attacked more frantically. Very strong. Originally, he was only a mid-level god, but at this moment, he burst out with power beyond the ordinary main god level. But the most difficult thing for him to deal with was not his combat power, but his immortal soul. Level 6 soul power. Wei Huan said, Level 6 soul power can help me become stronger, and perhaps shorten the time to compress the cells of the ancient god's body. Wei Huan said this because he realized another benefit. This evil beast transformed from a god is definitely not as simple as feeding it 20 level 5 soul powers to transform. What he did was just to push it across the untouchable line in one fell swoop. The real energy of this evil beast is so strong. It comes from the power accumulated in their bodies over the millions of years of fallen chaos rifts. Wei Huan can almost imagine that if one day, when the Chaos Emperor needs to use this power, he will have more than a dozen evil beasts of at least main god level to serve him. The most important thing is that these god-level evil beasts cannot be killed. Just imagining it can bring up the scene at that time in my mind. As their enemies, they must be desperate. The most important thing is that if something goes wrong, they can still return to the Chaos Source Gap. Just like humans hiding in the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, the Chaos Source Gap will also become the base camp of the entire Dark Gods headed by the Chaos Emperor. Now, after Wei Huan's trial, it has become clearer and clearer about what the Chaos Emperor wants to do, and the conspiracy these Dark Gods are doing. But none of these, Wei Huan was even more excited when he realized the value of these Dark Gods. It's just, these guys have been practicing the elixir for millions of years with their own bodies. As long as they can take it away, they can get an enormous amount of energy for nothing. For a moment, Wei Huan looked at the god beast with eyes, like a hungry person seeing a delicious meal. But whether it is what he thought, he needs to try it before he knows. Wei Huan turned around and said, I will release it, and fight it with my real body. Before that, do you have anything else to do? Mu Zhong shook his head. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light wanted to nod, but after thinking about it, he shook his head again. There is nothing to do at this moment. You can try to see if you can kill it first. It can reach an unprecedented level 6 evil beast. The strength of soul power is extraordinary, far exceeding that of level 5 evil beast. In addition, be careful, it still has a godhood, and I am afraid it still retains the ability to fight with the law. Don't be careless. Wei Huan was reminded and nodded solemnly. That's right, an immortal soul, a powerful body, and the power of the law, this is to create a group of immortal warriors. Therefore, whether or not he can be truly killed is crucial. Wei Huan is confident, but he must be cautious. Before he releases this divine beast, his body has made sufficient preparations. Wei Huan said, I'm releasing it right now. After saying this, the cube was thrown out like garbage, from a large hole that was broken directly to the outside world. Then, Wei Huan's consciousness woke up in his body. At the same time, he already held the 200-layer corruption scythe, jumped up from the back shell of the dot beast, and flew forward. The 200-layer divine pattern power no longer only acts on the Fuhua sickle. After the sickle reaches its limit, the power begins to spread from the blade downwards, and the sacred lines on the handle are winding. And this divine pattern power has not stopped, and continues to spread to Wei Huan's wrist, until it spreads to his entire body. It's like wearing a black magic armor, covering him from head to toe. The powerful divine pattern power also passes through this armor to increase Wei Huan's physical strength. Just one step forward, the point beast exploded directly, died innocently once, and returned to the dirty world. It can be seen that the power is strong and the speed is fast. Wei Huan caught up with the god beast that he threw out from the ancient god world in an instant, and the knife fell. The 200-layer divine pattern power exploded, swish. The god beast was split in the middle, divided into two. What a strong power. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who saw Wei Huan use all the repeated divine runes for the first time, exclaimed, he is a cultivation genius, and a combat genius. Even if he is a master, the power of this attack needs to be condensed for a period of time before it can be released. Mu Zhong smiled and said with pride, the only genius born in the billions of human races is naturally the strongest in all aspects, and is indispensable. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light looked at Mu Zhong and said, you were born in the billions of human races? You know him very well. Not dead. However, Mu Zhong was unwilling to start this topic with him. At this time, the battle that the outside world thought was a sure thing happened again. Mu Zhong frowned. 200 layers are not enough. It was indeed not enough. Wei Huan struck down and killed the evil beast transformed from a god, thinking that he should be able to solve it. Unexpectedly, after his physical body collapsed, the power of his soul did not extinguish, and a chaotic wind blew in front of Wei Huan's eyes, and he was about to be reborn. Don't come, water drop. The water drop, which had been prepared for a long time, saw that it was not dead, and the rest was his job. His simple brain judged that it was his turn to take action, and he turned into a black light and flew out from a distance. Even the beholder could not stop the arrow shot. Wei Huan and the Zerg Queen stopped it almost at the same time, but it had already arrived in front of the god-level evil beast in an instant. Puff! Fortunately, the water drop had not yet completely condensed and penetrated the middle of the evil beast's body. The evil beast that had just condensed lowered its head to grab it but failed to catch it, and its tail just swept it casually. Bang! The water drop was completely sucked away to a distance that could not be seen by the naked eye. At this time, Wei Huan didn't care about the life or death of Shui Di. Whether it was Wei Huan or Shui Di, they didn't destroy the soul of this divine beast. Let its body gather again and return to its prime. This divine beast was obviously experiencing such a situation for the first time. After reviving, it was stunned for a moment, and an ecstatic expression appeared on its ferocious face. Its 4 scarlet eyes were full of frenzy and bloodthirstiness. Roar, 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 it took the initiative to pounce on Wei Huan. Wei Huan could feel its excitement and the change in its fearless mentality. But Wei Huan just chuckled. Who said he only had this method? The divine pattern of the word shu appeared directly on his body. Wei Huan's body flashed twice in a row and appeared directly on the head of this divine beast. At the same time, his palm was pressed against the top of the head of the divine beast, and a divine mark of annihilation in his palm emitted a dangerous golden light. Before the divine beast could make any more moves, the divine mark of annihilation was successfully launched and fell from his palm onto the head of the divine beast. A powerful force directly reached the depths of its soul, sweeping through it with overwhelming force, destroying everything. The body of the divine beast habitually leaped forward 2 steps, and when it stopped, its eyes had bulged out, and its body was completely stiff. Then, his body incredibly turned into smoke and disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, such a huge body completely dissipated. The remaining soul power in the middle emitted a bright light, but it no longer had the ability to condense a new body. Right next to the soul power, a godhead was floating, shaking up and down. Isn't this soul extinction? The remnant soul of the Lord of Light made a surprised sound and looked at Mu Zhong. You still say it's not. Teacher. Mu Zhong shook his head at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, with a warning in his eyes. He looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light without the awe of a student to a teacher, or a lower god to a master. The reproachful look was equal, even with a little bit of scrutiny from top to bottom. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light was silent, mumbling non-stop, but no sound came out. He looked at Mu Zhong, then at Wei Huan, and suddenly laughed. I know, ha ha ha, so that's it. Wei Huan's consciousness clone condensed in the ancient god world. He was holding the soul power that emitted extremely bright light in his hand, and struck the godhead of the intermediate dark god. He looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who was laughing crazily, and asked in confusion, What's wrong with the teacher? Mu Zhong smiled. You should ask the teacher. I don't know what he is happy about. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light stopped laughing and looked at Wei Huan. Okay, I know what you want to do. You can take all the remaining lower-level gods. Just leave one for me. The essence of millions of years was finally taken by you. I'm afraid that the dark old guys will be distorted. It's better not to delay and absorb it as soon as possible. This can be a huge treasure. Wei Huan is naturally. He wanted to use it, but he still asked, Do you need it? Mu Zhong shook his head. I can't even absorb the energy of the 3rd-level evil beast. This level of soul power will only harm me. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light also said, Does anyone think that these things can be enjoyed? The dark gods have been transformed for millions of years to adjust their bodies to the level that can accommodate chaos. I am just a remnant soul, and I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. You can use it. I am afraid that only you can use it in this world. Mu Zhong took a deep look at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, and blamed him for talking too much. Wei Huan didn't think much about it. In his heart, the 6th-level soul power was indeed only available to him. Wei Huan was worried that more and stronger dark gods would come to find him because of the fall of this middle-level god. So he urgently retreated thousands of miles and returned to the level of the 4th-level evil beast. Then he took back all the summons and just sat on the back shell of the invisible point beast and didn't move. With his strength, unless a master-level person comes to look for him personally, and the distance must be close enough, he will never be found. And there was no time to waste at this moment. Before the retreat, Wei Huan asked the Zerg Queen for the last time, How is the water drop? The Zerg Queen replied, It is seriously injured and needs to be healed for a while before it can serve the master again. Okay, Just tell me what you need. Thank you, master. After completing this last thing that he was concerned about, Wei Huan began to absorb the 6th level soul power in his hand. As soon as he touched the center of his eyebrows, he felt that the energy contained in this soul power was very terrible. It was not common sense at all. 1,000 5th level soul powers were equivalent to 1 6th level soul power. The energy contained in this 6th level soul power, Wei Huan could find as soon as he touched it, it far exceeded 10,000 5th level soul powers. This leap-forward energy reserve was like the gap between a 9th level challenger and a god, a world of difference. It was the body of a god, and it was accumulated for millions of years. Once this power erupted, I was afraid that the Chaos Overlord might really be able to escape. By then, it will be the end of mankind. Therefore, Wei Huan had no psychological burden in picking other people's fruits. He was also afraid that he would absorb too slowly and let the enemy absorb more, which would make him feel ashamed of his ancestors. Powerful energy poured into the ancient god world, and was then absorbed by the vortexes and countless ancient god cells. The addition of these energies made the vortexes bigger and bigger. Wei Huan only understood it at this time. The growth of these vortexes was actually to break the cage and devour the ancient god cells in reverse. Just like the birth of a new universe must be accompanied by the destruction of the old universe, the black hole that devours everything will become a supernova after accumulating enough power, and then create a galaxy or a universe. Now, he is using his body to complete the process of a cosmic explosion. Chapter 471. The effect of this 6th level soul power even exceeds the sum of all the energy Wei Huan has obtained in this chaotic source gap in the past years. He absorbed it for a long time before refining this 6th level soul power. Unfortunately, the whirlpool in those ancient god cells seemed to be just a little bit away from bursting the cells. Looking at those ancient god cells that were overly full and doubled in size, Wei Huan was a little unsure about how many more they would need. Every time he thought it couldn't fit, it always broke through cognition and became bigger. Until the 6th level soul power was almost absorbed, it remained in this state without further changes. Wei Huan wanted to practice without stopping until it was completely transformed. But he had to stop. Because just now, he felt a divine consciousness sweeping over where he was, and the owner of that divine consciousness was getting closer and closer to him. It has been 9 years since Wei Huan absorbed this 6th level soul power. He had never thought that the energy contained in this soul power would be so great, and that he would take so long to absorb it. He was very glad that he brought Mu Zhong with him this time, otherwise, combined with the adventures during that period, he would have stayed in this chaotic source gap for another 27 years. The long lifespan of the gods made him feel a little vague about time. The way of calculating time in seconds and minutes seemed to be stripped away from his biological clock bit by bit. Now, feeling the divine consciousness getting closer and closer to him, as if it had finally locked onto the target, Wei Huan sighed, knowing that what was coming was finally coming. I remember that on the day when he got the 6th level soul power, and decided to retreat thousands of miles, and hide to absorb the soul power, a powerful divine consciousness swept across the entire chaos source crack. That divine consciousness was powerful, and must have come from the master level, but because it was in the abyss, and too far away from Wei Huan, it did not detect his existence. Although he was prepared, Wei Huan was still shocked. He used the Wei character divine pattern to protect himself, and let the point beast remain invisible. Finally, he learned some small tricks from his teacher to conceal his breath until today. From time to time, that divine consciousness would sweep across the chaos crack and search for Wei Huan's existence unremittingly. It seems that what Wei Huan did over the years did touch the root of the conspiracy of these dark gods. Especially Wei Huan captured their 8 lower gods, but only imprisoned them without killing them. Not only did it put the million-year plan in jeopardy, but even if he wanted to start creating gods again, he could not continue because the godhead was still there. In the past 2 years, the divine consciousness searching for Wei Huan has appeared more and more frequently. Wei Huan could almost feel the rage of the Lord of Darkness from the increasing frequency. They had never met, and had never fought, but because of the conflict between their forces, he had done such a dirty trick behind their backs. Wei Huan could only say in his heart that he was too unlucky. He had cut out the source of chaos and absorbed the power of the soul for cultivation. Otherwise, no god would be willing to come to such an abyss filled with chaos power. For the god of law, coming here is just like jumping into a cesspool on his own initiative. The dark gods endured humiliation in the cesspool, but they didn't expect that what was poison to you was honey to him. In Wei Huan's eyes, this was not a cesspool at all, but a holy pool of experience. All I can say is that it is fate and time. A million years of planning cannot match the tricks of fate. Wei Huan suddenly wondered if fate had no good intentions when it instructed the dark gods to fall into chaos. Thinking randomly like this, the divine consciousness that had just disappeared appeared again, and this time it directly locked onto Wei Huan's location. It seems that he was finally found. Wei Huan did not hide. Behind him was the human race, and the only exit was near Qiyuan Star. If he did not come out and let the anxious Lord of Darkness find the exit, Qiyuan Star would be in danger. In comparison, Wei Huan was more confident in dealing with the Lord of Darkness alone. If he could not defeat him, he could run away first, and then come back to fight guerrilla warfare, and he could always contain the Lord of Darkness. Wei Huan waited here, and when a strong and deep force surged from all directions, Wei Huan withdrew the point beast and became invisible. He stood on the back shell of the point beast, with his hands behind his back, looking at the ferocious beast head that appeared from the sky. It was a huge head that appeared from the void, from a high place. It seemed to be a leopard head, but it also had some human-like facial features. If I had to describe it, it would be the face of a leopard spirit. This face was covered with black hair, and it also had 4 eyes, with sharp fangs protruding from both sides of its lips. There was a single horn in the middle of its forehead. It was obviously a dark god, but it felt very sacred. This sense of sacredness came from the transcendence of the life level, and it was the level of deterrence that the master naturally possessed of the main god level. Before this dark master appeared, he blocked all of Wei Huan's escape routes. He pressed down, as if he wanted to eat up this god who dared to offend him. Until he saw Wei Huan and felt his breath, the Lord of Darkness made a surprised voice. Dead souls? Lord God level? This is interesting. Wei Huan has also come into contact with many lords, or Lord God level beings, but this is the first one who calls him a dead soul. But on second thought, after the death of the great Emperor Taichu, the great Emperor Chaos, and the great Emperor Hong Ming were punished by the heavenly Tao and imprisoned. Not long after, the dark gods fell into the chaos abyss and lost their traces in the god realm. So the dark gods did not know that the dead souls had been destroyed, nor did they know that the new human race was born. Without those established memories of historical changes, Wei Huan's appearance similar to that of the dead souls, and the strong breath of the law of death around him, can only point to one answer. The great Emperor Taichu is dead, but you, the undead race, are arrogant in my territory. You ruined my race's plan, you deserve to die. The Lord of Darkness roared, and the dark laws around him surged, squeezing towards Wei Huan, and the big mouth that was pressed down seemed to want to swallow Wei Huan in one gulp. Wei Huan disliked his foul mouth, and easily jumped out of his encirclement with a flash, and came to his head. This time it was his turn to look down and say, "Isn't the great Emperor Chaos also imprisoned? You have no backers. Why are you so arrogant? The Lord of Darkness probably hasn't been refuted like this for many years, nor has he been stepped on by anyone." He turned his head angrily, and opened his mouth to bite Wei Huan. Wei Huan flashed back twice again, and avoided the attack of the Lord of Darkness. He knew that the Lord of Darkness didn't want to kill him directly. After all, he still had 8 dark gods as hostages, and he just wanted to squeeze some information out of the Lord of Darkness. Raising his hand, the Fuhua sickle appeared in his hand, and instantly stacked 130 layers of mountain divine runes. The 5 years of retreat to absorb the 6th level soul power have greatly improved his combat effectiveness, and he can now emit 130 layers of mountain divine runes. After stacking 100 layers of mountain divine runes, the Fuhua sickle can no longer bear more power, and the excess power will spread to Wei Huan's body. This time, half of the armor condensed on his body, starting from the hand holding the knife, diagonally down to the legs, all covered in black magic armor. With the blessing of the magic armor on his legs and one arm, his strength and agility instantly doubled. He raised his hand, and slashed the face of the Lord of Darkness. The head of the Lord of Darkness was easily split open, and condensed again. Wei Huan backhanded another knife, and split the newly condensed head again. Shwa shwa shwa. More than 10 swords fell on the face of the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness finally spoke again. "You are just a master god, but you want to challenge the Lord. Hand over all the gods of my clan, and I will let you die." It's like this again. Once they judge that their strength is enough, these gods love to show off, and use I and you, as if this is the only way to show off. Of course, the languages of different civilizations must be different. The communication between gods has always relied on the resonance of consciousness. Anyway, Wei Huan can know from the information transmitted by him that he is now relieved and believes that he will win. Wei Huan will naturally not give him this feeling. He put away the sword and turned around, flashing continuously, circling the head of the Lord of Darkness, and a group of phantoms surrounded him, But the real killer move is the mountain character divine pattern he constantly superimposed on his body. When the black armor covered his whole body, bone spur wings grew behind him, and the 260 layers of the mountain character divine pattern were completed, and it fell in the air. Shwa! The terrifying power came to the face of the Lord of Darkness, making his face solemn instantly. Although the power of this attack would not kill him directly, it would destroy his divine body. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. The 230-layer mountain divine pattern was not just as simple as increasing the damage. The power of this attack reached the master level, and had the power to pry other laws. Time, space, and cause and effect were all engulfed by this terrible power, blocking all the ways of the Lord of Darkness. If you want to dodge, you need to bombard with absolute power, or unlock the corresponding laws. The Lord of Darkness did not have time to use the laws to unlock this attack one by one, so he could only fight back with absolute power. Roar! The wide-open mouth made a roaring sound, and the dark power and chaotic energy bombarded together. Wei Huan's sickle was like cutting on a piece of cowhide, and was blocked for a while. But it was only for a moment. No matter how hard the cowhide was, it was easily torn apart like thin paper when it met the sharpest knife. The thinnest and hardest blade of the 1-meter-long sickle pierced the tip of the Lord of Darkness's nose. Another spin. The Lord of Darkness's body turned into smoke, and it took a long time to recondense. Dead spirit. Finally, the Lord of Darkness, who recondensed his body, did not pretend to be mysterious this time, and his whole body appeared in front of Wei Huan. Sure enough, he was the same as the middle-level dark god he killed, with a beast head, a leopard body, and a horse tail, and they were from the same clan. This endless revenge, don't be about the relationship between son and apprentice, their guess was wrong. Fortunately, the truth was not what Wei Huan guessed. The Lord of Darkness was killed by Wei Huan's blow, revealing his true body. His eyes finally became clearer, and he looked at Wei Huan with more cautious assessment. Your strength is not bad. Are you the peerless genius of the undead? The Dark Lord's tail swayed slowly, examining Wei Huan, and then chuckled. It took 1,000,000 years to become the Lord God, and your strength is just like this. Wei Huan did not explain, but said, Chaos Emperor Tiangang was punished by the heavenly Tao, but he did not know how to repent and make amends, but used this secret method to dig a tunnel in the Chaos Source Gap. The great Emperor has fallen to this level, pitiful. Chaos Source Gap can automatically be brought into the cesspool in the ears of the Law God. The face of the Dark Lord changed on the spot, when Wei Huan poked his spine in front of him. Taichu has fallen, everything has become a foregone conclusion. The undead clan has probably withered in the past 1,000,000 years, right? It is really too miserable that only one death god has been raised. The undead clan, the god realm once strengthened the god clan, has fallen to the point where there is no successor? Your clan is destined to decline. Wei Huan was unmoved and even wanted to laugh. This immediately revealed that this group of dark gods, as they had guessed, were digging a tunnel here to save the emperor? As for the undead race? Wei Huan had no sense of substitution anyway. He was a human, the leader of the human race. Even if the human race was supposed to be the reincarnation of the undead race, it was not the race he had contacted with or recognized. Simply put, he had no sense of substitution at all. The Lord of Darkness felt that he had hit Wei Huan's lung tube, and his tone became a little softer, first up and then down, saying, There is no place for the undead race in the god's domain. After I, the Chaos Emperor, escape, I can protect your clan Chang'an and hand over the dark gods in your hands. Since you are an undead race and are still useful to me, the Emperor, I can forgive you this time. Wei Huan shook his head. Do you believe this? Chaos colluded with Hongmeng to deceive and kill our Emperor. This hatred is irreconcilable. As long as my undead race exists, your Emperor will never think of escaping. The leopard face of the Lord of Darkness twitched, and finally said gloomily, Then kill you, and my gods will naturally be free. As soon as the voice fell, the leopard mouth of the Lord of Darkness suddenly opened, biting off 1,000 miles of space, swallowing the sky and the sun, with infinite power. Wei Huan couldn't even react, and was swallowed into the belly of the Lord of Darkness. As expected of the Lord level, once he started, he really crushed Wei Huan in the application of laws and power. Wei Huan wanted to compete with him in combat power at first, but this Lord didn't even compete with him in close combat. He could crush him in the application of laws, and there was really no need to fight back and forth. This is also the reason why the ancient god will eventually lose to the god of laws. No matter how strong the ancient gods' bodies are, if the enemies don't fight them, and just fly kites, all their strength will be useless, and they will be exhausted to death. Wei Huan feels this way now. The reason he dares to fight against the master level is that he has already reached the half-step master level of the ancient god body. He believes that with his physical strength, the master level will have to work hard to kill him. But unexpectedly, this master swallowed him up along with this huge space, trapped him first, and then slowly refined him. Whether it is to ask about his background or rescue other dark gods, there is no need to rush. Gods can easily live for millions of years. They are more interested in torturing their opponents than killing them. Wei Huan was not in a hurry after being swallowed. If the Dark Master caught him, he would not bother humans again. As for escaping from this space, Wei Huan had many ways. Although he did not deliberately get caught, it was not impossible. In the battle with the Dark Master just now, he had many more powerful means. Flipping his hand, the divine pattern of the word yin appeared faintly in the palm. Then he drew a finger in the air, and a small channel of silence appeared. The celestial power of the Wan Fa Daowok condensed on his finger, and soon resonated with the dark elements here and merged into it. If it really doesn't work, don't we still have the teacher? As both are at the master level, it is not a big problem to escape from the body of this master, who obviously relaxed his vigilance. Now, it is the master of darkness who will regret it. After all, not everything can be eaten casually. Wei Huan was sure that his methods could still be used in this space, so he put his mind at ease and looked around. This is a dark, independent space with no sky above and no ground below. It is full of dark elements. For the god of the law of non-dark law, such an environment is very unfriendly. I think it should be the dark world cultivated by the master of darkness, and I was separated from it. The same method was used on the middle-level god not long ago. After all, creating a world in the body is a skill that every god must master. It is also a routine operation to lock a weaker enemy in one's inner world. Fortunately, this Lord of Darkness has obviously been absorbing the power of chaos. It is obvious that he also wants to use special means to refine himself into an immortal beast like other dark gods. Therefore, his dark world not only has the law of darkness, but also a large amount of chaotic aura. Wei Huan really has no good way to face the law of darkness. He can only use his own strength to fight against it, and wear each other down. But a main god and a master level have more profound laws, so he is bound to lose. But with the aura of chaos, it is different. The ancient god body not only allows him to move freely in the chaos source gap, but also absorbs the most essential soul power in the evil beast's body. Soul power is also a kind of chaos power, the most essential part, which is much better than the dark god, who is bound to the evil beast's nest and absorbs everything into his body. You get more, and it's not so easy to lose control. Wei Huan tried to absorb some chaos power, and found that these refined chaos powers still have a lot of impurities in his eyes, full of elements that will make the gods crazy. Rubbish. Wei Huan lost interest after absorbing a mouthful, and it turned out that he had to kill the beast to absorb the soul power to be pure. However, these chaotic powers made Wei Huan feel like a fish in water here, and he was also free to move. He summoned the point beast and flew back and forth in this space, confirming that he was indeed locked by the Dark Master in space, and trapped in a corner of his dark world. The size of this space cage is less than 10 miles, and it is a sphere. He explored all directions, and found no passage to the outside. At this moment, the dark energy in front of him dissipated, and Wei Huan saw the Lord of Darkness standing outside the sphere. The Lord of Darkness's eyes once again returned to a superior indifference, and said to Wei Huan, "I gave you a choice, but you didn't take it. I can still save the people by killing you." "Are you sure?" Wei Huan asked calmly. He stood on the back of the dot beast with his hands behind his back. He didn't feel embarrassed or panicked as if he was trapped in a cage. He just looked at the Lord of Darkness and said, "You don't even know where they are, how can you save them? Roar, let them go, or I kill you." "You can try." The law of darkness in the cage condensed, and turned into countless dark poisonous thorns, stabbing Wei Huan from all directions. Wei Huan chuckled, activated the Daohua of the 10,000 laws, and condensed the divine pattern of the word Shu on his body. The next second, he easily flashed out of the cage, and appeared opposite the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness's eyeballs were about to bulge out. It is not surprising that he can destroy this space. The Lord level can do it, and the Lord God level can do it if he tries his best. After all, this space is just his power to control this world, a manifestation of magic. It can be destroyed even if it is a spell. But he did not expect Wei Huan to escape so easily. Looking at Wei Huan, who was so close, and pointed at his eyes, the Lord of Darkness's heart, which had been calm for many years, beat wildly again, and he felt a sense of fear for the second time in a short period of time. Wei Huan was unyielding. At the moment he approached the Lord of Darkness, his palm was already on the top of his head, and the divine pattern of the word yin in his hand burst out. Puff! The Lord of Darkness was unable to resist for a moment, and turned into ashes, completely annihilated. Ah! The whole world screamed, and the earth and sky trembled. The next second, Wei Huan's eyes blurred, and he returned to the familiar environment. He had left the body of the Lord of Darkness, and returned to the source of chaos. Not far away from him, the Lord of Darkness was staring at him with bloodshot eyes. I know you, I know, the soul destruction technique, you are indeed a dead spirit, you scream, you scream, you scream Huan, ah! It hurts. The Lord of Darkness roared, but looking at Wei Huan in front of him, he did not dare to swallow him into his stomach again, but opened his mouth, and a terrible dark beam shot straight at him. Wei Huan had no time to think about the meaning of the Dark Lord's words. Facing the Dark Lord's real attack, he had to go all out to deal with it. The divine pattern of the word show was activated, and at the same time, the summoning gate surrounding the Dark Lord opened while dodging. The Zerg Long Range and Demon Eye Monarch, who were ready for battle, concentrated all their strength under the leadership of the Long Range Chaos Bug and delivered a fatal blow to the Dark Lord. Boom! The black beam fell from above his head, like a thunderbolt struck down by the heaven, 100 meters thick, flashing with terrifying destructive power. The Dark Lord was caught off guard, and was hit directly. His whole body was flattened, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. The dark beam in his mouth also stopped. But Wei Huan was not in a good situation either. After all, it was a master-level attack. At the moment when he was angry, he had locked time and space, locked the past and the future. Wei Huan was one level lower than him, and he could not avoid this inevitable attack at all. The whole person was hit by the beam. First, the protective shield was broken, the point beast died, and then the magic armor formed by the overlapping divine runes on his body was broken. Finally, it was consumed by the divine runes of the word Wei that he condensed close to his body. Finally, the remaining power fell on him, hitting him and flying backwards. His chest was stuffy, and he almost vomited blood. Boom! The second thunder fell from the head of the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness suffered a loss once, so he didn't dare to take it head-on and dodged. The scarlet eyes looked at Wei Huan fiercely, and then flashed, and actually rushed straight towards Wei Huan. The power of the master level poured down, suppressing Wei Huan completely, and at the same time, its claws became infinitely large, covering Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked up, and the portal in front of him opened. The point beast floated out, and took the initiative to meet the claw. At the same time, all the leader-level summons were in place, surrounding the Lord of Darkness, and launching a general attack. Chapter 472. Wei Huan has the ancient god body as his immortal support. Even if the attacks of the master level will hurt him and make him injured, it is impossible to kill him with just conventional attacks. In addition, he has the Wei character divine pattern and the beast protection shield, which is not difficult to deal with the Dark Master. But he can't just passively take the beating without fighting back. The advantage of practicing both body and magic is that you can resist and fight. Since he has restrained the Dark Master with himself, he must find a way to tear a piece of flesh from the Dark Master. The Undead Army and the Zerg Army are Wei Huan's law. The summoning gates surrounding the Dark Master opened up and down, and countless undead armies fell from inside, like a sea backflow. Although the Undead Army, which is at least level 9, is cannon fodder in front of the Master, cannon fodder also has a basic role. Countless undead armies were wiped out, but they protected the undead leader and rushed to the Lord. The long-range attack boomed hit the Lord of Darkness. At this time, a red fire figure appeared, making a high-frequency squeaking sound, which shook the Lord of Darkness's soul. Red light passed through the Lord of Darkness, bringing a touch of blood. The Lord of Darkness was knocked out, and a huge bloody wound broke on his waist. Although it healed quickly, it broke his defense. He turned his head to look at the flying ants, and then looked at Wei Huan in surprise. 2 chaos-level bugs, what on earth are you? Your physical strength is not right. Wei Huan confronted the Lord of Darkness head-on, and the magic armor burst away, the point beast died, and even the possessed beast was injured, but Wei Huan's own injuries were not serious. It was just that his own weight was not enough, so he was always knocked out. The Lord of Darkness could not do anything to him. If he can't be killed, he can only be injured. At the same time, the Lord of Darkness will also be attacked by the army of undead. The fearless attack of the army of undead has distracted the Lord of Darkness. The 2 chaos worms are the main force of the attack. One is far away, and the other is close. They bombard the Lord of Darkness repeatedly. The wounds left on him seemed to be more than those on Wei Huan. The Lord of Darkness looked at the 2 chaos worms, and suddenly a trace of cunning rose in his panicked eyes. He suddenly jumped up and went to Wei Huan's dirty world. The dirty world is Wei Huan's kingdom of God. There are only his laws in the kingdom of God. Life is born only to be loyal to him. He controls everything in the kingdom of God. As long as the strength of the outsider is weaker than his, he will control the life and death. Unless it is necessary, the gods will never easily enter the other's kingdom of God. But the premise is that the strength of the intruder is weaker than the kingdom of God. If the strength is higher than the kingdom of God, it will cause great damage to the kingdom of God. The Lord of Darkness saw this clearly. If a mere lord dares to open a portal within his attack range, then be prepared for the kingdom of God to be destroyed directly. Summoner close combat is awesome, but what can you do now? The Lord of Darkness rushed into the dirty world, thinking that he would wreak havoc, but suddenly a huge black figure came over. Looking up, it was a pitch-black pyramid with sacred dark patterns, and the sharp spire was like a weapon, hitting him on the head. Another chaos-level existence. The Lord of Darkness recognized at a glance that this was a chaos-level insect nest. Once this insect nest was destroyed, the 2 chaos insects of the undead clan would be destroyed on the spot. Unfortunately, thinking is one thing, and operating is another. Wei Huan controlled the law of the dirty world and wrapped up the Lord of Darkness, just like he treated himself, using the power of controlling this world to wrap him up in a sphere in space. But he did not give the Lord of Darkness any time to react, and the chaos-level insect nest was like a racket hitting a ball, and it slapped him out. Swoosh flew away. Then, all the portals around him were closed, but in a farther place, the portals were like terraces, flashing one after another, and the army of undead flew out of these doors, and the transmission speed was not slow. But the Lord of Darkness did scare Wei Huan. Since he became a great keeper, it was the first time that an enemy wanted to drill into his dirty world. He was not afraid of any other god, but he was not afraid of the Lord. He was really worried that his dirty world could not be suppressed. At the critical moment, he could only choose to sacrifice the Zerg that was still incubating, and mobilize the Chaos Hive to beat back the Lord of Darkness. Wei Huan knew his weakness, and the Lord of Darkness had no chance to attack again. The two fought each other for a while, and neither could do anything to the other. Wei Huan's defense was too high, and the Lord of Darkness could not kill him. Wei Huan's attack was too low, and he could not kill the Lord of Darkness either. This was the first time that Wei Huan had encountered such an equally matched opponent since he started practicing. For a moment, he felt the reason why Su Qingqiang liked to fight. It was quite enjoyable, especially when the opponent was obviously stronger than himself, but he couldn't do anything to him. The more he fought, the angrier he got, and the feeling of gradually exploding with anger was quite happy. Moreover, Wei Huan had always been crushing in one wave, and he could burst out with strong power in a short time. But after having the Lord of Darkness as his sparring partner, he had a new understanding of the combination of some rules, and his overall strength was slightly improved. Wei Huan and the Lord of Darkness fought each other for nearly an hour without speaking. Wei Huan suddenly had an idea and seized the opportunity to stick to the Lord of Darkness, and shot out a divine mark of annihilation. The power of the divine mark of annihilation could reach 350 layers, and it quickly destroyed the body of the Lord of Darkness from the inside. The Lord of Darkness's eyes bulged after being hit, and he retreated in pain. This time he jumped out of the battle circle, and hid outside the encirclement of the undead army. Ouch! He shook his head painfully, looking at Wei Huan with eyes about to bulge out, gritting his teeth. Soul destruction technique. Damn Taichu, he actually spread this technique. How can soul destruction technique appear below the Great Emperor level? No, no, no. This is not soul destruction technique. I am still alive. You are not soul destruction technique. Ha ha ha. Although he said so, the Lord of Darkness did not dare to get close to Wei Huan again. His expression was always painful, and after hesitating for a while, he turned around and left. A vigorous battle between the Lord and the Lord God, which should have lasted for a long time and turned the world upside down, ended so strangely and anticlimactically. The Lord of Darkness left in a really bizarre way. He did not seem to be seriously injured by the divine mark of annihilation, but he looked extremely scared. And the words he said? Wei Huan, eh? He looked down at the palm of his hand. There was no divine mark of annihilation on his palm now, but at this moment, he was extremely curious about the divine mark of annihilation. The next second, Wei Huan's spiritual clone appeared in front of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light. Looking at the teacher in front of him, he asked directly, "What is the soul destruction technique?" The remnant soul of the Lord of Light hesitated for a moment before saying, "One of the famous skills of the great Emperor Tai Chu. As the god in charge of death and destruction, he can directly capture souls and throw them into reincarnation. Any living being killed by the soul destruction technique, including gods, will be under his control from now on, and will never be able to escape reincarnation. Wave 1 immediately thought of all the humans whose souls were captured by reincarnation in the challenge world. So are all his guesses the opposite? Did the soul-stealing technique actually come first, and then reincarnation? Wave 1 thought of his own reincarnation. He has cultivated reincarnation until now, just as a channel to transform true spirits through the world of dirty land, and the world of ancient gods. There is no soul in his reincarnation. Wave 1 always thought that it was because he didn't practice enough, or because the world of ancient gods had not yet given birth to living beings, so no soul appeared in the reincarnation. At this moment, he reacted. It turns out that the souls in the reincarnation have to be captured by oneself. So does that mean that all humans were captured by the great Emperor Taichu using the soul destruction technique and imprisoned in the reincarnation? No, that's not right. The undead race are all the true souls that the great Emperor Taichu used the soul destruction technique to capture, and then transformed into the undead race. Is it because the souls were captured and exist in the reincarnation that the undead race will not die? The human race will also continue to regenerate and appear continuously? Wave 1 frowned tightly. He used the Annihilation Divine pattern to kill the evil beast, but did not get anything. Now it seems that he only has one choice left. Wave 1 raised his hand and grabbed the void, and a dying snake appeared beside him. It was the dark lower-level god he had caught before. Then he threw him outside, and when he could use the soul-stealing technique, he fired the Annihilation Divine pattern at the head of the lower-level god. Ah! The dying lower-level god completely fell into Wave 1's hands, leaving only a dark godhead. His favorite, shining soul power disappeared. At the same time, Wave 1 felt that his Annihilation Divine pattern had caught something after it was used. The energy came from his palm along the meridians to the ancient god world. With a thought, the energy passed through the dark sky, through the heavy rain, until it passed through the huge waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. Then, as Wave 1 watched, the first native life appeared in his ancient god time. A single-cell life. There was some life in Wave 1's ancient god world. Except for the occasional temporary appearance of humans in his world, there are also many plants and small animals he brought from other worlds, which reproduce quietly in a separate continent of his, day and night, life and death, seemingly full of vitality, but in fact he cannot control anything in that world. He can shovel down a tree, suffocate a grass, and sunburn a flower, but he really can't say you can die, so that tree, grass, and flower will die generously. Nor can he say to a withered flower, you can bloom again. It can't do it because it has already withered. In the past, he thought he controlled everything in this world, but now he knows that he doesn't. He only controls the world of the ancient gods, but he can't interfere with the fate of every life, just like he can't save the dead. But the creatures killed by him with the soul-destroying technique seem to have been wiped out by him first, or the mark left by the master of this world, or the heavenly Tao, and then branded with his own mark. He clearly felt that this single-cell life was completely under his control, and he could make it split into more single-cell lives right now. He could also let it turn over and die. But death is not liberation. After death, its soul is still in his hands, and he can reincarnate it into a new single-cell life. So it died and lived, and life and death were completely in his hands. Under his control, these lives began to split and evolve crazily, and in a short time, they evolved from single-cell organisms to multi-cell organisms. Some small things visible to the naked eye began to appear in the area on the seabed. But this was not enough. Wave 1 ordered it to continue to evolve rapidly, die, regenerate, and just a few minutes seemed like 10,000 years, and then the first invertebrate appeared on the seabed. It was a soft, fleshy life lying on the ground. It used its tentacles, which had not yet grown suction cups, to grab everywhere and then wrap around those bodies that might have been its own bodies not long ago, those single-celled or multi-celled organisms. Later, in order to eat, suction cups appeared on its tentacles, tightly wrapped around the food and swallowed it quickly. But this was not enough, and what evolved here was just some low-level life. Wave 1 became addicted and continued to urge its evolution. So it evolved from an invertebrate to a vertebrate, and for the first time, a fish-like life appeared in the sea. These fish began to grow, some became round and long like snakes, some became flat like stingrays, some grew hard and sharp teeth, and some bones began to grow outward, and crab-like life appeared. Up to this point, Wave 1 has been following his understanding of biological evolution, and these evolved lives are also very similar to those in the early days of Blue Star. But this is far from enough. When Wave 1 saw the group of flat-bodied stingrays, he suddenly had an idea. Can these stingrays become Kunping? grow wings and fly out of the sea, leaping over mountains and seas, starting from here, create a world like Shanhaijing? So, these lives began to evolve organs and meridians that can absorb and spit out the energy of the ancient god world according to his ideas. Starting from a bad evolution, it got better little by little, just when Wei Huan found the key, ordered it to die, and evolved the correct meridian direction again. Puff puff puff. In the space he circled, all the lives turned into a puff of mist and dissipated, and there was nothing left. Wei Huan was stunned. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light slapped his thigh and shouted, "Oh, it's just a little bit, but the soul can't hold on." Wei Huan came to his senses, and understood what the remnant soul of the Lord of Light was saying. This evolution was not a real evolution, but a rehearsal of evolution that he performed using the soul of a god. Starting from a tiny single-celled organism, to splitting into two single-celled organisms, it was equivalent to splitting his soul into two. Gradually, there were tens of millions of single-celled organisms, and then, there were multi-celled organisms, and his soul continued to split into more, smaller, and more fragmented in reincarnation. Finally, the soul's endurance reached its limit. But he still wanted to let this broken soul condense a body that could be cultivated, so like steel with excessive toughness, the soul collapsed. This is the soul of a god. If it were the soul of an ordinary life, it would probably collapse just by evolving into a single-cell organism and splitting. An ordinary soul should not be able to complete such a fast time acceleration. After saying this, the eyes of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light turned green. It doesn't matter, we still have 6 gods, and we can already evolve a perfect race. This is so interesting, ha ha ha, so interesting. Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, How did he suddenly enter the comfort zone of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light? Looking at the teacher, who was so excited that he was about to disappear, Wei Huan wanted to hand over the experimental work to him. But the soul control had to be controlled by him personally, and no one else could help. It is a very good feeling to create a species with your own hands, and everything is up to your wishes. At this moment, Wei Huan felt that he was a god. But it's good for a god to live. God also has enemies. God also has to compete. A god who only knows how to do research is definitely not suitable to be the highest leader. Look at the ending of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light and the ancient god worm. One is left with a remnant soul, and the other was suppressed for 100 years and almost abandoned. Doing research is not the direction he wants to go. He only needs to know that the annihilation of the divine pattern can still be done this way. The creation experiment is suspended. I want to absorb the soul power of the remaining 6 gods. The creation of living beings also consumes soul power. At present, he is more eager to achieve the perfection of the ancient god body and achieve a dominant body. If he sees the Dark Lord again, he may have a chance to kill him. The Dark Lord is scared away now, but he will come back sooner or later. The Dark Lord, who has already explored his strength, will be prepared when he appears again. Since he has no way to retreat, he can only focus on improving himself. The remnant soul of the Light Lord is visibly unhappy. However, Mu Zhong supports Wei Huan very much and says, the Dark Lord is afraid of the soul destruction technique, because the soul killed by the soul destruction technique will be completely controlled by the reincarnation and will never be able to transcend. But he will soon react. If this soul destruction technique cannot kill him, it will be nothing. Now that we have been exposed, let's kill all the dark systems, and take away their energy accumulated for millions of years, to help you achieve the perfection of the ancient god body. Wei Huan nodded. They thought the same thing. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light actually agreed, but was still sad, with the corners of his mouth drooping to his chin. Mu Zhong said, the only difficulty at the moment is that it takes a long time to absorb the soul power of a god, and I don't know how long it will take for you to complete the ancient god body. I am afraid that the Lord of Darkness will come again during this period. Wei Huan said, the soul power of a lower-level god will definitely not be more energy than that of a mid-level god, so it doesn't take 5 years. Every 2 or 3 years, I absorb the soul power once, then show up to attract his attention, and then find a place to retreat. This can not only contain him to create pressure and ensure that he will not take action against Chi-Yuan Star, but also I can seize the opportunity to practice. Mu Zhong nodded. This is the only way now. Find a place to retreat. Wei Huan made a decision, and was about to fly away, when he suddenly thought, how about I send you back? No, I accompany you. Gods have long lives, so let me accompany you. Mu Zhong, who is Huan from the undead clan. Mu Zhong fell silent. His expression was tense for a moment, as if he was hesitating about what to say. Wei Huan looked at him, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light glanced around and said, a peerless genius of the undead clan. Wei Huan calmly withdrew his gaze from Mu Zhong's face and looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, listening to him say, after the death of the great Emperor Taichu, the undead clan was quickly destroyed under the suppression of the great Emperor Hongming and the great Emperor Chaos. But during the days of resistance, the undead clan had a powerful leader named Huan. In just 500 years, he became a lord, and the lord of both death and the abyss. It is said that he has obtained the authority of the great Emperor Taichu, and is a possible successor to the great Emperor Taichu. As he grew up and struggled, in just a few hundred years, he was extremely talented and unparalleled in the world. He also received the help of many masters and gods, forming a powerful new force in the divine domain. Although he did not have the title of emperor, he had the honor of an emperor. Unfortunately, even if he was a dual system master, he was still only a master. Once the emperor took action, all the prosperity became an illusion, and the new powerful force was wiped out in a short time. The failure of that war made the death system and the abyss system be identified as disasters. In the next million years, once the gods of the death system or the abyss system appeared, they would be conquered by the gods and their families in the name of disasters. Over the years, Yu and Su Qingqiang are the only two gods of disaster who have managed to ascend to heaven under siege. Wei Huan nodded. So that one has nothing to do with me, right? The Lord of Darkness is just too homely and out of touch with the news, so he mistook me for him. However, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light shook his head. No, you might be him. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong's body shook a little, his nails pierced into his palm, but he resisted the urge to speak. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, I didn't understand reincarnation before, but now I understand, and I know where the final destination of the dead race is. Your human race is the transformation of the dead race through reincarnation. I think you came up with the method of escaping in order to avoid the search of the forces under the two great emperors. If your human race is not from the dead race, I can hardly imagine that a new race would have such great potential and give birth to so many gods in a short time. This kind of background is not something that a race without roots can do. As for whether you are the leader of the undead clan, I can only say that the soul of the brilliant one always shines. Wei Huan fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he nodded and said, Thank you, teacher, I understand. Mu Zhong's clenched hand slowly loosened, and he was about to exhale a long breath when he heard Wei Huan ask another question. Then, teacher, please tell me, which masters and gods did the undead clan leader know? Mu Zhong's long breath was stuck in the middle, and his nervous face flushed. He wanted to say something but stopped, and finally sighed for a long time, still without speaking. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, You should have guessed it. Wei Huan nodded, Guessed some, but not sure. Which ones? The Lord of Life evolves and challenges the world, the Lord of Space locks time and space, and the Lord of Time sends me to reincarnation. After saying the last sentence, Wei Huan sighed, and when he raised his eyes again, he looked straight at Mu Zhong. Then he asked Mu Zhong, Am I right? Chapter 473. Mu Zhong froze in place, his face red and white, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty, but he never uttered a word. Wei Huan stared at him with burning eyes, as if he could see through Mu Zhong. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light looked back and forth at the two with interest, and the air was filled with an extremely tense and oppressive atmosphere. After a long time, Mu Zhong finally slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of relief. Yes, you are right. The Lord of Life, the Lord of Space, and the Lord of Time were all close friends and partners of Huan, the leader of the undead clan. In the tragic war with the great emperor-level forces that year, they tried their best, but they were ultimately powerless to turn the tide. When the undead clan was destroyed, Huan used himself as a guide, performed forbidden techniques, and with the help of the power of reincarnation, transformed the true spirits of the entire clan, and only then did the human race exist today. And those lords are also secretly guarding this new clan, waiting for the day to revive. Wei Huan's heart was in turmoil. Although he had already guessed it, he still couldn't calm down when it was confirmed. All kinds of past experiences flashed through his mind quickly. Those seemingly accidental encounters turned out to be inextricably linked. He clenched his fists, digging his nails deep into his palms, but felt no pain, and murmured, So, what I shoulder is not only the future of the human race, but also the long-cherished wish of the undead race, then you. In the depths of that heavy and inevitable fate, Wei Huan heard the sound of a bell. His mind was blank, and he didn't know where to start asking. But Mu Zhong grabbed his hand, looked him straight in the eyes, and said, The Master of Life has already transformed the world into a challenge. How can space and time survive alone? The world of challenge is just a master-level transformation. How can it protect the human race for millions of years? Space transforms itself into a law, constructs the order and space of the world of challenge, becomes the way of heaven, and prevents the invasion of foreign gods. Time integrates itself into billions of timelines, exploring every future and past, has already lost itself, and sleeps forever on the timeline. Wei Huan didn't expect this answer, and grabbed Mu Zhong with his backhand, holding him tightly. What about you? Me? Mu Zhong said, I am me, but I am also a ray of consciousness of time, persistently chasing you, until we are both on the right timeline. This ray of consciousness will awaken. Wei Huan's head hurts a little. I can't remember anything. No, I still remember my last life. I remember that I was terrible in my last life, and I remember that I met you. The occasional overlap of timelines allows you to get the memory of another time and space. Then am I Wei Huan? Or dead Huan? You are neither Wei Huan nor dead Huan. You are a fire seed. You may grow anywhere until it spreads all over the prairie. We are the ones chasing the fire. After saying this, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan deeply and said, I'm sorry for keeping it from you, and letting you suddenly bear such a heavy burden. Wei Huan shook his head and said after a long time, let me calm down. Mu Zhong pursed his lips and nodded. He wanted to let go but couldn't, so he simply held him tightly and said, you can ask me if you have anything. I'm here. Wei Huan didn't answer this time. He was too confused. In fact, Wei Huan had vaguely felt that he was entangled by the thread of fate over the years, and he could also detect Mu Zhong's abnormality. The reason why he asked today was because the Lord of Darkness broke the last layer of window paper and forced him to face the truth. He chose to face it, but there was too much information in an instant. The more Mu Zhong talked, the more questions he had. He just didn't know where to continue, so he had to sort it out. It happened that he was going to retreat to absorb the soul power of the gods. Each retreat was a long time, which was enough for him to figure out a lot. Wei Huan said nothing, but urged the point beast to carry them to the far side of the chaos source gap. The evil beast nests they met along the way did not attack them. Finally, they found a place far away from the bottom of the abyss. Wei Huan set up many restrictions, and finally used the point beast's protective shield to become invisible, and then took out a level 6 soul power to absorb it. In a blink of an eye, it was 3 years later. After absorbing the last bit of soul power, Wei Huan's practice came to a temporary end. Unfortunately, the soul power of a god, except for making his ancient god cells fuller and more powerful, still could not make him break through. However, imagining that the more power contained in the ancient god cells, the stronger the ancient god body, Wei Huan was not so anxious to break through immediately. Wei Huan still wanted to continue practicing. The feeling of becoming stronger was fascinating, but he remembered the plan before the retreat, so he could only force himself to wake up. Opening his eyes, shaking off the non-existent dust on his body, Wei Huan stood up from the back shell of the point beast and looked ahead. Not far away was a nest of a level 5 evil beast. He made a noise to return and restrain the actions of the Lord of Darkness. Let's start from here. In order to show his existence, Wei Huan deliberately released the summoned army, leaving the breath of the law of death on the destroyed nest. The newly obtained 11 level 5 soul powers are better than nothing for him now, but they are useful to Su Qingqiang. Thinking of Su Qingqiang, Wei Huan's heart skipped a beat again. Taichu Emperor is the god of death and destruction, and the leader of the undead clan, Huan, is also the dual master of death and the abyss. Then he and Su Qingqiang. Could it be that he and Su Qingqiang were originally the same person? Then who should take on the responsibility of reviving the undead clan? Later, thinking about it, it doesn't matter who is the leader and who is the follower. The capable one will take the position. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the heavier the responsibility. If Su Qingqiang gets ahead one day, he will surely breathe a sigh of relief and have more time to spend with Mu Zhong. Thinking of this, Wei Huan thought of Mu Zhong again. What is the relationship between the undead Huan and the Time Master? Just close friends, or rights and responsibilities can be shared, but how can feelings be separated? In the world of two people, even a little bit of insertion is not allowed. Or, he is the emotional part? Su Qingqiang is the close friend part? Isn't it a little too strange? Wei Huan couldn't figure it out. If you don't understand, just ask. Before the window paper is broken, Wei Huan can choose to remain silent and patiently wait for the day when the answer is revealed. Now that the show of cards has been made, he must understand it thoroughly. It is not his habit to make random guesses in his heart, which disturbs his mind and affects his practice. Wei Huan looked at the evil beast's nest that had been reduced to ashes not far away, waiting for the appearance of the dark god. At the same time, part of his consciousness descended into the paradise, and he looked at Mu Zhong as if he was waiting for him to come. Sitting on the balcony on the second floor, there were 2 cups of tea on the round table, which were steaming hot tea that had just been mixed. Wei Huan looked at the tea, then at Mu Zhong, and walked to the tea table. Mu Zhong was a little nervous. They didn't talk about everything in their last conversation. There were many things that came to an abrupt end because of Wei Huan's call to stop. More than 3 years passed since then. Wei Huan's cultivation time passed in a flash, but Mu Zhong thought about it for 3 years and felt uneasy for 3 years. When their eyes met, they saw the cruelty of time in each other's eyes for the first time. You just came out of retreat and destroyed a level 5 nest. Your strength is much stronger than before. Mu Zhong raised his hand. Sit down and have tea. But there was a sense of distance in his tone. Wei Huan frowned. Mu Zhong's hand was grabbed by Wei Huan. Mu Zhong looked up in surprise, and Wei Huan grabbed his neck, pressed him against the back of the seat, and kissed him hard on the lips. Mu Zhong's pupils shrank in his wide-open eyes. Feeling the warmth and strength on his lips, his body softened again, and his lips slightly opened to welcome the other party's arrival. His hands, which had nowhere to go, seemed to have returned to the familiar world. He wrapped them around the man's neck and used his strength to hold the man tighter in his arms. At this moment, he felt that his heart, which had been beating wildly because of his anxiety, was slowly returning to normal. This kiss kissed away the uneasiness, the strangeness, and the little doubt that should not exist. Wei Huan thought that even if it was the other way around, and Su Qingqiang was in a relationship with him as a lover, he would never give up. No matter who Mu Zhong was, whether he was the master of time himself, or a wisp of the master of time's consciousness, or whether he was himself, it didn't matter. At this moment, the hearts hugged in his arms, and tightly pressed together, were the most real. He clearly felt Mu Zhong's love, so deep, just like his own, like 2 tentacles with bared fangs and claws, tightly entangled with each other, and would not separate until the end of the world. But this kiss did not end. The 2 people's eyes that were closed in intoxication suddenly opened, revealing expressions that were not satisfied. Then, Wei Huan's spiritual clone was in Mu Zhong's arms, like green smoke, and dissipated. Mu Zhong hugged nothing, and then looked at the sky in anger. Wei Huan had woken up in his original body. When he opened his eyes, he saw the dark fog that was sweeping over the sky. This majestic breath was actually the Lord of Darkness coming in person. It seems that what Wei Huan did over the years completely angered the Lord of Darkness. Although he was scared away by the divine mark of the word of annihilation last time, as they guessed, the Lord of Darkness would quickly figure out after leaving that the premise of the soul destruction technique is to be able to kill the opponent, and the dead will be caught in the reincarnation and never be reborn. No matter how strong Wei Huan is, he is only at the Lord God level. He can only save his life under the attack of the Lord of Darkness. It is impossible to kill the Lord of Darkness. Therefore, the Lord of Darkness, who appears again, will not be easily scared away, and may even come prepared to take Wei Huan's life. Wei Huan saw through the Lord of Darkness's intentions, so after discovering that it was the Lord of Darkness who took action personally, he woke up without even explaining. Facing the aggressive Lord of Darkness, Wei Huan pursed his lips and turned around and ran. He was not afraid of fighting. It was just that he could not kill the opponent, and it was a waste of time to continue fighting. These gods, who have lived for billions of years, have reached the extreme. Every little improvement takes thousands of years. I am different. I can become stronger in 3 years. If I fight a protracted war with these 1,000-year-old turtles and 10,000-year-old tortoises, I will be the only one who suffers. Wei Huan ran without hesitation and without any psychological burden. The most gratifying thing is that Wei Huan's speed is a little faster than the Lord of Darkness. Wei Huan stepped on the chaos-level flying ants, and the sizzling sound came from the high-frequency waving wings of the flying ants, and it was thousands of miles in an instant. The sizzling sound also has the effect of mental attack, and the surging black fog behind him is affected. The black fog stimulated by the sizzling sound surges, and the Lord of Darkness roars, "You killed my gods and ruined my plan. I want you to die. Stop. You stop right there." Wei Huan said nothing, just buried his head and ran. The Lord of Darkness was attacked by the flying ant spirit without knowing it, and became even more irritable and angry. He chased Wei Huan and roared for a while, but when he came to his senses, he was getting farther and farther away from Wei Huan. It took more than a week for Wei Huan to finally escape from the other party's spiritual awareness. But this was not enough. He quickly turned his mount into a point beast, then cast various restrictions, entered the invisible state, chose a new direction, and flew away slowly. During this period, he was always within the spiritual awareness of the Lord of Darkness, but because he was moving slowly, and did not attack the evil beast nests along the way, the Lord of Darkness never knew where he was. Another day later, he almost passed by the Lord of Darkness. Wei Huan looked at the billowing black smoke rushing in the direction he came from, and his heart was finally at ease. At this time, Wei Huan finally had time to ask Mu Zhong, "You said that the Lord of Time and the dead Huan are close friends?" Mu Zhong heard this sentence out of the blue and hurriedly answered, "Yes." He knew why Wei Huan asked this suddenly. His ears were a little red, and he explained nervously, the days when they had the same ideas and beliefs, and worked hard for a common goal were the most passionate and happiest days in the billions of years of the Lord of Time's life. After a pause, Mu Zhong decided to make it clearer. "Wei Huan, maybe time likes the dead Huan. I only awaken sporadic memories. I only know that time has been chasing the footsteps of the dead Huan, looking for that familiar figure on the branches of time again and again. Even if his soul dissipated and was destroyed, he never gave up." "But," Mu Zhong said, "I loved you deeply before I awakened those memories. All the past memories are our common memories, which belong to us. I can distinguish what is the past and what is the present. My feelings for you have always been pure and clean without any impurities. You have to believe me." "Yes." Wei Huan's mouth corners slightly raised, eyes soft, gently responded, "I know." In fact, Wei Huan didn't want to ask this. He just cared a lot about whether he and Su Qingqiang were split souls. As for Mu Zhong's feelings for him, he never doubted it. This is a wonderful misunderstanding. Wei Huan couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. He was in a good mood. Unfortunately, there was still danger at the moment. Otherwise, he would go back to the world and embrace this lover, who always held his heart in front of him. He could sense Mu Zhong's uneasiness. Was it because his identity was too complicated? Or did he say too little? He was not very good at talking. So instead of talking, he just wanted to do it. To tell him with real actions that no one and no thing could separate them, not even his previous life. Wei Huan's simple 4 words gradually calmed Mu Zhong's anxiety to explain everything. He thought about it, and threw the teacup on the table into the sky. Wei Huan turned his wrist, and the teacup appeared in his palm, with fragrant jasmine tea in the hot teacup. After taking a sip, the temperature was just right. Wei Huan smiled. "The teacup has the power of the master, which easily penetrates my world and reaches my hands. Time solidifies the tea. Could this be the cup of tea from 3 years ago? Tea from 3 years ago? Am I such a boring person?" Mu Zhong smiled. "It's just tea from 3 days ago. I made a cup when I knew you were out of retreat. If you weren't the master of darkness, you should have drunk it." Wei Huan actually didn't want to say this. He tasted the tea in his mouth and asked directly, "It seems that it hasn't reached the master level yet. What's the reason?" Mu Zhong said, a wisp of consciousness. "It just makes my journey to becoming the master of time smoother, without the need to comprehend it with effort. Maybe when I become the master god, I will also become the master god. As for me now, as you can see, I seem to have the power of the master, but in fact it is just a wisp of regret. I still have to rely on myself to practice. Is Dolan a space? Maybe. I agree with what the teacher said. A brilliant soul will shine. Your return allowed the human race to break through the blockade of the gods, and gave the reincarnated people room to grow. So the gods returned and gathered around you. You mean you're still unsure?" Wei Huan paused while drinking tea, frowned, and then asked, "What about Su Qingqiang? Where does his abyss power come from?" Mu Zhong obviously didn't know what Wei Huan was worried about, and calmly narrated, "In order to transform the true spirits of all the undead tribes into humans, the leader of the undead tribe, Huan, had to choose to give up the authority of the abyss system, return the law to the way of heaven, and embrace all the power of death to reincarnate." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "Then Su Qingqiang is. Maybe he has returned to life." Mu Zhong said this hesitantly. Wei Huan was stunned by this answer, which was completely different from what he had guessed beforehand. Wei Huan's silence made Mu Zhong misunderstand. So Mu Zhong continued, "My memory is not complete, and even lacks many key parts, but life's character is exactly the same as Brother Chang's. A warmonger has the ability to create everything. He always complains that he has taken the wrong path. He is obviously practicing the way of killing, but because of his too deep understanding of life, his healing and creative abilities are far higher than his combat effectiveness." Mu Zhong smiled at this, but there was a trace of sadness in his voice. "Among the few of us, he went with you. You took the souls of the whole clan into reincarnation, and put that reincarnation into life's body. Life's body turned into a challenge to the world on the spot. Perhaps it was at that time that life finally got the power of destruction that he most desired, a power that is completely opposite to life. Wei Huan was silent after listening. Is this a sad story? Or a story of fulfillment of one's wish? 1,000,000 years is too long, and those turbulent days with comrades are too far away, as distant as a myth. Under the baptism of time, there is a thin veil between them, which makes people sad and fortunate, but unable to touch the deepest part, and finally leaves a long blank. The cup in my hand was full again after taking a sip. The power of time always makes people feel terrified, but at the same time it has the ability to constantly repair and heal the lost parts. Wei Huan lowered his eyes, looked at the teacup covered by time in his hand, and said, "The world transformed by life alone is not complete enough, nor safe enough, so space became the heavenly way to formulate rules, separate the human race from many other races, and build a channel for communication, so that the blood of revenge of the human race will not be extinguished, grow in the flames of war, retain the blood in the soul, and let them return as strong in the future." What about you? Time stayed at the end, waiting for the only correct answer in despair again and again. Wei Huan, I am not time. I can't feel the pain of time. I only know that he is willing to do it. At the moment when the dead soul Huan was thrown into reincarnation, at the moment when his close friends turned into Tao, he only had one goal left. The real pain is to keep a hopeless goal and try again and again. The real happiness is that the goal will eventually be achieved. He did it. He did not live up to the trust of his companions, walked through billions of timelines, and found the only ending he wanted. He is really happy. After listening, Wei Huan raised his mouth again. That's right. Countless sad stories will always have a happy ending. No matter how tortuous the process is, as long as the ending is happy, it's enough. I shouldn't look back. That's meaningless. What I really need to do is to make this game of billions of years have a happy ending. Mu Zhong. Yes. Since you have some ability to dominate time, can I create the third and fourth chaos level Zerg? Of course, I've said it before. Don't worry about me. Although I'm not the old guy who has walked through billions of timelines, I at least have some of his ability to control time, and I still have the ability to turn a 0.1% success rate into a 100% success rate. Okay. Wei Huan used to worry that Mu Zhong couldn't do it, and worried that he would be punished, but now he's not worried. It's impossible for a master-level existence to be unable to do even this little thing. After escaping from the range of the Dark Master's consciousness, Wei Huan chose to hide in a corner and practice in seclusion. But before practicing, Wei Huan took Mu Zhong to his dirty world again. The Zerg Queen flew out happily to greet them. "Master, I have prepared the materials for making chaos worms. I have distributed the materials reasonably to ensure that the success rate of the chaos worms is above 60%. Mu Zhong thought it was unnecessary, but Wei Huan still insisted, and believed that too much failure rate would never be good for Mu Zhong. Even if he had some of the master's memories, he was not the master after all. He could avoid most of the risks, but it didn't mean there were no risks. So believing is one thing, but wanting to protect the other person's heart is another. The Zerg Queen also said, making chaos worms will consume a lot of energy from the hive. Only one chaos worm can be made at the same time, and the hive needs to rest for a while. I can still accumulate resources and energy while waiting. The current resource allocation is the best result after my calculation. Mu Zhong felt a little sorry that he could not surprise everyone with his skills. In the end, he could only retain some of his abilities, and only cast the time barrier on one chaos worm. However, even with a success rate of only 60%, this time it was a one-time success. The Zerg Queen excitedly announced the good news. Mu Zhong removed the time barrier a little lonely. Seeing him like this, Wei Huan took his hand, gave the Zerg Queen a few words, and took Mu Zhong back to the villa in the paradise. He threw Mu Zhong on the soft big bed, pressed on him, and kissed his ear. "It's not safe outside. The Lord of Darkness may appear at any time. Can you please set up a time barrier here?" Mu Zhong hugged Wei Huan's neck and said angrily, "The time barrier is the specialty of the Lord of Light. Why do you use it for this? You think it's not important?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No, it's very important. We really need a separate, safe environment where we will never be disturbed, so that we can have a good communication." Wei Huan smiled, feeling that time was frozen at this moment. They seemed to be on a separate open timeline, luxuriously doing only one thing. Heading down, resting his forehead against Mu Zhong, Wei Huan looked directly into his eyes, and asked, "How much time do I have?" Mu Zhong smiled, "Forever if you want." Chapter 474. The source of chaos, the abyss. There is not a single ray of light in the dark world. The power of chaos, which represents disorder, rage and chaos, exists in this world like air, and has become a forbidden space that even the masters have kept secret for countless epochs. But since when? There is no longer only the power of chaos in the abyss. There is also another power that permeates this pure world, like the venom of a poisonous snake. The energy of the law of darkness, like surging thick ink, fills this world. In this extremely dark world, a group of evil beasts are swimming like fish in water, and have no reaction to the existence of dark energy. Obviously, they have completely adapted to this invading energy. But if you look deeper into the abyss, where even evil beasts cannot enter, you will find that there are piles of evil beast corpses, like a mountain of corpses, and a sea of corpses. Those countless level 5 evil beasts, that were feared by the gods, were like a ball of rotten meat that could neither die nor live. With the powerful power of the soul, they continued to grow entangled flesh buds, but were quickly corroded by the power of darkness, wailing in pain day after day, and year after year. In this way, the power of resentment accumulated and condensed, just like the corrosion of strong acid on iron, burning the space deep underground into a funnel shape like a nail. The deed went in little by little. On this day, a vague beast-shaped shadow appeared above the evil beast pit. The figure went from blurry to clear, and it was the Lord of Darkness. He looked at the evil beast pit with trepidation, and his whole body pressed down, making an extremely respectful gesture. Even his tail obediently hung down to the side, not daring to swing it at all to avoid any misunderstanding. Time passed little by little, and he maintained this posture for a long time, until a terrible pressure surged up from the extreme depths of the evil beast pit. He pressed his body even lower. The rotten meat of the evil beasts gathered together seemed to swell up, gradually forming the facial features of some beasts. The tangled meat and growing tentacles, as well as the eyes without eyeballs, looked extremely hideous. He opened his huge mouth and made a buzzing sound. Not enough. Evil beasts. More. The Lord of Darkness said in panic, "Emperor, our plan has an accident." The shaking giant face froze for a moment, and then suddenly bulged upwards fiercely, and his mouth almost swallowed the Lord of Darkness in one gulp. Accident? Yes, accident. The Lord of Darkness did not dare to resist at all, as if it didn't matter even if he was killed directly by the other party, but respectfully told all his experiences during this period. It couldn't be hidden. The energy of the sacrifice was not enough, and the Emperor could not escape. Sooner or later, he would know everything, and this was indeed his dereliction of duty, and he must face it head-on. As expected, Chaos Emperor was furious before he could finish listening. Idiot! He let out a roar that made the abyss tremble. The Lord of Darkness was crushed and deformed by his power, but still dared not resist at all. He could only endure the pain and tremble slightly. The Lord of Darkness's body was burned by Chaos Emperor's anger, and blood was dripping. Only when he was half dead did Chaos Emperor's anger weaken slightly. He was thrown aside like a rag, but he had to struggle to stand up again, and continued to say in panic, "The lower-level gods were killed, and the accumulation of millions of years became nothing. We are cultivating new gods, and we only need to wait another 1,000,000 years. Enough." The Emperor's infinitely majestic voice sounded, "I can't wait any longer, it's so long, so long." As if he had reached the limit of endurance of extreme pain, the sound coming out of his mouth was accompanied by the sound of gritting teeth. "If the lower-level gods are gone, use the middle-level gods, use the soul of the main god to sacrifice your stupid mistake." The Lord of Darkness was only shocked and hesitated for a moment, and the Emperor's voice sounded again, "Or you deserve to die." The Lord of Darkness was so scared that he trembled all over, and dared not say a word. After the Chaos Emperor finished speaking, it seemed that he also confirmed that the situation was far from hopeless. To him, gods were just leeks that grew again after cutting one crop. Even the Lord-level gods were just higher-level leeks. When he spoke again, his tone had returned to calm. "I know about the undead clan. But shouldn't the undead clan have been destroyed? That overly powerful clan is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, and their leader is so powerful that even we are afraid of him. If you, a fool, meet him, how can you survive?" The Lord of Darkness hurriedly said, "Yes, great Emperor, this is exactly what I am confused about. Although he is not weak, his strength is far less than that of the Lord, which is inconsistent with the rumored undead leader. But he has mastered the most sophisticated core of the law of death, and has extraordinary physical strength. Although my strength is far higher than his, I cannot trap him and kill him. Please give me some advice, great Emperor." The giant face pondered for a few seconds and said, "The Dark Clan has been silent in the abyss for too long. Leave here, and go to the god's domain to find the answer." The Lord of Darkness's eyes suddenly flashed, and his nostrils were thick with excitement. You mean, I can leave here? Find the answer, kill him, and I will eventually lead the Dark Clan back to the God's domain and rule over all races. The Great Emperor's reputation. When the giant face disappeared and the evil beast pit full of fleshy granulations was restored in front of him, the Lord of Darkness stood up and put away the respect on his face. He turned his head and looked up, trembling with excitement. Finally, after 1,000,000 years, he could finally leave this vicious and dark abyss. Although he was in the dark, he yearned for light. Wei Huan absorbed another level 6 soul power. In more than 3 years, it only made his ancient god cells fuller, but still did not reach that limit. Wei Huan was in a complicated mood. If there were no accidents and he could practice quietly, he would be willing to practice to the extreme and then move on to the next step. But the reality made it impossible for him to meditate in seclusion. The practice method of waking up every 3 years was indeed very tormenting. But since the practice has come to an end, he always has to do something. He attacked a level 5 evil beast nest again, and the Lord of Darkness still descended as scheduled. Wei Huan, who had been prepared, turned around and ran without waiting for the other party to descend. Seeing that the Lord of Darkness did not catch up, he destroyed 2 more level 5 evil beast nests along the way. The last time, the Lord of Darkness caught up and almost stopped Wei Huan, but was once again let Wei Huan escape. He roared, "Damn undead, you will regret everything you have done if you stop the return of the Great Emperor. We will slaughter all the undead under the leadership of the Great Emperor. Without the protection of Taichu, you are doomed to be destroyed." Wei Huan wanted to say, isn't what he is doing now to stop the return of the Chaos Emperor? Knowing that the return of the Chaos Emperor would inevitably bring disaster to the human race, he was still merciful. Isn't this helping the evil? Let alone stopping the return of the Chaos Emperor, he just didn't have enough strength. If he had a little more strength, he would kill this lord and those dark gods one by one. The guy in prison can rest assured to stay in prison until he is out of prison. Wei Huan ran fast, and even faster than 3 years ago. The Lord of Darkness quickly lost him. He realized that something was wrong. He seemed to be delayed by the other party. Why was he delayed? This suddenly appeared dead spirit did have the shadow of the dead spirit leader, but there were many things that did not match the rumors. It seems that he needs to leave here and return to the God's domain to explore the truth. The Lord of Darkness, who had always been worried that Wei Huan would appear again to slaughter the evil beast's nest, finally chose to give up this meaningless behavior after losing Wei Huan again. Before leaving, he gathered the gods under his command and the powerful clansmen, and chose to temporarily give up the defense of the evil beast's lair. Although he didn't want to admit it, in front of Wei Huan, those below the master level were just sending food. After ordering the dark gods to strictly guard the abyss, especially the evil beast pit, the Dark Lord left the base camp and opened a road to the gods' domain far away from the abyss. The passage was opened, and the pure and clean power of the law surged over. The Dark Lord was like crawling out of the cesspool and finally breathing fresh air. At that moment, he was extremely uncomfortable, and his body even gave rise to a strong resistance. The power of chaos was also encircled and suppressed by the law, tearing his body and bleeding. The Lord of Darkness had to sit cross-legged in the passage to slowly adapt to the two worlds' completely opposite and mutually attacking laws. On Wei Huan's side, after getting rid of the Lord of Darkness once again, he once again chose a place he thought was safe, set up many restrictions, and began to retreat. Naturally, he did not think that the Lord of Darkness at this moment would touch his past. It was only a matter of time before the existence of the human race was exposed. He was immersed in cultivation, feeling the soul power transformed by the gods, and the full power was evenly absorbed by the cells of the ancient god's body. In this process, the cells of the ancient god's body had swelled like a balloon filled with air, and at the same time, the vortex in the balloon was almost touching the cell wall. The feeling of being able to break through at any time made people feel endless urgency, and they wished they could cultivate to the next stage in one breath. It was a pity that after absorbing this soul power, he still did not change. There are already 5, and one of them is from a mid-level god. Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, with some anxiety in his brows. He was a little uneasy. The feeling was very strong. As a god, he would not ignore his sixth sense. "I don't feel right," Wei Huan said. "Maybe it's because my godhood is too low, and I can't predict the crisis." Mu Zhong attached great importance to Wei Huan's words. "I don't know where the problem is, but if you can sense it and I can't, it means that the crisis comes from at least the threat of the main god level, which makes me unaware." "No, not the main god level, it's the master level, or even the emperor," Wei Huan said affirmatively. "Maybe we did something wrong. We shouldn't show up every 3 years. The screws that are constantly tightened will make the enemy nervous. We emphasize our presence too much. I understand what you mean, but we can't predict everything, not to mention that our opponent is the master. Mu Zhong frowned and thought, we must have neglected something. We must find it quickly, otherwise the crisis will expand. After a while, Mu Zhong frowned and opened his eyes. How about I go to the timeline to have a look? No need. Wei Huan shook his head, his eyes were clear. I know where the problem is. What is it? My strength is not as good as that of the dead Soul Huan. This is my biggest flaw. The Master of Darkness should have reacted. Mu Zhong's pupil shrank. He left the source of chaos? Wei Huan nodded. You will know if you try it. That's right. To kill a level 5 nest, it is enough to see him appear. What if he doesn't appear? After Wei Huan asked this, he looked at Mu Zhong, and their eyes dodged, like a difficult weighing of pros and cons. Finally, Mu Zhong said, it is a crisis, but it may not be an opportunity. If the Lord of Darkness dares to leave, he must regret it. Wei Huan was still hesitating. He couldn't use the entire human race to bet with the Lord of Darkness. Mu Zhong said, I can't see the thread of fate, but I have gone through countless timelines to let me meet you here again. Believe in your own judgment, everything must be the best arrangement. Just then, a white figure gathered around Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Seeing the person coming, even though they both had a great past, they still respectfully called out, Teacher. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded in response, and then said, I heard what you said, don't worry, things are not bad yet. I have studied these fallen dark gods. They are like monsters soaked in poison. Although they have the ability to survive here, the power of chaos not only deprives them of their consciousness, but also deprives them of the qualification to survive in the god's domain. It is not so easy for the Lord of Darkness to return to the god's domain. If he is really not here, this is a chance given to you by God. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's eyes lit up, and then a strong murderous intent was born in their eyes. Mu Zhong said, then try it as soon as possible. If he does not come, this will be a godsend. Wei Huan nodded. Wei Huan's consciousness clone dissipated in the ancient god world, and woke up from the main body. This time, when he fought against the nest of the level 5 evil beast again, his mentality was completely different. He hoped that the Lord of Darkness would not appear. He must seize this opportunity, and kill all threats that affect the development of the human race in the cradle. With the destruction of the nest of the level 5 evil beast, Wei Huan took all the level 5 soul power into his hands, and prepared to leave at any time. Time passed by, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Lord of Darkness did not appear. He didn't come. It seems that he really went to the divine realm. Don't be careless, you can try a few more times. Yes, it's better to be careful. Mu Zhong and the teacher's voices rang in his ears. Wei Huan nodded, and could not wait to launch an attack on the other two nearby beast nests. When the two beast nests became ruins and the dust settled, the dark god, who had never appeared, explained everything. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light stroked his beard and smiled. Sure enough, he went to the god's domain to investigate the truth about you and the undead clan. Mu Zhong asked, is it possible that he is still hiding in the abyss? Maybe he has made some unusual moves? We have to try anyway, right? Or do you want to miss this opportunity? The remnant soul of the Lord of Light asked. Mu Zhong was actually a little hesitant. He was always worried about Wei Huan and any risks he took. This was because he was worried and confused. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't help it. Until Wei Huan said, the third Chaos Zerg can protect me. I am 80% sure that I can get out of the abyss safely this time. 80% is already conservative. The third Chaos Zerg exists to deal with this kind of environment. Chaos level Zerg is equivalent to the Lord level. Although it is the weakest Lord level, it is not something that ordinary gods can stop. And the talent points of this Chaos Zerg are extremely different. The special ability of walking on the evil path can definitely make the Lord level gods far behind. Wei Huan even suspected that the Emperor, who is not good at similar abilities, may not be able to beat the third Chaos Zerg on this track. Come out. Wei Huan said, opening a portal behind him, and a black round little head poked out from it. This head doesn't look big, but it is only 2 meters wide, much smaller than the body length of the Zerg, which is often more than 10 or 20 meters. Even compared to the water droplets that are known for their speed, it is still far inferior. It has 6 eyes on its round head, 3 on each side, arranged from large to small, which is a very obvious feature of the insect. But because of the round head, the black and round eyes, and the lack of a mouth, only 2 small round nostrils, this head can be described as cute. It poked its head out of the portal, its eyes rolling around, as if it was looking at the surrounding environment. It looked a little timid, without the ferociousness that is unique to the Zerg. Then it set its sights on Wei Huan, a friendly expression appeared in its eyes, and then it gurgled out of the portal. When its white and fat body was exposed, Mu Zhong's voice sounded in his ears. The third chaos worm is a maggot? Wei Huan denied. No, it should be said that its design concept is more inclined to be a queen ant. Mu Zhong looked at it carefully again, and found that there was a leg between its round head and white and fat body, but because it was too short, he ignored it at first. Moreover, the dominant life does not need legs to move, just like it can fly with or without wings. The existence of this leg is more like an evolutionary failure that is deliberately reduced because it is not needed, but cannot be completely eliminated. Its white and fat body is about 15 meters long and 5 meters wide, so it looks very big and has a very small head, giving people a very fat and clumsy feeling. In fact, the way it moves is also like a maggot, which is very slow. So what is its use? Mu Zhong looked at the chaos worm, which had completely crawled out of the portal, and was turning its round head to look left and right. It was hard to imagine what ability this form could give it. Wei Huan smiled, and nodded to the chaos worm. The piece of meat closest to Wei Huan on the chaos worm's white and soft body opened to both sides like a door, and then a passage was revealed. The passage was bright and clean, and it also emitted bright light. When Wei Huan walked into the passage, the power of space began to descend. Although the space was only 5 meters wide, Wei Huan seemed to have walked into a palace. From here on, it was no longer possible to feel that this was the body of a living being. Mu Zhong, who was watching, suddenly felt a force coming from Wei Huan. He did not resist, and followed the force, leaving Wei Huan's body and coming to the outside world. As he imagined, the power of chaos did not descend, and he could not feel anything abnormal. What is this? Mu Zhong looked around, and this place was like the inside of a spaceship. They were standing in the hall of the spaceship, which was larger than a football field. The whole space was bright, as if it was built of rare white jade. These white jades should be the meat of the chaos worm, which blocked the power of chaos. Like a chariot. Mu Zhong said, not surprised, the other space opened in the body can block the pollution from the outside world, and chaos-level worms can do it easily. Then Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan who was standing beside him. What else? Wei Huan looked at those white jade stones with a satisfied look. His mind moved, and the whole world began to change, shrink, and darken. When he came back to his senses, the two of them were already sitting in their seats. Mu Zhong looked back and forth, surprised. Second-level tank? Its ability is to transform. Wei Huan answered irrelevantly. Among all the forms of tanks, my favorite is the second-level tank. It's like a snail carrying its home on the road. There is not much space, and you can bump into each other when you turn around, which will bring us closer. Mu Zhong's heart, eager to get an answer, calmed down because of this sentence. He fell into memories and then smiled. Yes, our relationship has undergone subtle changes at this stage. Yeah. Wei Huan stroked the steering wheel, which now looked very old, and then put one hand down, grabbed Mu Zhong's hand and said, next stop, Yuan. As Wei Huan skillfully shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator, the scenery in front of the windshield began to change. Mu Zhong felt it and said, it has caught up with the speed of the point beast. Can its maximum speed exceed that of the flying ant? No, speed is not its strength. Its strongest ability is mimicry and lurking. The special mimicry ability of the Zerg allows it to simulate the breath of any life. At the same time, the spatial power it possesses can allow it to scale up and down, from an aircraft carrier to a speck of dust, achieving all-round invisibility from the perspective of spiritual awareness and vision. Mu Zhong understood it now, and then praised it endlessly. That's right. After solving the Zerg's combat problem, the mimicry of the Zerg is simply a stroke of genius. After the Chaos-level Zerg gives up all other abilities, it is hard to imagine how strong its mimicry will be. At least the Overlord level will never be able to detect it. No wonder you said you were 80% sure. In my opinion, the success rate of escaping unscathed in this trip to the abyss has exceeded 90%. Wei Huan explained. It's not that it has given up all its abilities. It has no combat power, but its defense value is good. The soft meat is not just fat. It not only has a myriad of abilities, but also has a strong ability to absorb attacks and resist damage. After a pause, Wei Huan said, as long as it is not trapped by the Overlord level and repeatedly refined, even if it is bombarded by the Overlord level, it will only be a flesh wound. After listening, Mu Zhong completely fell in love with this bug. One can hide and be invisible, and can change into 1,000 shapes. The key is that it is extremely hard, and can withstand beatings. It can be regarded as a complete solution to their days of sleeping on the back of the beast. Mu Zhong touched the control panel, and from the seemingly plastic control panel, he felt the unique warmth and delicate touch of a living creature. This is a biological tank. And its special ability and cute appearance are just like Baby Bus? By the way, have you named it? How about calling it Baby Bus? Wei Huan, Baby Bus, Originally, I wanted to name it like other Zergs, according to their abilities or appearance, and give it a simple and easy to understand name. For example, name this worm Mimicry. But since Mu Zhong has spoken, how can Wei Huan refute his beloved lover on such a small matter? The third Chaos Worm got the name Baby Bus. Chapter 475. Baby Bus is a very perfect Chaos bug. At least in terms of its role as a vehicle and infiltration, it has reached the limit that Wei Huan can imagine at present. So when the black fog in front of them gradually became thicker and darker, and they finally arrived at the legendary abyss, Mu Zhong did not feel the slightest bit of strangeness in the chariot. He was very comfortable, just like in the divine domain. After Wei Huan had enough of driving, he also handed over the driving rights to Baby Bus. Although the two were still in the cramped space of the second-level chariot, the comfort of the seats had completely changed. They had already laid down on the seats. Soon, Wei Huan thought it was uncomfortable, so he patted the center console between him and Mu Zhong. The center console squirmed for a while, and turned into a flat seat connecting the two people, and also intimately put them together. Wei Huan stretched out his hand, and put his arm around Mu Zhong's waist. The two people were relaxed, just like they were on vacation. Mu Zhong made himself close to Wei Huan, turned his head to look at the man's profile, and said, "I never dreamed that the third Chaos Bug would be like this. Did you know that you were going to come to Yuan? That's why you made such a plan." Wei Huan nodded. Yuan is the enemy's base camp, and the secrets of the Chaos Emperor are hidden here. For the sake of the human race, I will come here sooner or later, either to take it down or to sneak in to investigate. I am not afraid of a direct war, but my ability is not enough now. For a battle that I am not sure of, I must obtain detailed intelligence. It has been too smooth all the time. We rarely face evenly matched opponents. Reconnaissance is indeed my shortcoming. In addition, with it, there is no need to worry even if you practice under extreme conditions. As he said this, Baby Bus had already walked a long way into the inky abyss of chaos, and a level 5 evil beast broke into Wei Huan's spiritual tentacles as expected. In order to hide, Wei Huan turned his spiritual consciousness into countless silk threads, so that as long as his spiritual consciousness was lower than his life, he would not notice it even if he was entangled by the spiritual consciousness silk threads. Wei Huan ordered Baby Bus to fly straight towards the chaotic evil beast. During this process, Mu Zhong did not feel anything, but from the windshield, they were indeed approaching the chaotic evil beast, and had already stuck to the nose of this big guy, and it did not notice it. This is a level 5 evil beast. Letting one out will be a huge loss to the God realm. Disaster? That is to say, Wei Huan is strong enough. It seems that the level 5 evil beasts are weak. In fact, their strength is infinitely close to the master level. In addition, they have the special ability of immortal soul and immortal body. They cannot be killed by non-master level. But such a world-destroying beast did not notice the Baby Bus that was about to stick to its nose. It was as if the Baby Bus that was shrunk like dust was just a chaotic molecule in this chaotic world. Mu Zhong looked at the infinitely enlarged level 5 evil beast in front of him. He did not dare to release his consciousness, but he also knew what this extreme distance represented. Such a strong mimicry ability, worthy of the Chaos Worm born for special operations. Wei Huan said, "No, this is just a routine operation. Next, we have to take a risk." Mu Zhong immediately thought of the answer. You want to really fall on this level 5 evil beast? It's not as simple as mimicking the chaotic element, but at the moment of getting close to it, mimicking the body of the level 5 evil beast. Living life is far more difficult to simulate than the law, not to mention that we have to let it think that we are part of its body. Only by operating to the limit can we know where our limit is. Wei Huan said, and ordered the Baby Bus to stick to it. The speed of the Baby Bus did slow down significantly, as if it was constantly adjusting its own breath in the process. This process of simulating creatures even made the internal space where they were located, and the internal cabins of those creatures flash with faint colorful streams. Until the colorful streams disappeared, they actually stuck to the nose of this level 5 evil beast. When they looked up, they could clearly see the pair of brutal eyes looking around vigilantly, but they did not react to the dust from the invader that fell on their noses. Huh? Mu Zhong let out a long breath. Awesome, this ability is invincible in some ways. You are stronger in this life than in the last life, And your potential is even greater. Since they were talking about the last life, Wei Huan asked him, "Are you sure I am him?" "How should I put it? You are you, but you are also him." Mu Zhong smiled at Wei Huan and said, "The unyielding will and brilliant soul, accompanied by the only power of death, you don't need to care about the past. Whether you are him or not is actually not important. You have been on the road to protect mankind, and have done your best. But you just then treat it as a slip of the tongue." Mu Zhong reorganized and said, "Although the dead soul Huan is also a leader, he is called the successor of the great Emperor Taichu and an unprecedented dual system master, but he has been repeatedly walking on the path of the great Emperor. How can he do better than the great Emperor? This may be one of the reasons for his ultimate failure." Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought, and said, "It was the ancient god body that changed everything. Without the ancient god body, we may not even be able to break through the blockade of the gods, and we will perish in the challenge world, let alone the opportunity to use the souls of evil beasts to practice and have a chaos-level insect nest." Wei Huan turned his head and looked deeply into Mu Zhong's eyes. "Who left the ancient god body practice method? You yourself? No, it should be said that it was Death One." Mu Zhong smiled. After realizing that the road was not feasible, he arranged for the Abyss clan to stay in the 9th level world forever, sealed the ancient god body skills on them, and left a sufficient number of ancient god crystals. Mu Zhong took Wei Huan's hand, looked at him and said, "Death Huan left countless backups, including the imprisonment of Mafati, the suppression of many ancient gods, and perhaps even the establishment of Qiyuan Star, and the existence of the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, which were all arranged by Death Huan. My memory is not complete, but I know what the confrontation with the great Emperor-level forces represents. It is the absolute will that will not give up for billions of years, the planning and calculation of the grass snakes, and a little bit of luck. This time, the heaven is on our side. With the right time, right place and right people, we will finally get what we want." Wei Huan nodded and agreed with Mu Zhong's words. But there was only one thing that Wei Huan didn't understand. What does the ancient god Titan have to do with this plan? He is called the creator god of the human race. Why is it him? Mu Zhong lowered his eyes and thought for a long time, then slowly shook his head. He really didn't know. His memory was originally incomplete, and the Lord of Time might not know all the arrangements of the dead Huan. Some arrangements were just casual chess pieces at the beginning, but they played a crucial role a million years later. He didn't know what role the Titans played in this plan. He was not omniscient, just like he could never have dreamed that he would have such a relationship with a leader he admired and followed in a body that had awakened a trace of consciousness a million years later. But it was good. Mu Zhong raised his hand and hugged Wei Huan's waist, deeply inhaling the man's scent. The mellow breath obviously had no smell, but he smelled the breath of fire in it. His body seemed to be ignited, and even he was afraid of the heat. Wei Huan closed his mouth, which was about to continue the discussion, and just hugged Mu Zhong tightly, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this intimate moment. When the two separated again, the baby bus had taken them away from the body of the level 5 evil beast and drove deeper into the abyss. More and more level 5 evil beasts along the way attracted the attention of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong sat up again. To show his respect, he stood up the comfortable recliner. He frowned and looked at the level 5 evil beasts with black and gray stripes on their bodies. He asked Wei Huan, "Have these evil beasts been eroded by the Dark Law?" Wei Huan did not speak, but just opened his palm and pressed it against the recliner. The flesh around his hand climbed up until it wrapped his entire palm. After a while, the flesh let go of Wei Huan's hand and turned into a recliner again. 2 groups of law gas condensed in Wei Huan's hand. "It is indeed the Dark Law in chaos," Wei Huan said after observation. "While the dark gods are affected by chaos, these evil beasts are also eroded by the Dark Law." Mu Zhong frowned. It seems that these level 5 evil beasts have been controlled by the dark gods. Once it reaches the point of launching a war, the level 5 evil beasts will become their trump card. It's not that easy. Chaos cannot be tolerated in the gods' domain. If you want the evil beast to play a combat role in the gods' domain, this transformation is just the beginning. After Wei Huan finished speaking, he said, "But their intentions are already obvious. Once they complete the transformation, the Chaos Emperor will lead the dark gods to rule the gods' domain. It is no longer just a slogan." Mu Zhong pinched his nose and smiled. "Nowhere is peaceful. There are conspiracies everywhere, including ourselves. From the moment Chaos and Hongming planned to kill the Taichu Emperor, the war has begun. Before the victory or defeat is completely determined, the struggle will not disappear. There are many level 5 evil beasts, but they are not to be feared. These evil beasts are the overlords of the Chaos Source Gap. but they are only the overlords of the chaos source gap. Unless they have something to ask for, no fool will enter the abyss to provoke the evil beasts. What about the dark gods? Mu Zhong thought the same, so he was more concerned about these dark gods. The dark gods have transformed their bodies to accommodate chaos, but I feel that their strength has not been improved, so it is more likely that they did this to rescue the Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan analyzed. Now our top priority is to find the dark god's lair first. Can you find it? Slowly, you can always find it. Is it possible that the Lord of Darkness has also found Shi Yuan Star during this period? I used to be worried, but if Dou Lin and Su Qingqiang were them, I think they would have the ability to mediate even when facing the Lord. The Lord of Darkness will definitely come back for help. As long as we are here, he can't get help. Mu Zhong frowned. Dou Lin and Brother Chang's memories had not awakened. I am worried that they may not be able to face the Lord's attack. Wei Huan finally asked what he wanted to ask. What about you? How did your memory awaken? Mu Zhong thought of himself outside the core space of the challenge world, and his memory awakened at that time after risking his life to find Wei Huan. But in response to Wei Huan's answer, he said, "The soul of time walks on billions of timelines, watching the ups and downs of history. He is everywhere and may wake up on a certain timeline at any time, or watch, or participate, until he sees the final outcome." Really? What else? What else? Wei Huan didn't know what answer he wanted. He didn't have any older memories, nor did he know the limit of the Time Master. He just felt that it was strange that Mu Zhong awakened part of the Time Master's memory, just like he inherited the ability and will of the dead one. The sense of fate of reincarnation made people sigh and unbelievable, but they had to choose to believe. Seeing that Wei Huan stopped asking, Mu Zhong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. That crisis has passed, and he has got a ticket to the Lord directly because of a blessing in disguise. Describing the crisis now will only make Wei Huan worry about himself. They have experienced countless crises along the way, and there is no need to add this one. It will take a long time to search for traces of the Dark God in the vast abyss. Wei Huan handed over all the search work to Baby Bus, and lived a small life with Mu Zhong in this narrow second-level chariot. The second-level chariot is a two-bedroom suite with a living area of about 60 to 70 square meters. The specifications of the room completely replicate the appearance of the original chariot, and even the expensive Simmons bed, with massage, is exactly the same. However, unlike when Mu Zhong lived in another room and maintained a delicate relationship with Wei Huan, that of rescuer and rescue, and marriage before love, Mu Zhong can now be said to have entered the house and slept directly on the big bed. As for the people around him, he can do whatever he wants. As the god of time, Mu Zhong has a lot of fresh ingredients that freeze time in his inner world. Although the two do not need to eat, their spiritual needs will still remain at the stage of being human. They are moved by delicious food, full sleep, and the fireworks of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, and feel happy. During the time when the two lived in the world of two people, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light did not appear and completely handed over the space to them. Mu Zhong ate the food made by the two together and praised sincerely. Baby Bus is really a very useful insect. After becoming a god, the way of traveling is even more difficult. It's still best this way. A closed space will increase a great sense of security. The dot beast floating on Wei Huan's shoulder jumped angrily and made a baby protest. When it became smaller, the sound was also clipped, sharp and thin, very cute. Only the cutely named Baby Bus does not make any sound, but it uses bioelectricity to express its happiness. Just like the colorful white light inside the shell flashing, conveying its mood. Mu Zhong rubbed the protesting beast, patted the flashing table at hand, and then smiled at Wei Huan. The benefits of being a summoner, if you don't know, you would think you have a lot of pets. Wei Huan smiled and said, "The undead leaders have reached the holy level. In terms of combat power, this level is not as good as the Chaos Zerg. The upper limit of the law of death should not be so low." "What do you mean?" "After this, I will definitely go to challenge the world and bring back the reincarnation. Reincarnation is the authority of the great Emperor Taichu, and it was once mastered by the dead Soul Huan. It can make up for my shortcomings in the way of death. In addition, there are 3 ancient gods trapped in the remains of the great Emperor. Although they also have some plans there, the Lord of Light has not succeeded in the past million years, and they have made great contributions." "Okay." Mu Zhong nodded. "Can I go with you this time?" Mu Zhong concealed his subtle feelings. The experience of awakening his memory did make him feel complicated. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong deeply, as if he saw through him, but he said nothing, just nodded. "Yeah. I'm afraid I will come in person this time. You can go with me." "Great, I have been curious about the great Emperor Taichu for a long time. Mu Zhong said happily, and put a piece of meat into Wei Huan's bowl. The meat exuded a faint divine power. It was a demigod from the family of a mid-level god. Just like monsters eat humans, life that is not of their own kind can also become human meat. This divine power has no effect on Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, but it tastes good. The key is that eating food of this level is in line with their status. Before finishing his meal, Wei Huan paused while chewing, swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at Mu Zhong and said, "We found the trace of the dark god." After saying this, Wei Huan placed his palm on the table. As his thoughts spread, the restaurant that originally had only one window changed. Except for their location, the surrounding area became glass. They were like in a huge bubble, and Mu Zhong could easily see the outside scene from all angles. Mu Zhong put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked towards a place. After a while, the baby bus drove into an area with obvious acquired construction style. Although it was different from the blocks that humans like to build with reinforced concrete, this construction method that obviously squeezed the dark elements together with a strong force, and then pulled them into the desired shape still clearly revealed that this was no longer an area where evil beasts were rampant. In fact, after entering here, the evil beasts were almost invisible. The dark elements mixed with chaotic power blocked the invasion of the evil beasts. As they went deeper, the feeling of two worlds inside and outside became more and more obvious. The baby bus disguised itself and easily passed through all the defense lines, walked through this maze-like restricted area, until it finally came to the depths where the dark god was. A huge universe, like the solar system, appeared before their eyes. The black sphere in the middle exuding a strong dark law should be the kingdom of the Lord of Darkness. The size of the kingdom of God meets the level of a lord, and the strong dark law also radiates to the other 13 kingdoms of God, large and small, that revolve around it. There are still lives in these kingdoms. All of them are the followers of the gods. Baby Bus shrunk itself to the extreme, and slowly floated over like a wisp of dust. It didn't dare to go too fast, because that didn't match the speed of dust, but it was a fantasy to want to float through this universe. Wei Huan thought about it, and slapped the Showa divine pattern on the dining table. Baby Bus's figure flickered, and each flicker was thousands of miles away. Soon it came to the nearest kingdom. This kingdom of God at the edge should come from a lower-level dark god. The kingdom of God is very small, even smaller than Blue Star. There were some violent and bloodthirsty beasts living in the kingdom of God. Wei Huan glanced over, and saw that there were battles everywhere in the kingdom of God, and blood was flowing all the time. Obviously, after the dark god was affected by the chaos, his kingdom of God also became chaotic. But even in the chaos, the god never stopped harvesting the faith of his followers. He transformed into the god of war of the war tribe, accepted their prayers, and gave them the ability to fight. The more chaotic and crazy it was, the more faith the god harvested. After observing for a while, Wei Huan chose to leave without alarming the snake. It was just a kingdom of gods of a group of lower gods. Especially after he had harvested a batch of them, and the newly born gods no longer had the accumulation of millions of years, their attraction to Wei Huan plummeted. Then, Wei Huan saw the kingdom of gods of the middle-level gods. Compared with the kingdom of gods of the lower-level gods, the environment of the kingdom of gods of the middle-level gods was much better. Although wars would break out, there were also peaceful areas. After being polluted by chaos, the intermediate gods still retained basic rationality. At least in the last contact, it was confirmed that he would set traps and not simply deliver food directly. Mu Zhong said on the side, "You said that the soul power of the intermediate gods is countless times that of the lower gods. Now that the breakthrough is imminent, it is better to take down an intermediate god and become an immortal master." The residual soul of the Lord of Light, who floated out at some point, said, "I think it would be better to pick the peach of the Lord God level directly." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong turned around and greeted politely, "Teacher." Then Wei Huan nodded, "Teacher and I think the same. Since we are here, we naturally have to pick the biggest one. As for why it is the main god level, not the dominant level, it is because Wei Huan cannot kill the dominant now, and the Lord of Darkness should not be here. So the main god will be the best choice. It is not easy for Wei Huan to kill the dark main god, but if the arrangement is good, he has at least an 80% chance of killing the main god in one fell swoop." Therefore, the three of them turned their eyes away from the kingdom of the middle-level gods and looked at the place in the distance, where the second largest kingdom of gods was located, second only to the kingdom of the dominant gods. "Go there." Wei Huan ordered Baby Bus, and at the same time, the shining divine pattern was continuously slapped on Baby Bus, and Baby Bus flashed and quickly approached the target. It seems close, but it actually took a long time. When the three of them finished their third cup of tea, they came to the vicinity of the main god-level kingdom. This kingdom of gods is already very large, and it is estimated to be the size of 10 suns, and the interior is composed of 10 continents. Baby Bus transformed his breath, sneaked into the kingdom of gods, and looked all the way over. Except for the largest continent in the middle, the other 10 continents are very barren. The reason for the barrenness is that other continents seem to be trying to breed the energy of other laws, but unfortunately, due to the natural limitations of the main god level, they cannot have other law practitioners who can give birth to advanced life. At the same time, the population on other continents is extremely sparse, becoming more like a pastoral continent. The largest continent in the middle is naturally the dark continent. The clans all choose to live here. The rich dark laws are like wings for them. They don't even need to practice. Just being alive can easily have the strength of a level 7 or 8 challenger. There are also many level 9 strongmen and demigods in the world. The baby bus hovered above the dark continent, and Wei Huan's consciousness turned into billions of tentacles, carefully exploring this world to search. Chapter 476. Where did the Lord of Darkness go? What is the Lord of Darkness doing? Where are the other gods? We haven't seen them yet. Where are they going and what are they doing? Wei Huan had clearly sneaked into the enemy's base camp, but he still couldn't find any specific information. As expected, everyone has their own expertise. For a talent like him who takes a big and open route and is good at positional warfare, this place is not suitable for him. Finally, Wei Huan summoned the Zerg Queen and asked her if there was any way to collect intelligence. The Zerg Queen shook her tail that connected to the hive behind her sexily and said, "Dear Master, the Zerg is a group that is very good at collecting intelligence. My children will help you collect everything you want. Please wait for good news." With Wei Huan's permission, a group of insects with a level of only 9, not even demigod level, flew out of the hive. Each of them was smaller than a flea. Wei Huan had never seen them before. The Zerg Queen explained, "They are the repairmen of the hive. Although they have no combat power, they are an indispensable group of the Zerg. They are huge in number, and consume almost no energy to reproduce. They are my tentacles and my eyes. Everything they see and hear will be transmitted to my brain. I will sort out all the information for the Master. The Zerg is very powerful, but the Zerg has almost no IQ. They are chaos-level bugs, and their IQ is only that of a puppy. In contrast, their wisdom is concentrated in the Queen, which is like a super brain. The improvement of the hive level can also increase its computing power. If those chaos-level bugs are chaos-level in combat, then the Zerg Queen is a chaos-level super brain. For it, calculating billions of data at the same time is indeed a piece of cake. Is the Zerg also arranged by the dead Soul Huan? The more Wei Huan uses the Zerg, the more useful he feels. The most powerful thing about this group is that it can be customized and multi-sourced. In addition to fighting, it has other very powerful practical uses. No. Mu Zhong shook his head. It shouldn't be. Even the remnant soul of the Lord of Light shook his head and said so. Wei Huan was a little surprised and looked at the Zerg Queen floating in the air, looking at the ceiling with her eyes, emitting white light, and said, "So it was an accident." Mu Zhong said, "At least as far as I know, the dead Soul Huan and his men have never come into contact with the Zerg from beginning to end. I can explain this matter." The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "I am your previous generation of Lord. I have experienced the rise and fall of the last era, and I have witnessed the invasion of the foreign demon gods into my divine domain. The Zerg is the alien life brought by the foreign demon gods. What is really scary about them is not just their huge number and strength, but their adaptability to the environment." Speaking of this, Mu nodded and said, "Before the Chaos Hive, we regarded this hive as a fallen hive. It was because they devoured too many undead lives that they had some characteristics of dead lives, so they were conquered by Wei Huan and lived on the Dirty Land continent. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light knew about this, and after thinking about it, he said, during our battle with the foreign demon god, we learned through clues that the Zerg did not even come from the world of the foreign demon god, but was brought by the foreign demon god when it was invaded earlier. The Zerg itself is not very invasive. They tend to stick to their own nests, adapt to the environment, and grow stronger. But what's interesting is that the Zerg cannot leave the nest, and the nest is almost immovable. So when they develop to a certain extent and plunder all the surrounding resources, the final result may be the death of the entire nest. So the Zerg, which is not naturally aggressive, stayed in our divine domain and became a new group. It is not predatory, but from the perspective of the Master, it is normal for a potential Zerg nest to consume the resources of a star field. On the contrary, low-level life is helpless against the existence of the Zerg nest, especially if the mother star exists within the expansion range of the Zerg nest, which is bad luck. Wei Huan thought about it for a while, and understood the key. Mu Zhong had some new ideas and raised his hand, and said, "No, the ancient god worm has existed since the beginning of the creation, and the current Zerg have his bloodline." The remnant soul of the Lord of Light stroked his beard and smiled. It is true that some Zergs are life forms created by the ancient god worms, but what is widely circulated among our lords is that since the beginning of the world, Zergs have always existed as an indispensable part of flowers, birds, fish and beasts. Therefore, even the invading Zergs can adapt and survive in different gods' domains. In short, Zergs are very powerful and adaptable. They are everywhere and can be tamed? Mu Zhong concluded. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. Strong adaptability includes dependence on the strong. The bottom core of Zerg is survival. However, the upper limit of Zerg bloodline is difficult to improve. Looking at the entire god's domain, the Zerg that can be seen are only god-level civilizations, not even the original primary, let alone the chaos level. I have read a lot of books, and I know a lot about history and the present. So far, the chaos level Zerg has only appeared in a war with the extraterritorial demon gods. Mu Zhong said, in other words, recruiting this Zerg was an accident, and slowly cultivating the Zerg to the chaos level was also an accident. This reminds me of a saying, when you are strong enough, even the god of luck will look at you. Finally, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. That's why you and I are here, because this is the correct timeline. A main timeline can form countless tributaries when different people make different choices, weaving time into a complex network, with different beginnings and ends in different grids. But this helpless sense of fate is only relative to other people, but different for Wei Huan and others. The god of time stands on their side. When they find the most correct timeline and pass it, the god of time has enough time to crush all the branches and make this timeline the only main line. So when all the time branches disappear and only one main timeline remains, the victory they win is the real victory. In the laws controlled by the gods, the most mysterious are time and fate. The gods of these two laws have almost no combat power, but have the ability to manipulate results and change fate against the will of heaven. Now, the god of time is standing next to Wei Huan, and their goals are absolutely the same. The only thing to be careful of is fate. Even in the eyes of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, fate is the most incomprehensible and mysterious god. Of course, time is also, but because of Mu Zhong, the mysterious veil of time has been taken off. Mu Zhong now has only one law left to enter the Tao. Once he succeeds, he may become a master from a lower god. So the words of a quasi-time master naturally represent the correct interpretation of time. The remnant soul of the Master of Light sighed. I am dead, but I still feel like I have witnessed history. I have a subtle feeling that this trip is worthwhile. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other and smiled. The three talked about the Zerg, and then talked a lot, and naturally they also involved the topic of extraterritorial demons. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, it's just that there are people outside the world. If you want to conquer the four directions, you will have endless battles and endless sufferings, but if you can control your desires, this world is big enough. I can't say much about the demon gods outside the domain. It's probably just like this divine domain, a strong man from another world. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. When we get bored in this world, we can go outside the world to have a look, but the premise is to solve all the troubles here first. Wei Huan always felt that this sentence was very familiar, as if someone had said this to him a long time ago, but he couldn't remember it. Maybe it's just a story experienced by mortals, or a clip in a film and television drama. Okay. Wei Huan nodded. Who knows what will happen in the future? The remnant soul of the Lord of Light talked about some interesting things back in the day. Time passed unknowingly, and when the three of them turned their heads at the same time, the light in the eyes of the Zerg Queen was slowly disappearing. The Zerg Queen's eyes, which were a little too big for humans, looked at Wei Huan respectfully and told him the intelligence she had discovered this time. The Zerg is indeed a very special group. Even in such a harsh environment in the Kingdom of God, it is still easy to get the correct information. The Lord of Light went to the Divine Realm to find out about the invaders and the undead. The dark gods gathered in the Lord's kingdom to guard against the enemy's invasion. A large number of demigods in the Kingdom of God also went with them. The Zerg Queen said. Mu Zhong frowned. In the Lord's kingdom? This is a bit difficult to deal with. Once a fight breaks out, it will alert the enemy, and the Lord of Darkness will return quickly. I'm afraid our plan will have to change. Is there any way to lure them out? The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said. Destroying the level 5 nest will no longer shake them. They know very well that they are not our opponents. If we attack the Kingdom of God, in addition to announcing our existence, the impact on them is also very small, and those dark gods only need to put away the kingdom of God and continue to stick together, and the result will be the same. Mu Zhong nodded. Although the Lord of Darkness has left, this plan of staying here is a bit difficult to deal with. Perhaps we can only attack head-on. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, yes, it always takes time for the Lord to return, as long as we are fast enough. For example, let this insect car hide next to the Lord God, suddenly attack, and successfully harvest a Lord God's soul. It is not difficult. Wei Huan also nodded when he heard this. The Zerg Queen did not make any suggestions from beginning to end. It was not until they came to a conclusion that she mentioned another piece of information she had. Master, there is also information about the Chaos Emperor. The three of them looked at her at the same time. The Zerg Queen said, the Chaos Emperor is suppressed in the deepest part of the abyss, which is called the Extreme. There is a cage that even the Emperor cannot escape from. If the Master enters, he will surely die. However, after millions of years of erosion, a trace of Chaos Emperor's breath can leave G. I heard that he seems to be trying to escape recently. This is not good news. The three of them frowned at the same time, and their faces were a little ugly. At the moment, the biggest reason why Wei Huan was able to lead the human race out was that the Emperor did not go down to participate in the war, and the Master level was busy fighting for the Emperor's power, which gave Wei Huan time to grow. Now, Wei Huan is no longer afraid of the Master, but once the Emperor appears, it is very likely to change the current situation. Stop it at all costs. Wei Huan said. Mu nodded. As long as we continue to kill the dark gods, we can effectively prevent the Emperor from escaping. Once the assassination of the main god level is successful, the situation can be stabilized for a while. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said. The three of them had the same goal, so they immediately put away their relaxed mood and came to the front of the cockpit of the baby bus. The floor-to-ceiling window-like front design allows you to see very far at a glance, so far that you can put the huge Lord-level kingdom of God into your eyes. At the same time, behind the three of them, the scene in the car kept changing. The walls squirmed and transformed into a cabin of a small spaceship. The seats grew at the feet, and they fell back and sat on the seats. After the cabin transformation was completed, the baby bus flew out with a swish, and at the same time, the bioelectric current in the cabin kept flashing, quickly and secretly invading the Lord-level kingdom of God. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the kingdom of God. Just like all the dominant worlds they have seen, this huge world contains hundreds of worlds of different sizes, some of which are spherical, and some of which are continents. The laws in the world are complete. Even if you are not a dark talent, you can practice a certain law and reach the god level. These planets or continents are inhabited by a large number of animal life. Wei Huan also saw traces of insect swarms. The adaptability of the insect race really makes them everywhere. The remnant soul of the Light Master shook his head. The Dark Master has been polluted to this extent. The level of the entire kingdom of God has been reduced. Except for the dark system, other laws cannot give birth to the god level. Even demigods are difficult. Mu Zhong also said, after surviving in the Chaos Source Gap for millions of years, even the master level cannot resist erosion. The family of the kingdom of God was affected by the power of chaos, and the ladder to heaven was cut off. It is simply pathetic. The family can be cultivated again if it is gone, but it will be gone if the emperor dies. This is also a helpless choice. If a tribe wants to be strong, the strength of the leader is crucial. Chaos Emperor is the sky of the Dark Clan. If he is not there, the Dark Clan will completely disappear in the seemingly supreme and sacred, but in fact extremely cruel, divine domain. Wei Huan said nothing, but ordered the Zerg Queen to use her divine power to draw a map, marking the hiding places of the dark gods in detail. The Zerg Queen floated to the largest planet in the center, pointed to one of them and said, Master, it is here, in the temple called the Dark Holy Star, where they hide. Wei Huan tapped the handrail with his fingers. Every time his fingertips fell, the light of the sparkling divine pattern would flash, and the speed of the baby bus suddenly increased. After continuous jumps, it arrived at this huge dark planet. The Dark Holy Star is the core of the Dark Lord's kingdom. The dark energy on it is rich, and even gods can practice and improve here. If we don't consider the issue of godhood, even if the gods have practiced to the ceiling level, they can still enrich themselves horizontally, master more dark abilities, and make themselves stronger. Therefore, for gods, this is also a sacred place. The Dark Star is a world full of dark forests, where a large number of leopard creatures with 6 eyes live. They did not follow the development route of scientific and technological civilization, but always advocated the jungle law of survival of the fittest. Although the whole world looks wild and backward, they have many strong people. The dust transformed by the baby bus floats in the world. Almost all the 9-level dark leopards are seen. Not far away, like a small village, there will also be domain-level dark leopard lords and demigod-level dark leopards, who rule larger territories. And the temple of the gods is guarded by these demigod-level dark leopards. Wei Huan thought that there must be a lot of divine rune stones in this almost undefended kingdom. A main god-level kingdom has as many as a skyscraper, and the dominant-level kingdom must have hundreds or thousands of buildings, but in the end, greed was suppressed by reason. He did the business first and killed the dark god. Maybe he could go to the ownerless main god kingdom. After further destroying the power of the dark gods, the dominant-level kingdom of gods was just a lamb to be slaughtered. Thinking like this, they had arrived at the area where the temple of the gods was located. There should be a lot of prohibitions and sufficient defensive measures here. But whether it was the Wanfa Daohua obtained from the previous Lord of Light, or the mimicry talent that Baby Bus possessed, these restrictions could not stop them at all. Easily entering the restriction, there were 2 different spaces inside and outside, filled with the power of gods. Darkness is a kind of law power. Wei Huan just couldn't use it and didn't hate it, but after mixing with chaos, the laws here were very bad. Those airflows seemed to turn into whirlpools of different sizes, and there were whirlpools in the whirlpools, like bulging and hideous eyes. Mu Zhong didn't even dare to probe his consciousness out of Baby Bus. Just looking at it with his eyes made him feel uncomfortable. These dark gods are really crazy. They polluted themselves like this, and even their families were implicated. Wei Huan said, "Not every god will fight for his own tribe." Yes, this is indeed not what we should pay attention to. Mu Zhong changed his mood and said, "Then the most critical moment has come. I haven't taken action for a long time. Don't forget that I still have the bloodthirsty blessing." Wei Huan nodded. "No, I don't know what will happen next. Save your bloodthirsty blessing for the most critical moment." Without waiting for Mu Zhong to be disappointed, Wei Huan continued, "You have another more important thing, that is, I will use all my strength to stack the highest divine pattern so far. During this period, the main god may have a sense, and you need to help me cover up the secret." Mu Zhong nodded. "This is simple. As long as you are not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future timeline, no god can detect your existence. You can just use your means." Wei Huan nodded, then looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light. "Teacher, I need to ask you for something. You say, once I take action, the space of this world will be locked. Only the teacher's Wanfa Daohua can let us leave. I hope you can put your hand that is performing Wanfa Daohua on the handrail when necessary, and this bus will naturally understand and simulate your magic and take us away. It's a small matter, just leave the matter of leaving to me. I am best at breaking the ban. It can be said that there is no ban in the world that can stop me." Wei Huan finally silently ordered the baby bus in his heart and floated into the second largest temple. As expected, as the Zur Queen's intelligence, the dark gods gathered here, and only the dark main god followed their lead. The appearance of these dark gods is very similar to the human imagination of dark creatures: bats with wings, meatballs with countless eyes and tentacles, and a group of aggregates like snakes and suckers. There are also dark creatures with similar appearances like black leopards, black snakes, and black wolfhounds, but with different details. In the development of the ancient ruins of Blue Star, many traces of dark life can be seen, and the descriptions of the appearance of demons and monsters are very similar to these dark life forms. In addition, other human beings, either from the same ancient ruins or from folk tales passed down by word of mouth, also have similar descriptions of strange appearances that conform to the characteristics of dark gods. It seems that the dead spirits have been reincarnated as humans, but they are engraved in their souls, and they still have deep hatred and fear for dark gods, including Chaos Emperor. After all, in that battle of emperors, Taichu Emperor fell. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao imprisoning the 2 law gods, the undead clan would probably not even have the chance to reincarnate as humans. This soul imprint is like some people being born afraid of snakes. Even though Wei Huan has killed almost all the lower gods, he still doesn't like these twisted, or threatening dark gods. Finally, Wei Huan set his eyes on the huge black snake perched on the throne above the hall. It looked like the most common python, with a large body and complex stripes, and nothing special about it. But his aura was truly that of a main god, and the extremely strong corrosive power of the dark system inadvertently escaped from his body. I'm afraid that in the eyes of beings whose strength is far lower than his image is extremely terrifying. After seeing that the Lord God was a life form of snake, Wei Huan had a headache. Where could the godhead be? Head, 7 inches, anywhere. Then we can only test the waters by throwing stones. As Wei Huan said this, He slowly brushed his hand over the Fuhua sickle, just like sharpening a knife. The breath of the Fuhua sickle became extremely powerful in an instant, and the overflowing power began to spread from his wrist, forming a black magic armor on his body. Compared with the last full armor, this magic armor is more majestic and ferocious, with thick material and ferocious bone spurs, and even a third pair of wings on the back, which contains endless power. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light glanced at Wei Huan, and the remnant soul floated for a while, somewhat stunned by the breath and image of Wei Huan, the Emperor descending to the world. Mu Zhong on the side has been using the overlap of timelines to hide him in the cracks of time, to avoid being noticed by the Lord God-level gods. He has been focusing on Wei Huan, and he can't take his eyes away. So cool, at this time, Baby Bus was like a dark dust, floating on the body of the Lord God. The enemy was already close to him, but the Lord God was unaware. His body, lying on the throne, slid slowly, practicing lazily, just as boring as every day in the past. He even wanted to yawn. The boring chaos source gap. How long will it take to leave this monotonous world with only evil beasts? At this moment, without any sign, a space crack suddenly appeared on his head. Chapter 477. Zizizi, the flying ants that had accumulated enough power flew out of the portal with sparks and lightning, and the chaos level power burst out, biting the head of the dark god fiercely. Crack! Before the dark god had any reaction, his head, which he boasted was hard, was bitten in half by the sharp and hard mouth parts of the flying ants, revealing the empty brain inside. The godhead is not here. After successfully throwing a stone to ask for directions, Wei Huan took action. He flashed out of the baby bus, and before he appeared, the power of time was still entangled on his body, flowing quietly around his body like auspicious clouds. But the body rushing forward was about to leave an afterimage, and the flamboyant wings broke all the silence. When his figure appeared completely, the auspicious clouds were shattered, and he had already turned into the killing sickle and fell. The power he used with his own hands was several times stronger than using the sparkling divine mark. The tip of the Fuhua sickle was like breaking through fresh tofu, splitting the front half of the dark god's body vertically. Crash! The dark god was split vertically in two, starting with the broken head. The dark energy gushed out like a collapsed dam. A shrill scream sounded at this time. Wei Huan gritted his teeth. Not good. There was no feeling of hitting the godhead, and 2 consecutive fatal attacks were not successful, but it doesn't matter. Just in preparation for this situation, he also prepared a third-hand attack. In the portal behind Wei Huan that was open like an open eye, the butterfly chaos worm's entire body had stretched back in a full bow posture, and behind it were hundreds of millions of long-range worms. All the energy gathered in its body, and at the moment when Wei Huan showed it, it had accumulated to the peak level. There seemed to be a hum in the void, the sound of the bowstring trembling. The butterfly chaos worm's full bow body swung forward violently, and the arrow-like beam shot straight at the Lord of Darkness, covering the remaining body of his whole body. Boom! The terrifying sound was like thunder in a clear sky, not giving people, or gods, a little time to react. All the attacks seemed to arrive in an instant, and almost simultaneously bombarded the body of the Lord of Darkness. Not to mention other gods of lower levels, even the Lord of Darkness did not react, and most of his life was gone. That's right, he is still alive. When all Wei Huan's attacks fell, he was still alive. A thick smoke mixed with chaos and dark laws wrapped around the Lord God's godhead, which had cracks. The soul of the Lord of Darkness appeared 100 meters away, and the rolling smoke revealed his fear and anger. At this moment, the divine body that he had cultivated for nearly an era was almost smashed into a pulp without any resistance, and even the divine nature was almost destroyed. Hate, angry. But seeing that a set of combined punches failed to kill him as he wished, and the attacker frowned with dissatisfaction, when the opponent's dark eyes looked at him, the Dark Lord God was shocked and his whole mind became clear. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about the lack of firewood. Run! Wei Huan saw his intention, and hurriedly flew out 200 layers of overlapping divine patterns with the Fuhua sickle, flashing to the divine nature. The sickle suddenly spun. The knife fell but it missed. The Dark Lord ran away. He didn't know what ability he used, but he disappeared in front of him and appeared 100 miles away in the next second. He couldn't run away. Since Wave 1 had taken action, he would not give up. The divine pattern of the word show also appeared on his body, and he also appeared 100 miles away in the next second. Another knife, but still a step slower. TSK, the chase was far away. Mu Zhong and the residual soul of the Lord of Light, who stayed in the baby bus, looked at each other, and then looked at the group of gods, who suddenly started to go crazy. One person and one soul ordered the baby bus to chase without hesitation. In this situation, Wei Huan can fight a group of people alone, and they will have trouble facing one. This also shows that Wei Huan's fighting power is indeed terrifyingly strong. At this time, they must chase him and hunt his thighs. The baby bus attacked with all its strength, and there was no concealment effect. The three middle-level gods first discovered their traces, and the attacks in their hands had already arrived. Other gods raised their hands, blocked this area, and set up restrictions. Mu Zhong cast time acceleration on the baby bus, which increased its speed suddenly and dodged the attack. The Wan Fa Dao Hua of the Light Lord's residual soul covered the baby bus, carrying them through the restriction. At this time, another attack from the mid-level god fell. Mu Zhong was unable to change time immediately, and could only watch the baby bus being hit. Puff! As a result, the fierce attack landed on the chubby butt of the baby bus, making its fat tremble. Mu Zhong, who was sitting inside, didn't even feel the bump. The terrible attack was thus resolved. At the same time, the baby bus used the power of this attack to accelerate through the restriction and flew rapidly towards Wei Huan. Behind them, there were a lot of gods chasing them, but their speed was not as fast as the baby bus, and with the time acceleration Mu Zhong used every time, they quickly got rid of the big tails behind them. When they came to their senses, they were going deeper into the abyss. There were very few evil beasts here, and the occasional disturbed level 5 evil beasts flew by, but they also looked sick and did not attack them. Mu Zhong frowned. Remember, the Zerg Queen said that there is Ji under the abyss, and Chaos Emperor is suppressed in the depths of Ji. Is Wei Huan chasing the Dark Lord and fleeing towards Ji? The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, instead of worrying about him, it is better to worry about yourself. If Baby Bus cannot adapt to the environment here, you and I will not be able to leave with our abilities. Mu Zhong reminded, Teacher, we must catch up. Wei Huan's summoning distance is limited. We have never tried it. When Baby Bus returns to the dirty world, will we also be taken in? If not. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light squeezed his face together. It should be okay. If there is danger, I will find a way to let us follow into the dirty world, but before that, we still have to be careful of the environment here. Mu Zhong nodded, looking at the dark front, and gave his time power to Baby Bus without reservation, hoping that it would be helpful for its subsequent journey. At this moment, Wei Huan has chased the flashing Dark Lord to a deeper place. Perhaps it was because there was no restraint of the body, although this left the entire divinity of the Dark Lord exposed to the outside world. Just like the internal organs exposed, it was extremely fragile. But it also gained an extraordinary speed. Even the Master's full strength can only do so much. Wei Huan used the Shua divine pattern to focus on flexibility. The short-term explosiveness of movement was strong. After chasing for a while, the distance was far away. Wei Huan could only grab the flying ant from the void with his backhand, turn over and step on its back. The flying ant was summoned, and after a little power accumulation, a sizzling sound came from its wings, and it suddenly rushed forward. It chased after it with sparks and lightning. The flying ant moved too fast. When Wei Huan reacted, it had already gone deep into the abyss. The power of chaos adhered to it thickly. This degree reminded Wei Huan of the discomfort when he first entered the source gap of chaos. Fortunately, the ancient god body gave him the ability to absorb the power of chaos, and it was much more clever than the dark god's absorption method. It not only enhanced his strength, but also gave him resistance to the pollution at the bottom of the abyss. Continuing down, he went deeper into the place that his normal self absolutely could not bear, and then Wei Huan saw the dark god, who had unknowingly slowed down. It seemed that the Lord God level really could not bear the pollution here, and without the physical body to resist, the remaining consciousness of this dark god had begun to become confused. He ran while trying to grow a new body, but the body that grew from the godhead was extremely deformed, with more than 10 tails, 7 or 8 heads, and more heads and tails growing from the body. Those snake heads opened their mouths and tore the body on the side, attacking themselves, tearing blood, and the body could not be condensed and completed, but became more and more tattered. Until he felt Wei Huan approaching. Some of the snake heads that still maintained their sanity turned to look at Wei Huan, with a look of begging for mercy in their eyes. His consciousness made a sound that Wei Huan could understand. Please. Kill. He. Kill, 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 kill. Spare me. The chaotic language was like countless voices overlapping, and the out-of-control mental power tried to attack Wei Huan's soul. Wei Huan jumped forward in his armor, 6 pairs of flamboyant wings spread out, and the sickle fell. Schwa! This time, it fell right on the godhead, and with a boom sound, it split the soul power on the godhead. The dark main god let out a last shrill scream and disappeared. Wei Huan turned around and grasped the soul power of the main god level, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Success? He had a hunch that if he could absorb the soul power of the main god level, he would break through to the master level in one fell swoop. But not now. Carefully withdrawing the power of the soul, Wei Huan felt the baby bus approaching quickly, and was about to take the initiative to meet it. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down at his feet. What is there below? Oh yes, it is Chaos Emperor. No, that's not right. It's not Chaos Emperor. Chaos Emperor was suppressed in the depths of Extreme, a place that gods can never reach. Considering the information of the Zerg Queen, could there be a device that can rescue Chaos Emperor? Wei Huan didn't know what it was, but he had come here, and if he could destroy Chaos Emperor's plan, it didn't matter if he took some risks. While thinking about this, the baby bus appeared beside Wei Huan like a flash, and the doorway opened on the side and invited Wei Huan to get on the bus. Wei Huan waved his hand, and his consciousness easily passed through the barrier of the baby bus, and fell into the ears of Mu Zhong and the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, saying, I plan to take a look down, you go back to my body first. Mu Zhong asked, has the Lord God been killed? Yes. What's down there? I don't know, but I have to go and see. Let the Zerg Queen investigate. No, the chaos aura here is so strong that even chaos-level bugs can't stand it. I can only go there myself. Be careful. Mu Zhong knew that he couldn't persuade him, and he had to take the risk, so he could only speak worriedly. Okay, I open the sky curtain, and I discuss it with you if there's anything. After saying this, Wei Huan raised his hand and waved, and countless undead hands grew out of the void, pulling the baby bus back to the dirty world. However, Mu Zhong and the remnant soul of the Lord of Light in the baby bus had been transferred to the ancient god world first. The two appeared on the balcony of the villa in the paradise, looking up at the sky curtain at the same time. Wei Huan said, let's go. He superimposed the divine runes with the word ruthless on the sickle, and the huge power spreading from the sickle covered his body, forming armor, and there was a pair of wings behind him. In this state, he had no pressure at all, and his defense and combat capabilities were greatly improved. Even a master-level attack should be able to be resisted, which can be used as a daily combat state. Then Wei Huan activated the power of the law, and waved the wings behind him. The power of death lingered around him, and he went 100 miles deep in one flash. After several consecutive flashes, Wei Huan said, sure enough, as I thought, the pollution in the depths is stronger. Mu Zhong's voice came from the world. The extreme is the limit set by the heavenly Tao. I understand this. The only thing I can't figure out is how they destroyed the extreme and rescued the Chaos Emperor under the nose of the heavenly Tao. There will always be some crooked ways. Heh. Mu Zhong was amused, and then asked with concern, are you okay? It's okay. My ancient god body is strong. Since the Lord of Darkness can get there, I can get there too. This successful sneak attack killed the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness is afraid. On the way back. That's exactly what I want him to come back. Yes, this way Chi-Yu and Star and Challenge World will be safe. But in this case, you have to be careful that he may come to you at any time. Got it, I will be careful. After the two finished talking, Wei Huan went deeper. The pollution here made him frown. The golden light in his hand flashed continuously, and the overlapping divine pattern increased by 50 layers. At the same time as the second pair of wings grew, the thickness of Wei Huan's armor also increased, and the defense was strengthened to resist the pollution of chaos. Just when Wei Huan thought he had to go all out and transform the third pair of wings, the feeling in front suddenly changed. In the pure pollution, there was a painful breath, like venom, rolling towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan stopped, carefully sensed it, confirmed that it had little impact on him, and continued to walk down. The thick ink gradually dissipated, Wei Huan's pupil shrank, and he saw a scene that shocked and disgusted him. What is this? Mu Zhong made a surprised sound. It was a layer that was either pale or gray, like rotten flesh that had been soaked in water for a long time, and it was as boundless as the universe. Countless buds grew on the rotten flesh, waving and constantly emitting painful wails that made the soul feel uncomfortable. After a brief silence for a long time, everyone was adapting to this terrible soul pollution. In the end, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who was physically disabled but mentally strong and with complete memories, cried, "Ah, what a good plan." He then clapped his hands and praised, used the immortality of the evil beast souls, and used the power of darkness to reversely pollute these evil beasts, so that they pile up here and secrete painful poison that can corrode the soul, eroding the essence day by day. Doing this, there is indeed a great possibility of saving the Chaos Emperor. I understand, it's a very vicious method, and I actually feel a little sympathy for the evil beasts. Mu Zhong suddenly realized. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, evil beasts are just an inevitable aspect of the world. There is nothing wrong with them. They are just necessary for survival. On the contrary, the dark gods who thought of this method are the real evil. Wait a minute, let me sort it out. After Chaos Emperor and Hongming Emperor killed Taichu Emperor, the two emperors were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Then the Dark Clan and Fate walked together for a while, and then the entire Dark Gods disappeared in the Gods' domain until we recently found them at the bottom of the abyss, planning to rescue Chaos Emperor. Is it possible that this plan is arranged by Fate? When Mu Zhong said this, he tried to recall everything about Fate, and then found that he had no memory of Fate. Wei Huan had been observing the evil beast pit for a while, and then said, don't worry about it. Whether this plan comes from Fate or Dark Gods, or is arranged by Chaos Emperor, since we are here, why not destroy this place? That's right. Mu Zhong woke up from his overly thorough analysis and nodded, destroy this place and leave, so that the Chaos Emperor will never escape. Okay. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. The reason why these evil beasts can produce cursed venom that corrodes extreme is because they can neither live nor die. We just need to save them, or send them to death. Yes, killing them is the only way to be relieved. After Wei Huan finished speaking, the portal opened behind him, and the two Chaos-level Zergs, Flying Ant and Butterfly, appeared respectively. Behind them, there were the undead leaders headed by Dot Beast and Sister Bird, and countless god-level undeads with the ability to attack level 5 evil beasts. But these are just appetizers, and the real killer is at the end. The Zerg Queen was seen sitting on the dark insect nest and flying up. The black pyramid-like insect nest was emitting faint light, and the Chaos-level hardness made it an indestructible and terrifying weapon in the world. Wei Huan raised the sickle in his hand and waved it forward. The Zerg army and the undead army rushed to the pit of evil beasts. The evil beasts that had been tortured by pain for millions of years were ferocious and fragile. The undead army was briefly blocked for a while, and then they easily tore through a hole in the defense and fought their way in. When the flying ant successfully killed the first evil beast with its powerful attack, a sigh of liberation even sounded in the void. Then, a soul power floated in the void and was called over by Wei Huan. Just seeing this, Wei Huan frowned again. The soul power tortured by pain was different from the ones collected before. It looked not only weak, but also turbid, and did not look like it could be absorbed. Wei Huan did not dare to try rashly. But in line with the principle of a thief never leaves empty-handed, it does not matter whether these soul powers are useful or not, just take them first. The evil beasts with extremely weak resistance ability were harvested very easily, and countless soul powers were collected by Wei Huan. Mu Zhong reminded Wei Huan, not only should you be careful of the Lord of Darkness, but also be careful of the possible appearance of the Chaos Emperor. Wei Huan nodded, and he kept 3 pairs of wings behind him, keeping alert and not making a move. Although his move would make the harvest faster, he did not dare to be careless in the face of 2 powerful enemies, who might come at any time. More evil beasts were dying, and the soul power of the evil beasts was like stars. But there were too many evil beasts in the evil beast pit, and it felt like killing for a long time, and even the fur was not removed. Wei Huan was worried that this action would be ineffective, so he finally threw out the corruption scythe that had accumulated to the extreme in his hand. The Fuhua sickle flashed and spun in the evil beast pit, and the height within 1,000 miles suddenly became 10 miles lower. The soul power fell into Wei Huan's hands, like a galaxy waterfall. Your efficiency has increased a lot once you attack. Mu Zhong spoke, but there was some worry in his tone. Wei Huan nodded. I will leave enough power to react and end this harvest as soon as possible. What I can do is to lay a circle of time cracks around you, which can resist the attacks of the master level to a certain extent. Mu Zhong thought about it, and could only do this. Wei Huan nodded, stopped talking, and just harvested blindly. He is now attacking with all his strength, and can stack the overlapping divine runes to 520 layers, but this is under the condition of full output. At this moment, he is holding back, and he only needs to stack to 450 layers, which takes about 20 seconds. But he could attack once every 20 seconds, and each time he flattened the polluted evil beast within 1,000 miles, which was already very fast. In addition to the actions of the undead leader, flying ants, and butterflies, the evil beast pit was soon flattened by Wei Huan. The turbid soul power collected was also incalculable. At this moment, the pressure of the master came from above his head, and billowing black smoke poured down. A huge leopard head appeared, and the abyss almost swallowed Wei Huan in one gulp. He roared, "Stop! Then he paused, and there was a strong threat in his voice. Human Wei Huan, if you don't stop, I swear to kill through the challenge world and destroy your human race. Wow. This is the result of the investigation. So he is so proud, but it doesn't matter. No matter what he found out, Wei Huan and their dark clan have long been feuding. To indulge the enemy's strength is to be irresponsible with your own life. Wei Huan looked up at the leopard head and smiled contemptuously. The 450-layer corruption scythe in his hand flashed and disappeared. The next second, the evil beast pit under his feet suddenly became more than a mile deeper. Countless soul powers floated up and gathered around Wei Huan like starlight, which made him, a god of death, look righteous. Roar! The Lord of Darkness stopped talking, and the leopard head bit down fiercely. Wei Huan did not retreat but advanced. He clenched his hand holding the Annihilation Divine pattern into a fist and punched the Lord of Darkness on the nose. The two sides were like Mars hitting the earth, and there was a brief stalemate. Then cracks appeared on the armor on Wei Huan's arm, spreading all the way and cracking half of his body. Finally, the armor broke with a bang and fell down into the evil beast pit. But the clone condensed by the Lord of Darkness was also destroyed by Wei Huan in one fell swoop, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing. The Dark Lord, who was far from arriving, groaned in pain, and his body shook, almost falling. His consciousness was damaged, and he was also seriously injured. The Dark Lord's eyes flashed with disbelief and horror. It was hard to imagine that the human god, who was born in this era, had only practiced for less than 400 years, but he was already so powerful. Moreover, since the first fight, he has become stronger in a short period of time, so strong that he can face him head-on and hurt himself. Once he grows to the level of a master, the Dark Lord can't imagine what a terrible scene it will be. In this world, if the Emperor doesn't come out, he will be the strongest, right? Such a strong enemy must be completely wiped out when he is weak. Once missed, there will be no chance. Thinking of this, the Dark Lord's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he secretly hated himself for holding back before, giving this human god a chance to grow. I should have tried my best to kill him from the beginning. Damn it! Damn it! Kill. The Lord of Darkness sped up again, and headed straight for the beast pit. Chapter 478. Wei Huan fell into the pit of evil beasts, and there has been no movement for more than 10 seconds. For gods, 10 seconds is a very long time. Mu Zhong looked worriedly, as if he would rush out in the next second. Wei Huan, he murmured, wanting to release his consciousness, but as soon as his consciousness extended out of the bus, it was scorched by the highly polluted soul tentacles here. His brain ached, and his consciousness was like being burned by fire, and he suddenly retracted it. Why hasn't Wei Huan woken up yet? It's been too long. A feeling of uneasiness emerged in Mu Zhong's heart. He noticed something wrong, just like the calm before the storm, and great terror was coming. Mu Zhong made a prompt decision and raised his hand to flick the pendant beside his ear. The blue gem pendant shook gently, making a crisp sound. Ding! Dong dong dong! Dong dong dong! The war drums beat, and the ancient spirits appeared from the sky. The blue ancient god Titan came from the horizon with the human tribe. His golden eyes swept through the scenes in front of him. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. He stopped and waved his hands. The tribes around him sang and danced around him. Countless cattle and sheep were sacrificed by slitting their throats. As the blood rushed to the sky, the group of undead leaders closest to Mu Zhong were immediately covered with scarlet blood. The bloodthirsty state that briefly possessed 10 times the attributes, but could only last for 3 minutes, fell on the holy undead leaders, and the chaos-level Zerg for the first time. They instantly showed extremely terrifying momentum, and rushed into the evil beast pit to rescue Wei Huan, who was trapped in it. Mu Zhong and the ancient god Titan spit out blood at the same time, and then their breath was exhausted. Mu Zhong's eyes went black, and he fainted. The power of time also dissipated with Mu Zhong's coma. Standing at the other end of the river of time, the Titan ancient god took a last look at the corner of the future, and finally saw the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who was floating Mu Zhong up. Then a hint of understanding emerged in his eyes. At the same time, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light was not paying attention to the Titan ancient god at all. He set Mu Zhong to the chair, and stood on the edge of the balcony looking down, looking solemnly. In the depths of the evil beast pit, a terrible power was waking up. Very, very terrible. Is it the Chaos Emperor? I saw the flying ants that received the bloodthirsty blessing took the lead and flew into the evil beast pit, killing and searching for traces of Wei Huan. But it was the point beast that had a soul connection with Wei Huan that found Wei Huan faster. After Wei Huan fell into the pit of evil beasts, he was trapped by a terrible force. The force looked like a thin, transparent line, but it was as tough as fishing line, and it was so strong that Wei Huan could not break free even if he tried his best. He was being pulled down little by this force. In this thread, he felt the power of the dark system, which polluted his emotions, made him depressed, sad, and wanted to give up everything. At the same time, there was a breath of fate entangled him. It was as if someone found the result from the cause, found the so from the because, and found the end from the beginning. He was like a prey entangled in a spider web, and the doomed end of death enveloped him at this moment. Little by little, he was being pulled into the abyss of death. Is fate coming? Fate has finally come. But soon, Wei Huan realized that this was not fate, but the Emperor of Chaos. The pressure hidden in the thread was so terrible that even he could not think of resisting the slightest. The only one who could suppress him, so that he could not resist, was the great Emperor. Wei Huan was in a daze, like a prey entangled in a spider web and injected with toxins. Gradually, even his brain began to slow down, and he had no ability to resist. He didn't even realize what would happen if he continued like this. Until his body shook violently, and the violent pulling tore a crack in the mud covering his face. Fresh air rushed in, and his slow brain finally became much clearer. Then he saw the point beast wrapping itself with a web of death, and pulling hard. At the same time, it made a rapid sound, trying to wake itself up. There was a red light on the point beast, which was the reason why it could briefly fight against the great Emperor's power by itself. This was the bloodthirsty blessing. Thinking of the bloodthirsty blessing, Wei Huan thought of Mu Zhong again, and all his depressed wills were immediately revived, and he woke up completely. At this time, the flying ants and crow sisters, who were also flashing red light, also arrived. They pulled the death net, trying to have a tug-of-war with the Emperor's consciousness. Wei Huan's body could not withstand this extreme pulling force. He hurriedly activated the Wanfa Daohua, and actually broke free from the fate thread that the Chaos Emperor had entangled with himself. Then he grabbed the death net, and suddenly returned to the point beast. Looking back at the fate thread that was empty, and looked ferocious, Wei Huan felt that it was fortunate that he had learned the Wanfa Daohua. This was the Emperor's move, and he actually escaped. However, he was worthy of being the Emperor. He was almost in trouble for leaking a trace of consciousness when he was suppressed. The dark laws that can influence people's will, and the threads of fate appeared at the same time. Wei Huan had already felt the real fear of the Chaos Emperor. This is not the Chaos Emperor, he is simply a Earn Emperor. His methods are too suitable for sneak attacks. Wei Huan grabbed the side of the point beasts with one hand, ordered them to take him away from here, and then looked back. It is obvious that the Chaos Emperor does not want to let him go. The threads of fate quickly split under his gaze, and multiplied rapidly and madly like mycelium, so countless evil beasts and rotten meat were gathered together. There was a huge movement from the depths, as if a giant was crawling out of these rotten meat. Wei Huan even saw the big mouth that was stitched together by the rotten meat and biting over. This mouth is different from the dominant level. Wei Huan realized very clearly that he could not resist it at all. He moved his mind, and the point beast broke suddenly, and threw the net with him out, and he fell into the giant mouth, and was swallowed. Wei Huan was thrown high up, and his body flipped in the air, and he stepped steadily on the flying ant. The flying ant took him up, and finally got out of the evil beast pit. Chaos Emperor roared angrily, and a claw made of rotten meat grabbed him. Wei Huan slapped the shining divine pattern on the flying ant's body, and at the critical moment, he dodged the claw and escaped from the gap between the claws. Roar, roar, roar! The Chaos Emperor, who had grabbed an empty one, half of his body came out of the evil beast pit, and wanted to continue to chase and bite Wei Huan, but he was firmly bound to the spot, and could do nothing. He roared angrily, and the whole abyss was turbulent. But Wei Huan didn't feel relieved at all, because right in front of him, above him, the real body of the Lord of Darkness also appeared. A huge black six-eyed leopard, wrapped in thunder, descended from the sky, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. Wei Huan could only slap the Shuo divine pattern on the flying ants one after another, and at the same time, he ordered Sister Crow, Black Dragon, Big Head, and other undead leaders to die without hesitation. Every moment of delay is a moment. Sister Crow and Black Dragon were smashed by the Lord of Darkness, but Big Head successfully withstood the Lord of Darkness's hateful attack. Wei Huan got the chance, and the Shuo divine pattern flashed again, avoiding the Lord of Darkness's interception. This time, Wei Huan no longer hesitated, turned around and left without looking back, and at the same time, countless undead and zergs who were still wreaking havoc in the evil beast pit were hugged by the soul hand that grew out of the void, and pulled back to the dirty world. Wei Huan, who ordered the flying ants to flee at full speed, took a look at the dot beast that was reborn in the dirty world, and the last trace of worry disappeared. Go! This word was said to Mu Zhong. Although he did not dig up all the evil beast pits, he also smashed some eggs. He escaped with the joint efforts of Chaos Emperor and Dark Lord. With the merit of killing the Dark Lord, he should stop while he was ahead. The flying ants had the bloodthirsty blessing, and were extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, they escaped from the pursuit of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was furious behind him, but he really couldn't stop Wei Huan. He couldn't stop Wei Huan without the bloodthirsty blessing, let alone now. Now Wei Huan is too strong. Mu Zhong wants to use the power of time to bless him, and the price he needs to bear is very high, but it must be said that having such a guaranteed killer does make people much calmer when facing such a crisis. Where to go now? After 3 minutes, after being away from the threat of the Lord of Darkness, the bloodthirsty blessing of the flying ant disappeared and entered a weak state. Wei Huan summoned the baby bus, returned to the car, and then shrunk it into the size of dust and left in the direction of the abyss. Mu Zhong asked this while running the power of time to heal Wei Huan. Some of Wei Huan's injuries were not serious, but Mu Zhong's breath was a little unstable. He held Mu Zhong's hand and stopped him from continuing to use his divine power, saying, "Leave here first. I want to absorb all the soul power of the Dark Lord. In case the Lord of Darkness attacks, I will have the ability to deal with it." "Then why not go back to Qiyuan Star?" Mu Zhong suggested. "The Lord of Darkness has investigated your identity, and should go to Challenge World for revenge. Challenge World has restrictions set by 3 masters. It is difficult to cause damage with his ability. Instead, we should be careful of Qiyuan Star. Once he finds the entrance to the source of chaos, the entrance is right next to Qiyuan Star. This is probably going to be a big battle." Wei Huan thought about it and nodded. "Okay." Then he asked worriedly, "Is Challenge World really okay?" Mu nodded. "Space transformation. Even if the master comes, he must follow the rules of the world. He can't enter at the master level, and he will be attacked if he breaks in. The 3 masters arrange the killer before the transformation. Not to mention that he is a half-wasted master. Even if the Master of Light comes, he will not be able to get away with it. And not only the 3 masters have made arrangements, but the dead one also left a lot of things in the Challenge World, which are not provoked by the master level. Challenge World is the Emperor-level force left by the Taichu Great Emperor. It is the key to turning the tide and re-giving vitality. It will only become stronger, not as they worried at the beginning, and they have to arrange a god to guard it every year. Now I think it was all groundless worry. The speed of the baby bus was not fast, but not slow either. Especially after getting away from the abyss, it returned to normal speed and went all the way to the shallower direction. They bypassed all the evil beasts and nests they met along the way, and did not do anything unnecessary. This time Wei Huan had done enough. However, on the way back, Wei Huan did not absorb the soul power. Once it was cultivated, it would take a lot of time, but the Lord of Darkness could come at any time, and now was not the time to practice quietly. That day, when they were almost halfway back, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light found Wei Huan and said, "I have studied the use of the soul power you collected from the evil beast pit." Wei Huan heard this and said, "How to practice? It cannot be used for practice. These souls occupied by pain and resentment, even if the Emperor comes, I am afraid he will not dare to absorb them, but I have found another use for them." Wei Huan was indeed very disappointed. Although he had expected it at the beginning, the thing gave people a very ominous feeling when he held it in his hand. After sorting out his mood, he asked, "What is the other use?" The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, "Remember I taught you a defensive formation." Wei Huan nodded. That's right. When he was still being entangled by the Lord of Flesh and Blood, in order to protect Qiyuan Star, he got a defensive formation from his teacher, which really effectively defended against the invasion of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. But Wei Huan recalled, this defensive formation is not very strong. Yes, to fully activate its function, you need to fill it with a huge amount of energy. At that time, you had just achieved godhood, and could not fully activate this defensive formation, so naturally you did not know how powerful it was. So you're saying? Although these turbid soul powers cannot be absorbed for cultivation, they can be used as energy for the formation without any problem. Moreover, this huge amount of energy can not only fully activate the formation's defense function, but also its attack function. After saying this, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light stroked his beard, as if thinking of some beautiful picture, and smiled. If the Lord of Darkness really dares to come, this formation alone can keep his life. Wei Huan didn't believe it. The formation is dead, and the Lord of Darkness is alive. Can't he run away if he can't beat him? But the remnant soul of the Lord of Light also revealed a message, that is, The formation full of energy is very powerful. At least if the Lord of Darkness faces it without knowing it, he will probably suffer a lot. At that time, coupled with their subsequent attacks, they dare not say that they can definitely kill the Lord of Darkness, but without damaging Chiyuan Star at all, it is still very likely to beat him away or even kill him. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light saw Wei Huan's doubts, but he just smiled meaningfully, and then his figure disappeared in front of Wei Huan and returned to the research room of the ancient god world. Mu Zhong then spoke. The entrance and exit of the Chaos Source Gap are too close to Chiyuan Star. Even if we have made a lot of arrangements at the exit, if the Lord of Darkness gathers a group of evil beasts and the dark gods take action, we may not lose, but Chiyuan Star will definitely be destroyed, and we will be the ones who suffer in the end. Fighting on the home ground has always been the stupidest. So it's good to have one more defensive means, at least to prevent the aftermath of the battle from affecting Chiyuan Star. Wei Huan nodded. It was not that he did not believe in the teacher's ability, but he did not believe that a master could be killed with just the formation. Arrange as much as possible, and solve as many as you can. Stupid. Waste. Waste. In the depths of the abyss, very close to the extreme, roars came from the pit of evil beasts. Rotten meat gathered into a life, like a western dragon, but only the pale upper body could be seen, and the lower body was completely buried in the rotten meat. He roared, and his red eyes burst into strong anger. In front of him, a black leopard with 6 eyes was tortured to the point that all 4 legs were broken, and it was dying. In the life of the Chaos Lord for countless epochs, he had never felt such anger. He looked at the Dark Lord with a look that wanted to swallow him in one bite. Even though the Dark Lord was tortured in great pain, he still trembled and endured. This accident was indeed caused by his incompetence. He couldn't even kill a god of the main god level, and his hard work of millions of years was destroyed. Facing the Emperor's anger, he could only endure silently. At least, he was still useful, and could continue to live. Letting the Emperor vent his anger was an extremely long and painful process, but the flames would always burn out, as long as he could survive. I don't know how much time had passed. After the pain in his body stopped increasing, the Lord of Darkness ignored the pain from his broken bones, and hurriedly bowed his head respectfully, listening to the Emperor's admonition without moving. The Emperor's voice sounded above his head. For the last time, capture the human back. The new energy contained in his body may become an opportunity for me to leave prison. If you fail again, sacrifice this passage with your blood. The Lord of Darkness heaved a long sigh of relief upon hearing this, knowing that he had finally passed this level. Although he knew that he had failed to kill that human several times, and it would be even more difficult to catch him back, he had to do it. Moreover, he had also absorbed the energy of chaos in the past 100 years, and was qualified for blood sacrifice. If he could not complete the order of the Emperor this time, he would drag his body back and complete his final mission. After leaving with the belief that he would die, the Lord of Darkness went to the Dark Universe. This time, he would take all the gods and the army of his clans with him, and go all out without leaving himself any way out. Let this human know the consequences of provoking the dark gods. He would catch him, destroy the entire tribe in front of him. Wei Huan returned to Chiyuan Star not long after. He had been away for more than 30 years. Compared with the last time of seclusion, it was not long, but in the same time, his growth was amazing. Now he is 2 or 3 times stronger than before he left. Those swollen and plump ancient god cells are full of energy. The vortex inside is like a large blade turbine soaked in lubricating oil. Every rotation will bring endless power to Wei Huan. Therefore, as soon as Wei Huan returned to Chiyuan Star, Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin, who came to meet him, both sensed his more powerful aura. The intermediate level skeleton god and demon, who followed closely behind them, also shrank their necks. Not only did they no longer have the unwillingness of being forced to bow their heads, but they were even vaguely glad that they followed the right boss. Boss. Brother Huan. Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin greeted them respectively. When Wei Huan looked at the two again, he thought of their possible identities. Strictly speaking, they were not the reincarnations of the Lord of Life and the Lord of Space, but a strand of the huge souls of the two lords, who awakened their innate abilities in one of the bodies because the time had come. Without awakening memories, they were themselves. But the fateful fate that came from the joint struggle in the previous life still softened Wei Huan's heart. The moment he saw them, it was like a soldier who had fought hard and returned to his comrades. The feeling of being able to lean on each other and relax made his shoulders relax a lot. But now is not the time to renew old feelings and tell stories. They hurried back because they had more important things to do. Brother Chang, Dou Lin. Mu Zhong took over the conversation and said, "We need to perfect the star guarding array now. We will talk about the details while we are busy. You should find all the gods, including the demigods, now. The next thing is very important. Okay, no problem, we will find people now. It is more difficult to perfect the star-guarding array than imagined. Including the residual soul of the Lord of Light, there are a total of 9 gods, plus 108 demigods. It took them a whole week to perfect the star-guarding array. Afterwards, they deployed most of their forces at the entrance and exit of the Chaos Source Gap, waiting for the enemy to appear. This wait lasted another week. Su Qingqiang naturally knew the cause and effect. He was born with a love of war, and had been sharpening his fists for a long time, but he never waited for the enemy. How about I go in and take a look? Su Qingqiang found Wei Huan and said. Wei Huan nodded, okay. As for why the Zerg Queen was not allowed to collect intelligence, it was naturally because Wei Huan's summoning distance was limited, and the other reason was that those little bugs could not survive in the source gap of chaos. The reason why they could complete such a task at that time was because they were in the kingdom of God. Even in the kingdom of God with only dark laws, the bugs can easily survive, but in the chaos, the little bugs have a much harder time. After Su Qingqiang left, Wei Huan summoned the Zerg Queen again and asked, when can we start the 4th Chaos Worm? The Zerg Queen smiled charmingly. You can start at any time when you have time, but you, the Master, seem to have not yet made up your mind what direction you want to give the Zerg talents. I dare not make a decision on my own. Wei Huan asked, what about intelligence gathering? Of course, it is also possible, and Chaos Worms can break through your summoning restrictions, and go to any place in this divine domain. Everything they see, and hear is your eyes and ears. Wei Huan was a little tempted, but he also had some concerns. Our enemies will be at the domination level, or even the Emperor level in the future. Chaos Worms are indeed very strong, but when facing these strong enemies, they are much weaker. You need to work hard. The Zerg Queen also sighed, when talking about this matter. He took a breath. Master, that's right. This is what I've been worried about recently. My Chaos Hive can only produce 9 Chaos Bugs in its lifetime. It can barely deal with the Overlord level, but it is absolutely impossible to fight against the Emperor level. Moreover, in my inherited memory, there has never been a memory of the Zerg defeating the Emperor. If the Master wants the Zerg to be stronger, I can only give the Master a suggestion, which is to develop a new hive. I will split a new queen from my hive, and rebuild a nest in your dirty world. As long as the number is sufficient, the combat effectiveness will naturally rise, but this requires time and a lot of resources. After saying this, the Zerg Queen smiled and said, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. In response to the current situation, I have a suggestion that may help the Master. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, and waited for it to continue. The Zerg Queen said, evolve 5 primary Zergs into Chaos level, and you will have great power in a short time. Wei Huan was hesitant, but if you do this, your Zerg nest will only have 1 Chaos Zerg left. The Zerg Queen smiled and said, yes, so Master, whatever you choose, I will listen to you. Chapter 479. 5 months later. The human race's defenses have been built into the Chaos Source Gap, and under Su Qingqiang's suggestion, they have been built to a depth of 100 kilometers, but there is still no trace of the Dark Gods. It's not that I doubt Wei Huan's words, but facing the Chaos Source Gap that has been silent, some people still have to wonder if they have overestimated the ability of the Dark Lord to act. Or, these Dark Gods have been hiding in the Chaos Source Gap for too long and have lost the ability to deal with the storm of the God Realm Law, but on this day, the sky above the Challenge World, and the 9th level world was suddenly covered by dark clouds that were rarely seen in 1,000 years. All the sunlight seemed to be blocked by the thick clouds, and the world fell into darkness. Then, the sky seemed to have a hole in it, and fierce winds whistled out from it, making a constant whiz sound. At the same time, there was a great terror that could not be seen, but did exist. The people on the city streets suddenly became very irritable, and fought over a disagreement. Even the law enforcers, who came to maintain order, lost control in the process of conflict, and casualties began to appear in the city. Fong William felt the unusualness in the air, and flew out of the temple at the first time. Looking at the big hole in the sky, he felt the pressure from the Master level. His eyebrows were furrowed. Is it finally here? And it is completely inferred that the first one to come to challenge the world. At this time, Titan and others who were barely fighting against the dark pollution stumbled over. Their eyes were red, and their uncontrolled eyeballs were shaking constantly. It took great self-control to suppress them from going crazy. Marshal. Titan's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, the Lord of Darkness is here after all. Let's summon the leader quickly. Fong William did not answer, but turned his wrist and looked at the pure black jade stone that he had been holding in his palm. The strong power of death emanated from it, which was stained with a trace of Wei Huan's origin. As long as it was within the range of his spiritual consciousness, Wei Huan could use this token as a coordinate at any time to bring his clone to his side, and the main body could also come here at the fastest speed. But Fong William looked at the sky above his head that seemed to be completely torn apart, and the dark gods and evil beasts that were flying quickly in the black hole and about to break into this world. Then, in the midst of Titan's squinting eyes, he put away the token for summoning the Lord of Death, and then waited with his hands behind his back without saying a word. Titan was affected by the dark law and was shrouded in all kinds of negative emotions. In order to restrain this emotion that should not exist, she was sad and trembling all over. Sometimes she would look at Fong William angrily, but most of the time she was in a desperate sadness, with tears rolling in her eyes. Fong William observed silently, and most of the others were in the same situation as Titan. The dark law has a great impact on the mood, which will make people unconsciously fall into negative emotions, and even resent Fong William for not summoning Wei Huan. However, after watching for a while, I found that everyone was just pessimistic. Even if they occasionally looked at him angrily, there was no hatred in their eyes, only despair for the future. The absolute unity of the human race, even under the influence of the dark law, is still a copper wall that cannot be eroded. This made Fong William very happy. Boom! Finally, the first dark god appeared, a flesh ball with a bunch of tentacles that only lived in the nightmares of humans, exuding the breath of a lower-level god, rolling out of the abyss. At the same time, beside him, there were countless evil beasts that spread to the end of the vision. The evil beasts that could not be described in words were grotesque, with black and gray stripes on their grayish-white skin, and they let out waves of earth-shaking roars. The unruly evil beasts actually listened to the orders of the dark gods. It was hard to imagine how powerful the dark gods, with evil beast legions, would be. Fong William could not kill even the weakest of the evil beasts here. Evil beasts are immortal if their souls are immortal, so there is no need for so many. It only takes one to destroy humans. But here, there are thousands of evil beasts, even fifth-level evil beasts rushing out. Fong William held the token so tightly that his hand was shaking, watching them come to the edge of the rift and about to enter the challenge world. Boom! In the corner of his eye, he finally saw the red thunder spreading from the horizon. Like an angry oriental dragon, it made a deafening sound and bit the rift fiercely. Crackle! Ah! The sound of thunder and the scream of the Lord of Darkness sounded at the same time. It was visible to the naked eye that the rift that seemed to swallow the sky directly dissipated by 1/3. Also dissipated was the dark god, who was just baring his fangs and claws, and hundreds of evil beasts. The godhood and a large amount of soul power were like gold scattered on the ground, emitting an attractive and terrifying light. Just one strike. So terrifying. Fong William's eyes seemed to be illuminated by the soul power, emitting a shining light. At the same time, with the appearance of the red thunder, a breeze appeared in every corner of the 9th-level world, and all the law energy belonging to the invaders dissipated. Titan and others felt refreshed and woke up. But this is just the beginning. Then, the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 7th red lightnings appeared one after another, and without giving the Lord of Darkness a moment to react, they completely split the crack that tried to invade the challenge world. The Lord of Darkness screamed in pain after being struck, and dared not touch the restrictions of the challenge world again, and turned around and ran away. The red lightning chased and struck twice more, until the Lord of Darkness no longer dared to approach. Then these lightnings turned into red oriental dragons, shuttling in the sky of the challenge world for a long time, as if warning the invaders in this way. Then they gradually dissipated. The invasion of the Dark Law has been pacified by the challenge world at this time. The challengers in the city have returned to normal. They are showing their might in the face of the challenge world. Cheers are heard in every corner of the city. Titan has completely returned to normal and looked at Fong William. Is this the power of the challenge world? Fong William nodded with a complicated expression. Unlike Titan, he now knows the origin of the challenge world, and he also understands that this world is built by 3 masters and a quasi-emperor successor. The sufferings that humans have suffered along the way are all to cultivate them to grow stronger, strong enough to deal with any powerful enemy, so they unconditionally provide various treasure chests and various trial grounds, and spend painstaking efforts to cultivate them. Now, after the emergence of a powerful enemy that they absolutely could not deal with, they activated the defensive means to drive away the Lord of Darkness and protect them from dying before they fully grew up. Fong William did not take action, but just verified the defensive capabilities of the challenge world according to Wei Huan's request. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he actually felt like crying silently. It turned out that they had been protected all the time. Those seemingly cruel and challenging things were just the test of wanting children to become dragons. The humans who were reincarnated from the undead clan were protected by the leaders from beginning to end. Even if they became Taoists or left, their remaining wills were completely dedicated to their own tribes. Vaughn Williams' eyes were hot, and he looked at Titan. Tell everyone not to worry, the enemy failed and dared not come again, and the challenge world will protect us. This is indeed the case. The Lord of Darkness was scorched by the defensive restrictions of the challenge world, and even his origin was damaged. He looked at this world in doubt, and he dared not approach it easily. But if he didn't get close, how could he fulfill the order of the Chaos Emperor and catch the lunatic who broke into the abyss and disturbed the Emperor? The only reason for him to be alive now was to catch the human Wei Huan. After that, the Lord of Darkness tried to attack again, but failed, and could only wander outside the challenge world unwillingly. Vaughn Williams strictly ordered no one to leave the challenge world, and pretended that he didn't know that the Lord of Darkness was outside, and continued to let the human race develop and build according to the previous development. Only occasionally Vaughn Williams would report to Wei Huan what happened here through the token in his hand. Wei Huan naturally knew at the first time that the long-awaited Lord of Darkness finally appeared, and that after being stopped by the defense of the challenge world, he did not leave despite being unwilling. Do Lin asked after knowing this, "Do you want to take the initiative to attack?" The answer he got was no. The challenge world has been managed by the predecessors for millions of years. It is strictly prohibited, and the enemy cannot invade. It has been invincible. Let the Lord of Darkness circle outside for tens of thousands of years, and he still can't get in. The real danger is Chiyuan Star. It is easy to attack, but difficult to defend. It is not reasonable to give up this advantage, and take the initiative to attack. Wei Huan didn't know how long it would take for the Lord of Darkness to find the existence of Chiyuan Star, so he didn't dare to practice. But now there are powerful enemies around, and not making progress is equal to regressing. After thinking about it, he finally decided to evolve Kaishan, Water Drop, War 1, War 2 and War 3 into Chaos level in turn. We can't evolve together. It will require a huge amount of resources. Even if you are responsible for guarding the time, the resources cannot support the evolution of more than 2 primary worms. After Wei Huan finished speaking, he said, "And the Lord of Darkness may come at any time. We must keep our best condition to deal with any accidents. So it is best to evolve one Zerg at a time. I plan to evolve Kaishan first. Kaishan is a primary worm that focuses on defense." When Wei Huan and others were unable to deal with the evil beast, Kaishan was the mountain in front of them, which gave them the safety to attack with confidence. Even on the battlefield now, Kaishan and Daxiong, the 2 meat shields, are indispensable on the battlefield. It's just that Wei Huan has reached a bottleneck in the practice of the law of death, and has not found a way to make the undead evolve. For the next war, Kaishan is very important. Wei Huan was not afraid of fighting the Lord of Darkness. He had beaten him away many times. If he had not attacked enough and failed to kill the Lord of Darkness, the grass on the Lord of Darkness's grave would have been 1 meter high. But except for him, all the others, including the group of gods around him, were no match for the Lord of Darkness. In addition, the Lord of Darkness brought the kingdom of God with him this time. The kingdom of God was full of gods, and a large number of evil beasts. This was destined to be a grand war, and there would be a lot of places that he might not be able to take care of. A meat shield that could block important attacks at critical moments was very important. Wei Huan brought Mu Zhong to his own dirty world. The 2 of them stood in the breeding cabin with the Zerg Queen, waiting for Kaishan to squeeze into his breeding hatch with great effort, curling up into a ball. The Zerg Queen stroked the breeding cabin and gently comforted him. "With the Master and Master Mu Zhong here, you will definitely succeed. So keep up the good work and believe that you can grow to be the strongest." Mu Kaishan made a sound like a cow from the breeding cabin to answer his mother. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other. "Let's get started." Mu Zhong raised his hand, and the power of time wrapped all the accessories in the insect nest related to this evolution, including the pipelines for transporting nutrients, and the small insects that were busy in the invisible corners like nerve endings, tying time here, and thus entering the cycle of time. Wei Huan raised his hand, and summoned a ball of strong faith power from the statue, and threw it into this time cycle. Time seemed to be going on at the same time, but it was divided into 2 parts, inside and outside. Wei Huan watched the Zerg Queen carefully inject nutrients into Kaishan's breeding cabin, carefully adjusting the nutrient ratio, while comforting Kaishan and encouraging him to cheer up. Suddenly, the Zerg Queen's face changed, and there was a violent tumbling in the breeding chamber. Kaishan's mooing sound gradually lost its calmness, and turned into pain. Wei Huan frowned and looked at the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen murmured, and the black light from her hands was injected into the breeding chamber. She persisted for 5 minutes. She looked up regretfully and looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan understood, sighed, and looked at Mu Zhong worriedly. Don't force it. Mu Zhong shook his head. No. As he spoke, a river of time appeared in front of Mu Zhong. His fingers, which were emitting white light, moved the river of time, just like turning back the clock. The sound of tick-tick sounded in his ears, and his fingers were as white as jade. Wei Huan felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he was holding a ball of faith power in his hands, and he had not put it into the breeding chamber yet. In front of him, Kaishan had already entered the breeding cabin, and the Zerg Queen also looked like she had just woken up from a dream. After coming to her senses, she stroked the breeding cabin and said gently, "Child, you have to work hard." Wei Huan closed his eyes and opened them, dispelling the sense of confusion in time, and asked Mu Zhong, "How many times is this?" Mu Zhong said, "The 3rd time." The Zerg Queen looked back in surprise. "Has it failed twice? Is there something I didn't mix correctly?" Mu Zhong nodded, and repeated what the Zerg Queen said before adjusting the time. "There are elements in these energies that conflict with Kaishan. Only by finding elements that can neutralize them can we continue." The Zerg Queen's eyes lit up. "Ah, I know. Please wait a moment." Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong, his eyes slid across his face, not letting go of an inch, looking for the possibility of him showing off. Mu Zhong smiled. "I have successfully mastered the last law of time. It won't be long before I will reach the master level. If the master of time can't even reach this level, it's too bad." Wei Huan nodded. "I'm just concerned about you." "I know, so I'm explaining, and I'm also concerned about you." After saying this, Mu Zhong shook Wei Huan's hand. "It will succeed. I have a hunch that it will succeed this time." Mu Zhong's hunch was very accurate. After getting 2 chances to start over, the Zerg Queen finally found a way to advance from the primary level to the chaos level. When Kaishan climbed out of the breeding cabin with a strong breath and let out an excited long roar, even Wei Huan was delighted. Success? Mu Zhong happily grabbed Wei Huan's hand. "With Kaishan, our chances of winning have increased a lot." Then he said, "Continue. The reason why we can't kill the Lord of Darkness is that our attack is not high enough. The water drop sacrificed all its defense just for that fatal blow. It is destined to be the death sickle of the Lord of Darkness." Wei Huan didn't rush to agree, but looking at Mu Zhong's appearance, there was indeed no reluctance. Then, Wei Huan looked at the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen said regretfully, "The Zerg nest needs to rest for at least 10 days before it can cultivate the 2nd chaos bug." Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed Mu Zhong's wrist, and took him from the dirty world to the paradise of the ancient god world. The two appeared in the bedroom, next to a big bed. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, looked at the bed, and then at Wei Huan, and said, "You don't think I need to rest? Or did you bring me here for?" Wei Huan raised his hand and flicked it on Mu Zhong's forehead. "Are you sure you don't need to rest?" "Of course." Mu Zhong shook his head. "Even if it's about me, the 2 corrections to the chaos level Zerg, is there really no cost? You're so long-winded." Mu Zhong sighed, and had to open his palm and hand it to Wei Huan. Wei Huan saw the airflow above, felt it carefully, and felt the breath of the master from it. Mu Zhong said, "If I only use the power of the middle god to change the time of the chaos Zerg, the cost will inevitably damage my origin, but the power of the master can help me offset the punishment you are worried about." "Don't worry, I'm really fine." Wei Huan nodded, and when he saw the power of the master, he was completely relaxed. Since Mu Zhong has mastered some of the authority of the Time Master, there is no need to worry about the advancement of the water drop in 10 days. 10 days later, after they learned that they could continue, they immediately started the upgrade of the water drop. This time, it was a success. The Zerg Queen said proudly, "The previous failure was because I lacked similar experience in my inherited memory. Now after a success, I have basically mastered the key points of the original primary level to the chaos level, and the success rate in the future can be guaranteed to be above 80%. In addition, with the opportunity to start over given by Master Mu Zhong, it is only a matter of time to advance all the original primary Zerg to the chaos level." The fact is just as the Zerg Queen said, the water droplet successfully advanced to the chaos level at one time. Just as Wei Huan continued to wait for 10 days, preparing for the advancement of Zhang Yi, and looking forward to the appearance of a new single-level Zerg, the Dark Lord, who was far outside the challenge world, was prayed by his believers. The Dark Clan and their gods have been away from the gods' domain for too long, so long that their original believers have long forgotten their existence and given up praying to the dark gods. After all, unless they live in the kingdom of the dark gods. All wild believers will certainly pray for something and desire the response of the gods before they will give their faith. In a way, gods and believers are actually a supply and demand relationship. Therefore, when the believer's prayers are not answered for a long time, the gods will naturally lose the loyalty of this believer. When the Lord of Darkness took all the dark gods to the abyss, he also took away a large number of his followers. Those followers multiplied and thrived in their kingdom of God. Although they could not provide more faith points, they were enough to maintain their basic cultivation needs. Now that millions of years have passed, the Dark Clan has long lost its followers in the God's domain. So when the strange followers prayed to him, even if the power of those sacrifices was very weak, he still responded to them curiously. Great Lord of Darkness, I am the leader of the divine beast tribe that challenges the world. Thank you for your brief gaze on me. I dare to pray to you because I, a humble person, want to ask for your protection and reveal a piece of news to you. Humans, there is a second base called Chiyuan Star. The Lord of Darkness heard the voice of the believer, and his anxiety to the point of wanting to destroy everything suddenly trembled with forced excitement and bloodthirstiness. So this is how it is. This group of humans have entered the divine domain and built a second base deep in the divine domain. No wonder that the abominable human Lord God never showed up after he had been provoking for so long. So he is not here. The Beast God clan chose to join the faction of the Lord of Light from the very beginning, and the highest god they worship is the Lord of Light. After Wei Huan destroyed the kingdom of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the Lord of Light has been keeping an eye on his movements. Including the low-level gods, who were arranged to explore intelligence outside Chiyuan Star in recent years, they were also spies sent by him. With his understanding of the challenge world, Chiyuan Star, and this group of humans, he was able to make a judgment in this action. These hidden dark gods will become their allies in the fight against humans. Isn't it natural to tell the truth to allies? The Lord of Light, who is far away in the depths of the god's domain, laughed triumphantly after hearing the news from the leader of the Beast God clan. Well done, the lords have found a way to gain authority, and will soon return with supreme power. By then, we will become a true emperor-level force. As for you and your tribe, I will ask the Lord to rescue you from that prison, and live in the powerful and fair kingdom of light from now on. No tribe will dare to oppress you, and you can also get the blessing of light power, 5 elements power and flesh power, and reshape the glory of the Beast God tribe. After saying this, the Lord of Light unilaterally ended the confrontation with the leader of the Beast tribe, and sat on his throne with a bit of self-satisfaction, tapping his fingers one by one. But slowly, when he thought of Wei Huan, who had now become a Lord God-level guy, his good mood disappeared again. It has only been more than 300 years, and the guy who dared to sneak into the godhood furnace, like a mouse, and destroy the Lord's plan has become so strong that he even dared to provoke the Lord. If he had known earlier that he should have responded to the Lord of Flesh and Blood, if he had gone with the Lord of Elements and the Lord of Flesh and Blood to kill the guy, he would not have grown to this point. Now, even if he wanted to kill the human Wei Huan, he would have to think twice. And what he had to admit was that he might not be able to kill the guy, and even without the support of the Lord, he did not want to face him head-on. This guy who suddenly appeared was too strange. Maybe he should check his background. Chapter 480. The Lord of Darkness left the challenge world, and Wei Huan got the news immediately, and Chiyuan Star was preparing for the battle. Sure enough, 27 hours after the challenge time, the Lord-level pressure, wrapped in the strong smell of dark laws and chaos, rolled from the direction of the challenge world. From a distance, Wei Huan smelled the smell of rotten eggs from the gas leak. Wei Huan brought Mu Zhong and waited on the road that he must pass, showing a leisurely attitude. After seeing Wei Huan, the Lord of Darkness stepped on the brake into the chassis, and the two sides were separated by a distance of thousands of miles, using their spiritual sense to look at each other. The Lord of Darkness can be regarded as a sting and a wisdom. After seeing Wei Huan, he did not pounce directly, but observed cautiously. The distance of the Lord's spiritual sense is extremely terrifying. After knowing the coordinates of Chiyuan Star, he locked here immediately. Then he found that the location of the star field could not be seen clearly with his Lord's spiritual sense. An unknown force enveloped the star field, which looked like the power of the ancient gods. However, although this divine field was large, there were not many ancient gods that could block the divine consciousness of the Master. Could it be that the primordial emperor was protecting this star field? The Taichu emperor fell, the Hongming emperor and the Chaos emperor were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and now there is another primordial emperor who was seriously injured and disappeared, and has not appeared again until today. Other gods were not broad-minded enough to know the wonders of this star field, but the Lord of Darkness was already second to none, so how could he not know the weirdness here? He stopped far away, and his eyes turned from the place where the Qiyuan star was, and looked at the human Wei Huan who was waiting for him right in front. He is only a master god, but his attitude is really hateful. Thinking of this, the Lord of Darkness chose to retreat, and then opened a crack in the chaos source crack behind him that allowed him to enter and exit. Before leaving, although he seemed to focus his sight on Wei Huan, he actually looked at the chaos source crack at the edge of the Qiyuan star region. He saw the crack, and also saw the fortifications built by humans in front of the crack, like a long sword that had been stabbed into the chaos source crack, which made him angry. Good, very good. Since you chose a positional war, then fight. Dare to confront this evil beast of the first class in the world, let you, a bunch of ignorant things, know that the Dark Clan entered the chaos source crack not to escape from the world, but for a more important mission. The Lord of Darkness decisively retreated to the chaos source crack, and the crack quickly closed in Wei Huan's eyes, and he lost the trace of the Lord of Darkness. Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, "Let's go back." Mu Zhong's spiritual sense was far behind, and asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Huan said, "The Lord of Darkness chose to fight on the battlefield we set up. The next battle will be a difficult offensive and defensive battle." "I understand, we will go back now." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong returned to the baby bus, and soon returned to the rift. Everything is in place here, and all the guns and artillery are loaded. Before coming here, Wei Huan immediately informed Su Qingqiang of the latest news. Su Qingqiang was responsible for the war deployment in this area. The drills in the past few days finally started today. The entire front line is like a precision gear machine, clicking to operate a stronger and more complex force. At the same time, the Lord of Darkness appeared near the chaos source crack bordering Qiyuan star without any delay. Looking at this overly large chaos source crack, he suddenly understood a lot. No wonder these humans came all the way here. They not only opened the chaos source crack, but also formed a completely fixed entrance and exit passage. The Lord of Darkness actually didn't quite understand why these humans kept going to the chaos source crack, killing a large number of evil beasts and destroying the evil beasts' nests. But he was guilty of his crime, and had already determined that these humans were destroying the Chaos Emperor's chance and preventing him from rescuing the Emperor. Of course, judging from the final result, it was indeed the case. However, what the Lord of Darkness could not have dreamed of was that these humans had a more perfect ability to absorb chaos energy than them, and even ordinary practitioners could improve by absorbing the soul power of evil beasts. As gods, lower-level gods would be polluted by chaos and lose their minds when absorbing the power of evil beasts. The Dark Clan is not weak, but compared to the Undead Clan, which was once so powerful that it almost unified the god realm, and was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the two emperors, the Dark Clan's foundation is still far from enough. The Lord of Darkness came to the crack of the Chaos Source Gap in a roundabout way, looking at the human works that had already entered the Chaos Source Gap. He twisted his face and opened his mouth. The entire kingdom of God, like a kingdom of God the size of a universe, appeared out of thin air in this Chaos Source Gap, and some of the human works even appeared directly in the Dark Universe. This universe was just like what Wei Huan saw at the beginning, like a black preserved egg, and the entire space was shrouded by the laws of the Dark System. In this separately open space, there are a total of 14 kingdoms of God, including the Lord of Darkness. If the kingdom of God of a mid-level god is like a Milky Way, then this world composed of 14 kingdoms of God is Wei Huan's understanding of the limits of the universe, when he was still an ordinary person. Ordinary humans can never reach the edge of the universe. It is conceivable how big the entire Dark Universe is. The bridgehead built by Su Qingqiang for this defense war is completely covered in the Dark Universe. The Dark Universe has dark laws that humans are not very adaptable to, and it is also mixed with pollution accumulated after being eroded by chaos. But unlike the Challenge World, this bridgehead is an important fortification against the invasion of the Dark Clan. Although there are a large number of humans in it, it has not been polluted and out of control by the dark laws. A ball of light rose above the bridgehead, shielding the polluting laws. At the same time, a large number of weapons made of divine pattern materials, after a short warm-up, fired a series of laser-like beams of attack towards the front. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The nearest planet, which was aimed at by Halkian God's consciousness as a radar, was attacked fiercely by the divine pattern weapons on the bridgehead. Boom! Boom! The terrible damage passed through the planet's barrier and landed directly inside the planet. This planet, located at the outermost part, is the kingdom of a lower-level god. The only pity is that all the dark lower-level gods, who had lost their minds, were killed by Wei Huan. Now the new god who had just inherited the godhood was still rational. He did not go crazy in the face of the attack, but blocked the attack of the divine pattern weapons, while sending all the powerful believers in his kingdom to launch a fierce attack on the human bridgehead. Most of the dark followers are black and gray beasts, just like the monsters in human myths and legends, wolves with snake-like necks, foxes with 9 tails, and dogs that can swallow a mountain with one mouth. After receiving the power of the gods, these followers also have the ability to leave the world, spread their wings, run wildly, and rush towards the direction of humans. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to attack. Su Qingqiang issued an order. But what really made humans ready was not these followers from the lower-level gods and kingdoms, but those evil beasts that came out from behind the kingdoms. Evil beasts. This is an evil beast. The attack power does not reach the strength of the main god level, and it cannot destroy the existence of the soul at all. The soul is immortal, and the body is indestructible. To this day, the gods on the human side, who have the ability to kill evil beasts alone, are only Wei Huan, Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin. Their souls are glowing, attracting the souls of the masters, who have already transformed into the Tao to return to their positions, showing their differences more and more. But even so, only 3 gods on the human side have the means to kill the evil beasts. And the evil beasts, thousands of them, rush towards this side like the sea. In comparison, the fighting power of the lower-level gods' followers can only be cannon fodder on such a battlefield. The evil beasts are getting closer and closer. I saw 25 formations appearing on the bridgehead on the human side, each of which has 2 demigods, 30 domain masters, and 3,000 level 9 challengers. They stepped on the formations that had been drawn in advance, and as they input their energy into the formations emitted silver streams of light, which finally gathered in the bodies of the 2 demigods. The 2 demigods suddenly grew larger, and they actually possessed the incarnation of gods, as tall as the sky and the earth, and appeared in front of the bridgehead. There were 50 incarnations of gods in total, both men and women, experienced veterans, such as Captain Shua's hammer, and young strong men who have emerged in recent years. With the help of the magic circle, they possessed the strength of gods in one fell swoop, and then skillfully gathered the power of their bodies. Amid a roar of awe, 50 spherical lightning-like objects broke away from their hands. 50 spherical lightning flew out, erected a large lightning net in the air, and covered the evil beast with a net. Crackle. The evil beast, whose body was not bad in toughness, immediately emitted a burst of burnt gas like meat on the oven. The entire offensive was also stagnant. But although the lightning net hurt the evil beasts, it could not kill them. Even if it was just to trap them, the time was limited. Humans spent so much effort, of course they would not do this just for this. The number of evil beasts covered by the lightning net exceeded more than 100 in a blink of an eye. At this time, Haoqian, who had been in the middle of the magic circle, took action. That's right, Haoqian had always been there, and he was the center of the magic circle cast by more than 60,000 strong men. As the powerful force poured into his body, until it reached saturation in his body, he gritted his teeth and used the power of the gods to release this force violently. A huge sword that seemed to be able to split the world in 2 appeared above the net, with a full sense of oppression, and then chopped down. Cut! Haoqian opened his lips, put his right hand together, and then his long hair flew violently, and his fingers pressed down. Boom! The whole net was pierced and split into 2. The evil beasts huddled together inside were like punctured balloons, puff 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 turned into a powerful chaotic hurricane, rushing in all directions and dissipating. Some evil beasts relied on their immortal souls to quickly grow flesh and blood again. But Haoqian's move still left more than 30 soul powers, floating on the battlefield. A lower-level god, with the help of the magic circle, killed 31st and 2nd level evil beasts in one fell swoop, which was an amazing record. But this was only the most insignificant record in this battle. Dou Lin had long been floating outside the bridgehead. He was dressed in military uniform, with short hair and strong eyebrows. There was a soldier's toughness and seriousness between his eyebrows. He stood tall, facing the large number of evil beasts that rushed out after the lightning net was broken. He raised one hand forward, and the space was split, and he saw dozens or hundreds of evil beasts as if they were placed in a transparent glass tank. The glass tank shrank with a bang 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 sound, and the evil beasts were squeezed together like a meat pie and became a ball. At this time, Dou Lin clenched his raised hand into a fist. Puff! Just like breaking a glass bottle full of water, the evil beasts inside also shattered to the ground, leaving a large amount of soul power. Almost no first-level evil beasts survived, and many second-level evil beasts also died. The remaining small number of living ones were trying hard to grow flesh and blood. But before they could fully revive, a new space cage appeared here. This time, the space was compressed smaller and smaller, so small that even the flesh and blood of the evil beasts turned into mud. Then it exploded again. This time, all the evil beasts died, and the enemies on the left wing were quickly cleared. Do Lin completed the task and turned to look at other battlefields. Halcyon was only a lower-level god, so he used the magic circle to gather the power of all human cultivators, turned himself into a turret, and had the ability to kill evil beasts. Further on, it was the area that Brother Chong was responsible for guarding. As an old killer, Brother Chong's greatest pleasure in the past hundreds of years was hunting evil beasts, so there was no need to worry about him at all. When Do Lin finished his work and looked over, Brother Chong had killed all the evil beasts in his range, and was bored picking his nails, and even wanted to rush into the enemy camp to kill more happily. The Dark Lord wanted to take advantage of the battlefield layout and fight with humans in close combat, but the strategy failed completely. The Dark Lord looked at Do Lin and Su Qingqiang, who showed their impressive strength, from a distance. This time, there was no contempt in his eyes. Humans who can be with the strong will not be weak. This group of humans is obviously the dead spirits, who have changed their skin, but not their core. The strength of the dead spirits in the past, even though this group no longer exists, still retains its illustrious reputation in the heart of the Lord of Darkness. These gods who have shown far superior divine status are probably the reincarnations of some strong men of the dead spirits, right? Damn! Wasteful Lord of Light. With such a big advantage, since the dead spirits have been completely destroyed, they are allowed to revive again. This time, they are coming with great momentum. It will be tens of millions of times more difficult to wipe them out. The Lord of Darkness originally looked down on the light system because of the opposition of laws. Now, after seeing that the human race has become so powerful, he cursed the light system in his heart. After observing for a while, the Lord of Darkness arranged all the lower-level gods and evil beasts to go out, and the fifth-level evil beasts were in the lead. Fortunately, this battle took place in the Chaos Source Gap, otherwise the evil beasts would be greatly reduced in combat power if they left the chaotic environment. Some evil beasts could not even withstand the damage of the laws of the God Realm, and might lose their combat ability directly. In the Chaos Source Gap, even in the shallow layer, the environment here is enough for the fifth-level evil beasts to exert most of their strength. At the same time, the Lord of Darkness, who was driving the evil beasts forward, unconsciously reduced his presence until his breath was completely suppressed, and he was hidden in the army of evil beasts attacking humans. He did not hide his intentions. He just wanted to use the army of evil beasts to sneak attack the human bridgehead, kill these human gods, and recover his losses. Moreover, he found that these gods were stronger than their own godhood level, not only because they were a group of reincarnated dead spirits, but they also had a special way of cultivation that made them stand out. In other words, the human gods who use the same cultivation method have the same energy in their bodies as the human Wei Huan, which is also what Chaos Emperor needs. He has no confidence in catching the human Wei Huan, but he is very confident in catching these human gods who have emerged and returning to report. Dark gods have a great advantage in stealth. He restrains his breath and wanders in the cracks of time. If the Emperor does not deliberately explore, he will not be able to find his trace. With his ability, it is not a big deal to capture two mid-level gods. The Lord of Darkness came to the front line of the battlefield like a wisp of gray smoke, with the cover of the army of evil beasts. He waited for a while, and then his face turned black. The army of undead blocked the way of the high-level evil beasts. A huge chaos-level Zerg that had never been seen before completely blocked the way forward for the high-level evil beasts to attack. What made him most angry was that this chaos-level Zerg kept slapping the void with its feet, causing space vibrations, which reduced the mobility of the evil beasts approaching him by 1/3. The most important thing is that this method of vibrating the void is exactly the natural enemy of the dark stealth. It is impossible to lurk among humans silently. Even if he is the Lord, a chaos-level bug is enough to slap him out. The plan of stealth attack ended before it even started. The angry Lord of Darkness launched a general attack on the front line. Under his leadership, except for the two middle-level gods, who still had the power of millions of years of chaos, all the newly promoted Lord of Darkness were sent to the battlefield. Since a sneak attack is not possible, let's use all the power of both sides to fight. He didn't believe that the Dark Clan, after millions of years of operation in the source of chaos and the means to drive evil beasts, could not even fight a new civilization. The full-scale attack of the Lord of Darkness did make humans feel pressure. The power of the gods was concentrated on Kaishan's body. Even though Kaishan was very hard, he was still bombarded and retreated continuously. In particular, the Lord of Darkness seized the opportunity and slapped Kaishan with a claw, directly slapping Kaishan away from the spot, tearing a hole in this iron wall of defense. The level 5 evil beasts rushed in like cannon fodder, facing the human artillery fire head-on. But so far, only Wei Huan and his summons can kill the level 5 evil beasts. The flying ants went up and barely stopped 3 level 5 evil beasts, but fell into a passive situation of being beaten. The water drop flew over from a distance and killed a level 5 evil beast in seconds, but there were more than 10 or 20 evil beasts around it. The butterfly's ultimate move is very strong. If it is charged enough, it will fall in the middle of the evil beasts, not only killing the main target, but also disintegrating the combat effectiveness of the surrounding evil beasts. But the premise is that the charge is sufficient. With the level 5 evil beasts as cannon fodder, regardless of life or death, the human race in the bridgehead received an order from the leader. Retreat, give up this place. The human army obeyed the order, and flew into the ancient god world of the nearby gods in the shortest time. Su Qingqiang collected his men, looked around, and left first. Let's go! Behind him, Halqian and Do Lin followed and quickly left the Chaos Source Gap. Wei Huanzi and Mu Zhong were the last ones. After scanning the building with his spiritual sense to confirm that there was no more human, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong flashed and stood at the crack of the Chaos Source Gap. The evil beast army felt the pressure relieved, and all the resistance in front disappeared. Even the Zerg and undead were pulled back to the dirty world by the hand of death. However, in this short time of evacuation, Wei Huan still lost a lot of Zerg, which made him feel distressed. Then, looking at the evil beasts that had rushed to the bridgehead, Wei Huan's eyes flashed coldly. Explode? His lips opened, and the Iron Heart received the order and activated the self-destruction function. The next second, a boom sound rang out in the Chaos Source Gap, and the rare divine pattern materials in the bridgehead turned into a disposable, god-killing bomb, like fireworks blooming in the dark night, blowing up the evil beasts. It was not until this moment that the Lord of Darkness realized his carelessness. He knew that the human Wei Huan's combat power was extremely strong. Not only his summons were strong, but also his own combat power was terrifyingly strong. In his eyes, the 5th level evil beast was no different from the 3rd and 4th level evil beasts. But the Lord of Darkness was still overwhelmed by the front line advancing, and the human race retreating in a panic. This short-lived victory went to his head. He had not fought such a large and complex legion battle for a long time. Or in other words, in his long life as the Lord, there had never been a battle of this level. Even when the great Emperor Taichu fell, and the divine realm was in chaos, he entered the Chaos Source Gap early because he wanted to rescue the great Emperor Chaos, which led to him missing the countless battles between the Light Domination interest group and the Dead Spirits remnants. In short, by the time the Dark Dominant realized that something was wrong, it was too late. He watched helplessly as a huge number of divine patterned bombs were hidden in the buildings where all the human race had been evacuated. The power could easily kill evil beasts below level 3. Although the evil beasts of level 4 and 5 could not die, they were also blown to pieces and needed time to recover. Among them, there was also an extremely unlucky lower-level dark god. It was not known whether it was for the sake of competing for credit or because the chaos affected his IQ. He rushed to the front and was destroyed by the energy of the explosion. The attack hit the divine nature, and he fell directly on the spot. The Dark Dominant was almost angry when he saw this scene. Idiot! Shame on you! Even if the low-level gods just cut the leeks they grow again after one crop, they are still gods after all. How can they die so cheaply? Are they going to make the enemy laugh to death? But even if the dark gods suffered a lot of losses, it is an indisputable fact that the army pressed towards the human front. The recovered evil beast came to the entrance of the Chaos Source Gap with a hideous face, and soon filled the gap completely, separating it from the real defense line of the human army by thousands of miles. The Lord of Darkness walked to the front of the army, and his 6 dark leopard eyes looked at Wei Huan from a distance. Then he raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his sharp canine teeth. Chapter 481. The Lord of Darkness felt that he had won a victory in stages. After all, he successfully drove humans out of the Chaos Source Gap. The Chaos Source Gap that all gods avoided was gradually regarded as their territory by the Dark Clan after they hid in it for millions of years. Wei Huan chose to ignore the pride and provocation of the Lord of Darkness. He would not take the initiative to attack. The Lord of Darkness could not cherish the lives of his subordinates, but he regarded the lives of every compatriot as treasures. Not to mention killing his compatriots, he would feel distressed even if the Zerg died. Everyone thought that as a necromancer, he had countless undead that could be resurrected, so he could not value life. It was completely wrong. A true leader would never ignore the battle damage ratio. His absolutely rich experience had long transformed him from a simple commander to a conductor, with his own set of war aesthetics. If you can kill the opponent without losing a single person, why do you have to fight so fiercely? The flesh and blood and lives of compatriots should not just appear as cold and ruthless numbers. He turned his eyes away from the face of the Lord of Darkness and ordered, "Arrange the second line of defense, follow the initial plan, do not take the initiative to start a war, and wait for wartime orders for the rest." Yes! Even though Su Qingqiang and Do Lin were gods, they still had the style of the guards. Even Halcyon had almost adapted to the new social environment, except that he thought he would look handsome with long hair. Afterwards, Wei Huan looked at Nujio and Tianyao. Nujio was a god in the flesh, without a godhood, but she achieved the minor success of the ancient god body by practicing the ancient god body. Once the ancient god body is a small success, an ancient god world will be formed in the body. This is the same as the law god having a law world in the sea of consciousness, and the sacrifice is the kingdom of God, so it is naturally considered to be a god. The sky demon relies on inherited talent, and the reason that it has been confused and embraced the right thigh. Not only did it keep its life and become the only seedling of their bloodline, but it also rushed to the middle god in one fell swoop and achieved the skeleton godhood. The only problem is that it has reproductive difficulties after being trained by Wei Huan. The mission of other sky demons is to eat away all the space they can see in their lifetime and leave descendants of the sky demon clan. This reproduction mode, even the challenge world that is strictly guarded, has not been able to prevent their offspring, resulting in the existence of 9 sky demons in the challenge world, which is very unfair to use the naturally powerful population mode to interfere with the breeding of the human race in the challenge world. In short, although the skeleton sky demon is very strong, it is the only one in the tribe, but no matter how hard it tries, it can't enter the breeding mode. However, in the face of the boss's request to cultivate the sky demon to feed the birds, it cooperated very well and accompanied Wei Huan to find many sky demon eggs. Now these sky demons live peacefully in Wei Huan's ancient god world. The blocked inheritance memory even makes them unable to realize their current situation. The dependence on the tribe engraved in the DNA of the skeleton sky demon was erased, and it became an extremely strong person. Wei Huan didn't care whether it had character flaws, or whether it only pursued the strong. Anyway, he was confident that the skeleton sky demon would not dare to betray him, so he left it in the human race to wait for his orders. After Wei Huan's eyes swept over Nujio and the skeleton sky demon, before he could speak, Nujio reported first. "According to your order, I have made all the arrangements with the skeleton. As long as you give an order, all the space in front of you will become nothingness." Wei Huan nodded and said, "No hurry, listen to my orders." "Yes." Nujiao and skeleton sky demon spoke at the same time. Next, Wei Huan personally verified several key points of the battle, and only looked at the opposing army again after confirming that they were correct. Although the Lord of Darkness looked provocative and seemed to have regained the territory of the Chaos Source Gap, he suffered a loss. I thought he would be angry or attack aggressively, but I didn't expect that he would not move until now. At this moment, at the forefront of the two armies, even his figure could not be seen. Mu Zhong has been following Wei Huan, and analyzed, after learning the lesson, he will naturally be calmer. Besides, the evil beast will be affected by the laws of the divine domain when it leaves the Chaos Source Gap. He will probably not act rashly before finding a solution. Then, Mu Zhong said, and in his view, the purpose of our war is to prevent him from rescuing the Chaos Emperor, so blocking the door itself means that this battle will not be defeated. For us, this is not a bad thing. You need time to grow. The longer this battle drags on, the more beneficial it is for us. Chaos Emperor's chance of escaping has been basically destroyed by us. He may not have another chance to leave in tens of thousands of years. But 10,000 years is enough for us to grow up and fight directly into the abyss. Mu Zhong's analysis is correct. Wei Huan nodded in approval and said, "I will first evolve War 1, War 2, and War 3 to Chaos level, and then hand over the command of the war to you. You lead the Zerg and the undead army to continue to fight against the Lord of Darkness, and I will take the opportunity to absorb the soul power of the Lord God level and rush the ancient God body to the Lord level in one fell swoop. There is another thing I am a little concerned about. The Lord of Darkness besieged the challenge world for many days, but suddenly left and rushed to the location of Chiyuan Star. He was probably informed of the intelligence." Mu nodded. "No need to guess, it must be the tribes in the challenge world. Some of these tribes were the old members of the undead clan, and some were captured to sharpen their knives for the human race. However, millions of years have passed, and their identities have long been confused. The enemies have become companions, and the old members have become traitors. Anyway, no matter who informed the Lord of Darkness of this information, this matter should not be let go. I will contact Marshal Fawn William to launch another purge operation on the 9th level world, and drive all the tribes that have reappeared during this period back to the 8th level world and seal their gates. In addition, if it is found out which tribe is responsible, they will be punished the most severely in history. Wave 1 nodded, but said, whether it is an individual or there are other forces behind it, we must also investigate it clearly. That's right. Mu Zhong nodded. The Lord of Darkness stayed outside the challenge world for several months before he suddenly got the news. This time is enough to explain the other party's hesitation and judgment. The Lord of Light and the Lord of Elements are very likely to intervene. Wei Huan said, the Lord of Light, the Lord of Flesh and Blood, and the Lord of Elements are still trying to seize the power of the Emperor from the corpse of the Emperor. Mu Zhong said, instead of coming out directly, they directed the Lord of Darkness to trouble us, which shows that the other party is not strong and dare not confront us head-on. There is no doubt that it is the Lord of Light, or the Lord of Elements. Speaking of the Lord of Light, Wei Huan frowned. In the trip to the Godhead Furnace that year, Mu Zhong almost died in the attack of the Lord of Light. If he had not become a god at that time, his godhead was not damaged, and his body could be recast, he would have almost lost Mu Zhong. In Wei Huan's heart, the one he hated the most was the Lord of Light. It was just that after the Lords left, the Lord of Light took charge of the world, and lived in the core of the god's domain. The defense there was much stronger than that of the Dark Universe. Wei Huan had never been confident that he could kill the Lord of Light, so he delayed until now. This grudge would never be forgotten, and now the Lord of Light jumped out to seek a sense of existence. Wei Huan said silently in his heart, don't leave that turtle shell, otherwise if I know, I will kill him within 100 million miles. The two analyzed it like this, and then found everyone and held several military meetings in succession. After the next action was completely finalized, Wei Huan took Mu Zhong to the dirty world to cultivate new chaos insects. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. During this period, the Lord of Darkness tried to attack once, but the evil beasts that left the source of chaos had a severe reduction in combat effectiveness, and low-level evil beasts could not even survive in the god's domain. The battle ended almost as soon as it began. After the Lord of Darkness retreated in a panic, he never sent out troops again. He was completely unaware that he had missed the last chance to cause trouble for Wei Huan. That day, Wei Huan returned to Qiyuan Star, took out the main god-level soul power that was as bright as a star, sat cross-legged in the temple, and prepared to practice in seclusion. Now, all 3 chaos worms have evolved, which has increased the power of the human army. There are a total of 7 main battle chaos worms, plus a baby bus that can be used as a meat shield when necessary. With such a level of configuration, let alone the evil beast army that will lose its martial arts when leaving the chaos source gap, even if they are intact, they cannot get any advantage when facing these chaos worms. In addition, with the cooperation of the undead army and the human army under Mu Zhong's command, even if the Lord of Darkness went to the battlefield in person, he might not win this battle. Of course, the human side is not necessarily completely safe, so Wei Huan made a lot of arrangements before the retreat to ensure that there would be no truly unmanageable accidents during his retreat, which delayed until now, and he really practiced in retreat. He calmed down and felt the inner peace, then put this main god-level soul power into his eyebrows, and a powerful force swept across the dirty world, and then sank into the ancient god world, starting a world-shaking evolution. Wei Huan practiced without knowing the time, and all his mind was tied to the ever-changing ancient god cells. The luster and fullness of his ancient god cells were increasing rapidly, which made the progress of his ancient god body decrease instead of increase, and even fell below 70%. He should have reached 100% of the progress of practice earlier, and the ancient god body was perfected, and achieved the master level. Now his progress has suddenly dropped by 30%, and it seems that the progress has dropped quite sharply. But progress is not realm is more important. Although the progress has slowed down, Wei Huan's power in the ancient god body has increased instead of decreased. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light has completed the ancient god body cultivation method, and completely solved the problem that even if it is fully developed, it cannot step into the realm of the Lord. That is, through such continuous consolidation and reinforcement, enough power will eventually be accumulated to impact the realm of the Lord in one fell swoop. Therefore, even if this practice seems to be regressing every day, Wei Huan is willing, and even hopes that this process will continue for a little longer, so that he can have more powerful power after a breakthrough. Finally, after who knows how long, new changes finally appeared in his ancient god world. Wei Huan was overjoyed, And with excitement, he started to practice the next step of cultivation. He saw that the progress that had fallen to 55% finally began to rise. At the same time, the vortex in his ancient god cells finally had the ability to operate on its own, rotating, just like the vortex from the bottom of the water appeared on the surface of the water, but on the contrary, the vortex swallowed the energy in those ancient god cells in the opposite direction at the same time it appeared. Just like a chick hatching, it will first eat the energy in the eggshell, which is the most important first bite of food. These vortices also began to grow rapidly after swallowing the energy in the ancient god cells, and they were 2 or 3 times larger in the blink of an eye. The enlargement of the vortex will inevitably affect each other. After all, in the past, the countless ancient god cells were neatly and closely arranged together. Now, after eating the energy in the cells, these vortices began to grow and spread farther to the edge, and soon came into contact with the vortex next to them. Fortunately, the thing that Wei Huan was worried about did not happen. The vortices that touched each other were like compatible bubbles. 2 became 1, and the vortex became bigger. 3, 4, 5, the small vortices rushed towards the big vortex with joy. In an instant, the huge vortex almost filled Wei Huan's ancient god world. After turning a circle, Wei Huan felt that his ancient god body progress increased by 1%. At the same time, the energy escaping from the vortex had more subtle vitality. It was no longer a world that could only accommodate living people, or give birth to some low-level life. As the vortex rotated in circles, an energy similar to the primordial spirit and the innate spiritual energy escaped from the vortex. Once such innate spiritual energy reaches a certain level, it will improve the world level, allowing Wei Huan's ancient god world to have the ability to create gods. Including the life he killed with the annihilation divine pattern, that is, the soul annihilation technique, it will be much easier to evolve higher life. The key is that the evolved higher life can not only survive in this world, but also evolve in various ways, or cultivate abilities that match the level of this world. The law god cultivates the spirit platform and creates the kingdom of God. The ancient god cultivates the internal organs and creates a world. As the vortex turns around and around, Wei Huan's ancient god body has been getting stronger. He can confirm that his physical strength seems to be no less than Mafati, and his ability to create life seems to have reached the level of the ancient god insect. The 2 ancient gods he brought out were only at the main god level, which was strong enough in his opinion back then. And now, he is impacting the dominant level, which is stronger than them, and stronger than the 2 of them combined. And this is not over yet. The soul energy accumulated by the Dark Lord in the depths of the Chaos Source crack for millions of years continued to be in Wei Huan's body, and was transformed into more powerful energy by the vortex. At the same time, the progress of his ancient god body also increased from 55% at the beginning to 99% today. Wei Huan held his breath and waited for the arrival of the final moment. Finally, after the vortex completed another round of rotation, Wei Huan's ancient god body world was burst like the ancient god cell at the beginning. But this burst did not make Wei Huan feel uncomfortable, but rather like the feeling of fullness that had already reached the bottleneck, and after finally changing to a larger container, the feeling of suddenly feeling comfortable. Bang! Although his ancient god world was broken, it was only a layer of window paper that was broken. When he looked at this ancient god world again, he found that there was another world outside this world. His ancient god world became as big as the Milky Way. The vortex turned into a sun-like existence in this galaxy, rotating and emitting scorching energy. Planets or continental worlds began to condense in the galaxy. Even if Wei Huan did not intervene, sooner or later this world would give birth to life as intelligent as humans. Of course, Wei Huan could not intervene. This galaxy would evolve at the fastest speed and in the most correct direction. In addition, the vortex did not stop. It was still rotating and growing. The soul power accumulated by the Lord God for thousands of years has been nourishing it. As always, Wei Huan's strength increases by 1 point with every rotation. If the energy is sufficient, perhaps his ancient god world will change from a galaxy to a nebulous state, and then more nebulae and star clusters will appear, even black holes, until it finally turns into a universe. Just like the Lord of Darkness, his dark universe is like this. Wei Huan's ancient god body has just been fully developed, and he still has a long way to go to enter the master level. The soul power contributed by the dark main god still needs to help Wei Huan quickly take a step forward. When the energy is exhausted one day, it will be like a drop of water, wearing away a stone to expand the ancient god universe. However, for gods, time has obviously lost its meaning. Especially the master level, which barely has the strength to deal with an epical catastrophe. If it passes through once, it will be another new era. All things in the world are born, and the Master will always stand tall, watching the rise and fall, birth and death, and the eternity of the world. Wave 1 was calm at the moment when his ancient god body was perfected and he became the Master. It seemed that he had experienced such a thing before, and not just once. He knew that it was the feeling of the dead soul Huan that remained in his body. He did not awaken the memory of the dead soul Huan, but he had a feeling of déjà vu many times. The dead soul Huan was the dual master of death and the abyss, and was born in the family of the great Emperor Taichu, which also gave him the potential of the ancient god. It can be said that he was very powerful. But he was walking the old path of the great Emperor Taichu, and his enemies were too familiar with his every step. Therefore, even if he had a brilliant talent, everything was calculated one step ahead, and he still lost in the end, and lost completely. The dead soul Huan took his best friends and the whole family, through reincarnation, transformed into the human race, and started to evolve step by step from the beginning. Coupled with the careful deployment of the previous life, Wave 1 successfully broke through the siege and walked to the battlefield to fight the enemy head-on again. Next, the road will only become more difficult. When he came to the stage from behind the scenes, he was destined to be greeted by a storm of enemies. From the corners that no one cared about, every step he took would be magnified and studied, and he would need to be more cautious in the future. After Wave 1 was sure that he had achieved the great success of the ancient god body, and broke through the realm of domination, he did not stay in the ancient god universe. The evolution of the universe, even with the sole power of the dark god, it would take a long time to see obvious growth. Besides, he did not forget that the war was still going on in the outside world, and the Dark Master was attacking Chiyuan Star. Wave 1 opened his eyes, just like the ancient god who was sealed deep underground finally woke up, and a magnificent energy spread across the entire planet in an instant. This is a more powerful and profound power than when he became the Lord of Laws. On the contrary, because of the extreme control of power, when such a terrible power is released, even a wisp can easily destroy the body of a level 9 challenger, but in fact, even the most fragile baby just stopped crying, as if the breeze was blowing on his face, as if he heard some powerful and sacred voice. It is a feeling of dominating everything, all things in the world, life and death, where he exists. The extreme of that tiny matter will be controlled by him. When he became the Lord God, only the people on Chiyuan Star felt something strange, and the challenge world needed to be known through the propaganda of the god-pleasing. But at this moment, in this large area, all lives have sensed the emergence of a powerful existence that controls everything. He is unmatched, he is extremely powerful, and he is as majestic as the abyss. Wei Huan's domineering aura spread throughout the divine domain within the reach of his divine consciousness, and after informing all lives of his existence, he sank again, integrating into the soil, into life, into space, absolutely dominating the area covered by him. The Lord of Darkness, who had suffered a great loss, and was preparing for revenge after resting, naturally felt the pressure from the Lord level. However, this pressure was different from the Lord level of the God of Law. If the Lord of Law controlled the sky, the violent storm, the lightning and thunder, then this pressure was the earth, which was mellow, solid, heavy and solid, as if it could lift everything. Ancient God. The Lord of Darkness murmured, terrified, and full of disbelief. How could an acquired ancient god appear? Aren't the ancient gods the true spirits at the beginning of the world? If the ancient gods can be achieved through cultivation, then this divine realm is about to change. At this moment, the Lord of Darkness had the urge to turn around and leave. He already felt something was wrong. How long has it been? He has become the Lord? Or the Lord of the ancient gods with the advantage of physical strength? The undead race is indeed immortal. Even after the whole race was destroyed, they can still make a comeback, and even take a road to the acquired ancient gods that has never been seen before. This news must be reported to the Emperor. The Lord of Darkness changed his mind and hesitated again. He spent a huge price, and finally forced these humans back to this ancient god-forbidden area. As long as he used the power he had condensed for many years, he could open the passage to the ancient god-forbidden area. At least 1 or 2 human gods must be captured before he can report to the Emperor. Thinking of this, the Lord of Darkness actually had no intention of continuing to fight, but thinking of what he planned to do, he couldn't give up. He made a prompt decision. Since the situation has changed beyond his control, he must take advantage of the fact that this guy has just been promoted to the Overlord, and has not yet fully mastered the Overlord-level power to launch a final attack on humans. And he must take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and achieve his real goal. The Overlord of Darkness has decided to take action. He slowly moves to release the power accumulated for many years, and open the passage. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears from afar. Lord of Darkness, wait a minute. The Lord of Darkness paused, then narrowed his eyes, and revealed the other party's identity. The little thing of the God of Light? The other party was not annoyed, but said, "It is me, the Lord of Light. Lord of Light asked me to greet you." The Lord of Darkness had no expression on his face, with a slight contempt in his eyes, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just say what you want to say. Do you know that this new human race seems to be related to the dead spirits? After 1,000,000 years, your intelligence collection is still the same garbage." After a pause of a few seconds, the Lord of Light calmed down and said, "Since you already know, you and I should rebuild the alliance. Since the dead spirits have risen and have become the acquired ancient gods, we, the soul exterminating alliance, should not let it go. I will also integrate the three armies, gather hundreds of millions of gods, and march to you to help you win." Chapter 482. Wei Huan opened his eyes, and his consciousness spread out like a tide, controlling a wider area than before. With this glance, he could see almost all of the lower-level divine realms, and there was no secret in the world that could be hidden from him. Then, he retracted his gaze and focused on the origin star and the challenge world. Soon everything became clear in his mind. As expected, he closed his eyes for nearly 30 years this time. It was not short for him, but for the gods, it was just a nap. During this period, the situation developed almost completely according to his initial expectations for most of the time. First, in the 9th year after the war began, the Dark Clan, which had been stationed without going out, finally found a way to let the evil beast leave the Chaos Source gap without losing too much combat power. However, this method had some flaws, resulting in the combat power of the evil beast being 20% less than its original strength. Therefore, the level 5 evil beast, which was originally not as strong as the Chaos Worm, faced the interception of 8 Chaos Worms and a large number of Supreme Saint Undeads. In that battle where the Dark Lord was full of confidence, the Dark Clan did not achieve the expected results. 6 years later, the Dark Lord, after regrouping, made a comeback again. This time, he chose to launch a sneak attack. Although the strength of the evil beast in this sneak attack did not increase much, it also caused casualties on the human side because of the unexpected reason. 1 demigod died, and 3 were seriously injured. As for the domain masters and level 9 masters, the number was so large that it was distressing. The fallen demigod was an old challenger who was older than Wei Huan. Before the advent of the challenge world, he served in the Yin Kingdom Legion and carried out many military operations against the Mulberry Kingdom or Osum at that time. It was such a veteran who stood up to protect the people behind him in the face of life and death crisis, and died under the claws of the Dark God. But unfortunately, the war was a battle that the enemy had prepared for a long time. Even if this demigod sacrificed himself, the casualty rate of his team was more than 90%. Together with other teams, nearly 8,000 level 9 challengers and 11 domain masters were sacrificed in that battle. Mu Zhong stood up from grief and decisively chose to abandon the first front. He used the space traps that Nujio and Tianyao had set up at the beginning to kill millions of evil beasts. Su Qingqiang went to the meeting alone and killed the Dark God, who killed the demigod and caused this disaster in one fell swoop, avenging his comrades. After so many evil beasts died in one breath, the Dark Lord calmed down completely, and no longer fought head-on with the human race, who retreated back to the one far restricted area. He just fought with the human army outside the restricted area and competed for some fronts. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Until today, Wei Huan completed his retreat and became the master of the ancient gods. This balance is destined to be broken. Wei Huan took a step in the void, and the next second he appeared in front of Mu Zhong, who had sensed that he had come out of retreat and hurried over. Mu Zhong braked and stopped, looked at Wei Huan steadily, and then rushed out and hugged Wei Huan. Wei Huan turned his hand and hugged the man's waist. "It has been another 30 years since we last met. Even though it is known that this time is nothing to the gods, for Mu Zhong, who has been awake and presiding over the war work, this separated time is indeed from every minute and every second." He missed him very much. He missed him when they were apart for a little longer. Moreover, it was more than 30 years, which was very long. Mu Zhong hugged him for a long time, and Wei Huan also hugged him. Cultivation does not know time. For Wei Huan, it seemed that less than a year had passed, and it was so long when he opened his eyes again. It was like a hole suddenly appeared in his body at this moment, and after the wind poured in, he suddenly realized the emptiness. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong and filled the hole, and this uneasy feeling was gradually calmed down. After a while, after Mu Zhong recovered, he supported Wei Huan's chest and pushed himself away. He looked at Wei Huan with watery eyes, and looked deeply for a few seconds before looking up and kissing Wei Huan's lips. It was a light kiss, but it was full of ambiguity, and the next story was told in the eyes that pretended to be clear, and then he reluctantly looked away. Wei Huan understood the deep meaning in Mu Zhong's eyes, pinched the man's waist with dark eyes, and then waved his hand to open a dominant restriction he had just set. The space twisted. Outside the restriction, Su Qingqiang bit his cigarette and turned his back to them. Dou Lin looked left and right as if even the dust flying by was interesting. Hao Qian sat cross-legged in the void, as if he was practicing seriously all the time. Nu Jiao coughed dryly, and her ears turned red. Only the skeleton demon didn't understand the embarrassment of humans, and smiled at Wei Huan with a flattering face. Boss. The skeleton demon spoke in human language, saying in a serious manner, "Congratulations to the boss for becoming the ancient god master. From now on, our human race will be a dominant civilization, and we will be truly equal to all forces. Now that we have the boss, what is the dark master who is blocking the crack of the source of chaos? The boss can destroy him with just a little finger. This guy has learned a lot in the human world, especially the art of flattery." Wei Huan is a very strong racial supremacist, and his vigilance against non-humans can never be completely eliminated. Therefore, facing the flattering skeleton sky demon, he just looked at him coldly, and did not speak. Even so, the skeleton sky demon, who was looked at by Wei Huan, was still trembling with excitement. He is now the supreme ruler. It doesn't matter if such a strongman is cold. This is the attitude that a strongman should have. It doesn't matter if you can serve under such a strongman, even if you sacrifice the whole tribe. As long as you live well, what do the tribe members count for? They don't feel my pain and sadness. They enjoy my protection and get free and easy. How much can I get? A little bit of gratitude is nothing. It has to be said that Wei Huan was very successful in instilling the extreme selfishness and admiration of the strong mentality into this sky demon during that time. After all, it is a seedling of a mid-level god. If he is lucky, he can be cultivated to the main god level. As long as he can always suppress him, the human race will always have a powerful thug. Wei Huan looked at the others, and after a simple greeting, he distributed some small gifts as a red envelope to celebrate his advancement to the master. He gave each companion, who had cultivated the ancient god body, some level 5 evil beast soul power. In addition, he gave some divine pattern materials to the skeleton demon, who could not cultivate the ancient god body for celebration. A little red envelope. The focus is on having fun together. The boss's strength has increased, and with the small red envelopes in hand, everyone is as happy as if it is the new year, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Everyone followed the words of the skeleton sky demon and started to brag. Originally, the skeleton sky demon ran away, like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the boss. Now that the boss has achieved the status of the master, he is in the palm of his hand, and can't run away. Our human race is gifted by nature, and is stronger than the gods of the same level. As long as the boss achieves the status of the master, there will be no more threats in this world. It's too scary to achieve the status of the master in less than 500 years. How did you practice? Share it with us. How did the boss practice, and what resources did he use? He never hid it from us, but we are not as good as the boss with the same method. This is the difference between the top genius and ordinary people. The greatest blessing of our human race is to have the boss. The rainbow fart is not the point. The key is the sincere joy from the old friends, which can also affect Wei Huan and make Wei Huan's already happy mood even happier. After all, this is the master level. It has reached the level of being under one person and above 10,000 people. Not to mention the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, but having the ability to resist the catastrophe of the era, he can lead the whole clan to immortality and enter the next new era. A clan that has continued from the last era, among a group of new civilizations, is destined to prosper forever, recreating the heyday when the undead clan almost ruled the entire divine domain. Of course, from his personal pursuit and the most important influence on the clan, he still has to strive to pursue the position of the great emperor. However, this step is extremely difficult, and it is no longer possible to get the opportunity by burying his head in cultivation. There are so many masters competing for it. If he does not surpass them, or kills them, it will not be so easy to fight for the position of the great emperor. Wei Huan had been thinking a lot while celebrating. Just when everyone was preparing to set up a banquet to celebrate, something suddenly changed. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared because of the Dark Clan army that appeared again on the front line. After all, it was still during the war, and no matter how happy everyone was, some of their attention would be on the front line. The Dark Clan army, which had disappeared for a long time and had only been a minor battle recently, appeared again on the front line battlefield. It seems that a beast can't sit still anymore. Su Qingqiang blew out smoke rings, and his squinting eyes had already seen the situation at the front line. That's right, he was still calm before, but the opponent's civilization has been upgraded to the master level, so he must be anxious. Do Lin said, "You continue to celebrate. The boss's promotion to the master should be celebrated in a big way. Don't let the beast disturb the fun. I will deal with him." Mu Zhong said, "In my opinion, instead of celebrating in such a hasty way, it is better to celebrate after defeating the Dark Lord, which will double the happiness." "I agree. I think this is a good idea too." Mu Zhong smiled at Wei Huan. "What do you think?" Wei Huan smiled. "You are right. The enemy will not give us time to celebrate. Why not defeat him and celebrate together?" Mu Zhong confirmed Wei Huan's idea, and then asked a question that everyone was more concerned about. "This time you break through, should our strategic direction change? From delaying defense to all-out war?" Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought, then said, "I broke through the master, and everyone in the God realm knows it. This is a signal to the enemy, a signal that can no longer be delayed." "That's right." Mu Zhong nodded. Wei Huan continued, "The other side will certainly invest all their forces to try to kill me in one fell swoop when I have just become the master and my godhood is still unstable. If the emperor does not come out, this will be their last chance. So don't be lucky. This battle will definitely be a tragic all-out war." Mu Zhong nodded. He thought so too, so he asked, "What is our war strategy? Go forward? Or retreat?" Wei Huan said without hesitation, "Of course, go forward. If we retreat, we will be our compatriots. If possible, the war must not happen on our territory." "Okay, I understand." After speaking, Mu Zhong stood up and looked at the gods and said, "Everyone go back to the battlefield first and wait for my next order. This battle will be very difficult. I hope you and I can get what we want and win the battle. Win the battle. It will definitely be as we wish. The human race will win." After shouting the slogan, the gods saluted Wei Huan one after another, and then their figures disappeared and returned to their positions. In this short while, the army of the Dark God has already poured out from the Chaos Source crack in large numbers, and is pressing forward unwaveringly. The human army naturally did not give in either, and the summoned army led by 8 Chaos Zergs, and the Supreme Undead, has been stationed at the forefront for a long time. Even though Wei Huan was in seclusion for cultivation, they also brought Wei Huan's concern for the battlefield, and became the most important part of the human army in this war. At the same time, as the gods returned to their positions, the demigod incarnations of the array, which gathered many human practitioners, also appeared in front of the battlefield in the form of the external incarnation of the law of heaven and earth. The two sides were close to each other, and the war was about to break out. Although Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were a step slower, they had already arrived at the forefront of the battlefield. They stared at the enemy's army with serious expressions. Gradually, Mu Zhong noticed something unusual first. "There's something strange," Mu Zhong said. "In previous battles, the Lord of Darkness would often arrange 5th-level evil beasts as vanguards to attack our positions, and erode them bit by bit with the advantage of numbers. But you see, in this battle that you and I both know is crucial, there is not even a high-level evil beast in the vanguard. What is the Lord of Darkness planning?" Wei Huan only said, "Just pay attention to the movement. War has always been changeable. On the battlefield, even if it is a famous general, it is already very good if he can evaluate the opponent's strategy with an 80% probability. So instead of overguessing the opponent's intentions, it is better to be prepared for contingency." "What is this preparation?" Mu Zhong said. "Yes, just keep an eye on the follow-up. And even if I can't guess what he is planning, but he is holding down the high-level evil beasts, which means he has other plans. Facing these low-level evil beasts and their families, we don't need to go all out. Just save the high-level combat power and respond at any time." "Yes." Wei Huan nodded. "Your analysis is right. Just do this at this time." Mu Zhong was very happy to get Wei Huan's recognition. In the battle of the army, Wei Huan's ability is recognized as the strongest. After all, his talent gives him the ability to mobilize troops and generals of hundreds of millions of troops. This is a height that other generals, even Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang, cannot reach. However, this time, Wei Huan has to practice, which gives Mu Zhong the opportunity to improve. He is stronger now than he was back then. After the two men finished discussing, the war on the front line of the battlefield had begun. The two armies were like two torrents, colliding fiercely. On such a battlefield, except for those chaos worms and supreme undead, the other existences were just a piece of meat in a meat grinder, swept by the torrent, and involuntarily turned into a pile of blood that cut through the eyeballs. Life has become very worthless. But this is just the most common and simplest scene in the War of Gods. After all, the lives of evil beasts are nothing in the eyes of the Lord of Darkness, and the lives of the undead army are just a tiny consumption of energy in Wei Huan's eyes. On the contrary, those powerful Chaos Worms and Supreme Undead are the killers on the battlefield and the targets that the enemy must kill. Killing Chaos Worms and Supreme Undead will greatly consume Wei Huan's energy, which is much more effective than killing 10 billion undead. However, the fundamental purpose of the existence of the Supreme Undead on the battlefield is to protect the Chaos Worms from dying. Therefore, several times, the Dark Lord set up a trap to kill the Chaos Worms, and in the end, the Supreme Undead stepped forward and let the Chaos Worms escape unscathed. Gradually, after using similar strategies too much, it became more and more difficult to kill the Chaos Worms. Is the purpose of this operation still to make a feint to the east and attack the west, seemingly launching a large-scale war, but actually to kill the Chaos Worms? Mu Zhong guessed. Then, Mu Zhong asked, I have arranged for the Chaos Worms to evacuate. No matter what their goal is, as long as the Chaos Worms take action, most of them can be solved. Just as Mu Zhong said this, the withdrawal of the Chaos Worms also attracted the attention of the other side. Countless evil beasts and their families, like moths to a flame, tried to stop the retreating Chaos Worms, but the Chaos Worms were too strong, and it was almost impossible to keep them if they were determined to retreat. Looking at the Chaos Worms retreating from the front line little by little, Mu Zhong was about to say something when suddenly a palpitation came to his heart. The crisis premonition from the gods made his pupils shrink suddenly, and look at Wei Huan. Wei Huan also felt it, but before he could figure out the possible problems, he was surprised by the scene he saw. What is this? Mu Zhong also saw it, and asked in surprise. A black light emerged from the Chaos Source Gap, and it flew thousands of miles in an instant, piercing straight into the Wanfa Forbidden Zone. But this thing didn't look like an attack. It went straight through the human camp, and there was no damage to the humans or buildings on its route, just like a gust of black wind blowing by. Before Wei Huan could stop it, it reached the depth of the Wanfa Forbidden Zone. It penetrated halfway into the depth before stopping. Wei Huan felt a chill on his back. It was hard to imagine that if this was an offensive method, it might have hurt Qi Yu and Star, right? Then he thought again, if it was a damaging attack, the magic array arranged in the Wanfa Forbidden Zone would not have no reaction. Even though their army retreated again, and was beaten back to the Wanfa Forbidden Zone from the crack of the Chaos Source Gap, it seemed that they were constantly losing to the army of the Dark Clan. In fact, the Wanfa Forbidden Zone was the battlefield they left for the Dark Lord. Wei Huan just didn't like to start a war on his own territory, but when it came to protecting Qi Yu and Star, he was still very confident. It is precisely because this thing is not aggressive that the defense mechanism is not triggered. But if the appearance of this black smoke is not for attacking, then what is it for, this thing? Wei Huan looked back and forth at the tube-like black smoke for a few times, and then frowned. Without time to explain, the person disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the top of the piercing black smoke. As soon as he arrived here, a powerful dark energy surged head-on. Wei Huan raised his hand, and the 550-layer Fuhua sickle was held in his hand. At the same time, a set of armor appeared on his body, and 12 huge wings appeared behind him, covering the sky and blocking the Qi Yu and Star firmly behind him. The biggest difference from before is that this armor can no longer hold all his powerful strength, so he can only transform the excess strength into long feathers, like birds, a total of 8, flying under his wings. These feathers have become Wei Huan's new weapons. As he swung the Fuhua sickle and chopped the black smoke, the 8 feathers twisted towards the black smoke like a spirit snake coming out of a hole. The black smoke was twisted, and when the smoke dissipated, the Lord of Darkness entangled by the 8 feathers was revealed. The Lord of Darkness, who was entangled like this, looked very surprised, as if he had never expected that he would be at a disadvantage as soon as he fought against the Lord-level Wei Huan. Then, his eyes emitted a dark light, and the purple dark light flashed in the depths, and his body suddenly dissipated like black mist. Wei Huan's feathers grabbed nothing and fell down. Wei Huan's eyebrows twisted, and the divine pattern of the word Shoah flashed on his body. He disappeared from the spot, and reappeared 100 miles away. The space where he was just now was torn apart silently, and the claws of the Lord of Darkness were slowly withdrawing. Then, Wei Huan felt a slight vibration in the whole space where he was. He was about to repeat the same trick and flash away from here. Unexpectedly, the space was locked, and his Shoah divine pattern could not be used. Seeing the space around him tear apart, revealing a deep space like an abyss, and at the same time a sharp light flashed from it, Wei Huan's body dodged in a small range, and at the same time, the Shuo divine pattern was slapped on the Fuhua sickle. The Fuhua sickle disappeared from his hand, and the next second it appeared on the black beast's claw, spinning on his wrist. The beast's claw was split into two, and cut at the joint. The cut beast's claw turned into black smoke and dissipated. At the same time, more space was torn apart, and countless beast claws poked out from the cracks, ready to grab Wei Huan. The feathers behind Wei Huan were like 8 arms that grew out of him, waving flexibly and tearing the claws apart. At the same time, Wei Huan looked at a crack, and the breath of the Lord of Darkness came from it. A sneaky guy who only hides in the dark and attacks. Wei Huan's Fuhua sickle left his hand again and stabbed into the crack fiercely. The crack disappeared, and the tip of the Fuhua sickle returned to Wei Huan's hand, leaving a trace of black and purple blood. The blood exuded a strong power of the Lord level, and finally turned into smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. When the Lord of Darkness appeared again, a small cut appeared above his left eye. Although it healed quickly, the fact that the Lord of Darkness was injured first in a battle where both sides did not use their full strength gave the Lord of Darkness a great stimulation. Roar, roar, roar! He roared and spit out black smoke from his mouth. The next second, the black smoke turned into 6-eyed black panthers, like the Overlord, and each one was close to the Overlord level. Wei Huan's face remained unchanged, and the portal slowly opened from behind him like a waterfall. Undead leaders such as Dot Beast, Black Dragon, and Big Head led the undead army to rush out. No way. Knowing that he is good at fighting with a large number of people, why would he come? While watching the undead collide with those Black Panthers, Wei Huan noticed something wrong. When he looked at the Overlord of Darkness again, he found that he had been locked with his spiritual consciousness, but at this moment, he disappeared. Chapter 483. Dark gods are best at sneak attacks, and have strong explosive power. When Wei Huan found that the other party had disappeared, his first reaction was to dodge. Although he had achieved the dominance of the ancient god body, he did not want to experience the consequences of being attacked by the Lord of Darkness with his own body. He had to dodge if he could. Wei Huan dodged, and appeared 100 miles away again. He felt the vibration of the space around him, and found that the Lord of Darkness seemed to be using the same trick again and attacking him through the space crack. He did not want to fight with the other party, so this time he directly activated the Wanfa Daohua and easily left the space blocked by the other party. Strictly speaking, he preferred to use his summoner's means. Compared with close combat with the enemy, wouldn't it be better to use the battlefield to count the troops and fight a decisive battle thousands of miles away? Wei Huan kept flashing, pulling away from the enemy, and unknowingly reached the edge of the Wanfa restricted area. Here, Wei Huan hesitated. I wonder if I can use the teacher's magic circle to keep the godhead of the Lord of Darkness here? But after thinking about it, Wei Huan decided to wait a little longer. The magic circle is one of the last killers. If he can kill the Lord of Darkness, or drive him away, the magic circle can stay to continue to protect Chiyuan Star, so that Chiyuan Star will always be safe. Now, it's not time to use it. Thinking so, Wei Huan flashed and left the forbidden area of Wanfa. If you want to fight a life and death battle, you must let go. Once the battle of the master level gets out of control, it will be very dangerous. Wei Huan moved the battlefield and did not find a trace of dark light in the eyes of the Lord of Darkness, as if Wei Huan's approach was exactly what he expected. In this way, the two masters left the core of the battlefield while chasing and fleeing. At the same time, at the entrance of the dark passage, a group of obviously hidden level 5 evil beasts appeared. Mu Zhong presided over the battle. After seeing the figure of the first level 5 evil beast, he secretly said that it was true. The strength of these level 5 evil beasts has reached the ceiling of the main god level, and they have the ability to move in the forbidden area of the 10,000 laws. In addition, the Lord of Darkness used some means to wrap the level 5 evil beasts flying out of the dark passage in a layer of black mist, so that they can better adapt to the rejection of the forbidden area of the 10,000 laws. The combat power is at least 90%, which is almost the same as when fighting outside. Mu Zhong looked at the two masters who were gradually getting farther away, and then looked at the level 5 evil beasts that were intercepted by the Chaos Worms, thinking, I always feel that something is wrong. Strictly speaking, the overall combat power of their human race is stronger than that of the Dark Clan because of Wei Huan. Wei Huan alone can support the entire tribe and gain a foothold in the divine domain. It is not impossible for the Lord of Darkness to lead Wei Huan away. After all, Wei Huan is too important in the war. It is just that after Wei Huan became a lord, summoned creatures can descend in the area where his divine consciousness reaches, so in fact, this action is not very meaningful. Wei Huan will not let himself go too far away. he left all the Zerg to guard the origin star. So, the Lord of Darkness and Wei Huan are fighting farther and farther. Is it really just to avoid the aftermath of the battle? Mu Zhong does not understand. Wei Huan wants to avoid affecting the origin star during the battle, but the Lord of Darkness will definitely not think so. He wants to smash the origin star with one claw. Then it was really strange that the Lord of Darkness followed Wei Huan and left like a lip. Mu Zhong had doubts in his heart. When he looked at the dark passage that was constantly pouring out 5th level evil beasts again, he had a lot of doubts in his eyes. Finally, Mu Zhong decided to take a look. He said to Su Qingqiang, Dou Lin and others, I'm going to open the timeline. You hold on for a while, be careful, and wait for me to come back. After saying this, Mu Zhong activated the law of time, and a river of time appeared in front of him. He stepped into the river of time, and his toes touched the silver river surface, creating circles of ripples, and walked towards the downstream of the river. Tick, tick, tick. As time passed, all the things that would happen in the future appeared on the river surface. Mu Zhong didn't look at anything else, but only looked at the circle around him. Soon, his face changed, and he saw a scene that made him hold his breath. That is, the power of light and elements? Oops, the dark gods and the gods of the Lord of Light have joined forces. Mu Zhong finally knew where the problem was. The human army is slightly stronger than the dark army, and they are fighting in their own territory. It is not easy to lose the battle, but it is also difficult to win a big victory. The end of this battle depends on the battle between Wei Huan and the Lord of Darkness. They are the key to the end of the war. But now, new forces have joined, resulting in an imbalance of power. Mu Zhong sees a clear future. Qi Yuan Star was attacked. The Lord of Light held the authority of the Lord in his hand. As soon as he appeared from the dark channel, he swung a domination attack in the direction of Qi Yuan Star. This time, the attack really hit the core of Qi Yuan Star. As Mu Zhong's teeth were clenched, Qi Yuan Star exploded and turned into ruins, and countless compatriots died. The successful attack broke the human race's steady and cautious strategy, and an extremely crazy revenge appeared in the god's domain. A war, a total war that stagnated human development, officially began. Hatred and death, revenge and war, hideous flowers bloomed on the scarlet blood, and there were endless bones under the roots. Mu Zhong was in great pain. With a sharp pain in his heart, his feet softened, his body fell back, and fell into the river of time, falling powerlessly into the depths. Falling, until a certain moment, it seemed to float from the bottom of the water to the surface. Splash. It was the sound of breaking water that Mu Zhong finally successfully returned from the river of time. The price of peeping into the future is like a sharp sword falling from the sky, and what comes with it is the punishment of heaven for his peeping into time. Mu Zhong raised his hand, and the power of the Master of Time emanated from his palm, blocking the 9-day thunder and the wind of annihilation. At the same time, he pinched the magic formula with his other hand and roared with all his strength, "Start the magic circle, now!" No one would doubt Mu Zhong's judgment. As the most mysterious Master of Time who is as famous as fate, he may not have combat effectiveness on such a battlefield, but in terms of situation judgment and changing fate against the will of heaven, no god can compare. Even the Emperor level may be affected by these two mysterious masters in the future. When Mu Zhong spit out blood and roared this sentence, it meant an absolute order that must be executed immediately. Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin, who were still fighting the enemy on the front line, looked solemn. They jumped out of the battle circle at the same time without thinking deeply. They turned their wrists to take out the gray and turbid soul power, and slapped it to a place hidden in the void. At the same time, the Lord of Light and the Lord of Elements, who had entered the dark channel, were taking out the authority given by the Lord, waiting to strike at the critical moment and give the enemy the heaviest blow. However, at a certain moment, the two lords were both in a trance for a moment, feeling that they were dragged into an unknown space. Then the two came back to their senses, and their faces changed drastically. The power of time lingering on their bodies showed that they had just been spied on in the future. Exposed. Do it? The Lord of Elements asked hesitantly. The Lord of Light gnashed his teeth. As expected, humans are the reincarnation of the dead. The damned Lord of Time always jumps out at the critical moment. Humph! Let's go leave here. Okay. The Lord of Elements followed the Lord of Light, and turned around to leave. However, the two cautious lords found that they failed when they were running their energy and preparing to leave. Their bodies were imprisoned in the original place, and could not leave this space. At the same time, there was a terrible sense of crisis, and they fell on the two. Ah, I can't move. Damn, what is this method? A magic circle. Be careful. In the large area that seemed to have nothing, dots suddenly appeared. The dots were only the size of a 1 yuan coin, emitting a gray light, which looked extremely ominous. After a brief flash, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the dots. This beam of light looks very small, only about 10 meters long, and the thickness of 2 human fingers. For most gods as big as mountains, or evil beasts as big as a small planet, the thickness of this beam of light is much smaller than a toothpick. But it is precisely this tiny turbid light that is as numerous as cow hair, sweeping all the invaders on the battlefield. The tiny turbid light turns into an indestructible steel needle, easily passing through the bodies of the clans, gods, and even the 5th level evil beasts. Its sharpness and hardness are easier than penetrating tofu. Countless turbid lights just pass through the invaders' bodies, bringing unspeakable pain. But if it were just this, it would not be enough to be so respected by the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, and it is believed that its power can kill the Lord. Although these turbid lights seem to penetrate the body, in fact, the tail of the light was still connected to an invisible tough thread, which not only left a terrifying force in the body, but also seemed to tie the person up from the body, while exerting a pulling force. For a moment, the entire battlefield became quiet, and all the invaders could not move, like puppets. The pulling force became stronger and stronger, tearing their bodies apart from the inside, and at the same time, there was a kind of direct soul damage, spreading fiercely. This is the power of pain from the extreme realm of the abyss, refined by the pain of countless 5th level evil beasts. The power of pain is so strong that even the restrictions set by the heavenly Tao for the great Emperor Hongmeng can be destroyed. But what are some 5th level evil beasts and low level gods? The power of pain quickly eroded their bodies, and in a very short time, their bodies were corroded into a mass of rotten meat. So those tiny threads only exerted a little force. Swish! The weakest low-level dark god had his entire body cut into countless pieces of flesh, and even his godhead could not withstand the power of pain, and it shattered directly. In the blink of an eye, this god was dead. Then came some level 4 evil beasts, including level 5 evil beasts, who could not hold on for much longer in the face of this terrible attack. And because the power of pain was originally extracted from those tortured high-level evil beasts, the attack on the soul was unbearable even for level 5 evil beasts. Soon, their souls were annihilated one after another, and the soul power exploded all over the ground. At the same time, this turbid light not only attacked the life with a body, but also continuously attacked the dark channel cast by the Lord of Darkness. The dark passage was cut and shattered by countless threads, exposing a large number of evil beasts waiting to come out of the passage, as well as the Lord of Light and the Lord of Elements hidden among them, and the reinforcements they brought. When the figures of the 2 lords were exposed, Su Qingqiang and others instantly understood why Mu Zhong's face changed drastically, and asked them to open the magic circle. Especially the strong breath of dominance and authority exuded by the lightsaber held in the hands of the Lord of Light. It is hard to imagine that at such a close distance, if the Lord of Light really succeeded, what would happen to Qi and Star? Or, their sneak attack was successful before, right? If Mu Zhong hadn't paid a huge price and peeked into the future from the timeline, the ending would have already appeared. Thinking of this, Su Qingqiang was so angry that he turned into a ferocious demon, screaming "Gigi," and rushed towards the Lord of Light. Must die, must die. Although Do Lin was one step behind, he quickly set his target on the Lord of Elements. The 2 of them were only middle-level gods. Even if they attacked the Lord God with hatred, they could not kill the Lord God. But the magic circle could help them achieve this goal that was originally impossible to achieve. The 2 Lord Gods, trapped by the silk thread and eroded by the power of pain, just looked at Su Qingqiang and Do Lin, who were getting closer and closer with their eyes wide open, and fear flashed in their eyes. Poochie! Su Qingqiang's claws easily grabbed the Lord of Light's brain. When the Lord God's divinity was held in his palm, this too easy process was unbelievable even for Su Qingqiang. But the fact is that the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, a formation highly respected by the Lord, does have an irresistible power over the Lord God. If Su Qingqiang did not take action, the Lord of Light would be trapped and might be able to find a way to struggle out. But just when his soul was attacked by the power of pain, and he was a little distracted, Su Qingqiang grabbed his godhead with one claw. When the godhead was grabbed from his body and taken away, if he had a face at that moment, he would probably be afraid and beg for mercy. But he didn't. His face was corroded into rotten flesh, and was scratched by Su Qingqiang. He could only try to twist his fingers in vain to express his attitude. However, Su Qingqiang didn't even look at his little action. After Su Qingqiang, who was immersed in anger, grabbed the godhead in his hand, he launched a new attack without hesitation. A punch hit the godhead. Ah! Ah! Amid the shrill screams, the void seemed to sigh. A punch fell, and the godhead that was just full of law and vitality, all its power dissipated in an instant, and it no longer had the ability to reshape its body. Another Lord God fell, and his death was worthless. He led his troops from thousands of miles away, thinking that after using a strategy to lure away the human Wei Huan, he would use the power of the Lord in his hand to launch a sneak attack, and then he could win. However, what he didn't expect was that Wei Huan dared to leave, naturally because he had the means to protect Yu and Star. It was the magic circle of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light that played a real role. When Su Qingqiang crushed the soul on the Lord Godhead, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who was rescuing Mu Zhong, looked up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In this way, it can be regarded as revenge, right? After his death, he hid in the furnace of the Godhead and lived in shame, being refined by the Lord of Light day and night, enduring the pain, and the hatred for this lackey in his heart was even stronger than Wei Huan's hatred for the Lord of Light. Now that the Lord of Light died in the magic circle arranged by him, the joy of revenge almost made the remaining soul of the Lord of Light laugh out loud. On the other hand, the Lord of Elements used some unknown means to break free from the silk thread that bound him a second before Do Lin made his move. Although his body was torn to pieces, he avoided Do Lin's fatal blow. Then he flipped his hand and took out a stone that emitted five-color light, on which flowed the power of the Lord of Elements. The five-colored light protected his godhead, and then the godhead dragged the five-colored light and broke through the air. He ran away successfully. Do Lin chased for thousands of miles, but was stopped by Su Qingqiang. Stop chasing. Do Lin was unwilling, but he did not disobey Su Qingqiang's order and rushed back angrily. After this trip, the battle in the Wanfa restricted area was completely over. All the invading enemies, countless level 5 evil beasts, and a Lord of Light, who had traveled thousands of miles to deliver his head, all died on the spot. There were also losses on the human side, but in comparison, they were insignificant. A battle to defend the domain was definitely a great victory, and the magic circle of the remnant soul of the Lord of Light had made an unprecedented achievement. At this time, Wei Huan and the Lord of Darkness, who were fighting thousands of miles away, also saw this scene at the same time. The Lord of Darkness was angry and afraid, and no longer had the intention to fight with Wei Huan. His eyes were rolling, and a black mist covered his body, and he wanted to escape. Turning around, a black light passed by, and the Lord of Darkness jumped away in a hurry, seeing clearly that it was the corruption scythe that had escaped from Wei Huan's hand and was swinging towards him. The corruption scythe was engraved with a strong power of death. Although the origin was only at the Lord God level, because of the superposition of too many layers, it overflowed with the power of the Lord that made him tremble with fear. Although Wei Huan was only an ancient god body to achieve the Lord, since he had stepped into that threshold, his every move would contain the power of the Lord. Before the Lord level, he could not break through 500 layers of the overlapping divine runes even with extreme superposition. Now he can stack 550 layers with his hand, and can stack nearly 800 layers with full strength. This is the huge leap in strength after the big level leap. Of course, this kind of improvement in the law must have a limit. When he reaches the extreme, if he wants to improve again, he must comprehend the law and make his law reach the master level. However, for Wei Huan, who has just become the master, there are too many places where he can improve, just like a seed that has just sprouted. Wei Huan raised his hand to stop the Dark Lord, who wanted to escape, and said in a low voice, "Did I let you go?" The Dark Lord grinned. "I want to leave, you can't stay." "Then try it." The two stopped talking. Wei Huan flashed in front of the Dark Lord, waving his sickle and slashing at his neck. The Dark Lord did not dare to fight head-on. He did not forget that Wei Huan was the master of the acquired ancient god. His physical strength was stronger than his, and his close combat ability was very powerful. The Dark Lord dodged, Wei Huan chopped in the air, and before he could change his moves, a force surged behind him, and then a claw silently grabbed his back. 8 feathers waved, trying to wrap around the claw, but the claw seemed to be out of this time and space, and fell on Wei Huan without any hindrance. Wei Huan was hit hard on the back, and then he dodged. He looked at the Dark Lord in front of him and turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated, and the real body appeared behind Wei Huan. This flash attack was not only unnoticed, but also unstoppable. It can be regarded as the most skilled skill of the Dark God. Fortunately, Wei Huan was not seriously injured by this attack. His armor was broken, and the ancient god body was left with claw marks, but his strong body only caused him some superficial injuries. Then, the corrosive dark energy came from the wound. In an instant, Wei Huan felt sad and lost his fighting spirit. But before those emotions could be amplified, his power of domination circled around the spirit platform, dissipating all those negative emotions. Just this delay, the Lord of Darkness disappeared again. He could run away, but he chose to continue attacking Wei Huan. Wei Huan's back was once again exposed to the Lord of Darkness. The same blow, attacking the same place. This time without the protection of armor, Wei Huan would definitely be seriously injured. He was unwilling, he wanted to kill him. The Lord of Darkness's nails scratched Wei Huan's flesh, and he clearly felt the claws tearing the flesh. Human scarlet blood spurted out and splashed on the Lord of Darkness' lips. Is he going to win? But before the Lord of Darkness could think of more, the corruption scythe appeared silently next to his neck and cut off his head. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. The Lord of Darkness was so frightened that he dared not continue to attack and turned around and ran away. Wei Huan risked his own injury. How could his godhead let him go like this? Ignoring the severe pain in his back, Wei Huan threw the Fuhua sickle in his hand again, and at the same time slapped the Shu character divine pattern on himself and followed closely. The godhead of the Lord of Darkness ran away with a leopard head, but failed to take away the body that was split in two. At this moment, he was so scared that he had no fighting spirit and just wanted to run away quickly. Wei Huan's Fuhua sickle appeared in front of him out of thin air, and the Lord of Darkness moved his head to one side, successfully avoiding the blade that fell on his head. He only dodged the first attack, but not the second. Wei Huan, who flashed over, appeared directly above the leopard head and pressed down hard with 1,000-pound weight. The leopard head, whose scalp he grabbed, fell straight down as if it was suppressed by a galaxy. Wei Huan was relentless and didn't give him any chance. He punched him. A summoner and a ranged player actually rode on the enemy's head and punched him. Boom! 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 Punch after punch, the Lord of Darkness was bleeding. Boom! 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 The 8 feathers behind him tightly wrapped around the leopard head without knowing when, and would never let him escape. In the eyes of the Lord of Darkness, he glared at him, and a strong killing intent burst out. Wei Huan grabbed the leopard head and raised his other hand high. Black light condensed, and the corrupted scythe appeared in his hand. The black light on the corrupted scythe kept flashing, and the power of death was stacked up layer by layer, and soon it was stacked from 550 layers to 700 layers. Chapter 484. The Lord of Darkness, who was tightly grasped by Wei Huan, was grimacing and struggling. But he could not break free from the bondage, except to squeeze the 8 feathers deeper into his flesh. And with the accumulation of the power of death, these feathers became tougher, completely cutting through his fur and cutting into his flesh. He did not believe that he, a dignified lord, would fall like this. Live. Must live. He still had one last thing to do. The Lord of Darkness had a flash of determination in his eyes, and the soul power accumulated in his sea of consciousness for millions of years was suddenly released, like a demon claw from the abyss, reaching towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan had to retreat. The power of this claw was too amazing. Even his flesh could not withstand it at such a close distance. Wei Huan dodged backwards, and the claw of the abyss grabbed nothing. He looked at the Lord of Darkness, who turned around and ran away, and swung out the corruption scythe that he had stacked to 700 layers. At the last moment, when the Lord of Darkness dodged away, he cut off 1/3 of his brain. The remaining 2/3 disappeared from the foggy passage. Wei Huan chased after him, and the passage disappeared in front of him. He punched the passage again, and the power passed through the passage and appeared in this space, flying away and disappearing. Wei Huan could only withdraw his hand in disappointment. Let the Lord of Darkness escape. Wei Huan thought that letting the tiger go back to the mountain would cause endless troubles. He should take advantage of the Lord of Darkness being seriously injured and rush directly into the abyss to eradicate the roots. But Wei Huan turned around and looked in the direction of Qiyuan's star. There, Mu Zhong was being punished by the heavenly Tao for spying on the keynote of time. The power of the Lord around him became weaker and weaker, and it would disappear soon. Once it disappears, the body of a mere middle-level god cannot withstand the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Wei Huan no longer hesitated, and in a flash, he returned to Mu Zhong's side the next second. The power of the Lord protected Mu Zhong and blocked the 9 heavens' thunder and the wind of destruction. You are finally back. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light, who had been calling on the limited power of the Lord to protect Mu Zhong, breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher, Wei Huan said gratefully. If it weren't for the teacher's action at the critical moment, Mu Zhong might have died by now. He didn't expect that although this battle didn't last long, it involved so many people, and the price to be paid was so high. Mu Zhong changed his fate against the will of heaven, with the body of a middle-level god, which affected the entire situation in the future and caused such wrath of the heavenly Tao. Wei Huan, who blocked the punishment of the heavenly Tao, hugged Mu Zhong tightly, and looked at Mu Zhong, who was in a coma with blood on his chest, and clenched his fists. Wei Huan. At this time, the remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, he interfered too much and was envied by the heavens. It is very likely that he will not be able to wake up. Wei Huan looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light in astonishment. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, there is only one way to pass this level, that is, he awakens the will of the Lord and achieves the body of the Lord. There is only one law of time left that has not been completely entered into the Tao. In fact, this law has not been entered into the Tao for a long time, which is also an obstacle to him from the Tao. Teacher, how can I save him? Wei Huan knew that since the remnant soul of the Lord of Light said so clearly, there must be a way. Don't worry, I was just about to say it. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light said, find the authority of the great emperor level, you can block the will of the Tao. As long as Mu Zhong achieves the Lord in it, the influence of the Tao on him will be minimized. I understand. Wei Huan picked up Mu Zhong and looked around, worried about the people who looked over. Finally, his eyes fell on Su Qingqiang's face, and said, the Lord of Darkness was seriously injured and fled. He will not come back in the short term. The Dark Clan has withdrawn. This battle is considered a victory. The post-war reconstruction is left to you. I will take Mu Zhong to find the Lord's authority. Su Qingqiang frowned and nodded. No problem, leave it to me. You can rest assured. We must find a way to save Mu Zhong. We can easily win this battle this time, because of his sacrifice. Of course. Wei Huan lowered his head to look at Mu Zhong. He didn't need anyone to tell him. He would do his best to save Mu Zhong, even if it cost him his life. After Su Qingqiang said this, he said with some concern, the power of the Emperor is something that all the masters are fighting for. Where can you find the power of the Emperor? And in such a short time? Wei Huan said, I know where it is. I can definitely save Mu Zhong. I go first. Where are you going? Challenge the world. Challenge the world has the power of the Emperor? Could it be? That's right, it's reincarnation. The reincarnation that originated from the great Emperor Taichu was later controlled by the dead soul Huan. At the most critical moment, he took away all the souls of the dead souls, kept the souls of his compatriots immortal, and transformed them into the key artifact for challenging the world. Even now, the human race lives and works in peace on Qiyuan Star, but the final destination of every dead human is the reincarnation in the challenge world. Wei Huan has also cultivated reincarnation now, but this reincarnation and the reincarnation of the great Emperor Taichu are just like the difference between a titan and a human baby. The effect is not a little bit different. Wei Huan had planned to go to challenge the world to take the samsara after this matter was resolved, and then go to the place where the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu was located to rescue the three ancient gods. If he could give the old guys of the Lord of Light some trouble, it would be great. But he didn't expect that he went there this time for a reason he had never thought of. Mu Zhong. Please don't get hurt. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong tightly, called the remnant soul of the Lord of Light, and finally looked at Su Qingqiang solemnly, and disappeared into the abyss. Now that his ancient god body has achieved the Lord, his forward speed is much faster than that of the baby bus, so he didn't care about the hard work. After opening the silent channel, he activated the power of the Lord and ran away. It took him half a day to go from Qiyuan Star to challenge the world, but now he arrived in just a moment. Walking out of the silent channel, looking at the huge kingdom of the Lord in front of him, challenge the world. This is the place where the dead race is reborn, or the place where humans are born. Whenever Wei Huan sees it, he is in awe and respects those predecessors with unyielding will. After a short pause, Wei Huan immediately galloped into the world. He reached the master level, and the restrictions on him in challenging the world were lower. With the invincible forbidden-breaking technique of Wanfa Daohua, Wei Huan went straight to the core of the challenge world, and soon reached the core of the challenge world. Reincarnation is just ahead. Wei Huan looked at the reincarnation in front of him that was constantly rotating and releasing brilliant light, and was a little stunned for a moment. Every time he saw reincarnation, he had a different mentality. He was curious, vigilant, rejected, and grateful. Now he only had one thought left to get it. Wei Huan's eyes were condensed, and he looked at the reincarnation steadily, and asked, Teacher, I need to refine the reincarnation with all my strength. During this period, Mu Zhong will be left to your care. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. Go, don't delay too long, at most 10 days, you must put him in the reincarnation. The challenge world is only a world of the master level, and it won't take long for the heavenly Tao to find this place. And I have to remind you that if you bring him here, once the punishment of the heavenly Tao comes, even the reincarnation may be damaged. Wei Huan's eyes shrank. Reincarnation damage is also a very terrible thing. The souls of the entire human race are in this reincarnation. Once the reincarnation collapses, the human souls will be scattered between heaven and earth and return to the hands of the heavenly Tao. Once this happens, humans may be reborn into other races, gradually get lost, and completely forget the way home. Wei Huan hesitated for a moment. It's not that he didn't think about sending Mu Zhong out, but he denied this idea the next second. No! Mu Zhong stays by his side. If he really can't get the reincarnation in a short time, he can still protect Mu Zhong when the punishment of the heavenly Tao comes. He must not let Mu Zhong leave his side. As for the possibility of the reincarnation being exposed and destroyed by the heavenly Tao, he can only do his best to prevent this from happening. Teacher, Mu Zhong will stay here. What about reincarnation? I also have reincarnation. If it really doesn't work, I will open the reincarnation channel and lead the souls of my clan into my reincarnation. Your law is only the Lord God. How can you accommodate the reincarnation of the great emperor? You have to try it. In short, I am worried about leaving Mu Zhong outside. It will be more difficult for me to achieve my goal when I can't concentrate. It's better to keep him by my side and do my best. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light was silent for a few seconds and said, most of the time you are a rational and calm leader, only when it comes to him. Wei Huan also looked at Mu Zhong. If it weren't for him, there would be no Wei Huan today. The remnant soul of the Lord of Light nodded. I understand, you can go ahead 10 days. No, 15 days. I will help you for 15 days. This is my limit. Wei Huan looked at the remnant soul of the Lord of Light gratefully. Thank you, teacher. The two of them finished the explanation so quickly, and Wei Huan floated towards reincarnation alone. From a distance, this reincarnation looks like a shining star. From a little closer, it looks like a half-open rose with only black and white colors, seen from the front. When you get close, you can see countless floating souls inside. Most of them are humans, very peaceful, but there are also some souls of other ethnic groups, which are much more violent and hideous in comparison. Wei Huan had thought of taking away the reincarnation a long time ago, and he has been thinking about how to take away the authority of the emperor these days. Now it is time to verify. Wei Huan's original plan was to work slowly, from the outside to the inside, refining a little bit, and finally get the whole reincarnation. But although this method is gentle, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Now Wei Huan lacks time the most. Therefore, Wei Huan stayed outside the reincarnation for only a moment, and then rushed straight into the inside of the reincarnation. This reincarnation is like a cosmic maze. The deeper you go, the more complex the breath is, and the more floating souls there are. Moreover, the soul itself also has a certain attack ability, especially some fierce and evil alien souls, who will pounce on Wei Huan after seeing him. Wei Huan couldn't kill them, so he could only resist. In this way, the benefits of absorbing the souls of evil beasts in the Chaos Source Gap for so many years were reflected. Wei Huan's soul was magnificent and huge, and no soul here could hurt him at all. In fact, if he hadn't deliberately restrained himself, the counterattack force automatically generated by the soul would have destroyed those souls on the spot like moths to a flame. The attack of the soul was the only means of defense in the reincarnation. After it was ineffective against Wei Huan drove straight in and went deeper. The only trouble was the maze-like path, which delayed some time. When he arrived at the center of the reincarnation, 3 days had passed. Finally, when he came to the core, Wei Huan bypassed the last road, and his eyes suddenly opened up, and he saw a huge black lotus like a planet. It bloomed quietly in front of him. Black lotus? This was a bit beyond Wei Huan's expectations. Wei Huan also has a reincarnation. Although the image outside the reincarnation and the environment along the way are far inferior to this emperor-level reincarnation, they are the same. As long as Wei Huan is given time, he can expand the reincarnation to this extent. But there is no lotus in the core of the reincarnation. His reincarnation core is like a tube, connected to the other end of the reincarnation. The two exits of the reincarnation are in the ancient God universe of the spiritual platform Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian. The moment he saw the Black Lotus, Wei Huan knew that this was the unique and great emperor's authority that everyone wanted to seize. Wei Huan's heart jumped twice, and then flew towards the lotus. But when he arrived in front of the lotus, he did not rush in, but stopped behind the lotus. After thinking for a while, he bowed and said, "Human Wei Huan, respectfully invite the great emperor's authority." Afterwards, Wei Huan quickly explained his experiences over the years. After the death of the emperor, the undead race, under the leadership of their leader, resisted the encirclement and suppression from all sides, and was once glorious, but unfortunately, they were defeated. The leader of the undead race reincarnated into the human race, and was reborn to challenge the world. From humble beginnings, he revived our race with his unyielding will. Human Wei Huan inherited the will of his predecessors, and is the current leader of the human race. His cultivation has reached the master level. Now our race is facing danger again. Now I respectfully ask the emperor for his authority to help us revive our race. When Wei Huan finished explaining the cause and effect and respectfully asked the emperor for his authority again, he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in his nose. A series of magnificent black air currents flowed out from the black lotus, filling the sky. Wei Huan seemed to see the dancing goddesses and brave generals lining up in front of him, until they spread to the distance. Wei Huan walked forward in a daze, something in his head, like a trace of a cracked egg. He seemed to have crossed 1,000,000 years of time, and walked in front of the temple of the dead spirits. These brave soldiers and goddesses welcomed their leader back to the throne. With every few steps Wei Huan took, his body grew taller and his face paler. He was wearing black armor at some point, and his handsome appearance was about 70% similar to his own. All the soldiers and goddesses bowed to welcome him wherever he went. All the demigods he saw were demigods, as many as 1,000,000. As he walked further, there were more gods. Wei Huan glanced at these unfamiliar faces, but he knew the identities of each of them. This female general is a middle-level god of the filthy earth. This sloppy bearded man is a lower-level god of corruption. This handsome man is a middle-level god of the netherworld. And the cute boy behind him is his partner, named Dewey. When Wei Huan saw the face of the cute boy, a memory suddenly emerged in his mind. On the battlefield full of war, the boy lay on the man's body and cried loudly, and finally roared angrily, "I curse that anyone who is stained with my blood will never enter reincarnation, and the world will be destroyed after 100 generations." After that, the boy exploded and fell, and his blood covered the entire battlefield and spread across the galaxy. The souls of countless enemies were dragged into purgatory by Dewey's blood and tortured forever. But at this moment, the boy climbed on the handsome man's back like a monkey, winking at Wei Huan and saying hello. Then he was hit on the butt by the man, but the man's eyes were full of pampering. Going further, an old man with gray beard smiled and nodded at Wei Huan. His eyes and expression seemed to say, "You are finally back?" Wei Huan felt a dull pain in his heart and bowed his hands and replied, "Grandpa, I am back." Going further, a burly man with bare chest came out. He was not a dead soul. He had red magic patterns on his black skin, was 5 meters tall, had 2 black horns on his head, and was surrounded by the law of the abyss with a sulfur smell. "Boss, ha ha!" The man laughed heartily. Wei Huan looked at the burly man and the group of demons behind him, who looked different, but all showed trusting eyes, and his mind was in a trance. That was an extremely long memory, the beginning of all memories. The dark and dirty land, the smell of sulfur in the air, and a group of hideous dead souls gathered around the fire, and a child huddled in a corner with bruises all over his body. The jumping fire lit up the wall and revealed the distorted figures of the dead people. The arrogant laughter became the shadow of the child's childhood. Until the child was saved by a passerby from the abyss with black skin and red magic patterns. The nightmare suddenly turned into a wonderful adventure story. The tall demon carefully held the boy on its shaggy head. The 2 black horns on its head were like a steering wheel. When the boy wanted to go in a certain direction, he only needed to use a little force to get what he wanted. Together, they went to the depths of the volcano to see the hot magma, went to the Blade Forest to catch butterflies made of steel, and went to the boiling river to catch magic fish. The taste of the magic fish is still unforgettable and very unpalatable. The boy ran in the mountains. He was obviously a noble and elegant dead spirit, but he grew up like a barbarian. He grew up with the big man who saved him, became more and more powerful, and even touched the law and had a domain. That day, an old man with a white beard and a frosted face appeared. He looked at the boy with tears in his eyes, and said, "Young master, we finally found you. For many years, we have searched every corner of the dead realm until you awakened your realm and touched the thread of the law, and finally locked your location. Please come home with me. All the tribesmen are looking forward to your return." The boy was taken away, and from a wild child, he was forced to wear a gorgeous coat representing civilization. Even the big man who raised him pulled his collar uncomfortably. He began to integrate into the order from the beginning. Although he could not change the barbarism in his bones, he was so powerful that he always shocked his contemporaries. From school to joining the Legion, he had more and more companions around him, and he was so powerful that he even attracted the joining of the dominant strongmen. So many people, so many like-minded companions, he and his close friends, stubbornly resisted every conspiracy of the enemy. Like fine steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, they are completely condensed together, becoming stronger and stronger. Even if it is difficult, even if they fail, they are always by each other's side, never leaving each other, and never giving up. In Wei Huan's fleeting memory, he saw the 3 figures standing in front of the temple. In a trance, the figures of Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang, and Dou Lin overlapped with these 3 figures. They waved to him and grinned. They said, "Finally back." Boom! The world that was still real and prosperous the moment before was like a fast rewinding explosion picture. From spreading all over the field of vision to converging to an origin, it was just a moment. Finally, all the memories turned into a black lotus and appeared in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan raised his hand, solemnly took the black lotus, and breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. The reason why he did not choose to refine the lotus directly after he came to the core and saw it was that he spoke and asked for authority. He was betting that he had the soul of the dead Huan in his body, and that he was the previous owner of the imperial authority. Everything just now was the imperial authority's certification of his soul. Now that the certification is passed, it has been confirmed that he is indeed the one who inherited the will of the dead Huan. For a moment, Wei Huan's heart was very complicated. He knew that every human had a previous life, or even countless lives, and they might have been glorious or fallen. The ups and downs of life will always have a beginning and an end, and the experience in between is reincarnation. But it is inevitable that people will feel complicated to prove that they were born with an important mission. I don't know how many Wei Huan in the countless rivers of time died young, how many had unfulfilled ambitions, and how many fell into hell the moment they saw the dawn. It is also possible that he is not him, and the shining soul may appear in any human being, and then inherit the will of the dead Huan. Now, the person standing here is him. When he truly obtains the recognition of reincarnation, and obtains the authority of the emperor, it means that he wears the crown. The crown is heavy and gorgeous, stained with the blood of his compatriots, and full of thorns inside. He put it on. Fortunately, this is the path he wanted to take. Wei Huan put the black lotus into his brow, but the lotus sank all the way to his dantian, and came to his original reincarnation, like a flower transplanted to a new pond, floating steadily at the entrance of the reincarnation channel. The rhizome of the lotus grew rapidly, blended into the reincarnation channel, reinforced, and gradually showed magical effects. Afterwards, the heaven and earth communicated, and a faint black smoke was emitted from the black lotus. This was the power of the law of death, and it was the first time that it really appeared in the ancient god world. But the ancient god world did not resist at all, but seemed to have taken a tonic pill. The vortex that was just slowly turning suddenly had a sawtooth shape at the edge, and the black smoke was sucked in. Gradually, more sawtooth shapes appeared, and layer upon layer formed an extremely huge lotus. At the same time, Wei Huan's ancient god body world was obviously much bigger. It was originally the size of the Milky Way, and now it has expanded by 1/5. Don't look at it as only 1/5. This is 1/5 of the size of the Milky Way. For Wei Huan, who has reached the master level and has to practice for hundreds of years, the instantaneous improvement in strength is very obvious. In addition, the soul power he obtained from the dark god will be used up sooner or later, and practicing after that will be a hardship. But this imperial power gave him the ability of experience pool, which would allow Wei Huan to have twice the cultivation experience through the continuous reincarnation of the soul. If he took the other end of the reincarnation, the experience would increase. In this way, he, who was already very fast in cultivation, had the ability of speed x3. Cultivating to the ceiling of the master level, and competing for the final emperor position was just around the corner, and there was no need to endure the hard time. Chapter 485. Of course, the power of the Emperor of Samsara has more than just these functions. Helping Wei Huan to practice and revitalize the human race is just its standard configuration. There are many other wonderful uses. It can kill enemies when it is sacrificed, and it can refresh the body when it is nourished. Somehow, Wei Huan also knew a huge secret. This reincarnation is not simple. No wonder the Heavenly Tao is jealous, and allows the great Emperor Taichu to be killed. If the Heavenly Tao intends to stop it, how could the great Emperor Taichu fall? I understand. I finally understand. Wei Huan felt a little heavy at this moment, but he quickly cheered up again. Now is not the time to think about these things. Mu Zhong is still waiting for him to save his life. Wei Huan turned and looked at where Mu Zhong was. There were dark clouds and strong winds. This was the power of the Heavenly Tao. His consciousness was blocked by the Heavenly Tao, and he could not see the depths. Calculating the time, only 12 days had passed, so there should be no problem. However, Wave 1 still frowned with worry and rushed back at full speed. As the distance got closer, the power of heaven became more terrifying. And I don't know if it was an illusion, this power was much stronger than when I was on Chiyuan Star, and I vaguely felt that heaven was really angry. If the power became stronger, and the teacher's prediction was different, wouldn't that be? Mu Zhong was in danger again. Wave 1's speed was already very fast, and after thinking of this, it became even faster. Like a streak of light, he crashed into the power field of heaven, and the power of domination operated the Black Lotus. Then a huge lotus appeared above his head, and quickly grew larger, almost covering the world. As the Black Lotus was sacrificed, the four seas were calmed, the storm subsided, and all the thunder and rain were blocked outside by the Black Lotus. The thunder between heaven and earth flickered, as if heaven was roaring angrily. Wei Huan could see clearly the situation of Mu Zhong and his teacher under the mighty field. At this moment, his heart almost stopped. The teacher was nowhere to be found, and Mu Zhong was floating in the void in tatters. The scars on his body were shocking, and his clothes were all spotted with blood. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan rushed forward, but when he got close, he didn't dare to touch him, for fear that he would break if he touched him. After a quick breath, Wei Huan trembled and swept his consciousness over this body, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Still alive. The Godhead is complete. If the Godhead is complete, it can still repair the body and be immortal. As if responding to Wei Huan's joy, thunder was densely covered above his head, and the heavenly Tao angrily rebuked Wei Huan for actually going against the heavenly gang and saving the person he must kill. Wei Huan's eyes were red, he looked up and glared at the sky, then raised his hand and carefully held Mu Zhong's hand. His fingers were cold, like a dead person. Just a little bit. If he had come a little later, Mu Zhong would have been gone. Where is the teacher? Where is the remnant soul of the Lord of Light? But before Wei Huan's anger could rise, he suddenly let it go again. Because he circled Mu Zhong and felt the origin of the teacher. The teacher died because of a traitor 1,000,000 years ago, before the destruction of the undead. Fortunately, although he was not strong in combat, he had a very high talent for developing magic, and finally saved a trace of his remnant soul after his death. It is said that he hid in the furnace of the Godhead for many years, and many gods appeared during this period, but he never dared to trust them. Until Wei Huan and Mu Zhong appeared and awakened the time visitor he saw a long time ago. After observing a corner of the future, he finally decided to put his last hope on them. He was able to hold on until today because of this mouthful of origin. Now, this origin remains, assisting several key parts of Mu Zhong's body, but the teacher is missing. Wei Huan immediately understood everything, understood that the way of heaven had changed, the teacher was defeated, and finally chose to use his own origin to protect Mu Zhong, and he himself died. Wei Huan's lips trembled, and his heart ached. Indeed, in the deepest part of his heart, he was always a little afraid of the teacher. As an absolute racist, he would leave a little room for all creatures other than the human race, always afraid of possible betrayal. Even now, he still retains half of his suspicion of the teacher, which cannot be eliminated in any way. But he saw the teacher's efforts, and he was grateful to him, very grateful, and he must find a way to save the teacher and repay him for his guidance over the years, and the sacrifice he made for Mu Zhong at the last moment. After a little hesitation, Wei Huan already had a solution in his mind. He first put Mu Zhong into the Black Lotus of Reincarnation and placed his body deep in the pistol, a place that the heavenly Tao could never find. In addition, this place connects life and death, and there is endless spiritual power flowing. Mu Zhong can feel at ease here to comprehend the last law. Once he becomes the master, the heavenly Tao will have no way to deal with him. After quickly placing Mu Zhong, Wei Huan used the power of the law of death to collect the teacher's origin scattered in this space and time. Origin is the soul, the most critical part of a living being. If the soul does not disperse, it will be immortal and reincarnate again. Wei Huan's plan is to collect the fragments of the teacher's soul and send them to the reincarnation for nourishment. He would find a way to restore the teacher's soul as soon as possible and send him to reincarnate as a human. If the teacher recovers his memory and wants to become the Lord of Light, he will kill the current Lord of Light and pave a way for the teacher to rise to the top. It doesn't matter if the teacher doesn't want to go down the old path again. No matter what, he will fully support him and let him live any life he wants. Collecting fragments is a very tedious task, but Wei Huan is very patient and takes back all the free soul fragments without letting go of any of them. During this process, the power of the heavenly Tao gradually dissipated after Mu Zhong's breath could no longer be felt. The world was peaceful again. But Wei Huan did not rush to take back the Black Lotus of reincarnation, but continued to maintain it like this. On the one hand, we must be careful to guard against the return of the heavenly Tao. Mu Zhong can no longer withstand the slightest harm. In addition, in the area covered by the Black Lotus, the teacher's soul cannot escape. After all, it is the origin of the Lord. No matter how well he compensates for it, it will not be better than the teacher's own origin of the Lord, so not a single bit can be left behind. In this way, Wei Huan adapted to the newly acquired Black Lotus of Samsara, waiting for it to become stable and calm from the initial rapid expansion period. In addition, he was waiting for Mu Zhong to wake up. As time passed, Wei Huan's connection with the Black Lotus of Samsara became closer, and at the same time, the Samsara channel became extremely strong and tough under the reinforcement of the Black Lotus. Slowly, a kind of energy began to fill the Samsara channel. This energy flowed in the Samsara, and the aura of his two worlds was connected, like a nuclear fusion energy device, constantly producing power that made him stronger. Wei Huan was curious about where the souls that originally existed in the Black Lotus had gone, so he began to look for them in the dirty world and the ancient God universe. In both worlds, there are more and more lives with true spirits. The breath of the dirty world flows to the ancient God universe, and the planets and continents in the universe begin to have the breath of life. On the planets that originally only had some single-cell life, primate life evolved at an extremely fast speed. Humans evolved from primates. Even if the final goal of this great evolution of life is to create humans, it still requires a basic process. In addition, the lives that died in the ancient God universe will flow again and enter the dirty world. In this world, there are more and more undead with true spirits. They no longer become stronger through Wei Huan's gift. Some of them even began to actively practice and actively obtain, as if they have jumped out of the category of summoned creatures, and have their own unique way of survival. In addition, these undead with true spirits seem to be evolving from the form of dark beasts to the form of humans. It feels like a demon practicing to become an adult, or standing upright, or gradually looking like a human. Among them, the flying monkeys themselves are a kind of life that is more like humans. After a short period of evolution, Wei Huan vaguely saw traces of the dead on them. These changes are the power of the soul. The deep soul is engraved with the appearance of being a human or a dead soul, so when it has the ability to evolve, it will gradually develop in a familiar direction. Perhaps, in the end, his ancient God world will become the human world, and his dirty world will become the world of the dead. In this way, Wei Huan watched for a long time and watched attentively, and then he found that there were actually many souls floating over from the outside world. What is this? Wei Huan looked over in confusion, and then found that it was not so much a soul coming from the outside world, but rather an invisible, but only felt energy, just like when he absorbed the power of heaven and earth during cultivation. When this soul entered his body, he also did not feel anything. Until Wei Huan observed it, it existed. The sleeping souls floated from all directions, and Wei Huan could even feel whether they came from the challenge world or the origin star through the subtle difference in the true spirit. Most of these true spirits were dim, and had the same breath as usual, which were the souls of ordinary people. But occasionally there would be some brighter and clearer souls, and after reincarnation, they would be the dragons and phoenixes among humans, beyond ordinary people. There are even brighter ones, which may be peerless geniuses, extremely rare, and have the potential to become gods. The human race originated from the dead spirits. As the family of the great Emperor Taichu, the dead spirits have gone through countless epochs of life and death. Relying on cultivation and unique training, they have many outstanding talents. There are millions of demigods alone, and those at the realm level are as numerous as Christian car crossing the river. Almost all the undead people will naturally have the physical fitness of a 9th-level strongman when they grow up naturally. In this regard, the undead are the same as the elves, the titans, or the celestial demons, but the undead have stronger talents and higher bloodlines, and it is very easy for them to break through to the realm level. The most important thing is that the undead will not be affected by the way of heaven, and they are also very good at reproduction, and the population has been expanding and developing. This is a family that is loved by the emperor. So in Wei Huan's reincarnation, you can see many luminous souls, just like the shimmering waves on the flowing river. Then, Wei Huan discovered another abnormal place. In addition to the human race, there are many souls from other races that will return to this soul. When these souls shuttle through the soul, they will be infected with the breath of the human race, or the dead race, and slowly their souls will become more and more similar to the human race. Until they break through a certain critical point and reincarnate again, They become the dead race. However, before becoming the dead race, their reincarnated race will still spend their lives as a race in the appearance of their own souls, and then return to reincarnation again, allowing themselves to change little by little. When countless souls come to their bodies and experience reincarnation, Wave 1, who has reincarnation, is like a ticket seller. He only needs to collect 1/10,000th of the energy from each passenger as a ticket. With that huge base, he also has an extremely powerful energy that comes to his door. It is hard to imagine whether the reincarnation is born with the Taichu Emperor or cultivated later. It is worthy of the authority of the Emperor, too powerful and magical. Wave 1 observed like this for an unknown period of time. One day, he suddenly felt the breath of the Master from his black lotus of reincarnation. Wave 1 hurriedly ended his perception, stood up, and floated over. Mu Zhong finally woke up. Wave 1 is now a master in the ancient god world, with complete laws and abundant spiritual energy. With the Emperor's authority, and the black lotus of reincarnation suppressing it, the quality of the world is extremely high, and it is no problem for Mu Zhong to achieve mastership here. It is even better than in the challenge world. Therefore, after Wei Huan felt the breath of Mu Zhong's achievement of mastership, he did not choose to move him, but stayed by the black lotus of reincarnation, waiting quietly. The law of time escaped from the black lotus of reincarnation and filled the world. I don't know if it's because Mu Zhong became the master of time in this world, which made the law of time in this world more and more intense, only slightly less than the law of the dead, and several times more than other laws. Under the influence of the law of time, those planets and continents that were originally floating quietly suddenly seemed to be pushed and began to move forward. The big ring shape is wrapped in the small ring shape, and the small ring flies around the core that emits lotus-shaped light like a star. The small ring flies one circle for a day, the big ring flies one circle for a year, and the star repeats one cycle, which is an era. The Master of Time defines the time of this world. This moment is the moment when the timeline begins. Tick, tick, tick. As time beats, Wei Huan feels that the law of time and the world law seems to be lit up, and a sense of perfection emerges in his heart. This feeling, the memory of the dead soul, has never existed. As the law of time was complete, just like a ripe fruit, the last force of time rushed out from the black lotus of reincarnation. Mu Zhong wore clothes made of the river of time, with long hair representing the timeline, and the silver divine pattern on his face was sacred and glorious. His eyes were one bright and one dark, representing the past and the future. His bare feet, with the toes touching the void, the ripples of time spread outward like water waves, and came to Wei Huan. He stood in front of Wei Huan without saying a word, just staring at Wei Huan, not knowing what he was thinking. Wei Huan also looked back at him quietly, looking for familiar marks in his eyes. Until Mu Zhong's mouth curled up, shook off the breath of time, opened his hands, and threw himself into Wei Huan's arms. Wei Huan laughed, caught Mu Zhong, and hugged him tightly. It took Mu Zhong nearly 300 years to break through the master this time. Very long. Wei Huan was born only 800 years ago, and 1/3 of his life was waiting for Mu Zhong. Fortunately, waiting with hope is not difficult. However, in order to ignore the anxiety and torture, Wei Huan immersed himself in cultivation. Time flies, and when he came to his senses again, so much time has passed. Holding the person in his arms tightly, Wei Huan calmed down for a long time before adjusting his mood, letting him go, and looking into his eyes. Are you all right? Mu Zhong nodded. Well, I woke up once when the last law was completed, but I was seriously injured and locked by the heavenly Tao at that time. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I could only continue to practice. Although I didn't come out, I knew you were always outside. Occasionally, when I was distracted, I felt your breath, and my impetuous mind settled down again. I've been here. Wei Huan paused after saying that, and his tone was low, but the teacher risked his life to save me, I know. Mu Zhong grabbed Wei Huan's hand. I will repay this favor with you. Wei Huan nodded. The teacher's residual soul was collected by me and nurtured in the reincarnation. Now it has been 300 years, and the recovery of the soul is not ideal. I need to find the Emperor's authority at the other end of the reincarnation, and some items for nurturing the soul. I have some, but it is far from enough. Mu Zhong wrote down, I will find the materials for nurturing the soul, and the Emperor's authority at the other end of the reincarnation will be handed over to you. In addition, is Qiyuan Star okay? Wei Huan said, during the time when you became the master, Do Lin came to me and reconnected with me. Everything was fine on Qiyuan Star, so I could stay here with peace of mind until now. Do Lin recovered some memories of the master, and made many arrangements for Qiyuan Star. His current situation is the same as Mu Zhong's. He only needs the last law to be perfect to achieve the Master God position. But like Mu Zhong, he has been unable to comprehend and take the last step. I think it is also the obstacle of heaven, so in the end, he may have to take the last step in Wei Huan's reincarnation Black Lotus. After talking about Do Lin, the two talked about Su Qingqiang. Compared with the cultivation speed of Do Lin and Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang is much slower. Now he is still a middle-level god. He has not yet fully comprehended the second middle-level law, and has not recovered his memory. Su Qingqiang himself does not know the truth, so they can't say much. Since Su Qingqiang has given up the way of life and chosen to practice the way of destruction, this is his goal. They just need to help him realize this dream. As for whether Su Qingqiang would regret it later, and whether he wanted to take back the law of life, it didn't matter. They would still accompany him. If the road ahead was blocked, they would just push it open for him. Talking would quickly narrow the distance between the two people caused by time, and then in this process, they would find a way to relax each other. The only thing was that they never talked about each other. After talking to the people around them, Mu Zhong took Wei Huan's hand and stood up. "Let's go, let's leave here." Wei Huan said, "I want to go to the other end of the reincarnation. I can't delay any longer. Will you go with me?" "Of course, and now I have the confidence to help you." "Then let's go." Wei Huan summoned the baby bus. 300 years later, the baby bus's aura has been strengthened a lot, but Wei Huan said, "After obtaining the Lotus of Reincarnation, my army of undead finally has the opportunity to surpass the Supreme Saint level." "What is above the Supreme Saint level?" "I call it the Emperor level." "Can it really reach the Emperor level?" "When my law also becomes the Master, I will definitely be able to do it. Now I just have the ability to break through the limitations. Just like the improvement of a small realm, I can slowly reach the bottleneck of a large realm, and then break through successfully in one fell swoop." Mu Zhong nodded and murmured, 300 years, I didn't expect that I would be in seclusion for so long this time." Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand, and said nothing more. He walked into the baby bus with him, thinking silently in his heart that a mere 300 years is actually nothing. They will accompany each other for countless epochs in the future. Mu Zhong, who was held by Wei Huan and half a step behind him, also looked at Wei Huan, with a complicated look in his eyes, but while thinking, the faint sense of entanglement seemed to fade away. Then he held Wei Huan with his backhand and asked, "Have you recovered your memory?" Wei Huan said him, and ordered the baby bus to enter the Emperor's reincarnation, which still existed even though there was no Black Lotus of reincarnation. It was just that in the past 300 years, the souls inside had gradually migrated to Wei Huan's side. There were not many souls left, some of which were immortal species, and the core of the operation of the challenge world was reincarnation, so Wei Huan had to keep it. The baby bus entered the Emperor's reincarnation very smoothly. The law of reincarnation did not affect the baby bus, but made it like a tailwind, and it could travel rapidly inside. Following this passage to the end, it is the location of the corpse of the great Emperor Taichu. There are 3 ancient gods and 3 masters there, and everything is unclear. Wei Huan only knows that this time he is entering the legendary space in the flesh, and there must be risks that he does not know. But this time he has Mu Zhong with him. Mu Zhong, who is also a master, can help him deal with many situations. Even more, they may try to fight the 3 masters directly, and maybe they will win. Thinking of this, Wei Huan thought of the Lord of Darkness. It has been so long since he escaped, and he may have healed his injuries and may come back at any time. The source of chaos must be guarded against. Thinking of this until he walked into the cab, Wei Huan suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Mu Zhong, saying, "You just asked me, have you recovered your memory? What does it mean?" Mu Zhong said, "I'm curious. What are you worried about?" Wei Huan thought for a while, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "I know what you are worried about." "Is it so obvious?" Mu Zhong was puzzled. Wei Huan nodded. "Obviously, there is always doubt in your eyes. You seem to be talking to me, but you are always observing me. Do you want to know whether I am Wei Huan or the dead Huan after my memory is restored?" Mu Zhong nodded shyly. He felt that he was entangled in some useless things, but in fact, these were very important to him. He could not whitewash the situation because Wei Huan was his bedside man. Wei Huan did not directly answer Mu Zhong's question, but asked him, "You have been observing for so long, who do you think I am?" Mu Zhong said affirmatively, "Wei Huan." But before Wei Huan could speak, Mu Zhong took the initiative to say, "But I still want to hear it from you." Wei Huan turned around, looked at Mu Zhong, and said, "Yes, I am Wei Huan. When I obtained the Black Lotus of Reincarnation, I did get a memory, but that memory was more like a heritage, a ritual. I got all the cultivation insights of the dead soul Huan, his experience in fighting, and remembered every hero who sacrificed his life for the dead souls. I also saw you, how we met, and how we fought with like-minded people. I got his memory, that's all. Chapter 486. Wei Huan has the memory of Si Ling Huan, but he is very clear that he is not him. Rather than saying that I am Si Ling Huan, it is better to say that he is my teacher. He passed on his life experience to me, and told me his fighting spirit and philosophy. He can't force me to do anything, but if I agree with what he has shown, then while taking on this responsibility, I also get the most precious knowledge in the world. After saying this, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. In the past, you also said something similar, and I didn't quite understand it, but now I understand. Why are you and I not them, but also them? Mu nodded. Everyone has the same ambition, and the soul seems to be tightly tied by an invisible line, and the actions are coordinated, just like different avatars of one person. Because we are not them, and we are them. Thousands of souls, one ambition, where the heart is, are all far away. Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand, and the two were silent for a long time, feeling the resonance of the soul, as if crossing the long river of time, seeing the group of predecessors with the same ambition, smiling and waving at them. They are long gone, but their souls coexist with them forever. I don't know when I went to the other side of the reincarnation channel. It was always white outside the car, and I couldn't see anything. For a while, the two of them had nothing to do, so Wei Huan talked about how he felt that the ancient god world was perfect in the law of time after Mu Zhong became the master in his own world. This may be a deliberate arrangement, or it may be caused by an accident. This perfect feeling gave me a new idea. Do you think it is possible that this direction is correct? Wei Huan spoke very obscurely, because this topic was against the way of heaven, and he was worried that the way of heaven would be affected. Even though he had used the reincarnation lotus to cover the two of them before he spoke, and used the imperial authority to separate the two from the world, he was still a little frightened when he spoke. Mu Zhong was very smart, and just by listening to Wei Huan's words, he understood what he was worried about. Mu Zhong raised his hand, and quickly separated a river of time in the imperial authority, placing them in the gap between the past, present and future, but he also knew that this method could not prevent the prying of the way of heaven, and it could only be said to be better than nothing. After doing this, Mu Zhong said, "The Lord of Time, the Lord of Life, and the Lord of Space are all from the Dead Soul clan, and are the four giants of the Dead Soul clan second only to the Great Emperor. The other Lord is the Lord of the Abyss. For some reasons, he became the enemy of Dead Soul Huan, and was eventually killed, and his Lord Godhead was taken away. The Lord of Life has been with the Great Emperor for the longest time, and has gone through 3 eras. The Lord of Time has been with the Great Emperor for 2 eras, and the Lord of Space has only been with him for 1 era, and is the youngest among them. After the fall of the Great Emperor Taichu, Dead Soul Huan, and these 3 lords also had some battles, but in the end, they all chose to stand side by side with Dead Soul Huan, and fight for the great revival of the Dead Soul clan. Mu Zhong talked about some things in his memory, and now Wei Huan also has memories, and knows many of the details. Before Dead Soul Huan grew up, the 3 lords already existed. For Dead Soul Huan at that time, the 3 were great beings like the Great Emperor, existing at the top of the world. But as Si Ling Huan avenged the accident in his childhood, he eventually got involved with the Abyss clan, causing him to kill his way through the Abyss clan. In this half-revenge career, that can be called the main line, Si Ling Huan got to know the Lord of Time in another way. The Lord of Time, a guy who lived too long and put his soul in the river of time, floating wherever it went, and reincarnated as a new person at any time. He became a very important partner in the revenge life of Si Ling Huan. They took risks together, grew up together, experienced life and death together, and then grew up together to the extent that others looked up to. Later, through the Lord of Time, he got to know the Lord of Space and the Lord of Life. When the sky of the dead spirits collapsed unexpectedly, and the Great Emperor Taichu suddenly fell, this simple and happy life came to an abrupt end. As the leader of a small group, Si Ling Huan unknowingly became the leader of the entire tribe. The 3 masters fully supported him and regarded him as the successor of the Great Emperor Taichu, wholeheartedly assisting him to strengthen the tribe. The relationship between Si Ling Huan and the 3 masters is the purest one with the Lord of Time. The 2 sides met in insignificance, grew up together, and shared life and death. The one with the most similar temperament is the Lord of Life, who controls all life in the world, but in fact, the direction he wanted to grow in was death. He and the Lord of Space respect each other. At the beginning, they were just casual friends. Their relationship was established after Si Ling Huan became the leader. They saved each other's lives several times, and became more and more trusting of each other. Wei Huan recalled the whole acquaintance and interaction between Si Linghuan and the three lords in his mind. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only a few seconds. Then he looked at Mu Zhong and said, compared to that, it was Si Linghuan who finally achieved the position of lord. Naturally, he didn't know that there was such a perfect situation. Mu Zhong nodded. It's not just a matter of time. There is also a key element in it. That is, when you are at the master level, you also have the lotus of reincarnation. Only the master world with the power of the emperor can give birth to the master level creatures. Wei Huan recalled the feeling at that moment. It's like the whole world is a hollow sphere. When you become the master, one of the holes is filled. If all the laws of the master are in this world, do you think it is possible? Mu Zhong said, it is very likely. In addition, as you mentioned, the heavenly Tao is afraid of the great emperor Taichu, afraid of the dead soul Huan, and even afraid of the entire dead soul race. In my opinion, it is obvious that only the dead soul race can inherit reincarnation, and the dead soul race with reincarnation will affect the heavenly Tao. Wei Huan nodded. Reincarnation is competing with the heavenly Tao for the soul of this world. The soul is the core of the whole world, especially the shining soul that can achieve the position of the Master God, which can make a world completely perfect. Mu Zhong continued, when the world is perfect, it becomes a real big world, like the world of the gods. Wei Huan said earnestly, if it is really as we guessed, then the truth of the fall of the great Emperor Taichu is very clear. Whether he has that idea or not, you and I don't know now, but it is inevitable that he will be guilty of possessing a treasure. Reincarnation is the seed, which sows suspicion and ambition. The two chatted here and were silent for a while. Then Mu Zhong said, it's already like this. After everything is broken, some people will make do with the situation, some will patch it up, but some will choose to break it down and rebuild it. Wei Huan, if you knew all the truth at the beginning, would you choose to accept it? Or resist? Wei Huan said, I had no choice at the beginning. Mu Zhong thought about it and nodded, yes, no choice. The times make heroes. If we were born in this era and were destined to face the storm, then we should ride the waves. At this point, Wei Huan chuckled. Sometimes we should also thank these disasters for forcing me to do my best to move forward. Now looking back, you and I are already standing here. Mu Zhong took Wei Huan's hand. The story always has an ending, and it will be good. But Wei Huan shook his head and corrected. It will be a good ending. Mu Zhong smiled. Yes, a good ending. In this reincarnation channel, time is a bit chaotic, and the power of the soul will affect perception. Even the master level will be affected more or less. But Mu Zhong is here, as the master of time, any time influence cannot exceed him. In the end, it took them less than a day to reach their destination. Rushing out from the other side of the reincarnation, it was like being hit by an air current, and they flew far away again before the baby bus could stop. Looking back at the exit, it seemed to be 100 miles away, and the place they just left was, not surprisingly, a white lotus. However, this white lotus was extremely ethereal, with a fairy-like aura, like petals made of water mist, dancing in the wind. It would fall apart with a slight touch. The center of the white lotus was the exit of reincarnation, and the pale golden light that flourished seemed to have become the pistil of the lotus, blooming with endless light. Under the light, there were a total of 6 figures, and more than 12 eyes were wide open, looking at them suddenly appearing in astonishment. The 3 on the left of the lotus are Titan, Swerin and Zhu Shi. The 3 on the right of the lotus are Time Lord, Flesh Lord and Element Lord. Wei Huan's face sternly realized something was wrong. The two sides did not seem to have the tense atmosphere they saw last time. In addition, they were too close to the white lotus. In Wei Huan's understanding, the other end of the reincarnation must be located in the core area of the remains of the great emperor. There are strict restrictions there, and no one is allowed to enter. Just like him here, there is no way to get close to the reincarnation without special means. Near this reincarnation, the influence of souls is very deep. Countless souls penetrate the body. If you don't have enough soul defensibility and force yourself to move forward, it will inevitably affect the origin of the gods. In addition, the reincarnation only recognizes those who inherit the will of the dead. Rather than saying that it is blocking those who try to get close, it is better to say that it has been looking for successors. Wei Huan has obtained its recognition, and has obtained the Black Lotus at the other end of the reincarnation. He thought that after arriving here, he would be able to easily obtain the other half of the authority here. He really didn't expect that the 6 gods of the 2 parties were already so close, and within reach. Is it because you took the other half of the Black Lotus? So you gave them the opportunity? It's all my fault. It took me 300 years to become the master. If I had come here at the beginning, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Mu Zhong said guiltily. Wei Huan smiled and said, 300 years is not too late. I just came at the right time. If the other side of this authority has already been in the hands of others, it may be a little late. As for now, at most there is some competition. Wei Huan said, before, I was shorter than them and didn't even dare to face them head-on, but now you and I are both masters, so why should we be afraid of them? Mu nodded, feeling relieved. That's right, you and I together, plus the power of the Emperor, in terms of strength, we are not inferior to any party. After the two of them finished speaking, they heard two voices above their heads at the same time. Are you your kid? How dare you come? The former was the candle snake, and Wei Huan remembered his voice. The latter was the elemental master, and Wei Huan was chased by him during his two soul wanderings, and remembered his spiritual fluctuations. What calmed Wei Huan's heart was that these two voices no longer had any pressure on him. Both were masters, and it was still unknown who would win this time. Wei Huan collected the baby bus and appeared in the air with Mu Zhong. He looked at the 6 dominant gods with a calm attitude and said calmly, Hello, seniors. This is the first time that Wei Huan, the leader of the human race, and the ancient god of death, has met you all like this. Mu Zhong smiled at the side. Time Lord, Mu Zhong of the human race, hello, seniors. Seeing them appear in this manner, especially the faces of the 3 lords, such as the Lord of Light, were extremely ugly. They naturally knew about this newly emerged human race, and these human gods. Not to mention the ancient hatred between the emperors, their generation alone had a deadly feud with each other. In the forces headed by the Lord of Light, almost all the gods of the 3 systems were killed by them. Except for the Lord of Elements, who was still alive, the other 2 lords had been replaced by someone else. Lower-level gods may be leaks, but the main gods cannot be replaced at will. After millions of years of getting along, they not only trust each other and cooperate well, but the key is that even if they are both at the main god level, there is a world of difference in strength between the main god, who has lived for 1,000,000 years, and the main god, who has just obtained the main god status. Because of these human gods, their strength was greatly weakened. You are the ones who killed Gu Luo? The Lord of Light is a ball of light. The extreme light cannot see his body clearly. His voice appeared directly in Wei Huan's mind, like a high-octave, sharp and thin noise, which makes people feel a little headache. Wei Huan's eyebrows flew. That Lord God. So he has a name? The Lord of Light heard the provocation, and suddenly shone brightly. A beam of white light shot straight at Wei Huan. Mu Zhong took a step forward, and the river of time surrounded him. Those beams fell on the river of time, and were directly refracted to different angles on the other side. Less than 1% fell on Mu Zhong, and the remaining power was dissipated with a light wave. Mu Zhong smiled. Are you talking about the poor guy who sneaked into someone else's house, and was beaten to death with a stick before he could do anything? So his name is Gu Luo? The light ball transformed by the Lord of Light flickered for a while, and finally the light converged, and a bright male deer with huge antlers walked out of it. He looked elegant and extremely agile. The pair of antlers on his head held a disc condensed by light, looking down at him condescendingly. In human culture, such deer are sacred, but because they are too high, they feel that annoying arrogance. The Lord of Light opened and closed his eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered. His eyes fell on Mu Zhong and said, I really should kill you first, tear your soul apart, and suppress it forever under the mountain of light. Mu Zhong smiled indifferently. That's right, underestimating the enemy is your biggest mistake, especially underestimating the time when you are not good at fighting, which is doomed to failure. You deserve to die. The Lord of Light raised his deer hoof high, then dropped his front hoof, and a blade-like light cut through it. It's useless. Mu Zhong raised his hand and shook his wrist, and the river of time turned into a long whip in his hand, smacking the light blade of the Lord of Light. Since we have returned, you should know that the battle that year has continued to this day, and your means can't take me down. It's not easy to kill you in just a few minutes. But you are used to hiding behind, using some conspiracies and tricks, and you are proud of it. Are you saying that I am smarter than you? I am saying that you are weak. Yes, my fighting ability is not good, but in this round, no matter how strong your fighting ability is, you still lost, didn't you? We didn't lose. This imperial power is ours. Yes, you are the best at talking nonsense, and you win in this regard. Mu Zhong said this with a smile. At this time, the candle snake on the side was unwilling to be lonely and said sarcastically, after millions of years of hatred and war, no one expected that when they met again, they would have a war of words. You are really friendly. The Lord of Light was squeezed and wanted to fight, but was stopped by the Lord of Flesh and Blood with his tentacles. It was because of the deep hatred and understanding of each other that they dared not easily start a war when they met suddenly. They knew each other well, and knew that they could not kill each other without desperately planning. As for desperately, obviously, it is not the critical moment yet. The candle snake smiled grimly and said, "The light has exterminated the dead souls. The blood of the dead souls dyed the entire galaxy red. It was so miserable. How many old people and children died at their hands, and how many soldiers died on the battlefield because of their greed. It's so pitiful. The strongest in the god realm, the dead spirits, who dominated countless eras, were slaughtered like chickens and ducks. I still can't forget that scene. Zhu Shi, you don't have to provoke us." Mu Zhong turned his head to look at Zhu Shi and said, "I am not them, just their successor, and I don't have such strong hatred. You want us to fight and reap the benefits, it's impossible." Then Mu Zhong looked deeply at Zhu Shi. "Speaking of which, this war can be like this today, and I have to thank you for your efforts." The smile on Zhu Shi's face froze, and he turned his eyes in confusion and looked back and forth. "Don't be so harsh on me. What does your fight have to do with us? I never take sides. I wish you all died." Wei Huan smiled, but didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhu Shi with the eyes of a mentally retarded child. Zhu Shi was shaken by what he saw, but couldn't figure out what the problem was. On the other hand, the Lord of Light pondered for a few seconds after hearing what he said, and then stomped his hooves on the ground fiercely. "Damn it! I fell into a trap." After saying that, his eyes fell on Zhu Shi, and then moved from Zhu Shi to the ancient gods Titan and Sui Renshur, staring at them for a long time. At this time, the ancient gods Titan and Sui Renshur, who had a weak presence from the beginning, became the focus of attention at the same time. Now looking at these two ancient gods with a different look, it is found that their facial expressions, body postures, and even standing positions have subtle abnormalities. There is satisfaction on their faces, even with a little complacency. At the same time, the two ancient gods stand close to each other, and there is some distance between them and Zhu Shi. Even when Zhu Shi tried to provoke a war between Wei Huan and the Lord of Light, the two ancient gods sometimes frowned, and sometimes tried to hold back the corners of their mouths that curled up. The most important thing is that, since some time ago, the ancient gods Titan and Sui Renshi have had eye contact with Wei Huan. Although the two sides are far apart and have not talked, they seem to have known each other for a lifetime in that short period of time. At this moment, Wei Huan understood everything. The Lord of Light also understood. Only Zhu Shi had an expression of disbelief, an extremely resistant expression. He looked back and forth, his whole body was tense and stood upright, his snake head was flat, and his eyes were narrowed into a thin slit. Mu Zhong smiled at the Lord of Light and asked, "Do you want to fight?" The Lord of Light narrowed his deer eyes slightly, and finally said sharply, "Even if it's like this, 4-4, why can't we fight?" "How do you know it's 4-4? Is it?" The Lord of Light looked behind him like a frightened bird, and then gritted his teeth. "Impossible, don't cheat me." Mu Zhong was amused, and was indeed pleased by the Lord of Light's reaction. No matter who it is, they make plans in adversity, and even have to die to survive. Finally, after 1,000,000 years, in this long struggle, when they finally reveal their first trump card, the enemy's stunned expression is really gratifying. The Lord of Light was so angry that the light around him shone wildly due to Mu Zhong's smile, and he said, "Then fight." As he spoke, he finally launched a long-awaited attack, which went straight to Mu Zhong. Compared with Wei Huan, he hated Mu Zhong more now. "I have practiced for 1,000,000 years, and you have just returned to practice. You die?" This attack was deliberately delayed by the Lord of Light until now, and then condensed. And when he launched the attack, the Lord of Elements and the Lord of Flesh and Blood behind him also attacked at the same time. The power of the three lords gathered together. This attack was extremely terrible, and indeed had the ability to kill the Lord. Mu Zhong could hide, but he didn't move. A figure appeared in front of him, protecting him completely. Mu Zhong looked at the man's back, and his eyes, which had just been extremely cold, became warm. Wei Huan raised his hand, and a black lotus bloomed from his body, with overlapping petals, huge and emitting bursts of strange fragrance. The death aura was strong but not evil. It was the purest law power, a power recognized by the world. The black lotus bloomed, and the power of death spread like wisps of thick fog, easily blocking the attack condensed by the three masters. The three masters and Zhu Shi could no longer remain calm this time, and shouted at the same time, "Imperial power!" Then, the Lord of Light looked back and saw almost the same lotus, but with different colors. Although the auras they emitted were very different, they could feel their common origin. What else is there to not understand now? So the real imperial power has always been in your hands? This is just a trap? Damn it! You have deceived us for 1,000,000 years. Ah! At this moment, the Lord of Light finally collapsed a little. But Wei Huan just smiled confidently and did not answer. At the same time, he used the imperial power, and the Black Lotus spun and strangled the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light had a ferocious expression on his face, and the disc in the middle of the antlers on his head shone brightly. You want me to give up? Impossible. After saying this, his whole body turned into light again, and the Lord of Flesh and the Lord of Elements behind him also increased their attacks. For a time, the power of the law surged, setting off a gust of wind and huge waves. The Black Lotus shook slightly, as if it was affected by the power of the law, but before the Lord of Light could be surprised, he saw that the Black Lotus that was originally coming towards him suddenly turned around, and went straight towards the White Lotus. The two lotuses faced each other head-on, like light and shadow, one black and one white, exactly the same. Soon, even the speed of rotation became consistent. The Lord of Light spent 1,000,000 years here, so how could he allow others to take this treasure away under his nose? If he couldn't get it, he would rather destroy it than let others get it. Want to refine it? Dream on! He roared with a ferocious face, and actually gave up attacking Wei Huan, and instead hit the White Lotus that was being refined. He wanted to destroy it. Destroy it. Chapter 487. The Lord of Light's idea of destroying it if he can't get it is really shocking. In a hurry, Mu Zhong flew out from Wei Huan's back, and was going to fight the Lord of Light directly. Wei Huan didn't have time to stop him, and he knew that now was the critical moment, so he hurriedly said, Titan Ancient God, Swirenshi Nyang Nyang. As his voice fell, Titan Ancient God and Swirenshi, who had not made it clear just now, and were just in an ambiguous position, actually took action directly. They stepped forward, mobilized their power, and combined with Mu Zhong's power, barely stalemated with the three gods of the Lord of Light, forming a wrestling match. Wei Huan was refining the White Lotus. He had the help of the Black Lotus, and the refining time was very fast. By then, he would have the complete imperial power in his hands. If he worked well, he might be able to keep this lord. Even if he couldn't keep it, it didn't matter. He watched him get the imperial power, and angered the Lord of Light to death. However, this left Zhu Shi with a difficult position. The Lord of Light reacted quickly and incited, Zhu Shi, did you see that? They are in the same group. You have been deceived by them for millions of years. Don't you hate them? Zhu Shi heard this. His eyes suddenly shrank into threads, and he looked at Wei Huan fiercely. How could he not hate it? He would never be willing to watch Wei Huan take away the imperial power. However, Swerin said gently, Zhu Shi, Light is the god of law that you hate the most. Calm down and feel the breath on them, the power of the ancient gods. We are natural allies. Zhu Shi was stunned for a moment, and only after being reminded did he realize that although the human had the breath of the law that he hated, he was the lord of the ancient god. Even the time god Mu Zhong could vaguely feel the power of the ancient gods. For the innate spirits, Zhu Shi lived for a very long time, as long as the lifespan of the emperor, but he could only watch his kind become fewer and fewer, watch the god of law rise, and the ancient gods gradually decline. What he hated the most was the god of law. How could the Lord of Light give up in a few words? He saw Zhu Shi's hesitation and continued to incite. How could your companions deceive you like this? You are the disciple of the Earth Mother, the most noble existence in the world. They deceived you like this, which is disrespectful to the Earth Mother. Swear inside. Zhu Shi, we did all this to save the original goddess. Do you believe it? Deceiving you to save the Earth Mother? What a joke. The Lord of Light sneered and increased the output at the same time. After all, Swerin Side is the ancient god who is better at physical combat, and Mu Zhong has just become the lord, and his strength is indeed insufficient. The three of them looked ugly in an instant, and took a step back. The aftermath of the attack by the Lord of Light hit the White Lotus, and Wei Huan's face turned cold. The progress of refining was destroyed, and he had to start all over again. At this time, the ancient Titan god said with difficulty, Let's talk about it later. If you are unwilling, I will let you beat me up, and any compensation is fine. I only say one thing, the original queen is seriously injured and dying, and only the great emperor can save her in this world. If we do this, we can help Wei Huan achieve the throne, and the original queen will be saved. The Lord of Light laughed strangely. Help him become the great emperor? Why not help you? In my opinion, Brother Zhu Shi is the one who truly has the qualities of a great emperor. Zhu Shi heard this, and his eyes, which had just hesitated, became firm in an instant. He looked at the backs of the Titan Ancient God and Swirenshi, who were facing away from him and being restrained by the Lord of Light. The corners of his mouth opened, and poison dripped from his fangs. Then he opened his mouth and bit fiercely. Candle snake? Swirenchi shouted anxiously, but seeing the proud look of the Lord of Light, he just gritted his teeth and did not fight back, and just blocked the Lord of Light's attack. Candle snake? The Titan ancient god was also anxious to shout, but facing the attack of the candle snake, he also chose not to defend. The most important thing at the moment was to help Wei Huan take the power of the Emperor. The candle snake, which was about to bite Swirenchi, looked at the two companions who had always turned their backs on him, and his eyes flickered. At the last moment, the snake's tail swung violently, and his head stood up from Swirenchi's back. A green light joined the battlefield to resist the attack of the Lord of Light together. The situation, which had been gradually tilted, stabilized again, and even pushed towards the Lord of Light. The chill on Wei Huan's face disappeared, and the progress bar of refining flashed rapidly again. You? The Lord of Light was furious. Swearin turned back gratefully. Thank you. Jushi snorted coldly. Titan asked me to beat him and compensate me. Suerin's beautiful eyes curved, and he smiled. I also let you beat me and compensate you. Jushi sneered, of course. Jushi finally chose his own position. With its joining, the Lord of Light could only be helpless and furious. Wei Huan controlled the Black Lotus, and gradually merged it into the White Lotus. The two lotuses finally merged into one. At the last moment, a powerful imperial power surged out, and the black and white intertwined light swept across, easily interrupting the energy of the two opposing sides. The Lord of Light flew backwards. His face was extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the fused lotus rising up and attacking him. Go! Even though he was extremely unwilling, the Lord of Light could only choose to retreat. The Lord of Flesh and Blood said nothing, just followed blindly. The Lord of Elements had some thoughts. Just leave like that? The Lord of Light retreated violently, using means to block the Black Lotus, and replied at the same time, this is simply a trap. They have dragged us for millions of years, and now they have become a force to be reckoned with. The last time I saw him, he was just a wisp of divine thought, and at that time, he did not sense the breath of the Emperor's authority. Maybe he? Go! But the Lord of Light had no patience to listen anymore. He was upset and irritated by the unexpected changes today, and he had no idea of fighting desperately. Everything today was beyond his expectations, and he did not want to hear maybe anymore. He only knew that they were being plotted against, and they were being played for fools by this group of people without realizing it. Ah! Let's go! The Lord of Light interrupted the Lord of Elements, turned around and sped away. The Lord of Elements fell behind, looking at the imperial authority that seemed to have not yet been fully integrated with regret, and sighed for the last time, and followed closely. The corpse of the great Emperor Taichu is located in the center of the god's domain, where the laws are the most concentrated, close to the core of this world. It is difficult for low-level gods to cross, and even the Lord-level gods have difficulty entering. In addition, due to selfishness, the Lord of Light has always regarded that place as a forbidden delicacy for the past 1,000,000 years, and no one else can touch it. It took 1,000,000 years to refine the imperial authority, although it was a little longer, but before understanding the truth, the Lord of Light never thought there was anything wrong with it. Moreover, this era is approaching the end. Now without the protection of the great Emperor, it is still difficult for the Lord to deal with the era tribulation. Obtaining the authority of the Emperor can greatly increase his chances of survival. The authority of the Emperor is too important to him. Therefore, until he fled and returned to the god's domain, his head was always banging. After learning that the Lord had returned, the new Lord of Light hurried to see him. He was in a state of anxiety. This was the first time he met the Lord after becoming the Lord. However, this time, he waited outside the gate of the hall for 10 days, but was not summoned by the Lord. All he knew was that the Lord was in a very bad mood. His mood also affected the environment in the kingdom of God. These days, the kingdom of God was covered with dark clouds, strong winds, and huge waves. There were also 2 asteroids that collided, and hundreds of millions of lives on the planet were destroyed. As far as he could remember, there had never been such a thing in the kingdom of light. Although he had waited at the door for a long time, he did not dare to breathe, fearing that he would be implicated and punished. On this day, the tightly closed door of the temple finally opened, and the Lord of Light walked out in the body of a divine deer. The Lord of Light looked over carefully, and happened to meet those arrogant eyes. It was already calm inside, as if nothing had happened. But in fact, the kingdom of the Lord of Light was still very unpeaceful. The family members living in the kingdom of God kept praying, begging the Lord to calm down their anger. Are you the new Lord of Light? The Lord of Light's shrill and sacred voice sounded directly in his mind. The Lord of Light was a white lion with 4 eyes and bird wings on his back. He was not of the same race as the Lord of Light, which made the Lord of Light very unhappy. The sudden increase in pressure made the Lord of Light bow his body to the bottom, and said respectfully, "My lord, I come from the Light-winged lion group." The Lord of Light just snorted lightly, and then said, "I will leave here for a while. You are fully responsible for the affairs of the kingdom of God. Send someone to continue to explore the news of the Challenge World and Chiyuan Star. I want more detailed information about all their gods. If you don't do it well, your position as Lord God will end." "Yes." The Lord of Light responded hurriedly. After the Lord of Light finished speaking, he looked away, stepped on the ground with his front hooves twice, turned into an arc of light and left, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He passed through several time and space, and finally went to the lower-level god's domain. When he finally came to the lower-level god's domain, he did not go anywhere else, but used his power, and stepped into the void. A crack in the source of chaos that allowed him to enter and exit opened up. He smelled the chaotic power gushing out of the crack, and his facial features twisted with disgust. Finally, he stepped in with a thick shield of light and a stern face. Inside the chaos source gap. This area that Wei Huan and others were very familiar with was already different. For some reason, only a few evil beasts were left, which were once everywhere. Compared with the earliest time, the number was only about 1/10. This was certainly due to the long-term fighting between Wei Huan and others, and the war that the Lord of Darkness launched against Chiyuan Star 300 years ago. But even so, as a creature on the dark side of the world, the number was still too rare. Although the Lord of Light did not easily set foot in the Chaos Source Gap, he also knew that the situation here was different. He remained vigilant, and went all the way to the depths, and finally came to the bottom of the abyss. Yuan is the deepest part of the Chaos Source crack. It should have gathered all the chaotic energy in the world, and spawned a large number of level 5 evil beasts. The Lord of Light had been here before. In his memory, there were so many evil beasts here that there should not even be a place to set foot. However, this place is the same as other places, even exaggerated to the extent that there are almost no evil beasts. The Lord of Light searched for the location of the dark gods here. Gradually, he felt a heart-pounding power coming from the deeper part of the abyss. The deeper part of the abyss, is it G? G is the edge of the restriction, where the heavenly Tao suppressed the Chaos Emperor. Fortunately, the Lord of Elements escaped in that war, and brought back news about the dark gods, including what they were doing. After feeling that heart-pounding power, the Lord of Light's eyes sparkled, and he rushed down excitedly. Could this breath be the breath of the Emperor? Although it was not the Hongming Emperor, the Chaos Emperor and the Hongming Emperor joined forces to kill Taichu. The two forces had cooperated a long time ago, and succeeded at one time. If the Dark Gods did not only want to rescue the Chaos Emperor and hide here to plan, if they could have cooperated to suppress the dead spirits for 1,000,000 years, what happened that day would not have happened. Let them plan, there are so many variables in 1,000,000 years, just suppress them. Whenever he thought of the Emperor's power that was about to be obtained, it was taken away before his eyes. The Lord of Light regretted so much that he wanted to hit his head against the wall, and even wanted to challenge the world and kill it regardless of anything. I really didn't expect that the dead spirits were reborn as humans through reincarnation, and the Titan Ancient God took it all over, and said that it was the race he created which made him careless. Those short-lived human races dealt him a heavy blow in less than 1,000 years. Even today, he still feels heartbroken when he thinks about it. The Lord of Light tried to suppress the boiling thoughts in his heart, and followed the breath down to the extreme of the abyss. In fact, before he reached the extreme, he was already suppressed by a breath, and dared not go forward. His spiritual sense swept over the place where the breath came from, and he saw a scene that made his scalp numb. A huge existence formed by the piles of countless evil beast corpses was struggling in the evil beast pit that was like a quagmire. Half of his body had completely escaped from the evil beast pit, as if he was about to come out. The height of the evil beast pit was now only up to his legs. This majestic and great breath was undoubtedly the Chaos Emperor. In addition, the Lord of Light also saw the Dark Lord, who was almost a mummy, on the top of the Chaos Emperor's head. Although his body was shriveled and his divine power was weak, he still posed in a pious attitude of dedication. An invisible energy chain now connected the Great Emperor and him. It was obvious that the Great Emperor was about to break free, precisely because of the sacrifice of the Lord of Darkness. The Lord of Light was still not far from the Lord of Darkness, and saw other fallen dark gods. Now only a few godheads were left floating in the void. The Lord of Light, who saw the scene, felt horrified. At the same time, his expression was complicated, and his eyes flashed quickly. Back then, after the two great emperors were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, the Lord of Light also received the revelation of fate, but he chose to refuse. Sacrificing himself to save the great emperor, how could it be as happy as being the great emperor himself? When he was still the Lord of Light, because there was always a lord above his head, he was suffocated and finally made him attack his teacher. And he did not regret it. When he was still alive, all those mountains that were on his head in the past were smashed by him, leaving no residue behind. He was very glad that he chose such a path. He could live forever, he must not die. The Lord of Light, who saw the scene, had already sensed the crisis and turned to leave. At this moment, a suction force grabbed him from behind and pulled him down. He was so scared that his soul was terrified, and he shouted hurriedly, "Emperor, I practice the law of light, which is contrary to your law, spare my life." The Lord of Light, who was so arrogant a moment ago, was as fragile as a child in front of the Emperor. But his plea for mercy was useless, and the force pulled harder. The Lord of Light felt that his soul lingering on the Godhead was being swallowed and reduced. "Emperor, spare my life. No offense, just don't kill me, anything is fine." The Lord of Light shouted, not caring about his face at all, and he was flexible. The speed of swallowing slowed down until it finally stopped. But before the Lord of Light could be happy, he found himself being dragged to the front of the evil beast pit. The Chaos Emperor stared at him with a pair of eyes without eyeballs, and his body was emitting chaotic power. The Lord of Light quickly suppressed his fear, bowed down in front of the Chaos Emperor, and said loudly, "Emperor Hongming of the Light Generation, I wish you to break free from the domain and regain control of the God's domain, just around the corner." The Chaos Emperor stared at the Lord of Light until his body trembled, and then he made a buzzing sound. "Hongming is out?" "No, not yet." The Lord of Light quickly responded, "There is no emperor in the God's domain now. When you are free, you can unify the God's domain and become the only emperor." "Ha ha ha." The Lord of Chaos laughed loudly, and the evil beast stuck to his body fell down with a rustling sound, as disgusting as pieces of rotten meat falling down. After laughing for a long time, he looked at the Lord of Darkness, whose origin had been seriously damaged, with disdain, and said, "A bunch of idiots, delaying my important matter. Light, I can let you go today, but I still lack a little strength to break free from this cage. I will implant pollution in your soul. As long as you bring me soul power that satisfies me every year, I will help you to get rid of it. Otherwise, your soul will be polluted, and you will never be able to go any further." The Lord of Light's face was distorted, and he regretted it so much in his heart, but he smiled on his face. "I am willing to work for the Emperor. Now our law gods are leaderless, and we need the Emperor to return to the throne and lead us to unify the divine domain. I will do my best to help you return to the throne." After saying this, the Lord of Light felt that the power that clamped him disappeared. His eyes rolled around, and he was looking for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a vicious force drilled into a sea of consciousness from the back of his head and hid himself. At that moment, the Lord of Light was filled with murderous intent, but when he turned around, a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your blessing, Lord. I will follow your orders and bring soul power every year." "Okay." After the Chaos Emperor said this, he raised his hand. The Lord of Light saw his movements and thought he was going to attack him, but he saw the invisible force holding the Lord of Darkness tightly, and then with another force, the Lord of Darkness exploded into a ball of blood mist. The Lord's Godhead floated in the air, and it had lost its luster. The Lord of Light felt terrified, knowing that the Chaos Emperor did this just to intimidate him. The Lord of Light suddenly felt a sense of grief for the dead. He saw the fate of being the running dog of the Emperor. He had devoted all his energy, but was still blamed in the end. So it was better to become a strong person himself than to assist the strong. Putting away his sympathy for the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Light smiled when he looked up again. "I go now." "Wait." The Emperor of Chaos said, "You haven't told me the purpose of coming here." The Lord of Light paused, and still embellished his experience over the past 1,000,000 years, and then said, "I came to seek an alliance. I wanted to join forces with the God of Darkness to wage war against the challenging world, but now." The Emperor of Chaos said, "You are also useless if you can't even destroy a small new race." The Lord of Light sneered. "They appeared suddenly, and they also got the original authority of the beginning. It is difficult for us to defeat them on the front battlefield now. Take it." At this moment, the Chaos Emperor raised his hand, and a black light fell into the hand of the Lord of Light. "It's just the authority of the Emperor. This war has just begun, and the outcome is unknown." The Lord of Light looked at the black plate in his hand, which exuded the breath of the Emperor. The energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Isn't it the authority of the emperor that he tried his best to seize? It's a pity that this authority was only given to him temporarily, and did not belong to him. Feeling the terrifying power in it, the Lord of Light's ecstatic heart became a little gloomy, and then a few flickering lights appeared in his eyes. The excited Lord of Light took the imperial authority from the Chaos Emperor, the Disk of Destiny, left the Chaos Source Gap, and returned to the God's domain and began to recruit troops and horses without stopping to prepare for a war. On the other side, Wei Huan finally completed the refining of reincarnation. When he opened his eyes from cultivation, he saw Mu Zhong talking with 3 ancient gods. Before Wei Huan closed his eyes, he summoned the baby bus, hovered in an area, and entered the final refining. Mu Zhong talked with the 3 ancient gods, and focused on telling Zhuxi about the plan that lasted more than 1,000,000 years. Yes, in the past, I was watched by time many times, and I also observed a corner of the future and learned everything today. The ancient Titan said, "We are all descendants of the original goddess. The choice of the goddess is our choice. Now that the goddess is dying and waiting for treatment, we must put the goddess first." Back then, Huan and Shiguang came to me and asked me to create humans, but the human race I created was not compatible with the spirit race. Later, I asked Swerin to use the divine stone as bones, and the breath of thick earth as flesh to create what we call short-lived humans. Although short-lived, they have infinite potential, with the soul of the spirit race, and, with the talent of an ancient god, once there is a soil to live in, it can grow and develop rapidly. Swerin sighed and looked at Zhuxi. "You have grown up beside the original goddess, since you can remember. The affection between you and the original goddess is deep, which none of us can compare to. I also know that as long as you can save the original goddess, you can give everything. It's just that you are in this time situation, and you are not, so there may be unpredictable situations. We did hide it from you. It's our fault. Now that we have talked about it, just tell us what compensation you want." As for what the candle snake wanted, how did it let it go? Wei Huan didn't know. When he refined all the emperor's authority and integrated it into the 2 worlds in his body, this conversation had already ended. Mu Zhong was responsible for greeting the 3 gods, and there was no longer a tense atmosphere between them. Wei Huan walked out of the secret room and came to the room where they were gathered. In order to adapt to the bodies of the ancient gods, Baby Bus made the internal space very large, and Mu Zhong could only make his body larger, the same size as them. Wei Huan walked out of the secret room and looked into those pairs of eyes, as big as the sun and the moon. He inexplicably felt as if the gods had returned to their positions. Chapter 488. Wei Huan also enlarged his body, and walked in front of them. Mu Zhong smiled. Swirenchi and Titan ancient gods said congratulations at the same time. Only Zhuxi still had a grudge against Wei Huan, looked at him lazily, and said nothing. Wei Huan said, "I have now completely refined the power of the emperor, and want to take back the emperor's corpse for reincarnation. Although the hope is slim, it would be good if I can nurture a trace of the emperor's true spirit. In addition, I believe Mu Zhong has also told you about the driving force behind the emperor's fall. I don't want to leave him here." Titan ancient god frowned tightly, and spoke with a bit of nervousness. "How can you be sure?" Wei Huan said, "Intuition." Zhuxi sneered, but didn't say anything. In fact, everyone believed it in their hearts. After all, that was the Taichu Emperor. If there was no interference from higher levels, he would not die even if he was defeated by the combination of Chaos and Hongming Emperor. Moreover, during this process, the original goddess, who rushed to help the battle after hearing the news, almost died. No one knew the cause and effect of that battle, but when they knew it, everything became a foregone conclusion. The Taichu Emperor who dominated the divine realm for countless epochs has fallen, and the original goddess has not woken up yet. The 2 emperors Hongming and Han Dun, who participated in the killing, have not gotten any good results, and have been suppressed until now. There are true and false things in this, and the truth is terrifying when you think about it carefully. The alliance between the emperors is the basis of their mutual trust, but when they saw Wei Huan's true cultivation, Swirenchi and Titan ancient god were still a little disappointed. Your ancient god body has only been completed for a short time, and the law god is still at the main god level, but you have already exposed yourself. You will become the target of public criticism in the future. It would be better if it was later. The Titan ancient god said so. Mu Zhong sighed. It is already the limit to be able to hide to this extent. When we become the Lord God, the world will shake, and then we will face the sniper from the Lord of Light. Fortunately, the 3 lords were distracted by you, and could not spare any time to deal with us, so I was able to become the Lord, and Wei Huan's ancient god body was fully developed. Thank you very much for your hard work over the years. Titan ancient god said, You and I have the same hatred and the same enemy. We are doing this for the original queen. At present, although Juan has not become the emperor, he has the authority of the emperor. I would like to ask Juan to give it a try. Maybe it can help the original queen relieve her injuries. Wei Huan nodded. It is my duty. I will go with you after I collect the corpse of the great emperor. Zhu Shi had been coiled on the ground. When she heard this, her face looked better. Then she said, I can forgive the past, but if I can't save the queen, I will take back the past hatred. Mu Zhong said, we can only do our best. If we can treat the injuries left by the great emperor, we won't wait until today. What's more, there is someone who can take action. This matter cannot be guaranteed. Zhu Shi raised her head suddenly. You want to become the great emperor, but don't want to do anything? Mu Zhong's expression was indifferent. If you have the talent of the great emperor, I can also help you to do things first. Zhu Shi's mouth twitched, and his face was twisted with anger, but he couldn't refute. There are countless powerful ancient gods in the world, and there are low-level gods like leeks. Even the Lord, the God of Law at the level of the Lord God, is not irreplaceable. But the position of the great emperor is far from being as simple as imagined. The closer you get, the more desperate you are, and the more you understand that it is an unbridgeable gap. Countless gods fought for the throne of the great emperor, but no god could reach that place in a million years. Only Xiling Huan was very close at one time, but failed. But that failure gave them the opportunity to succeed, so Wei Huan, who was born to meet the calamity, was the one who had the best chance to become the great emperor in the world. But just like Xiling Huan couldn't touch the throne of the emperor in the end, no one knew how long it would take to reach this distance. Mu Zhong didn't want to stimulate Zhu Shi too much, and his tone softened again. Everyone sees the glory of the throne, but they don't know how many thorns there are on this road. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You should know that. This is a road of life and death. Zhu Shi's eyes flickered, and he didn't speak. Who doesn't have ambition? Who doesn't want to become an emperor? But everyone just wants to be safe, grab the power of an emperor, and become an emperor in a corner where no one interferes. At this moment, if you stand out in this situation, you will be a target aimed at by countless guns. Without 1,000 lives, who dares to say that you can get out? Think about the leader of the dead spirits, that dead spirit Huan. Didn't he fail and die in the end? Maybe this human leader is also cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Zhu Shi did give up some thoughts. And compared to Emperor Cheng, he only wanted to save the original queen. As long as the queen was saved, he would be a stupid snake all day long. Hurry up and do it. Don't think that delaying will work. Zhu Shi chased Wei Huan and looked away arrogantly, but his expression and tone showed that he recognized Mu Zhong's words. The other people heard this, and breathed a sigh of relief silently. He still felt guilty for cheating people for 1,000,000 years, and working for nothing. Fortunately, the original goddess is the only weakness of the candle snake. This silly snake that was coiled on the wrist of the goddess all day long is really stupid. After saying this, Wei Huan got up to collect the corpse of the emperor. The corpse of the emperor is very large. A city of the dead spirits is not as thick as the hair on his body. Some demigods may not be able to walk out of his palm for the rest of their lives. The whole body is huge and boundless, like the universe. If it weren't for the emperor's authority, like the lotus of reincarnation, Wei Huan would never dare to think that he could take away the Taichu emperor. The two worlds in his body added together are not as big as the body of the Taichu emperor. Wei Huan hovered in front of the corpse of the Taichu emperor, pushed his palm forward, and a lotus appeared in front of him, growing up in an instant, covering the world. The lotus is a white lotus, with fairy air floating, fragrance overflowing, and exuding a vibrant power. But at the same time, below the white lotus, like a reflection in the water, there is a black lotus, looming in the black mist, emitting a fearful death force, lingering in the layers of petals. Reincarnation is the great way, the origin of the great emperor Taichu. This reincarnation lotus refined with the emperor's origin can devour everything in the world, huge and boundless. Collect. Wei Huan's open hand closed into a fist little by little, and the black and white aura floating on the lotus entangled the emperor's corpse. The seemingly boundless and huge emperor's corpse shrank in the process, and finally fell into the pistil of the reincarnation lotus, like a grain of rice. But it was in the black lotus. The black lotus communicates with death, but breathes vitality, which is very suitable for raising corpses. The emperor's corpse is incorruptible, and now it can even have vitality in the black lotus, as if it can come alive. The lotus of reincarnation will keep the emperor's body alive in this way. Although it is unknown whether it can breed a trace of true spirit, the emperor is just a living body, and the energy naturally released will be of endless benefit to Wei Huan. The emperor's corpse was taken away, and the whole world collapsed to the place where the emperor's corpse was originally, and the space was violently shaken. Wei Huan flashed back to the baby bus, nodded to the three ancient gods, who had been watching the whole process in the car, and then said, "This is done, please lead the way." The Titan ancient god nodded, "Leave the next trip to me." Trouble. From the emperor's corpse back to the divine domain, the journey is not short. In the past, Wei Huan traveled here through the reincarnation channel, and this was the first time he took the formal Yangwan Avenue. From the core area to the four directions, then to the holy domain, and finally to the divine domain, Wei Huan also realized how big this world is at this time. In the past, he had been suppressed by the Lord of Light, and dared only to be active in the border areas of the divine domain. In addition, I also have to consider the safety of the challenge world and Chiyuan Star, so I have not been able to fully explore this world. Now I know that I have missed a lot of scenery along the way. I will accompany you if you want to see it in the future. Mu Zhong said this after listening to Wei Huan sigh. Wei Huan nodded. In fact, he didn't want to see much, but because of what he saw along the way, he had some feelings in his heart. Mu Zhong snuggled up to Wei Huan, and looked at the beautiful nebula outside the window. After a while, Mu Zhong thought of something and stood up and said, "I heard you say that your dirty world has changed a lot?" Wei Huan nodded. "I take you to see it." Seeing that Wei Huan was about to pull him into the world of filth, Mu Zhong raised his hand and said, "Wait, let's try another way." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Mu Zhong smiled and moved his face closer to Wei Huan. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mu Zhong, who was getting closer and closer. Just when he was about to kiss him, his forehead was pressed against his. Then Mu Zhong's consciousness flowed into his sea of soul. Instead of going to the world of filth, he danced with his soul. Wei Huan felt a current from his tailbone, and his eyes turned red with pleasure. He raised his hand and held Mu Zhong's head, holding him tightly in his arms. He not only took the initiative to join the dance of soul, but also kissed his soft lips. There is now a white lotus in Wei Huan's world of filth. Although the white lotus is pure and white, it has become the foundation of the dirty world. The dirty world that Wei Huan owned in the past has now become just a petal of the white lotus, silently nourished by the emperor's breath. The white lotus has dozens of petals, and is located in the center of Wei Huan's sea of consciousness in a blooming posture. The pistil is deeply connected to the reincarnation channel, just like the flower stem of the lotus, directly connected to the black lotus in the ancient god world. The white lotus seems to be driven by the black lotus, and is also rotating slowly. After a circle, Wei Huan's perception of the power of death will deepen. Over time, he will break through from the main god level to the dominant level without bottlenecks. I didn't expect that the authority of the great Emperor Taichu is such a beautiful flower. Mu Zhong snuggled up to Wei Huan with a satisfied look on his face, looking at the white lotus not far away, and said, "Everyone in the world only knows that the origin of the great Emperor Taichu is reincarnation, and those who seek to seize are also reincarnation, but they didn't expect it to be this twin lotus." Wei Huan said, "Laws can exist in any form. The great emperor must have his own ideas for designing this way." Mu Zhong nodded, and then asked, "Do you know what the original authority of several great emperors is called?" Wei Huan pondered for a moment, and said, "The reincarnation of the great emperor Taichu, the fate disk of the great emperor Hun Dun, the breath of the earth mother of the original goddess, and the broken sword of the great emperor Hong Ming." Mu Zhong nodded. "Among them, only the broken sword of the great emperor Hong Ming is an offensive weapon, and the original authority of the other three great emperors has wonderful functions." "That's right. But the great emperor Taichu was not killed by the broken sword of the great emperor Hong Ming." Mu Zhong said so. Wei Huan's eyebrows suddenly frowned. So, the topic returned to the way of heaven. The great emperor Taichu was killed by the bombardment of the soul. Although Hong Ming's broken sword also has the ability to break the soul, it is impossible to kill the great emperor Taichu directly even if it is used at full strength. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes added a fire at the critical moment and succeeded smoothly. In the memory of the dead soul Huan, the cause of the death of the great emperor Taichu was investigated, but at that time, the four great emperor-level forces were fighting, and the dead souls were the target of public criticism. At the same time, the corpse of the great emperor Taichu was occupied by the forces of the great emperor Hong Ming and the great emperor Hun Dun. He rarely broke in twice, and paid a huge price, and only brought back a black lotus, and the information that the great emperor Taichu died of soul destruction. At that time, they firmly believed that it was the great emperor Hong Ming who killed the great emperor Taichu with the broken sword, and even the followers of the Lord of Light believe so. This should have been an established fact, but it was overturned today. Because of the suspicion of the way of heaven, the suspicion of the cause of the death of the great Emperor Taichu was born, and finally a new conclusion was drawn. The great Emperor Hongmeng only made a move, but it was not him who killed the great Emperor Taichu in the end. Of course, this does not mitigate the great Emperor Hongmeng's crime, but it helps Wei Huan and others understand the truth and who their real enemy is. In addition, Wei Huan also said, Dead Soul Huan was watched and spent a huge price to reach the corpse of the great emperor, but only took away half of the reincarnation. Now I have everything, and I know that my power is completely better than is back then. The emperor-level authority is not out, and now I am invincible in this divine domain. Mu nodded, and wanted to say something else. Wei Huan continued, Even so, it's not time to relax. You know, the great emperor was many times stronger than me back then, and he had full authority, but he was also killed. If he makes a move, I will be even more unbearable and unable to resist. Mu Zhong lowered his eyes and pondered, then said, We need to find a new way out. All we have in our hands can only save our lives, not break the situation. We need to find a way to break the situation. Wei Huan nodded, Ancient God Body and Zerg. Mu Zhong shook his head. Zerg has reached the limit of evolution, and can only be Ancient God Body. There are still many secrets in the Ancient God. You can ask a few when you meet the Earth Mother this time. It can only be this way. The two finished their conversation in Wei Huan's spiritual world, and they were still confused about the future. But it seemed that the fog had been cleared a lot, and it was not long before the final outcome. The sense of urgency was like a sharp edge on the back, making it impossible to relax, and even the occasional warmth quickly became tense again. Wei Huan couldn't remember how long it had been since he had talked about love and romance. Just like that, Wei Huan entertained the three masters in the car, and went to the place where the original emperor was with Mu Zhong. Jushi was cold and aloof, and he held grudges. He stayed in his room most of the time. Although the Titans and Swirenchi had a history with Mu Zhong and Wei Huan, they only had the same interests and positions, and the relationship between the two sides was far from close. Mu Zhong wanted to improve the relationship, but Wei Huan didn't care. However, if Mu Zhong wanted to do it, he would accompany him. For the rest of the journey, Wei Huan often stayed with the two ancient gods. Under Mu Zhong's mediation, they got along much better. This journey took half a month, until they arrived at the edge of the god's domain. The laws at the edge of the god's domain were thin, and the environment was harsh. The planetary debris that could be seen everywhere was piled up here like gravel pushed to the shore by the waves. Over time, a huge ring of land was formed. The ring was so large that it should theoretically surround the entire god's domain. This was the paradise of the ancient gods. Ancient gods are true spirits that existed when the world was born. They were born in chaos and grew up under the nourishment of the primordial spirit. They are the most primitive creatures and the first of everything. Therefore, the divine domain full of laws is not the environment that the ancient gods like. Instead, places like this where the laws are sparse can breed a pure ancient spirit of heaven and earth, which is of great benefit to the ancient gods. Baby Bus entered the gravel area. At first glance, it looked like a garbage dump in the divine domain, but when Wei Huan felt the ancient spirit, his body shook slightly. He had reached the dominant ancient god body. He thought that he had reached the extreme of cultivation, and it would be difficult to make progress. Unexpectedly, there was a slight change here. And the Titan ancient god and Swirenchi around him couldn't help but breathe deeply, and said with an oxygen-intoxicated look, It's so comfortable. This is where we ancient gods should stay. In the past 100 years, in that core area, where everyone treats the law gods as treasures, if we hadn't stayed in the meridians of the Emperor's corpse, I'm afraid I couldn't stand it long ago. Swearing covered his mouth and laughed. The Emperor's body is full of ancient god's breath. How can it be as bad as you say? Titan ancient god glared. I didn't say the Emperor is bad. I just said that it's stinky when you leave the Emperor's side, and I don't know how those law gods live so happily. Swearin said, You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish? We have completed our mission. You can live here until you are bored. After a while, you will be the one who wants to leave. Then, Swearin said, Your descendants are still in the challenge world. Don't you want to go and see? Speaking of this, the Titan ancient god looked at Wei Huan. Are the souls of those children in your reincarnation? Wei Huan nodded. But do you need me to send them back? Titan waved his hand. No, but over the years, there are many children I want to send to your reincarnation. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Have you thought about it? Titan smiled. There is no such thing as thinking about it or not. When he makes a move, I will fight with him, and a full-scale war is only a matter of time. I am relieved to place the children with you. Wei Huan looked deeply at the Titan ancient god. Speaking of the reincarnation of the great Emperor Taichu, and the soul-destroying technique developed by him, most people are terrified and regard it as a vicious evil technique. Even before Wei Huan became a god and struggled to upgrade in the challenge world, he thought more than once about the challenge world controlling human souls, and said that this arrangement was a puppet. Now he looks at this matter from a new perspective, and it has become completely different. In the eyes of the gods, mortals are indeed like ants. Whether they live a miserable or brilliant life, the gods do not care. That short life is just a blink of an eye in the eyes of the gods. What the gods always focus on is the soul, the root of all things. If the soul lives forever, life will never end, and the tribe will become stronger and stronger in the cycle. In this way, the choice of the ancient god Titan is not wrong. The soul land where his tribe goes after death is first the place where the heaven is, secondly the kingdom of God, and then the reincarnation of Wei Huan. The heaven is not kind and full of hostility. In the world of the ancient gods, they are all their own clans. They do not need faith to improve their abilities, so making the clan stronger is the most important thing. In this case, it is better to put them all on Wei Huan's side. After all, the two sides have some friendship. He can also ask to retain the racial characteristics with merit, find Wei Huan when necessary, and open a back door to cultivate some excellent offspring. The most important thing is that reincarnation is used to nourish the soul to do this. The soul that has experienced reincarnation will continue to grow. It is not impossible that one's own race will suddenly have multiple main god level and dominant level strongmen after 1,000,000 years. Another way of thinking is to send one's own people to study in foreign universities, and then return to serve the country. The Titan ancient god's calculations were crackling. Swirenchi looked at the Titan ancient god in confusion at first, until he saw the expression of earning on his face. Swirenchi suddenly realized. That's right, working behind closed doors will only fall into a dead cycle. Sending the clan souls to Wei Huan for training must be better than keeping them by your side. But you can't send them all over. You have to keep the strong souls, and send away the potential souls, so as to change the quality of your kingdom of God forever. Speaking of calculations, although the ancient gods look like a group of muscular guys, they are not stupid in fact. They have lived for countless epochs, but they often look down on things and just keep their core interests. When the Titan ancient god, Swirenchi, and Wei Huan were talking about the candidates for reincarnation, the candlesnake swam down. When the few people saw him coming down, they stopped talking. They knew that he did not trust foreigners. It was really boring to talk to him, and get scolded for nothing. The Titan ancient god finally said, "Let's talk later." Then he looked at the candlesnake again. "It will take more than a day to reach the place where the queen is sleeping. You came down so early?" "Yeah." The candlesnake swam coldly to the window, looking at the desolate scene outside the window, with excitement in his eyes. Then he turned around suddenly and looked at Wei Huan. "If you don't do your best to save the queen, I will bite you to death even if I risk my life." Wei Huan's face also turned cold. He will do his best, but he doesn't like being threatened like this. Swear inside. "Don't say such nonsense. I believe he will do his best." The Titan god nodded vigorously. "I believe it too." Jushi bared his teeth in anger and spit out his snake tongue quickly, but he didn't say anything. Mu Zhong slapped a fruit knife on the table. It was the most ordinary fruit knife in the mortal world, with a sharp blade and made of heavy metal. He didn't mean to keep things quiet this time, looking at Jushi and said, "Is it over yet? You can try to say a few more words, and see what the result is, whether it is what you want." The tone was full of threats. Jushi was furious, but strangely, facing Wei Huan's provocation, he controlled his temper this time, stared at Mu Zhong sinisterly for a few seconds, and then turned his head away. Chapter 489. Seeing Jushi avoid fighting, Mu Zhong's face looked better. He could face Jushi's doubts, but he would never allow Jushi to use this matter to control Wei Huan. This was the bottom line, and could not be touched. Facing this kind of guy, who always kept grumbling, it was enough to just hold his weak spot. Do you want to save the original goddess? If you do, shut up. If you keep grumbling all day, be careful that we will quit if you get angry. Now it's not them who need help. However, in this way, the atmosphere here is always bad, and it is not convenient for everyone to continue discussing the issue of the clan's soul placement. In the condensed atmosphere, a day passed. I don't know when, there was no more gravel in this ring world, and it turned into a vast continent, and life began to appear on it. At first, there were some thorny plants that looked very unpleasant, and some small insects living deep in the soil. Later, plants began to flourish. There were green, yellow, and red plants. They were all tall and strong, with thorns, and they were not easy to mess with. When he reached a deeper place, Wei Huan saw a world tree, then another, and then a forest of world trees. He was speechless. That's right, the world tree that changed the fate of the human race on Blue Star and was crucial in the world of gods. It was indeed the most ordinary plant, right? Wei Huan's divine sense swept over and found that the descendants of different ancient gods lived on the world tree. They were born strong and full of blood. Often a strong tribe would occupy several world trees, and there would be fights between them. In addition, the soil under the world tree also had descendants of ancient gods living. If there was water, those descendants of ancient gods would be aquatic. Arriving here, the feeling of desolation was completely gone. What Wei Huan felt was a brand new tribe, full of vitality. They were completely different from the tribes of the God of Law. Even the children were born strong. Moreover, most of these clans were level 9 tribes. At a glance, there were many demigod-level ancient gods. Feeling the pressure of Wei Huan's consciousness, these demigods woke up from their slumber. For a moment, the world tree forest shook, and the demigods appeared in the prayers of their descendants. There were tens of thousands of them. Unfortunately, there was not a single real ancient god. Many ancient gods with lower strength had fallen in the battles with the God of Law in countless epochs in the past. Those who are still alive now are all strong, at least first-class ancient gods with life-saving abilities. But most of them stayed away from the world and no longer wandered in the god's domain, so as not to lose their lives. This also includes Si Ling Huan. Before he transformed himself into a Taoist, in order to reincarnate the dead spirits into humans, Si Ling Huan also sacrificed many ancient gods to heaven. These 3 ancient gods did not make a fuss about this matter, perhaps because they were not aware of it, or perhaps they wanted to save the original emperor first before anything else. Wei Huan's unscrupulous spiritual sense swept all the demigods who appeared, and made them feel great fear. They could clearly feel the gap between them. The terrifying existence that suddenly appeared, let alone stretching out a finger to pinch them to death, was afraid that none of them would survive with just one look. Is it an invader? The demigods did not feel a familiar breath from it, and there was a kind of power in that breath that made them hate the law. Wei Huan saw that these demigods were uncomfortable, but it was not intentional, so he withdrew that trace of the dominant power and planned to leave here. But at this moment, after the pressure was gone, the demigods suddenly turned red and howled to the sky. Ao ao. Roar. GGG. Various strange cries were connected and instantly transmitted to a very far distance. Then, like a beacon tower, demigods farther away also appeared and shouted. The entire ring-shaped continent was roaring. In a short time, this continent entered the attack state. Wei Huan's consciousness saw this scene and turned back in surprise, and saw the satisfied smiles on the faces of the 3 ancient gods. Such vigilance and well-trained reactions should be rewarded. I haven't been back for 1,000,000 years, but I have made some progress. In the face of a strong enemy, it is indeed more powerful to unite. As he spoke, Wei Huan felt the breath of the real ancient god, which was quickly coming towards him. Among them, there was a most powerful breath, rushing the fastest, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. However, after Wei Huan sensed that breath, his expression suddenly became subtle. So that's it. A black light flew at high speed from the horizon in the distance, and suddenly stopped when it got close, revealing a main god-level ancient god like Godzilla, with a head and body in the shape of a dinosaur, and countless tentacles on the tail. His face was ferocious and fierce, his body was as big as a mountain, and the power contained in it was like a planet. His skin was covered with keratin like a crocodile, and it looked thick and resistant. Roar, roar, roar! As soon as he came, he showed his muscles, released pressure, and intimidated the enemy. Mafati! Mu Zhong smiled kindly. Mafati stopped halfway through his shouting, his little eyes rolled around, and he looked at the strange-looking car suspiciously. This car smells like insects, so fragrant, and looks delicious. But the life level of this insect seems to be higher than mine. The insects that are stronger than me are the dominant level, the chaos insects. In this universe, the only one who has chaos insects is that guy. Just thinking about this, I saw a space door open, and Kaishan and Shuidi, who have advanced to the chaos level, walked out together. The eyes of the dragon and the 2 insects met, blinking, and both sides confirmed each other's identities. At this time, the lagging ancient gods came over, some in human form, and some in beast form, and there were only 6 of them. All of them were weaker little ancient gods. After feeling the breath emitted by Kaishan and Shuidi, they were all startled. Then seeing Mafati's relatively calm appearance, he approached again in confusion. After the ancient god Titan looked at these only 6 ancient gods, but they were the last surviving ancient gods in the wasteland. A sense of sadness came from him, and he sighed. The ancient gods have actually declined to this point. Unable to bear the fear of these little gods, the ancient god Titan was the first to walk out of the car and exude his ancient god aura. Swirenchi and Jushi followed closely behind, using their aura to comfort their fellow tribesmen who were already paranoid. The ancient gods who arrived were stunned at first, and then looked at the three dominant ancient gods, who had not been seen for millions of years. The ancient gods who had been struggling to support until now couldn't help crying. It's the ancient god Titan, the goddess Swirenchi, and the master Jushi are back. Our masters are finally back. Thank the goddess of the earth for blessing. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan did not show up, but tried to restrain their aura. Seeing the return of the ancestors, and the ecstatic scene of the disciples and descendants, they couldn't help laughing. Mu Zhong said, "The ancient gods are lovely." Wei Huan nodded. "They are all living beings. There is no difference after death." Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and looked at Wei Huan speechlessly. Then, Wei Huan's eyes condensed, staring straight at Mo-Fei, and said, "Now, I am very curious why he ran here." Mu Zhong was puzzled. Mo-Fei has this temper. After being beaten in the god's domain, he naturally wants to hide back home. Wei Huan shook his head. "I thought so before, but not now." Mu Zhong heard this, lowered his eyes, and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Wei Huan looked at Mo-Fei, who was looking around and retreating little by little, and ordered Kaishan and Shudi to stop him and directly announce the answer. Mo-Fei left after Nujio became an acquired ancient god. He didn't go anywhere, and came here directly. Mu Zhong suddenly realized, "You mean?" Wei Huan nodded. He brought back the ancient god body training method, and is trying to create an acquired ancient god. Mu Zhong had a complicated expression, and looked at Mo-Fei with a little heartache and said, "This ancient god body training method is a method tailored for the human race. It's a pity that he is dedicated to revitalizing the ancient gods, but..." That's right, the brain is not working well. Although the position is right, it is also a betrayal of the oath. Mu Zhong sighed. "Stupid and loyal, quite cute, don't be angry, we have no loss." Wei Huan was not angry, but it was a little unpleasant to break the oath. But this little anger was completely eliminated when he saw Mo-Fei find that he couldn't leave, and his whole spirit was drained, and his head drooped to his chest. Then he said, "He has a simple mind, but he does stupid things. I have a heavenly oath with him. Even if I don't hold him responsible for breaking the oath, if heaven intends to control him, this is a knife delivered to his hand." Now that the ancient gods have little power left, Mo-Fei's life and death are of vital importance. Mu Zhong nodded. "Yes, I must have a good talk with him about this. I can't do such reckless things again." After speaking, Mu Zhong paused and asked, "Do you want to cancel the heavenly oath with him?" "Now that you say so, I don't believe this thing." Wei Huan did not agree immediately. "I still need to think about it." After the two finished talking, the recognition scene outside was past its most enthusiastic moment. Both parties were in tears, looking like poor people who were persecuted. Even Jushi was in tears, and cried more than anyone else. It is said that Jushi was not the master at first. When the primitive ancient gods were born, they had what they were, and at most they could improve their combat effectiveness through external objects. But Jushi was the bracelet on the hand of the primitive emperor. After the emperor had been playing the game day and night for countless epochs, he gradually changed from a master to a master. The little ancient god has become a master. Jushi cried the most sadly, but he also remembered the important things the fastest. He cried and raised his head suddenly. The last tear fell from the corner of his mouth, and then looked straight at Wei Huan in the baby bus. His voice became cold again. "Don't waste time on these sensational things. Saving the queen is the most important." Several little ancient gods also stopped crying after hearing this. Master Jushi found a way to save the queen? After a million years, we finally got the chance for the queen to recover. Thank you, Master Jushi, Titan ancient god and Queen Swirenchi. The Titan ancient god was reminded, and wiped away the tears from his eyes, saying, "You continue to stay here. We will inform you if there is any progress. Don't relax. The enemy may arrive at any time." Yes. The masters returned, and the ancient gods had a backbone. They raised their chins and held their heads high. Until they saw the two powerful chaos bugs, they could no longer be arrogant. It was a pity that the masters obviously didn't want to explain, and their faces turned red. "Let's go!" The three ancient gods didn't go back to the car, but flew away directly. Wei Huan ordered Baby Buzz to follow, and also asked Kaishan to take Mo-Fei with him. Mo-Fei still wanted to run, and the portal opened. Although nothing flew out of it, The feeling of endless terror like the mouth of the abyss finally made Mafati honest. The portal closed, and several little ancient gods were swept by the terrible breath, and their bodies could not help trembling. They were even more curious about the helpers that the three masters brought back this time. Is it the Zerg? No, there is clearly the breath of the law, but in the law, there is also the power of the ancient gods that makes them feel familiar. So what is it? A pair of eyes fell on the baby bus, knowing that the truth is there, but they can only watch until they can no longer see it. The three master ancient gods flew in front. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong followed closely in the baby bus, and behind them were two chaos bugs, holding Mo Fati. In fact, the mood of the three masters at this moment has been extremely complicated. Chaos bug? It turned out to be a chaos bug? And it seems that there is more than one? In other words, the new leader of the dead race controls a chaos-level insect nest? All the memories about chaos worms in his head were stirred up from the depths, the power and rarity of chaos worms, and their terrifying legionary combat capabilities. Wei Huan, who controls the chaos worm nest, is now obviously stronger than them. Thinking about their doubts about Wei Huan's strength not long ago, his heart was like a raging sea. The slap in the face came so quickly. Especially Zhu Shi, his mind was full of thoughts. I thought Wei Huan had to find them to unite in order to fight against the Lord of Light, but now it seems that they really need the power of the ancient gods. Maybe I am not as important as I thought. When the last thought came up, Zhu Shi suddenly felt worried that they didn't want to pay the price for saving the queen, worried that they would break the contract? If they want to leave, can they really stop them with just the three of them? Compared with Zhu Shi's dark entanglement, although the Titan ancient god was shocked, he soon directly spread the rumor to Wei Huan. You have a chaos worm nest. How many? The first chaos bug? Wei Huan knew that it was finally time for him to show off his muscles. In order to make this cooperation more solid, he said frankly, you have always been riding chaos-level bugs. This is the 8th one, and the only functional chaos bug. I suspected it, but I dared not think about it, and I have never seen a chaos bug that is only used as a means of transportation. Alas! You wasted your opportunity. There are only 9 chaos bugs in a bug nest. Titan Ancient God was heartbroken, and wanted to remake the baby bus, and make it Wei Huan's mount. Wei Huan said, don't underestimate it. Chaos-level functional bugs are much more powerful than you think. Hearing this, Titan Ancient God looked at the baby bus carefully, but he couldn't see anything special. At this time, Shuairenqi's voice sounded in his ears again. I hope Leader Huan will forgive me. I have never seen Leader Huan use his abilities, and I didn't know that you actually have a treasure like chaos worms. Chaos worms come from outside the domain. It is said that they exist in countless gods' domain worlds, but chaos-level zergs are also extremely rare. A chaos worm nest is enough to start a war against the gods' domain world. Wei Huan heard this and asked curiously, it seems that Empress Shuairenqi is contacted with foreign civilizations. Can you tell me in detail? Shuairenqi smiled and said, it's just some of my experiences. When Leader Huan is free, we can chat slowly. Okay. Then Wei Huan said this. The Zerg was originally a Zerg born to challenge the world. They were conquered by me by accident, and evolved into chaos hives by accident. With them, we still have some chance of winning the war with the Lord of Light. You are too modest. With Chaos Zerg and the Imperial power in your hands, we are already invincible. Shuairenqi himself did not realize that his tone was much more respectful to Wei Huan, and even a little cautious. I wonder if I can understand how many Chaos Zergs you have. Shuairenqi was shocked and regretful when he told the same words, and his eyes looking at Baby Bus were not right. When Wei Huan closed his mouth, there was a faint smile on his face. Although Mu Zhong was silent, he listened to the whole process. Finally, he said directly in Wei Huan's consciousness, sure enough, when you go out, you have to earn your own face. Wei Huan nodded and agreed with this sentence. With Chaos Hive and reincarnation, Wei Huan can come and go freely even if he goes deep into the land of ancient gods. However, they did not come here to increase their enemies, so they naturally had to restrain their attitude and put the overall situation first. As a result, both sides' minds changed, but they became closer, and the atmosphere became much better. Unconsciously, even the world tree disappeared around them. The yellow barren land was as flat as a mirror, exuding an ancient atmosphere. The mellow atmosphere made Wei Huan very comfortable, and he couldn't help but open his pores and breathe in. It's almost there. Mu Zhong felt a hint of the pressure of the great emperor, and said so. Wei Huan nodded. It's not far ahead. Have you been here? Yes. Wei Huan nodded and said, it should be said that dead spirit Huan has been here. I have some memories of this place. At that time, The original goddess was not seriously injured and fell asleep. He borrowed something from the goddess. Is there such a thing? I don't know. I only know that this happened, but I can't remember the specific process and what was borrowed. It should be that the original goddess blocked the secret of heaven and changed your and my memories. It seems to be a very important thing, otherwise the goddess would not be seriously injured and still consume the source to do it. I should be able to remember it when I see the goddess. After saying this, Wei Huan looked at a continuous mountain in front of him. We are here. Mu Zhong looked over hurriedly. This entire area is as flat as a mirror, and there is no life in the area for thousands of miles. Suddenly, a towering mountain rises from the ground, which looks extremely abrupt. What's more, these mountains exude an extremely terrifying atmosphere, wild, ancient, yet thick and gentle. Looking at them gives you a heartwarming feeling, as if you have returned home and seen your elderly mother. In addition, if you look at this mountain from another angle, it is a human-like woman, lying on her side and sleeping on the ground. Earth Mother. Mu Zhong murmured, his expression dazed. Legend has it that Earth Mother was a planet before the birth of the world. She is the source of all things and the beginning of everything. It is with her support that life is born. So she is called the original emperor, also known as Earth Mother. When this world was formed, Earth Mother shattered herself, exploded into countless star continents, and finally turned into the God's domain. Now in the God's domain, there are still many ancient star domains, all of which are transformed by the body of Earth Mother. It is her body that gave birth to all things. If it is said that the great Emperor Taichu shocked the four directions with his strength, then the admiration of Earth Mother was the merit of her breaking her body into all things. Therefore, even though the Lord of Light was arrogant and never bowed his head throughout his life, when he said Earth Mother, his tone was mostly respectful, and he did not dare to offend. The current Earth Mother should be said to be the last bit of true spirit left after her body was shattered into all things. She is the reward of heaven for her merits, and should be respected by all gods. The Earth Mother was originally the incarnation of elements. Now in order to heal her wounds, she turned herself into the earth and fell into a long sleep. Therefore, this mountain is the Earth Mother. The three dominant ancient gods stopped from a distance, and stood there respectfully for a long time without moving. After a while, the three ancient gods turned their heads at the same time and looked at Wei Huan and said, "The queen said that your reincarnation has some healing effects and can help him heal his wounds. But this is only a temporary solution. If you want to treat his injuries, you need other ways." Wei Huan has walked out of the baby bus, floating in the void, looking in the direction of the Earth Mother, first bowed respectfully, and then asked, "If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle voice sounded in his ears, "Child, come to me." Wei Huan heard this gentle voice, and for some reason, he wanted to cry. He thought of his mother. He was already the master, controlling life and death, and with Mu Zhong controlling time, he could obviously bring his mother back from the river of time, but because he was always running for life and death, this idea was put on hold, and could not be implemented. Even with memories of the chaotic times, Wei Huan still had the strongest feelings for the existence of Mother. Strictly speaking, the Earth Mother is the mother of all things, so no matter who sees her, they will feel close to her. Wei Huan flew to the mountains, and Jushi scratched his ears and cheeks enviously. Finally, he couldn't help but speak, and said in a rare good voice, "Wei Huan, the Earth Mother is in your hands." Wei Huan heard it, and without looking back, he flew to the mountains, and was also netted by the unforgettable family affection, trapped in it, and unable to calm down. But as he got closer to the Earth Mother, the feeling of missing his relatives faded again. After all, the Earth Mother is so big that it is hard to associate her with a real mother. His body is probably more than 1,000 kilometers long. It is said that this is just a true spirit of the Earth Mother. The real him is a planet, a stone, or a speck of dust in the divine domain. It is everything that comes into view. When he got closer, Wei Huan was left with only respect in his heart. At this time, the gravel on the ground in front of him moved and condensed into a posture close to that of a human woman. Her height was not much different from Wei Huan, and her facial features changed from blurry to clear, like a Western region woman from the Blue Star. The gravel flowed on his body, turning into a beautiful gauze skirt and long hair that reached the ground, as if the other end grew in the soil. With a yellowish skin color and light golden clothes, he exuded a sacred and majestic aura, and walked to Wei Huan step by step with a dignified temperament. "We meet again, child." The Earth Mother smiled gently, her eyes filled with golden quicksand, exuding a relaxing atmosphere. Chapter 490. Wei Huan hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Meet the Earth Mother." Then explained, I am the successor of Huan, the leader of the undead clan. I come from the human race. My name is Wei Huan. The Earth Mother had naturally seen through his soul a long time ago, and just looked at him with a smile. Wei Huan thought for a while and said, "You said there is a way to heal your injuries. If I can help, please let me know. I will do my best." The Earth Mother smiled. My Earth Mother's breath was borrowed by a young man 1,000,000 years ago. After losing the source, I could only fall into a deep sleep. Now I think he should have used it up. Wei Huan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I remember, but I only have some impressions. I can't remember more. Such words seemed to be excuses, but the Earth Mother didn't mind. She just raised her hand and tapped Wei Huan's brow with her slender fingers. It was not until the point landed on the brow that Wei Huan reacted, and then he was shocked. He had no feeling beforehand, so naturally he had no way to avoid it. Is the gap between the Lord and the Great Emperor so big? The Earth Mother saw Wei Huan's doubts and smiled. Go chase the rabbit. You will get the answer. What? Wei Huan was about to say something, but suddenly the world spun around, and the next second he saw himself stepping on the black light, flying in the divine realm. He didn't know where he was going, but he was walking very fast. He felt his heavy mood at this moment, as if the sky had fallen. After a while, I suddenly said, "This situation has collapsed, and we have no way out. We can only put our lives on the line and wait for Nirvana. It's a pity that I can't take you away." Speaking of this, the view changed, and the person following him turned out to be a powerful demon with red skin, black magic patterns, and black horns on his head. Seeing this, Wei Huan suddenly realized that this was the big guy. So he was in the memory of the dead soul Huan. So the Earth Mother asked him to chase the rabbit. Is this what she meant? Follow the memory all the way. So Wei Huan stopped struggling and let himself walk in this new memory. The dead soul Huan said, "You have an important task. Even if it is difficult, you must try to survive. If there is a chance, you and I can still see each other in the future. If not, reincarnation will always reunite you and me." Master. The big guy choked and finally stopped chasing the dead soul Huan. When he stopped and looked over, he seemed to be shaking with sadness. He said, "I will not forget your trust and finally perfect the ancient god body cultivation method. It will take 1,000 years or 100 years. I will definitely do it well. Only when I do it well, I will have the face to see the master again." Dead soul Huan's eyes turned red. He nodded and said softly, "Go?" "Yes." Dead soul Huan looked at the back of the man who finally turned around with difficulty and left resolutely, sighed deeply, and turned around and left. He flew in the divine domain for a long time, until a certain moment, the object he had been holding in his hand emitted a scalding temperature, and dead soul Huan stopped. Then he solemnly took out an object from the spiritual platform. The object looked like a pile of gravel, loose and soft, flowing all the time, but gathering and not dispersing, spread out on the palm of his hand, like a living thing. Wei Huan felt the breath above, and was greatly shocked. Isn't this the breath of the Earth Mother? After the Earth Mother's body was shattered, the last pile of gravel carried by her true spirit is the root of all things, with countless magical uses. It is said that it has the power to create the Great Emperor. The Earth Mother actually handed over her imperial power to Sealing Huan. The imperial power is the origin. At this time, the Earth Mother should have been seriously injured, right? But she gave the origin to Sealing Huan. No wonder after 1,000,000 years, not only did her injuries not heal, but they became more serious. But what does Sealing Huan want to do by taking such an important thing? After Sealing Huan sensed the abnormal temperature of his palm, he obviously determined that it was here, and he actually threw out the breath of the Earth Mother. After throwing out the breath of the Earth Mother, it quickly expanded and turned into an extremely huge golden net, and then merged into this space. Sealing Huan didn't know what he was doing. He lingered here for a long time, and didn't leave. Finally, he chose a place to sit cross-legged, practice the skills, and sent energy into the void. After a long time, Sealing Huan gathered all these energies together at the same time, and suddenly the area that had just emitted the power of the Emperor disappeared. But not only did the power of the Emperor disappear, but even the laws could not be retained. When Wei Huan saw this, he was shocked and realized something. At the same time, Sealing Huan did not stop his actions after doing all this. He hesitated for a moment, opened his dead world, and took out 2 corpses from it. They turned out to be the 2 middle-level gods Huang Quan and Yihua. They were placed in a transparent crystal coffin. This coffin should be special. Obviously, the fallen gods would only leave the godhood and would not have corpses, but they kept their bodies intact in this coffin. When Wei Huan saw these 2 middle-level gods, he not only thought of the 2 middle-level godheads that he had seen sinking into the source of chaos, but also remembered the memories of these two gods. They were all comrades of Si Ling Huan, who had walked together for tens of thousands of years. They had drunk and talked about the future, and they also healed each other and laughed heroically on the battlefields of raging fire. However, the crucial battle was lost after all. Man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Bad things happen one after another. All the arrangements were contrary to the original plan, causing the whole game to collapse. This defeat caused most of the dead army to be damaged, and the dead clan had almost no place to turn over. At that moment, Si Ling Huan was already doubting something. It was a pity that everything was too late. After that, Si Ling Huan sent the souls of his fellow tribesmen who died in the battle into reincarnation, began to arrange a backup plan, and rushed around in the divine domain. Now borrowing the breath of the Earth Mother and placing it here, it seems a strange practice, but now Wei Huan has seen it clearly. This is a new foothold set up in the God's domain for the human race after leaving the challenge world. At the beginning, after he became a god, he left the challenge world and had not yet learned the Daohua of the 10,000 laws, so he could not return to the challenge world. In this vast God's domain, it is like a rootless duckweed. Facing the wind and waves, it can only barely protect itself. For a long time, it was extremely difficult. But all the turning points were that they were attracted by the power of the middle-level godhead of the death and abyss system, and then discovered this forbidden area of the 10,000 laws. A special area where only the ancient gods can move, and once the law gods enter, they will be solidified. This natural dangerous place is also a natural shelter. Now think about it, there are not so many coincidences. Si Ling Huan took out the corpses of his two generals, stroked their coffins, and finally crushed the transparent coffins that protected their bodies with red eyes, and gritted his teeth. With the advent of the laws of heaven, the familiar faces of the past were quickly eroded, as if their essence had been sucked away, and they quickly withered and wrinkled, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Si Ling Huan finally muttered something, and then resolutely suppressed the pain in his eyes, and placed various restrictions on the two middle-level godheads, threw them up, and they flew in two opposite directions, whoosh and buried in the space without any movement. So far, a natural dangerous place has been arranged. Low-level gods cannot approach, and high-level gods have no interest. They quietly hibernate in this desolate and empty divine domain until 1,000,000 years later, when two figures fled here in a panic under the pursuit of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, finally found their safe haven. Wei Huan felt very heavy-hearted from beginning to end. He was very glad that time was on their side. Mu Zhong's predecessor, the Lord of Time, did have the terrifying power to change fate, which was hard to guard against. It was probably because he saw in countless timelines that even if they ascended, they could only hide from place to place, so he finally made this arrangement. If there was no Wanfa Forbidden Zone, Wei Huan couldn't imagine what he would experience like that. Without the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, he could only hide from place to place, and without the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, he couldn't find the Huangquan Middle Godhead. Without the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, he couldn't even meet his teacher, so he couldn't learn the Wanfa Daohua and had the ability to return to the challenge world at will. This step of arrangement was simply a stroke of genius. Now it seems that it is not inferior to the appearance of the ancient divine body. After doing all this, the dead spirit Huan finally left, and Wei Huan's memory journey also ended. When Wei Huan came back to his senses, the divine consciousness clone transformed by the Earth Mother had disappeared, and the huge mountain range that had been lying quietly for 1,000,000 years was left in front of him. Wei Huan folded his hands and bowed deeply to the mountain, saying, "The junior remembered everything, and I will go to bring back the breath of the Earth Mother for the Queen. It's just that it will take some time to go back and forth this time. Does the Queen need me to use the Lotus of Reincarnation to regulate your breath for a while?" However, after speaking, the Earth Mother did not respond for a long time. Wei Huan understood what the Queen meant, so he simply said, "Okay, I go get it now. It's time to return the life-saving things borrowed from others for 1,000,000 years. Although this way, Qiyuan Star will no longer be protected by the Wanfa Forbidden Zone, it's time to leave the cradle and strive for survival. And now that he is reincarnation, he can completely replace the role of the Earth Mother's breath at a critical moment." Wei Huan flew away from the Earth Mother and came to the three masters and said, "I'm leaving." Candle Snake was about to show his teeth, but then he realized something and resisted the urge to speak. No one interrupted. Wei Huan continued, "When I come back, I will bring back something that can cure the Earth Mother. If there are any problems, we will talk about it next time we meet. Everything is based on curing the Earth Mother first." This is the reason, and the three ancient gods nodded. Titan Ancient God said, If you need help, just tell me. We won't go with you this time. The ancient gods have a clear position. The dispute with the god of law has arisen again. I am worried that they will attack the ancient god domain. The three of us will stay here. After saying that, the Titan ancient god looked at Mafati. I don't know how he offended you, for my sake. Wei Huan didn't wait for him to finish, and said, Mafati and I are not enemies. In the past, he even fought against the enemy with me. There are some misunderstandings between us. I just need to explain it to him. The Titan ancient god breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this matter to be so easy to solve. Now he really didn't want to have a conflict with Wei Huan. The same is true for Wei Huan. Since he has decided to form an alliance, he must try his best to promote a happy cooperation between the two sides. Besides, he has no conflict with Mafati, and he doesn't know what Mafati thinks. He flew to Mafati and said, I know you came back here for the ancient gods. I want to tell you that the method you brought back is wrong. It is only suitable for human practice. But since we can create a method suitable for human practice, we can definitely research a method suitable for other descendants of the ancient gods. You should be patient and help the three masters. When the war is over, I will find a way to solve this problem. Mafati scratched his head and nodded. After comforting Mafati, Wei Huan collected the two chaos bugs and said goodbye to everyone again. This time, he did not delay any more. He rushed back without even taking a break when he arrived at the ancient god domain. It was because the Earth Mother needed the Earth Mother's extinguishment to heal her wounds, and it was also because he had been away from Kaiyuan Star for too long this time. He was worried about the situation there, and missed his old friends. On the way back, Mu Zhong stood beside Wei Huan, looking at the world tree forest that was gradually receding, and the descendants of the ancient gods, who were multiplying on the world tree. He looked ahead at the place where he was about to fly into the god's domain, and said with anticipation, I'm finally going back. I miss you all so much. Wei Huan nodded, me too. After leaving the ancient god realm, Wei Huan used the god network to contact everyone first. The god network is a very difficult thing to use. It cannot be used in the restricted area, the ancient god realm does not open the network, and even some ruins have no signal. But in the distance where Wei Huan's divine sense cannot reach, the god network is the only means of communication. After contacting everyone, Do Lin first reported that everything was fine on Chiyuan Star. Although 300 years is long, it is only for mortals, not for gods, at least not long enough for each other to issue missing person notices. After becoming gods for a period of time, everyone's concept of time has quietly changed. Then Su Qingqiang talked about something. Boss, we can hardly see any high-level evil beasts in the Chaos Source Gap. I suspect this has something to do with the Chaos Emperor. When Wei Huan heard this, he tensed up. Why? Su Qingqiang said, before you left, didn't you say you wanted to go to the bottom of the abyss? I was worried about it these years, so I went deeper, and found that even near the abyss, there were almost no high-level evil beasts. This is very abnormal. Why did you contact the Chaos Emperor? Intuition, but also because of various clues. After all, the Lord of Darkness is at most a rancher, and the Chaos Emperor is the top of the food chain who kills and eats meat. That's right. Wei Huan felt that Su Qingqiang's description was very accurate. The purpose of the rancher is to graze and raise. He will occasionally eat, but it is very limited. The evil beasts have been raised for millions of years, and the large number of them has decreased. It must be the Chaos Emperor who took action. In addition, there is a lot of unrest around Chiyuan Star recently. Su Qingqiang continued, there are more and more spies from the Lord of Light. The God Realm team we set out was frequently attacked, and more than 10 demigods have died. Just the day before yesterday, Brother Chui came back seriously injured, and his team was wiped out. If it weren't for his special talent, he would have been killed. Of course, we also killed 3 lower-level gods, and many demigods. Mu Zhong's voice sounded at the same time beside him, and on the God Network. The war is about to begin. Then, Wei Huan's hand was grabbed by Mu Zhong, and Wei Huan turned around, and saw the worry in Mu Zhong's eyes. Don't worry. Wei Huan held Mu Zhong's hand in return. We will win this time. Wei Huan got a new memory of the dead soul, and he understood the feeling of being powerless when the building collapsed. He also understood what Mu Zhong was worried about. They had already failed once, and there might be the black hand of the heaven. Although they have changed this time, it cannot be said that they will definitely win. What if they lose? Another chance? Is there another chance? This time? Perhaps it is a do-or-die battle, and they may really have no way out. The war did not start suddenly. In fact, they would face wars from gods from all sides every 100 years. Moreover, Wei Huan took away the power of the emperor under the nose of the Lord of Light. With new and old grudges, it is normal for him to regard Qi Yuan Star as a thorn in his eyes and ignite the war around it. The reason why he did not start the war directly should be that he was still a little unclear about his background. Once he investigated it clearly, a full-scale war would follow. He cannot be allowed to investigate so easily. Wei Huan made a decision immediately and announced on the God Network, "In this war, we will turn the passive into active. We will jointly challenge the world to build 2 strategic points and take the initiative to launch a war against the Kingdom of Light." The most excited person was Su Qingqiang. "Are we going to take the initiative?" Dou Lin was a little worried. "Once we leave Qi Yuan Star, we will lose the terrain advantage." Mu Zhong was thinking, taking the initiative is not necessarily a bad thing. You have an army of undead, which is used for such war consumption. And taking the initiative to start a war can delay time, and Dou Lin will have a chance to break through the Lord. What Mu Zhong didn't say was that once the second Lord appeared in Wei Huan's world laws would be improved, and his undead army would be much stronger. It's completely possible to fight to support the war. Once the Lord of Light investigates them clearly and understands that they are now strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and directly launches a general attack, then it will be too late to turn the tide, and it will be difficult to deal with. In this way, once the direction of the war is determined, then the details are left to discuss. How to fight this battle. Where to fight. Who to send. In addition, in order to prevent the enemy from finding out their details, they must also make arrangements to confuse the outside world. In this way, they discussed all the way through the Divine Network. When they returned to Qi Yuan Star, Wei Huan saw a scene of military preparations and raging fire. Outside the starport, thousands of star warships were suspended like iron-gray mountains. The hull was wrapped with flowing divine pattern light bands, and the blue-purple energy flow rushed between the gaps in the armor. The death totem carved on the bow was lingering with the spirit of the dead, swallowing and spitting out the thunder condensed by the law. The fleet was arranged in a fan-shaped array, with the bows of nearly 10,000 warships pointing at the Kingdom of Light, like a steel spear about to pierce the darkness. On the flagship at the front, a 1,000-meter-high statue stood holding a corrupted spear, with the breath of death from Wei Huan, echoing the energy core of each warship. The entire fleet was as silent as death, but it was like a giant beast ready to go, ready to crush the silence between the stars at any time and let the war burn to the end of the universe. Humans are a civilization that has come out of fighting all the way. Challenging the world has engraved iron and blood in their DNA. In fact, in the more than 300 years since the Lord of Darkness was repelled, the combat effectiveness and technological level of humans have been greatly improved. When a knife is sharpened for a long time, it will be eager to see blood. These consecutive victories for nearly 1,000 years have made the warriors of the human race fearless of war, and they are even less aware of the crisis facing the human race now. But it doesn't matter. The lions of 100 battles don't need to know who the enemy is. As long as they have claws and teeth and know how to bite and kill, that's enough. It's psychological contempt for the enemy. But at the same time, we must also pay attention to the enemy tactically. The top leaders of the Legion gathered together, various plans, conventional, bold, and imaginative, countless tactical information gathered, and the generals held meetings to discuss and choose the best possible tactics. The news that Wei Huan was about to return spread all over Qi Yuan Star half a month in advance. Even at the critical moment of preparation for war, the capital city of Qi Yuan Star was still decorated with lights and colors to welcome the return of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, and made full preparations. 300 years ago, the Lord of Darkness commanded the Chaos Beast to launch a war against Qi Yuan Star. That war lasted for more than 30 years, until the leader of the human race, Wei Huan, became a master, and took action to completely end the war, and beat the Lord of Darkness back to his lair, and he dared not show up again. Qi Yuan Star also ushered in a long-term peace and rapid development for 300 years. However, in that battle, Marshal Mu Zhong interfered with the time of the domination-level war as a mid-level god in order to protect Qi Yuan Star, causing Marshal Mu Zhong to be in danger of death. Therefore, Wei Huan, the leader who had just led the human race to victory, took Marshal Mu Zhong away to find a way to save him. Before leaving, Marshal Wei Huan's words were written in the textbook, "When I return, celebrate." Now 300 years have passed. If it were ordinary people on Blue Star, 3 generations would have changed, and the people of that year would have disappeared. But after humans entered the Age of Gods, their lifespan increased a lot compared to the Age of Challenges. In recent years, the progress of human civilization is not only reflected in war technology, but also in the research and development of people's livelihood technology, which is changing with each passing day. Various kinds of genetic drugs and genetic modification have made human children born with the strength of first-level challengers. In addition to the challengers, who are at least level 5, when they become adults, various military academies are also training a large number of outstanding talents, with the goal of training demigods. Back then, Wave 1 watched the Gods Domain team that was established, which has now become the Gods Domain Army, among which there are more than 50,000 demigods alone, and there are countless domain masters. In addition, there are gods, 28 of which were born in the past 300 years. Among them, Agri's Frankling successfully seized the throne of a lower-level dark god shortly after the war, with the dark gods ended 300 years ago, and became the goddess of dark night. She was once very backward. When the main legions gradually became gods and entered the gods' domain, she was still just a domain master. But no one expected that she would make a strong effort later and counterattack to become one of the few law gods among humans. The other 27 gods are all ancient gods. The emergence of the ancient god body cultivation method has greatly changed the restrictions of the heaven on living beings. Humans no longer need to fight for limited godhood, but rely on cultivating their own strength to become gods in the flesh. And there is another benefit of becoming an ancient god, that is, these powers are not created with the help of the heaven, so the heaven cannot interfere. At least some accidents that occurred in the War of the Dead in the last life should be avoided now. In this regard, the big guy has made an indelible contribution. He really fulfilled his promise, and did it.